I woke up 10 days after arriving in the Jin dynasty, hungover and framed for murder. Then, a voice in my head screamed, "Forensic system activated." Suddenly, I could see details no one else could: the subtle inconsistencies, the hidden clues, the actual killer's clumsy attempt to mask the crime. This time, I would not only survive, I would expose them all. 10 miles from Jinling lies the Moon Tower, on the Qinhuai River. I woke early to a furious pounding on my door, the hangover's unpleasant aftermath hitting me all at once. My stomach churned, my limbs felt leaden, and my head throbbed as if 1,000 gongs were beating inside it, a splitting headache. For a moment, I forgot who I was, blindly reaching for my phone beside my bed. Only seconds later did I remember: no phones here, I wasn't in my own world anymore. I am Li Xian, also known as Li Qianji, second son of Prince Qingyi of the Jin dynasty. Today marks 10 days since my arrival in this world. Qianji. The banging intensified, followed by a shout, "How long will you sleep? If you don't get up, father will make you kneel in the ancestral hall." My heart jumped, and I scrambled out of bed. I didn't even bother washing, just hastily arranged my clothes and threw open the door. Outside stood my companions, Zhang Yu and Zhang Taishan, the latter Uncle Huayuan's second son and Peng Fulai, eldest son of a wealthy Yangzhou family. Zhang Taishan, a towering figure with imposing strength, dwarfed Peng Fulai, a short, rotund man who moved like a rolling ball of fat. They were clearly startled by my pale face. Zhang Taishan sneered, "If I didn't know your room was empty last night, I'd have thought." He trailed off suggestively. "Get lost," I snapped, pressing a hand to my throbbing head. "I drank too much, I have a terrible headache." "Why so much?" Peng Fulai asked, his smile as broad as the Maitreya Buddha. "We came here for women, but you only drank. There are plenty of other places to drink. I saw 2 girls practically begging for your attention yesterday." It's true, something's changed in me recently. My features seem sharper, more elegant, somehow, even my manner has softened, becoming more humorous. I offered a weak, awkward smile, offering no explanation. I'm a modern man, pure and innocent. The women of this era hold no interest for me. I only came along because I couldn't afford to be too conspicuous. I'd planned to feign drunkenness, but after 3 bowls of wine, memories of my old life flooded back, and I drank to drown my sorrows. The alcohol here is surprisingly weak, it's easy to overindulge. Zhang Taishan looked at me with disdain. "You're weak, Li Xian," he declared, thumping his chest. "I managed 9 women last night." Peng Fulai chuckled. 7 for me. Wei Xingshou, that slender little thing, was surprisingly substantial. A delightful experience. "Stop bragging," I said, disgusted. "Leave before I hit you." As we descended the Lanyue Tower, we were met with an unnerving sight: government officials swarming outside, blocking the building. Several battered prostitutes lay bleeding, their screams mingling with the cries of the other girls inside. What's happening? Who's committed a crime? Is someone hiding inside? I was shocked. The Lanyue Tower's influence is considerable, no official would normally dare approach. Had these Yingtian mansion officials lost their minds? Then I saw a donkey cart carrying a coffin. A scarred, middle-aged man in purple robes and a black cloak dismounted and strode towards the building. He looked at the Moon Tower, then at me, his eyes narrowing. A constable was shouting, "Madam, come out. We are investigating, by order of the Tianfu Yamen." Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai exchanged worried glances with me. Our escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme was compromised. "Let's break out," Zhang Taishan suggested recklessly. "Are you mad?" I hissed. "That's Situ Zhong, the chief arrester. He'd slaughter us if we tried anything." Defeated, they followed me to the lobby. The coffin was brought in, its lid removed, revealing a sight that made many recoil. Only a few servants remained, their faces ashen. I stared into the coffin. The swollen, disfigured corpse, it was Cui Hongshu, the notorious dandy, my former rival. Situ Zhong, seated at a round table, announced, "Huafang reported finding this body 200 feet downstream. Cui Hongshu, son of bowling scholar." He was seen entering the Lanyue Tower last night. Did he leave? When? The madam, her face pale, replied, Mr. Chui drank here until midnight. He spent the night in room D on the 4th floor. Situ Zhong's next question surprised me. Did he have any conflicts? Any enemies? Unless he already knew the killer's identity, he wouldn't ask such a question. I felt a growing sense of dread. A servant pointed at me. Captain Situ, our young master had a long-standing grudge against Li Xian. They argued last night. Situ Zhong's eyes fixed on me. Li Xian, second son of Prince Qingyi, the wielder of the Yihan divine sword, where were you last night? And how do you explain these light red palm prints on the body, consistent with the Qingyi mansion's Han Shilai palm technique? The hall erupted. Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai stared at me, stunned. The servants glared. I was bewildered. The Han Shilai palm is a unique Qingyi family technique passed down through the male line. I was unconscious by 11 last night. No answer? Situ Zhong thundered. Seize him. Dozens of hooked chains flew towards me. My pupils narrowed. I couldn't let him control me. It was time to act. As the chains flew, I reached for a Taoist talisman when a sweet, clear voice cut through the air. Interesting. Someone's belittling our 6th Daosi? The officials froze, retracting their chains. Situ Zhong's face turned purple. He'd been poised to attack, but now he caught himself and landed several feet away. A commotion erupted outside. A tall girl in purple, silver armor, and a long sword appeared, a three-tailed fox perched on her shoulder. She was beautiful, seductive, and clearly military, yet exuded a captivating charm. Lucky for us, Peng Fulai whispered. Zhang Hanyun, a new 6th Daosi demon subduing captain. They call her iron-blooded Shura, blood-hand human slaughterer. She's brutal, merciless. 2 years ago, she severely injured Situ Zhong. I knew who she was. What Peng Fulai didn't know was that Captain Zhang outranked even my boss. I was impressed by the spirit fox, a powerful descendant of Bai Zhe and a 9-tailed fox, according to my memories. I felt a surge of relief, but also a pang of guilt. I'd skipped my shift at the 6th Daosi to be here at the Lanyue Tower with Zhang Taishan and the others. And now my boss's boss has arrived. Zhang Hanyun entered with a graceful stride, her voice a soft tsk tsk. The death of a noble weighs a mountain, a peasant's life, a feather. The Lu Taijun family, 7 miles away, were robbed and murdered, yet no one cares. But here's 60 officials for one case. She smiled at Situ Zhong. 6 Daosi? Who said that? Mr. Taidan feeling threatened? The marble floor cracked beneath her feet. Situ Zhong's face turned green. He bowed hastily. I wouldn't dare, Captain. You must have misheard. Brave words, the silver-armored girl chuckled, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. This case is now under 6 Daosi jurisdiction. All Yingtian Mansion officials will assist. Situ Zhong frowned. Captain, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The person who found the body was enough. Zhang Hanyun interrupted. Chui Chengyu, the Southern Jili Supervisory Censor, reported the case to us. We must find the killer. It involves a notable and possibly martial arts, thus falling under our jurisdiction. I recall hearing someone mention examining Cui Hongshu's body. Her gaze fell on me. Li Xian, son of Prince Qingyi, 8th grade demon suppressing inspector. A spiritual disciple, am I right? Relief washed over me. She didn't know about my absence. I bowed. Before joining the 6th Daosi, I studied forensic arts. Convenient, Zhang Hanyun smiled sweetly. I don't know your skill, but a look is all I need. But sir. Situ Zhong's face crumpled. Li Xian is a suspect. The red palm prints indicate the Li family's cold breath palm. Oh? Zhang Hanyun paused, then sneered. I said examine, not disembowel. And with witnesses, what could he do? Are you questioning my judgment, Situ Zhong? A dangerous blue light flickered in her eyes. Situjon's face contorted, then he stepped back. I wouldn't dare. He can examine the body, but no damage. I bowed gratefully to Jung Han-yoon. Thank you, Captain. She smiled faintly. Examine the body. Don't disappoint me. Nerves fluttered, but I approached the coffin. I was confident. My predecessor was a wastrel, but I was a forensic doctor for 2 years. And since time travel, my memory is abnormally sharp. I began my examination, meticulously examining Chui Hongshu's hair, scalp, mouth, and nose. No sand, foam, or unusual discoloration. He died before entering the water. Slight smell of alcohol. Minimal muscle contraction, cornea clouded. The time of death was likely between the 2nd and 5th quarter of the Cho hour. 2 stab wounds, nearly identical, one to the ribs, the other to the heart, a fatal blow. No struggle. The killer was most likely right-handed. And chicken skin around the liver, with light red palm prints. Unusual. Situjon and his men exchanged strange glances. Jung Han-yoon raised an eyebrow. Unusual? This doesn't match my cold breath palm, I said. My palm leaves dark red patches, even frostbite, within 2 hours of death. The color of lividity depends on hemoglobin. But low temperatures prevent oxyhemoglobin dissociation, leading to brighter lividity. Frostbite lividity is typically light red, but these palm prints are purple-black, more like normal lividity. Therefore, the cryogenic object he contacted was insufficiently cold, far less so than my cold breath palm. Yurli family's cold breath palm is exceptionally cold, Situjon interjected smoothly. But it depends on who wields it. Your father can freeze miles of river. Your skill would produce such markings. Plus, the water temperature is significant. Even at night, it's warm enough to dissipate the cold. I glared at him, noting the lingering coldness on his arm. If you believe my cold breath palm is so easily countered, I have nothing to say. My predecessor's cold breath palm wasn't strong, due to his low level in the Hunyuan celestial elephant technique. But even at the 2nd level, it's still powerful enough to leave an effect. And mine has improved significantly. Regardless of the water temperature, it wouldn't change the lividity that much. It's related to the cold breath palm's lingering cold essence. But I wasn't going to argue. But there's something else, I said, my gaze fixed on Situjon. Those palm prints indicate crushing, not contusion. Crush injuries show congestion, edema, and cyanosis, while contusions show subcutaneous bleeding. Situjon, as an expert, should have noticed. I was about to question him further when I saw a Lanyue Tower attendant carrying iced sour plum soup. An idea struck me. I turned to the old madam. Who manages your saltpeter supply? Any unusual changes recently? It was June, most ice cellars were depleted, including the Lanyue Towers. But they used saltpeter to make ice daily. Saltpeter? The madam hesitated. I handle purchasing here. Please wait. She left, returning 15 minutes later, her expression strange. Only 300 kilograms of saltpeter arrived yesterday. But the inventory is 35 kilograms short. My spirits lifted. 35 kilograms of saltpeter and well water could make a large ice block. Shaped like a hand, and pressed against the victim that would create those erythematous palm prints. The prints lacked metacarpophalangeal joint markings, indicating a setup. And besides me, no one here wields cold element palm techniques. Pang Fulai and Zheng Taishan looked relieved, then surprised. They clearly couldn't believe this was the same Li Qinji they knew. Situjon's eyes remained cold. Clever, but suspicion remains. You could have done this to mislead us. Mislead? You're just messing around. Jung Han-yoon snapped. If you talk too much, I'll cut you. Situjon glared, his eyes hungry, but he held back. I'll await the captain's judgment. Don't just wait, cooperate, Jung Han-yoon snorted, then smiled at me. Ignore him. We'll find the murderer. Yes, Captain, I bowed, then hesitated. When will our 6th Daosi reinforcements arrive? Zhang Hanyun shook her head. There are only 2 of us. Most of Zhuke Hall is investigating a major river case. I was stunned. Just the 2 of us? In my past life, I was just a forensic doctor, and my boss was known only for her martial arts, not detective skills. The Yingtian mansion men were more likely to hinder than help. Then my gaze drifted to Zhang Hanyun's shoulder, the fox. Don't worry, this is simple. She took the 3-tailed fox from her shoulder, pointed at Cui Hongshu, and said, "Go." The fox didn't move, it curled up and idly swished its tails. I saw Situ Zhong watching with amusement. You glutton. Zhang Hanyun sighed, producing a red pill. Eat this and get to work. The fox remained still. Zhang Hanyun frowned, the cracks under her feet widened. Don't push it, little Lele. Consider my face. Captain, I whispered to her. The body has been in the water for 2 or 3 hours. Even your powerful spirit beast may not detect anything. Zhang Hanyun froze, her face cycling through green and white. After a moment, she replaced the fox on her shoulder. Inspector Li, according to procedure, what should we do? If we're short-staffed, I said, then swallowed the rest of my suggestion. I'd seen the murderous glint in her eyes. Let's start with statements. We need the location, alibi, witnesses, everyone in this building at the time of the crime. Who stole the saltpeter? And we should ideally conduct an autopsy. My examination of Cui Hongshu had been limited to the exterior. To conduct an autopsy, I needed permission from the family. I doubted Cui's family would agree, but it was worth a try. Cui Hongshu's mother lived in the capital, and his father was away on business. But the 6th Daosi had long-distance communication capabilities. Moments later, I sat in the Lanyue Tower, watching Yingtian Mansion officials question everyone. I couldn't trust them, so I supervised. I focused on Situ Zhong, who was interrogating a group of people who had contact with Cui Hongshu. He started with a Nanjing Imperial College student. Where were you during the Cho hour? Any witnesses? I returned to my room with a girl around 9:30 p.m. I haven't seen Cui Hongshu since. Miss Tsuilua can confirm. Did you hear anything unusual? Only snoring all night. It was next door, in room B, and it was incredibly loud. Zhang Taishan was listening intently, until he heard about room B. His eyes narrowed. Next was Miss Tsuilua. I stayed in my room. The snoring was deafening. Then it was Zhang Yu and Zhang Taishan's turn. I returned to my room around 9 p.m. I stayed there all night. Miss Meng and her maid can attest. Situ Zhong's eyes glinted. 9 p.m. You snored all night? That's slander. Zhang Taishan bristled. Situ Zhong turned to Meng Xingyan. What were you doing last night? Meng Xingyan smiled at Zhang Taishan. Sleeping, and listening to his snoring. She laughed softly. Mr. Zhang snored so loudly, I had to stay in the wing room with the maid. Peng Fulai was stunned. He wasted a whole night. Even more than you, Qianji. Meng Xingyan will be running the moon tower someday. 9 times in one night, I muttered, dryly. Quite the stamina. Peng Fulai's face turned strange. Not 7, but I'm still pretty good. After half an hour, everyone on the 3rd floor was questioned. Then came Wei Xingshou, graceful and elegant. The Lanyue Tower's rooms are named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches, but Wei Shi's is called the poetic residence. I was with Mr. Peng in the evening. I didn't leave, and noticed nothing unusual. My maid, however, went out twice. Around the Cho hour, I asked her to bring food and water. Water? Why? Situ Zhong asked, confused. Wei Shi hesitated, looking apologetically at Peng Fulai. Peng Fulai's face reddened. Mr. Peng seemed unwell. He fell asleep immediately, sweating profusely. It might have been the heat, so I asked Yer for ice. Peng Fulai shrank back, clutching his forehead. 7 times in one night, I exclaimed. Zhang Taishan, emboldened, chimed in, a true courtesan. Slender and shapely, a delightful touch. Greatly improved his combat power. He flexed his biceps at Peng Fulai. He hadn't achieved 9, but he wasn't weak. Peng Fulai looked ashen, wishing he could disappear. After Wei Shi's testimony, he would face questioning, and the scorn of everyone. I glanced at Wei Shi, slender and elegant. He'd been overzealous with his boasting. Careful, something's wrong with Situ Zhong, Peng Fulai said nervously. My friends' faces grew serious. I know, I said, narrowing my eyes. He's trouble. Zhang Taishan questioned, but why the audacity? To arrest me without evidence? My Qingyi family isn't easily provoked. Someone must have instructed him, Peng Fulai said, suspicious. Or it's linked to Captain John's major river case. My heart sank. For generations, the Qingyi family had served as admirals of the Chaojiang Navy, responsible for river defense. My father is the current admiral. If a major river case exists, there's a high chance my family is involved. Unease churned, but I suppressed it. My priority was to clear myself. While we spoke, Wei Shi signed her statement. Peng Fulai sighed, heading towards Situ Zhong like a man walking to his execution. I wasn't interested in bloating. I carefully reviewed everyone's statements. The Trey family refuses an autopsy, Zhang Hanyun said, returning with detectives, her brow furrowed. The Lanyue Tower staff are unhelpful, and Xiao Lele and I found nothing in the warehouse. We need to look elsewhere. I wasn't surprised. I'd already examined the warehouse. Its location, in the hidden left courtyard, made it ideal for nighttime activities. Plus, access was lax. Even with the three-tailed fox, Zhang Hanyun might not find clues. The Cui family's reaction was equally unsurprising. We can seal the warehouse. I have some new leads. After reviewing all statements, I scanned the room, stopping on a man in an apron, smelling of oil. You're the chef? Second chef, sir. The head chef was asleep by 9 p.m. After 9 p.m. You were in charge? I asked coldly. Explain why many guests fell asleep around 11:30 p.m. The second chef was confused. Situ Zhong's eyes sharpened. He snatched the statements in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme them. Zhang Hanyun's face lit up. Did he drug the food? Over 40 guests wouldn't all sleep in a brothel, I said coldly. The girls, staff, and boys are fine. The drug must have been in the food for the guests. The sheep waste in wolfberry soup. Peng Fulai exclaimed. That's why I slept until dawn. That soup is known for its aphrodisiac properties. The guests drank it, but the girls didn't. He glared at the madam. You'll pay for this. The madam's face paled. Master Li, there's a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, I said, looking coldly at the cook. Guests on every floor were affected. Not the servers. Tell me, who else was in the kitchen? Only my apprentices and I. We wouldn't have done this. It doesn't make sense, he paused. Except Han Yen. She was very secretive. She wanted lotus seed soup for her miss and spent several minutes in the kitchen. I saw her near the mutton kidney and wolfberry soup. A girl beside Meng Xingyin paled. Don't slander me. I only briefly went to the kitchen. I saw panic, then relief, flash in her eyes. Meng Xingyan also reacted strangely, surprise flickered in her eyes. Excellent. Zhang Hanyun clapped my shoulder. Take the cooks and that girl into custody. We'll search Meng Xingyan's room. Li Xian, you all examine the crime scene, I said. Captain, please have Mr. Situ and his men accompany me. I wouldn't want him to accuse me of planting evidence. I headed to the 5th floor utility room. Master Li is quite familiar with the building, Situ Zhong sneered. Captain Situ phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the statements. All river-facing rooms were occupied. But this utility room was empty. The ideal location for a murder. I scanned the room. Indeed. Situzhong remained silent, arms crossed. The utility room, about 30 square meters, was mostly empty, with debris in one corner. There was a table and bed. I noticed 2 copper basins among the debris, one large, one small. There are saltpeter ice-making tools here. Lanuela kept them for backup, I said, examining the floor. It's been cleaned, but there are blood traces in the floorboards. Ancient times lack modern forensics. Fingerprints would have sealed the case. This world has methods for trace detection, but I haven't learned them. My training is still insufficient. There are blood spatter patterns under the table, indicating the attack location, I continued, pulling a dagger from my sleeve to sketch a figure on the floor. The victim was likely here. Situzhong watched impassively, but a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The debris has been disturbed. The dust patterns and fingerprints suggest a struggle, followed by hasty cleanup. Some traces remain, though. My gaze landed on stacked benches. Beneath, nestled in the cracks of the floorboards, were 2 objects out of place. I retrieved them with a handkerchief. Captain Situ, I believe this ends my ordeal. A woman's fingernails, Situzhong said, having seen them. One was broken, with an irregular edge and pink oil. A dark brown spot the victim's blood. He looked at me with a complex expression. Your luck is remarkable. It wasn't luck. John Hanyun's 3-tailed fox could have easily solved this. Returning downstairs, Zhang Hanyun greeted us. Li Xian, you're timely. The case is solved. We found saltpeter traces in Meng Xingyan's room. She gestured to 2 kneeling women. Hanyan implicated Meng Xingyan in poisoning the kitchen and stealing saltpeter. She admitted to sleeping with Meng Xingyan, but secretly left during the Cho hour, returning over half an hour later. Meng Xingyan's face was white. She looked at me pleadingly. Sir, Hanyan framed me. If I'd left, I'd be struck dead by lightning. I've heard such oaths before, Zhang Hanyun said dismissively. You say you didn't leave? Who can corroborate that? If you have grievances, go to the Yamen. Meng Xingyan looked at Zhang Taishan for help, but he shook his head. He'd slept through the night. I examined their hands. She's not the murderer. A buzz swept the room. Everyone stared, except Situzhong. She's not the murderer? Zhang Hanyun looked at me skeptically. We have witnesses and evidence. The murderer was clever, but unlucky, I said, scanning the room until my gaze settled on a pair of delicate hands. The owner trembled. I approached Wei Shi. Miss Wei, I recall you having longer nails yesterday. Her color drained. She looked at her hands. Master Li, you're observant. They were bothersome, so I cut them. And you were at the crime scene, I said, producing the handkerchief. You'll recognize these. They have the victim's blood. Zhang Hanyun took the handkerchief. The room fell silent. You doubt me? Wei Shi said with a brittle smile. Why would you assume these are mine? Who else? Meng Xingyan spoke, staring at the handkerchief. That's Binjihong nail polish. Only Women's Workshop sells it. Only Wei Shi could afford it. I didn't know about Binjihong, but I recognized the nails from yesterday, and Wei Xingshou, you're the only one here with recently cut nails. She stared, ferocious. I use Binjihong, and I'm the only one in Lanuela who gets manicures. But what's your proof? Sophistry won't help, I said. Cui Zizhan's troops are nearby. He'll make you and Hanyan regret falling into our hands. I used Situzhong's own threat against Wei Shi. My evidence was enough for a conviction. The Cui family would exact terrible revenge. But Peng Fulai frowned. I remember holding someone last night. I looked at Wei Shi, then at her maid. Slender and shapely, a delightful touch. Peng Fulai's eyes widened. Her maid? Besides the drug, shoddy work. I sneered. Wei Xingqiu, still denying it? You may not fear the Chui family, but what about your maid and that girl? The maid's face turned ashen, yet she remained silent. It was me, Wei Shi sighed, her spirit breaking. They were accomplices. Your motive? Jiang Hanyun asked. Wei Shi's face twisted. 3 years ago, Cui Hongshu and his friends tortured my 13-year-old sister to death. I'd saved enough to ransom her. They were beasts. Jiang Hanyun was shocked. Take them away. Mr. Situ, send them to the 6.OC. And search Miss Wei's room. Wei Shi laughed bitterly as officers shackled her. Just as they let her out, I shouted, "Wait!" I stared at her coldly. Why frame me? We have no quarrel. It was impulsive. I saw you arguing with him, and I was there. She didn't look back. I frowned, a grim feeling settling over me. Then, a slim figure entered Wei Shi's poetic residence on the 4th floor. Guards were present, yet they were oblivious to her. She surveyed the room, focusing on a bronze mirror. With a flick of her sleeve, dark flames ignited on the mirror's surface, revealing an inscription, "Your wish is granted." My hatred endures. Fool, she sneered, approaching the river-facing window. She leaped out, landing on a fishing boat. The inscription vanished. Jiang Hanyun and I returned to the 6.OC Suzaku Hall after over half an hour. She was sullen, staring out the window. I was preoccupied. The river case. Jiang Hanyun knew little in situation. I couldn't fathom his motive. Lost in thought, Jiang Hanyun suddenly flicked my forehead. What are you thinking? I'm talking to you. Ah? I looked up, meeting her curious gaze. I composed myself. I was lost in thought about the case, Captain. What were you saying? My opinion of Wei Shi's case, she said, her eyes cold. I've reviewed the files. She wasn't lying. 3 girls under 14 were raped and tortured to death. Beasts. The case is closed, I said. Overturning it would offend many. If you pity Wei Shi, prevent further suffering. That displays compassion. But if you overturn it, I'll assist. My words rang with conviction. Jiang Hanyun was surprised. You possess a strong sense of justice. I merely sought your opinion. Overruling her verdict is a decision. Then her expression shifted. You were scheduled for night duty with Ma Chenggong yesterday. You skipped work and went to a brothel. My scalp tingled, cold sweat broke out. I hadn't expected her to notice. Returning to Zhuke Hall, Situ Zhong had brought the prisoners. The hall was empty, there weren't enough officers to conduct a trial. We filed the case report and imprisoned them in Zhuke Hall's rear prison, adjourning the trial. As I wrote the report, a young man rushed in. Li Dallo? I exclaimed. He was my predecessor's most trusted servant, reliable, knowledgeable, and skilled. But his face was pale, drenched in sweat. Young master, trouble at home. A message arrived from the capital. Uncle Chingy has been dismissed as admiral, and he and the prince are under investigation. My eyes narrowed. I'd suspected trouble, but not this. A chill ran down my spine. I'd rejoiced at becoming a second-generation official, but my tenure was remarkably brief. Dismissed? Why? Li Dallas shook his head, bewildered. I knew I wouldn't get answers from him. I rushed out. I reached Chingy Mansion in under 7 minutes. The scene was unsettling. Our family, though only princes, were highly influential. The admiral's position was practically hereditary. Even at night, the mansion was usually bustling. But today, only a few carriages remained, an aura of desolation hanging over the place. Where are they? I dismounted, heading straight for the door. The steward approached. Young master, they're in the study. Uncle Chengy requested your presence. Unease nodded at me. This was our first meeting since my arrival. I feared exposure, their sorrow at their son's death and replacement, and their reaction to me. I also dreaded facing relatives. I'd been estranged from mine since childhood. I was a child of divorce, afflicted with a heart condition. My parents divorced when I was 7, remarried, and had children. I felt like an unwanted child, alienated from both families. Even my grandparents, who raised me, felt more like landlords than relatives. I was used to being alone. Now, I had relatives, but I struggled with the closeness. Entering the study, I met the cold stares of my father, Li Qingji, and my older brother, Li Yan. They looked at me with suspicion. My father, Li Qingji, was around 50, with a somewhat mean appearance and a height of around 5 feet 3. My brother, Li Yan, resembled him, except for his tall, imposing figure. I touched my face, questioning the familial resemblance. While I shared my mother and uncle's features, the differences between father, son, and brother were striking. My father and brother, Li Yan, are biologically related, at least, father never questioned it. I hear you spent last night at a brothel, Li Yan said with a smile. And you were involved in a murder case, nearly arrested? How do you know? I eyed him suspiciously. It was recent news. Was he exceptionally well informed, or was someone watching me? If you don't want secrets, act discreetly, father, Li Qingji snapped. 12 days a month at a brothel? Unbelievable. I didn't flinch. Father, how dare you spy on me? This wasn't disrespect. My predecessor acted this way with father rebellious, disregarding authority. How else would I know your habits? You scoundrel! He thundered. His expression softened. But you did use your skills to solve that case without disgracing the Li family. Otherwise, 3 days and nights in the ancestral hall would have been your punishment. Li Yan remained skeptical. He solved a case? Father, are you mistaken? During his apprenticeship, he barely showed up half the time. If he actually learned anything from Lu Da, pigs would fly. Yenner, you're wrong. Father surprised me by defending me. Shenner is intelligent, just undisciplined. The imperial master praised his talent years ago. Wisdom comes naturally. Father! Li Yan protested. Those were polite words. I couldn't solve the Lanuela case alone, I said, relieved that my actions so far had held up. My sarcasm was evident. 50 days out of 6 months? I, Li Xian, am incredibly gifted. I can learn 7 or 8 things in 10 days. If father hadn't forced me into the 6th Daosi, I could have aced the civil service exam. Some people lack ambition. If they're stupid, they wish everyone else were, too. I genuinely considered the civil service exam as a child, convinced I'd ace it in 2 or 3 years, so this wasn't entirely a boast. Li Yan was speechless. My brother? I turned to father. Father, I heard you and brother were dismissed. What happened? I didn't expect an answer, but after a glance, father sighed. It's been hushed up, but it can't be hidden. Yesterday, the second prince was ordered to return to Nanjing. He was attacked and disappeared on the Yangtze River. My face drained. Father, were you part of the escort? No, but as Chaojiang Admiral, I can't escape blame. His face was grim. Shenner, regardless of your past behavior, I would always help. But that's over. Our family may not survive this. You must protect your position in the 6th Daosi. Even if our family falls, you'll be secure. This serious? Father, are you tricking me? The respectable father from my memories was gone. He'd admitted defeat before his sons, indicating the family's dire situation. What do you think? He sneered. It's more than the prince's disappearance. The situation is complex. If we're not careful, the entire family will fall. Don't be foolish. If you act recklessly, I will break your legs. Shenner, you're 18. I don't expect you to stand alone yet, but you must understand. I thought for a moment. Situ Zhong seemed intent on harming me. Is this connected to your dismissal? With us in disfavor, all sorts of vermin emerge, father said disdainfully. Speaking of Situ Zhong, were you injured? Minor injury, I said, touching my chest. Situ Zhong was powerful. While I seemed fine, I was shaken. You deserved it, father sighed. Our Cold Sky Sword and Cold Breath Fierce Palm are top tier. With dedicated training, you'd be at the 4th level now, capable of self-defense. Why fear Situ Zhong? Li Yan agreed. Disgraceful. I resented my predecessor's laziness. He'd only reached the 2nd level in the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique. Insufficient for this world. But I couldn't achieve mastery overnight. Father surprised me. Instead of further scolding, he approached a bookshelf. After manipulating a pen holder, a small door opened, revealing 2 boxes. Li Yan looked helpless. Father, seriously? Your brother's life is in danger. Father glared. He opened the boxes. This is the Kueino Luminous Armor. It withstands 3 blows from an 8th level cultivator. This is a Nayuan Pearl, to store energy for the armor. I gasped. For me? Father's expression was harsh. To save your life. Others will target you. If you're in danger, seek out major government offices, military camps, or noble residences. I was worried and relieved. Worried about the people threatening father. Relieved by the Kueino Luminous Armor. I frowned. 5 attacks? Is that enough? I'm now dedicated to the Qingyi family's martial arts. But I worried about changing too drastically. This incident was a perfect cover. I could prove my transformation without suspicion. I'm not negotiating, father said grimly. You'll master the Cold Breath Fierce Palm Anihan Divine Sword, and reach the 3rd level in the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique within 3 months. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and confine you for life. Better a cruel imprisonment than constant grief. His urgency stunned me. Seeing my surprise, he softened. Xianer, our family is influential, but powerful figures are unpredictable. They might disregard our wealth. And now, with our troubles, many covet our possessions. This is vital, Xianer. This is your lifeline. Fine, I'll do it. I said, scooping up the boxes. I'll practice the palm and sword techniques, but I can't guarantee the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique within 3 months. I'll try my best. Father was taken aback. You agreed so readily? He eyed me suspiciously. I'll personally supervise you tomorrow. Don't try to trick me. The first thing I did was don the Kueino Luminous Armor. It's leather, covering my upper body, but its protection extends to my whole body without hindering movement. I decided to wear it constantly, except for showering and sleeping. Such protection shouldn't be neglected. Following father's instructions, I knelt in the ancestral hall for an hour, then visited my mother, Lady Lu. Since arriving, I'd been closest to her. I'd always been dutiful. But today, I found her in a small Buddhist hall near the family temple. She sat cross-legged before a Buddha statue, chanting and tapping a wooden fish. The statue had been recently cleaned and regilded, gleaming brilliantly. Mother, what's this? You barely visited this hall before. Is this helpful? Your chanting seems off. Xianer, don't speak like that before Buddha. Mother said angrily, then hesitantly, the abbot of Baoen Temple said sincere devotion is rewarded. Buddha won't abandon his devout followers. Mother, you must have given him a hefty donation, I said, smirking. 500 taels, she beamed. I'm also commissioning a golden statue for Jingli Yuli Bodhisattva. The abbot called me a benevolent donor. He said I could become a lay person and eventually a bodhisattva. A pang of something, perhaps my past life's emotions, struck me. 500 taels could have kept my predecessor in the best brothels for half a month. I understood why mother, a stunning woman who could rival Shishir and Diao Chan, ended up like father. Even at middle age, she was remarkably beautiful. Mother, you've donated 10,000 taels to Baoen Temple, haven't you? You're devout, and as the saying goes, the Buddha resides within. We don't need to seek blessings externally. Ba will surely protect us. Yes, yes. She agreed, then looked at me worriedly. Shinner, you got into trouble today? Were you hurt? Father didn't tell you? I said, showing I was fine. I'm unscathed. Thank goodness. I still didn't trust your father. She sighed, then frowned. Shinner, your father mentioned future troubles. People will target you. Why don't you resign? Stay home, I'll provide for you. Father urged martial arts training, mother wanted me grounded. Mother, that's wrong. If I resign, how will I support myself? I can't rely on our family forever. I secretly desired a life of leisure, but the situation wouldn't allow it. So what? Mother's voice hardened. Our family can support you. I'm planning something, once it's successful, you'll be wealthy. And you'll still have my dowry. It's all yours. That's not right, Mother. Brother will object, I said, remembering her vast dowry: 30 shops, 200 hectares of farmland, a dozen hills of mulberry and hemp. It was protected by law, even in a house raid, unless for treason. He dares. It's my dowry. He'll get nothing more. She huffed. That ungrateful boy only listens to his wife. He'll receive nothing more from me. It was a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflict. I'd benefit from their feud. Oh, Shinner, Duke Su is hosting a garden party. You must come. A garden party? It's for women, why would I go? There are young men. Don't ask why. She smiled. 1,000 taels if you attend. I heard you're short on funds. Mother, why do you always bribe me? I frowned. When is it? Leaving the Buddhist hall with 1,000 taels, I sighed. Mother's words shattered my new life plan. My predecessor's excesses weren't entirely his fault, he was idle, not malicious. It was early, but I went to my quarters, retrieved my Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique manual, and began studying intently. The manual contains only illustrations, no text. The Li family's method of protecting our martial arts secrets. Our techniques are passed down orally. Though my predecessor was lazy, Father had ingrained the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique's key points in him. My learning ability is excellent. I'd neglected my studies, but after picking up my books in high school, I aced my exams and received a scholarship, demonstrating exceptional intelligence and memory. I understood the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique on my first day here. But I reviewed the illustrations before each practice, seeking to memorize every detail. Some illustrations are crucial to the technique. Strangely, I'd forget parts, even after flawlessly recreating them the day before. This is supposedly because certain aspects align with the way of heaven. Only those of sufficient cultivation can retain them perfectly. It was miraculous. Even more so was the technique itself. It defied logic. Following the illustrations, one cultivates true energy capable of incredible feats, something I'd never imagined. But it worked. In 10 days, my true energy significantly increased. After thoroughly memorizing the illustrations, I sat cross-legged, palms up, and visualized qi flowing through my meridians, as instructed. The qi's size, shape, and nature vary with cultivation level and individual differences. My predecessor could only visualize a tiny seed-sized ball of cold qi. Any larger, and he'd get a headache. I didn't follow his limitations. On my first day, I attempted a soybean-sized ball. I succeeded, with no ill effects. The next day, I visualized a finger-sized ball, with hints of thunder interwoven. The Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique, obtained from Taoists by the first Chen Jibo, cultivates powerful, solid qi, capable of visualizing natural phenomena and achieving remarkable feats. Our family traditionally practiced cold element techniques. My brother, Li Yan, however, masters both ice and fire, supplementing his family techniques with a high-level fire sword technique from his wife's dowry. On the third day, I attempted a walnut-sized ball. I felt discomfort swelling and tearing in my meridians, indicating a lack of development. I decided to proceed gradually. Then I shifted focus to the quality of the qi. On the fourth day, I visualized the qi as ice, not air. This was disastrous. I felt a blow to the head, dizziness, and pain, as if scratched by ice shards. This confirmed the technique strengthens both body and mind. My mental fortitude, perhaps altered by time travel, is far superior to my predecessors. After recovering, I continued on the fifth day, visualizing liquid ammonia, a substance I knew from my previous life, soft, low density, but incredibly cold. The Li family uses various cold substances: winter air, ice, snow, Tainuan water, ancient ice, etc. Progressing from intangible to tangible, to cultivate cold energy. I experimented with liquid chlorine, sulfur dioxide, methane, and various refrigerants. Liquids and gases proved less taxing, yielding powerful cold energy and strengthened true energy. Today, I attempted liquid nitrogen, with a boiling point of 96 C. Given the risk, I took several Shaoyang pills, spiritual elixirs dissolving accumulated cold energy. The cold was intense, but manipulating the liquid nitrogen was surprisingly smooth. I stopped there, and diligently continued the Hunyuan celestial elephant techniques exercises. The technique's meridian flow pattern maximizes efficiency. I circulated the walnut-sized qi 3 times. I was exhausted, but my abdomen felt full. This brief practice exceeded months of previous efforts. Lingering coldness made me shiver. This was my golden finger. While I lacked a system or a mentor, my talent combined with modern knowledge was exciting. At this rate, I'd reached the 3rd level in weeks, greatly strengthening my cold breath fierce palm. Exhausted, I took Shaoyang pills to alleviate the coldness, and slept until a banging on my window awoke me. Li Dalu was banging gongs. Li Dalu. I snapped. Are you trying to die? It's not even dawn. Then I saw father standing behind him, grim-faced. You're going to Zhuke Hall at 9. Get up and practice. 10 miles from Jinling to Qinhuai, there is the Moon Tower. Li Xian was woken up early in the morning by a violent knock on the door, and then the hangover sequelae came one after another. His stomach was churning, his limbs were tired and weak, and his head felt like there were 1,000 gongs and drums ringing, giving Li Xian a headache. Almost bursting. At this moment, he forgot who he was and subconsciously fumbled for his phone on the bedside and body. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Li Xian remembered that there was no such thing as a mobile phone in this world, and he was no longer in that modern world. His current identity is Li Xian and Li Qianji, the second son of Prince Qingyi of the Jin dynasty. Today is the 10th day since he came to this world. Qianji. The banging on the door from outside became more intense, and at the same time a loud voice came in. How long are you going to sleep? If you don't go back, your father will punish you by kneeling in the ancestral hall if he finds out. Li Xian's heart trembled, and then he got up extremely quickly. He didn't even bother to wash up. He hurriedly arranged his clothes a few times and quickly pushed the door open and walked out. Waiting outside the door were his 2 former friends, Zhang Yu and Zhang Taishan, the second son of Uncle Huayuan, and Peng Fulai, the eldest son of the wealthy Peng family in Yangzhou. The former is 8 feet tall, has a powerful and masculine appearance, and is extremely strong with extremely strong tendon muscles all over his body. The latter is a fat little man less than 1.6 meters tall. His whole body is covered in fat and he moves like a rolling ball of meat. The 2 of them were obviously startled by Li Xian, who was as pale as paper. Zhang Taishan took a closer look at him, and then sneered, "If I hadn't known that no one was in your room last night, I would have thought you had it's over." Roll. Li Xian cursed angrily, then weakly pressed his fingers on his brain. "Don't mess with me. I accidentally drank too much yellow soup and I have a headache." "But why did you drink so much?" Peng Fulai asked with a smile like Maitreya Buddha. "We finally came out here just to sleep with women? But you are good, yesterday you only focused on drinking. Where can you not drink this wine?" "I saw 2 girls yesterday. I can't wait to turn my back on you." It wasn't there before, but recently Li Xian seems to have completely grown up. His facial features have become more handsome, and he has a bit more elegance that comes from nowhere. His speech and conversation have also become gentle, humorous, and interesting. When Li Xian heard this, he smiled awkwardly and made no excuse. He is a pure and innocent man in the new era, how can he stand the fireworks? There is no way he would be interested in the women in this place. If he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to act too unusual after traveling through time, he wouldn't have wanted to follow him. Li Xian originally made up his mind to pretend to be drunk, but after 3 bowls of wine, he remembered everything about his past in that era, and then he couldn't help but drink to drown his sorrows. It's also because the alcohol content in this world is too low, so you can get high if you don't pay attention. Zhang Taishan looked at him with disdain. In the final analysis, you are still too weak. He patted his chest and said with a red face, look at me, after 9 times in one night, I'm still alive and kicking. Peng Fulai also smiled, I am slightly inferior, only 7 times a night. He paused for a moment before smacking his lips with a sense of aftertaste. Our family's Wei Xingshou, you may not think that she is thin and frail, like a weak willow supporting the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, but her clothes are unexpectedly full of material and slim and fit. It's plump and well proportioned, and overall it feels great in the hand, greatly increasing my combat power. Li Xian looked disgusted. Okay, don't brag about me here. If you don't want to be beaten, leave quickly. When they said this, they had already descended to the 2nd floor of the Lanyue Tower. It was at this time that the 3 of them looked slightly startled, and saw a large number of government officials suddenly swarming outside the window bars, blocking the inside and outside of the Moon Building. There were also several dissatisfied prostitutes who were beaten with bloody wounds by the scabbards of these government officials, which also caused the girls in the building to scream. What happened? Who in the building committed the crime? Or is it hiding a gangster? Li Xian was equally astonished. As far as he knew, the background of the Lanyue Tower was very profound, and no one from the government would dare to disturb it. Have these Yingtian mansion officials taken the courage of a leopard today? But then he saw a donkey cart pulling a coffin behind these government officials. In front of the donkey cart was a middle-aged knight wearing a purple hunting suit, a black cloak, and a scar on his face. This man glanced up and down at Lanyue Tower, especially after seeing Li Xian. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he dismounted and strode into the lobby of Lanyue Tower. At this time, a policeman was already shouting loudly in the building, "Who is the madam? Get out of here! Everyone in the building, etc., hurry to the lobby. We are handling the case under the orders of Tinfu Yamen. If you have anything to ask, wait." Li Xian and the 2 people next to him looked at each other, and they both saw a bit of sadness on each other's faces. Their methods of leaving the house are very irregular. If they delay here for too long, they will inevitably end up in a miserable state. Why don't we just break out? Zhang Taishan had a bad idea. Li Xian refused directly. What are you trying to break in? The purple-robed chief arrester is Situ Zhong, who is known for his short temper. If we really dare to break in, he will never finish us off. In the end, Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai had no choice but to accompany Li Xian to the lobby of Lanyue Tower. Shortly after, the coffin on the donkey cart was also carried in. The coffin had no lid, and the scene inside made many people present involuntarily step back. Only a few strong men in servant clothes remained standing still with pale faces. Li Xian also glanced inside the coffin. When he saw a swollen figure inside, he was stunned for a moment. Although the corpse's face was bloated and disfigured, he still recognized it. It was Cui Hongshu, the youngest son of Princess Boping, one of the famous dandies in Nanzili, and his former rival. About half an hour ago, Huafan reported the case. They found this person's body 200 feet downstream from Lanyue Tower. After identification, this person was Cui Hongshu, the son of Bowling Scholar. Situ Zhong had already sat down in front of a round table with a golden sword. Someone witnessed Cui Hongshu entering Lanyue Tower last night. I want to know if this is true. When did he leave? Sir, Mr. Cui drank in our Lanyue building last night until midnight. Because it was too late, he stayed in the building overnight. That was the Madam of Lanyue building, UU reading www.ukanshu. Net her face was also extremely ugly. I arranged for him a private room D on the 4th floor. Situ Zhong nodded slightly. Then did he conflict with anyone in the building? Or encountered any enemies? The madam's breath froze and she glanced at Li Xian covertly. Li Xian was also very surprised. Under normal circumstances, Situ Zhong, as a veteran detective, should not ask this question unless he already knew the identity of the murderer. This suddenly made him feel something bad. Premonition. At this time, a servant with a sword on his back stood up and pointed at Li Xian angrily. "Captain Situ, our young master has always had a grudge against Li Xian. He also had a verbal conflict with Li Xian in the building last night." Situ Zhong immediately raised his eyebrows and locked his eyes on Li Xian. After Li Lexing, the Yihan divine sword who once froze the Huaiha River for 300 miles with a single blow, Li Xian, the second son of Uncle Chang? May I ask where you were when you were ugly last night? Is there any witness? Besides, his eyes became as cold as a knife. Our co-worker also found light red palm marks on his body, which are suspected to have been injured by cold-type palm techniques. How should you explain it? Before Situ Zhong finished speaking, the crowd gathered in the hall was already in an uproar. Next to them, Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai looked at Li Xian with astonishment in their eyes, and the pale-faced servants also glared at Li Xian. Li Xian was even more confused for a while. The ancestral martial arts of the Qingyi mansion, the Han Shi Lai palm, was one of the famous cold palm techniques in the world. It was passed down from son to son, not from daughter to daughter. It was unique. Showtime converted to modern time is from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. But at 11 o'clock last night, he was already drunk and unconscious. You can't answer, can you? Situ Zhong's voice was like thunder. Get it for me. Following Situ Zhong's roar, dozens of chains with hooks flew up from the hands of the surrounding government officials in an instant, and were locked in the direction of Li Xian. This made Li Xian both shocked and angry, and his whole body felt chilly. Before he could react, Zhang Taishan roared, "Situ Zhong, how dare you!" He slashed in front of Li Xian with a series of sword flashes, knocking back all the hooks and chains. Peng Fulai also waved his hand, and a total of 19 darts flew out of his sleeves, rebounding all the hook locks that came in the second wave, and nailed them to the surrounding beams one by one. Can't you just speak up? Situ Zhong, you don't have any personal or physical evidence, yet you dare to convict my brother? Situ Zhong raised his eyebrows. Are you planning to resist arrest? That's exactly what I want. He put down the teacup in his hand with a calm expression. At this moment, his figure seemed to be motionless, but there was a strong black fist, like a tiger, striking Zhang Taishan's blade fiercely and without mercy. The latter was unable to resist at all, and flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing dozens of wooden walls in succession. Peng Fulai was confused for a while. In the past, the two of them had always relied on this person to support the scene and act as a human shield. What should they do now? And just as the debris was flying, Situ Zhong had already dodged in front of Li Xian and Peng Fulai, and with the same black fist, he hit the little fat man standing in front. Li Xian finally came back to his senses. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, and he immediately pulled Peng Fulai to his side. At the same time, he moved his palms to condense the ice, and used all his strength to block the opponent's fist. With a muffled sound of boom, the marble floor under Li Xian's feet instantly shattered, and his men continued to retreat involuntarily, unable to stop until they were 20 steps away, leaving a deep hole with almost every step. However, Situ Zhong also exclaimed in surprise and glanced at his right hand in surprise. It is indeed the cold breath fierce palm. I saw that a layer of ice had condensed on his arm, and even the energy and blood of his skin were affected, making it somewhat sluggish. At the same time, Situ Zhong also noticed that Peng Fulai next to him opened his sleeves with a fierce voice, revealing a purple gold arm crossbow on his arm, surrounded by a layer of dense spiritual light. It was an extremely powerful magic weapon, pointing at him from afar. Are you crazy, Situ, arresting the head? My brother is the son of the Qingyi prefecture, a noble founder of the country. Don't you know that the punishment is not as good as that of a scholar official? Even if he commits a crime, it is not your Yingtian mansion's turn to deal with it. Yeah. Situ Zhong looked disdainful, with a hint of schadenfreude in his words. We Yingtian mansion are not qualified to take charge of it, but within an hour at most, Li Xian, you will be glad that your case fell into the hands of our Yingtian mansion. You should know who Cui Hongshu is. Right? He is a direct descendant of the Boling Cui family. His mother is the Princess of Boping, and his father is Cui Chengyu, the supervisory censor of southern Jili. I guess now, this cousin of the supervisory censor is the right-hand man of the southern Jili prefecture. The commander of the guard sent Cui Ziji to look at the troops and horses under his tent. Maybe they are already on their way. Li Xian finally stopped. At this time, his chest and abdomen were turbulent, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his lips. Situzhong smiled coldly, his tiger eyes still staring at Li Xian like a wolf. Come with me, Mr. Li, I can guarantee that at least your life will be safe in Yingtianfu Yamen. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Xian's mind. He was a little panicked at first. Whether he was a small forensic doctor in his previous life or a dandy in this era, he would inevitably panic after encountering such a thing. But after he got over the initial confusion, he realized that panic could not solve any problem, and his thoughts became extremely calm and clear. Li Xian knew that Princess Bopping and the Belinqui family were indeed something his family could not afford to offend. If they were confirmed to be the murderers, not only would he himself be killed in prison, but his family would also be affected. However, judging from the current situation, he can resolve the crisis as long as he handles it properly. First of all, we must not let this Situzhong go. Even if he makes a big fuss here, he cannot achieve what the other party wants. As Peng Fulai said, punishment is not available to scholar officials. This does not mean that scholar officials are not punished, but that they are not subject to the 5 punishments of ink punishment, death penalty, beheading punishment, palace punishment and large-scale punishment, and they cannot be interrogated by local officials. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the local government cannot directly arrest a distinguished person like him. Even if there is irrefutable evidence, it must be reported to the Minister of Punishment in Nanjing, and only after obtaining permission can he be interrogated. But this Situzhong, the first thing he did when he entered Lanyue Tower was to capture him. Such an approach cannot but arouse suspicion. Secondly, he must seize the initiative. If Li Xian is sure that he did not kill someone, then there must be clues to eliminate the suspicion. He can first try to solve the problem through his best method. Captain Situ. Li Xian took a deep breath and bowed to Situzhong. Even if we are both in Lanyue Tower and have the cold palm power, it may not be the fault of me, Li Xian. I wonder if Chief Situ can let me take a look at this Cui Hongshu's corpse, allow me to prove my innocence. Situzhong couldn't help but laugh. Why? Just because I am a member of the 6th Daosi Division. Li Xian raised his hand and took a blackwood token in his hand. Since Mr. Cui's murder case involves martial arts, our 6th Dao Division also has jurisdiction. About 1,200 years ago, the Zhou dynasty caused great chaos in the world due to the separatist rule of local vassal towns. At that time, not only were wars going on in the world, but demons and evil cultivators were rampant in the world. There was a great sage who couldn't bear to see the people in dire straits, so he pulled the strings among the 6 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Moism, legalism, and military, and prepared to establish the 6th Daosi, which was responsible for killing demons and investigating all cases related to monks and demons. After that, it survived 2 dynasties. Instead of weakening, its power has developed into a behemoth in these thousands of years, and its power is obviously higher than the imperial power. Li Xian's predecessor was just a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. However, his father was quite capable and moved him into the 6th Daosi Division 2 years ago. Although he was only the lowest-ranking 8th-grade devil-subduing inspection, it gave Li Xian the arrogant capital in Jinling in the past, and also gave him the opportunity to break through this game today. Le Daosi? Situzhong glanced at the token, and then fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his eyes even colder, with sarcasm and a bit of disgust. What about the 6th Daosi Division? As a suspect in this case, you reading www. Ukanshu. Net, do you still want to take over this case? Let you see the body? Give you a chance to destroy the body and eliminate traces? Take it for me. Li Xian's pupils shrank slightly, knowing that things couldn't be better today. He couldn't let this guy manipulate him no matter what, so the only way left was to take action. And just when the hooks and chains all over the sky were flying up again, and Li Xian also put his hand into his sleeve and touched a Taoist talisman inside, a soft and delicate voice suddenly came from outside the moon tower, which was easy to hear. Sounds that can make your ears pregnant. Interesting, I just heard someone say that they look down on our 6th dynasty? When these words came in, the government officials who were waving their hooks and chains and preparing to arrest people all looked like they had seen a ghost. Without exception, they all retracted the hooks and chains around their waists at the speed of flying, and the swords in their hands also returned to their sheaths. Citoyen's face was even more livid. He was already like an eagle with spread wings, soaring to a position phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the ceiling. Later, he could condescendingly attack Li Xian and the others with punches like an eagle's thunder. But after hearing the sound, the brave leader caught a strange coil in mid-air and landed back 4 feet away from Li Xian. At this time, there was also a commotion outside Lanyue Tower. Li Xian looked outside and saw that it was a tall girl wearing a purple narrow-sleeved skirt and a silver-white iron armor. She had a long sword at her waist. This woman has delicate and beautiful facial features like an animated character, and her temperament is seductive and charming. She was obviously wearing a military uniform, but she wore a charming look. There was also a 3-tailed fox with a single horn on its head and a white body on its shoulders. It lay lazily, its tail hooked on the girl's snow-white neck. Hey Jojo's eyes glanced at everyone, and then he lay down his head indifferently, as if he was closing his eyes to rest. We're pretty lucky. Peng Fulai came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Li Xian's ear and whispered in Li Xian's ear, Zhang Hanyun, the demon-subduing captain who was newly released by Ludaosi less than a month ago, is famous throughout South Jili as the iron-blooded Shura and the blood-hand human slaughterer. This woman is famous for being overbearing and unreasonable. I remember that Citoyen was severely injured by her punch 2 years ago and couldn't get out of bed for half a month. At that time, this woman was only 15 years old. Li Xian had already recognized the girl's identity without Peng Fu's reminder. What his friend didn't know was that Captain Jian was still his boss's boss. As for the spirit fox, Li Xian was also impressed. In Li Xian's original memory, it was the blood descendant of the divine beast Bai Zhe and the 9-tailed fox, a powerful and rare spiritual beast. Li Xian was happy, but at the same time he was also feeling sad. Just because he actually missed the night shift at Ludaosi yesterday and came to Lanyue building with Zhang Taishan and the others. And his boss's boss now has a bad reputation. Zhang Hanyun walked in with graceful and light steps, and said with a tisk-tisk sound, "Sure enough, the death of a noble is as heavy as a mountain, and the life of a poor person is as light as a feather." The Lu Taijiang family on Jinpu Street, 7 miles away, encountered thieves. The whole family is dead, but no one has cared about it yet. It's better here, with more than 60 government officials gathered together in one place. It's such a big battle. Then she looked at Citoyen with a smile. What about Lu Daosi? Who said this? Could it be that Mr. Taidan is arresting you? At this moment, there were loud clicking sounds under the girl's feet, and a spider web-like crack appeared on the marble floor. Citoyen's face was as green as water, and he half closed his eyes and cupped his hands. I don't dare to do this for a humble position. Or did you hear it wrong, Captain? How dare you be called brave? The girl in silver armor chuckled, but her eyes were full of disappointment. Then her eyes moved again and she glanced at the hall of Lanyue Tower. Cui Hongshu's murder case will now be taken over by our Lu Dao division. All the government officials in Yingtian Mansion here will they all participate in the investigation and are dispatched by me. Citoyen couldn't help but frown. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Master Captain, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The person who first discovered the body was stopped talking nonsense. Cui Chengyu, the Southern Jili Supervisory Censor, has reported the case to our Lu Dao department. Please ask our department to find the murderer as soon as possible. Zhang Hanyun waved her sleeves and interrupted Citoyen's words. With an arrogant attitude, she regarded Citoyen as if he were nothing, since this murder case involves a distinguished person and is suspected to be committed by a martial artist. It is also within the power and responsibility of our 6th Path Division. Yes, I just vaguely heard someone saying that they wanted to examine Cui Hongshu's body at this time. Zhang Hanyun's eyes had fallen on Li Xian. I remember you, Ma Qinggong's subordinate, Li Xian, the second son of the Qingyi Mansion, an 8th-level demon-suppressing inspector, a spiritual disciple? Li Xian couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This person didn't seem to know that he was absent from work. He hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Before joining the 6th Daosi in a humble position, I learned the art of writing. It's a coincidence that I didn't bring a widower here this time. Jiang Hanyun smiled sweetly and said, although I don't know how many skills you have learned, it doesn't matter if you just have a look. Sir. Situzhong's eyebrows were already furrowed into the Chinese character Sichuan. Li Xian is the suspect in this case. The red palm prints behind the deceased are most likely caused by the cold breath of the Sincerely family. Is there such a thing? Jiang Hanyun was stunned, and then sneered. I said it was just for a look, not to disembowel him on the spot. Besides, with so many people present, he has the ability to do anything? You, Situzhong, have no eyes. You see? Or are you saying, Situzhong, you want to teach me how to do things? At this moment, a dangerous blue light appeared in her eyes. Situzhong's facial features were distorted and his face turned red. Then he took a long breath and took a decisive step back. I don't dare to do it. But I have my word first. He can look at the body, but he can't do any damage. Li Xian saluted Jiang Hanyun gratefully. Thank you, sir. The girl in silver armor looked at him with a faint smile for a while, then turned her head and said, why don't you go and examine the body? Don't let me down. Li Xian felt a little nervous, but he walked to the side of the coffin without hesitation and began to inspect Cui Hongshu's body. He was completely confident about the autopsy. Although his predecessor was a second-generation ancestor, he only had a half experience in writing. But before Li Xian traveled through time, he had been a forensic doctor for 2 years and had rich experience in the autopsy industry. And after time travel, Li Xian's mental power and memory became extra strong for some reason, and he could clearly recall everything taught by the widower at that time. The first thing Li Xian looked at was Cui Hongshu's hair and scalp. After carefully examining it for a while, he then looked at his mouth and nose. There was no sand or white or light red foam in the mouth and nose. It can be seen that he died before falling into the water. There was a slight smell of alcohol in his nose, the muscles did not contract significantly, and the cornea appeared patchy and opaque. Looking at the spots on his body, we can infer that the time of death was indeed around the Chou hour, which should be between the 2nd quarter and the 5th quarter of the Chou hour. There were 2 stab wounds on the vest, almost in the same area. The first stab was inserted to block the ribs, and then the second stab went straight into the heart, which was a fatal wound. It can be inferred that the deceased did not struggle during the 2 stabs. From the angle of penetration, the killer's dominant hand was most likely his right hand. Chicken skin has appeared on the liver area on the back, and there are light red marks in the shape of palms. This is a sign of contact with low-temperature objects before and after death. This is not quite right. Li Xian's technique was extremely skillful and careful. From the hair of the deceased to the nails, every detail was not missed. Following his words, Situzhong and several of his subordinates' faces showed some strange expressions. Jiang Hanyun raised her eyebrows slightly. Then what's wrong? This is not in line with the characteristics of my cold breath palm. Li Xian looked at the girl in silver armor. My cold breath palm will form dark red patches and even frostbite on the whole body 2 hours after death. The color of corpse spots depends on the color of hemoglobin, which is usually purple-red. However, at low temperatures, oxyhemoglobin is not easy to dissociate, and the resulting corpse spots will appear brighter in color. Therefore, frostbite corpse spots are generally bright red and light, but the color of the palm prints behind Cui Hongshu is more purple and black, which is more like the corpse spots after death under normal circumstances. There is only one possibility. The cryogenic object the deceased came into contact with is not cold enough, far less than his cold breath palm. Your sincerity, Li's cold breath palm is indeed amazingly cold. Situzhong calmly interjected, but that depends on who is using it. You reading www.ukanshu. Net your father can freeze 10 miles of rivers with one palm. As for you, with your 3-legged cat skills, you can leave this kind of the mark is completely normal. In addition, the temperature must also be considered. It is a hot summer day, and even late at night, the temperature in the water is high enough to dissolve the cold power of this palm. Li Xian couldn't help but give a cold look and glanced at Situzhong's arm that still had the cold power remaining. If the chief constable thinks that my cold breath palm is not worth a blow and can be easily resolved, then I have nothing to say. His predecessor's cold breath fierce palm was indeed not very good. The key is that the level of his own skill Hunyuan celestial elephant technique is too low. This guy has only reached the second level after practicing for 7 or 8 years. But even if it's only the second level, it's not a trivial matter. It's enough to activate the cold power of the cold breath fierce palm. And after he took over, there has been a great turn for the better. As for the temperature mentioned by Situ Zhong, Li Xian even disagreed. No matter how high the temperature in the Qinhuai River is, it will not cause the corpse spots to change to this degree. This is related to the secret of the cold breath fierce palm. His cold essence can remain in the human body for a long time and continue to work. But now that this person said so, he didn't bother to argue on this point. But there's one thing I haven't had time to say. Li Xian looked at Situ Zhong with cold eyes. Judging from the palm prints, it was caused by squeezing, not contusion. Crush injuries are mostly characterized by congestion, edema, and cyanosis, while contusions are characterized by subcutaneous bleeding. He believed that a famous arrestor like Situ Zhong would not fail to notice the scars. He was about to continue questioning based on the palm marks, when he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. It was a turtle man from Lanyue Tower, holding several bowls of iced sour plum soup for guests to relieve their hangovers. Li Xian's mind moved slightly, and an idea flashed in his mind. Li Xian turned to ask the old bustard who was not far away, who is in charge of the saltpeter in your building. Has there been any abnormal change in the inventory recently? It was already June at this time, and most of the ice cellars of wealthy people had run out of ice, and this Lanyue Tower was no exception. However, as the Lanyue Tower earns a lot of money every day, the rich can use saltpeter to make ice every day for guests coming and going. Saltpeter? The madam pondered for a while. I have always been in charge of the purchasing in this building. Please wait a moment. She left the crowd and returned to the hall about half a quarter of an hour later. When she came back, her expression was very strange. Only 300 kilograms of saltpeter were brought into the building yesterday. But when I compared the accounts just now, the inventory was missing by 35 kilograms. Li Xian cheered up. 35 pounds of saltpeter combined with well water is enough to make a larger ice cube. Another example is to cut the ice cube into a palm shape and press it on the back of the deceased for a long time, which can also cause damage to the corpse. This erythematous palm print. I was wondering just now. The shape of the palm print was wrong, and there were no traces of the metacarpophalangeal joints. So this was a frame-up. And even if my guess was wrong, there was no one else in this building who was good at the cold element. The one with the power of the palm? As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Fulai and Zhang Taishan beside him both looked relieved and relaxed. But after that, they all looked at Li Xian with a little surprise, as if they couldn't believe it. The Li Xian and Li Qianji they remembered had absolutely no such ability. Situ Zhong's eyes were still filled with coldness. You are right, but the suspicion is still there. It's hard to say that you didn't do it deliberately to confuse the public. What are you trying to confuse? I think you are just messing around. Zhang Hanyun glanced over with displeasure. If you dare to talk too much, believe it or not, I will chop you with a knife. Situ Zhanya was agitating, looking at Zhang Hanyun's eyes as if he wanted to devour someone, but he finally endured it and raised his fist towards Zhang Hanyun. Then I will just wait patiently for the captain to find the real culprit. Don't just watch, you have to be obedient. Zhang Hanyun snorted, and then looked at Li Xian with a smile. Don't listen to his noise, we will directly investigate the case and find the murderer. I obey my orders. Li Xian bowed and then felt that something was wrong. Master Xiaowei, may I ask when our 6 Daosi people will arrive? Zhang Hanyun shook his head and said in a soft voice, there is no one else, just the 2 of us. Just now, most of the people in Zhuke Hall were transferred to the river. It was said that a shocking case occurred today. We must search the river with a net. Li Xian was stunned for a while, thinking that there were only 2 of them, so how should they handle the case? In his previous life, Li Xian was just a forensic doctor, and his boss was only famous for her martial arts. I didn't hear that she had any strengths in detective work. As for the men in Yingtian Mansion next to them, it would be good if they don't cause trouble. Li Xian then thought of something and moved his eyes to Zhang Hanyun's shoulder, thinking, right? Don't worry, this case is very simple and easy to solve. As expected, Jiang Hanyun took off the three-tailed fox from her shoulder, pointed at Cui Hongshu's body with one hand, and said go. But then Jiang Hanyun's eyebrows frowned slightly, because the three-tailed fox made no movement at all. It lazily shrank its body into a ball, and swayed its three little tails leisurely. Li Xian was speechless for a while. From the corner of his eye, he even saw Situ Zhong looking at the two of them with interest. You little glutton! Jiang Hanyun sighed, took out a red pill from his sleeve, and brought it to Ling Hu's mouth. After eating, hurry up and do your work, don't be lazy. But the three-tailed spirit fox remained as cold as ever and remained motionless. Jiang Hanyun was puzzled at first, and then frowned. The cracks on the floor under her feet continued to expand with a clicking sound. I advise you not to go too far, little Lele. There are so many people watching, so at least give me some face. Sir. Li Xian couldn't stand it any longer. He quietly approached the silver-armored girl's ear and said, this body has been soaked in water for 2 or 3 hours. Although your spiritual pet is the queen of the mythical beast by Zay, I'm afraid I can't smell anything. Jiang Hanyun's movements suddenly froze, her eyes were confused, and her complexion turned green and white. After about 30 breaths, the girl in silver armor put the spirit fox on her shoulders again as if nothing had happened, and then asked Li Xian in a low voice with a smile, Inspector Li, I want to ask you a question. According to normal procedures, at this time we should how to do it? This Li Xian felt that he was very capable. If our 6th Daosi division is really short of people to use, why don't you ask the Nanjing Criminal Department for help? Let them send people after the next words. Li Xian swallowed them back into his stomach obediently. He saw the astonishing murderous aura in Jiang Hanyun's eyes. Li Xian's scalp went numb for a while. Why don't we record a confession first? We need to know the location, whereabouts, alibi, and even witnesses of everyone in this building at the time of the crime. And who were the missing saltpeters? Stealing? Besides, it would be best to be able to disembowel and conduct an autopsy. His previous autopsy was limited to Cui Hongshu's external parts. If you want to disembowel the deceased, you must obtain permission from the immediate family. Li Xian estimated that Cui would not agree, but it would be okay to try asking. As far as Li Xian knew, Cui Hongshu's mother, Princess Bopping, lived in the capital all year round, and his father Cui Chunyu seemed to be away on official business and was not in Nanjing. However, Ledaosi has the magic of sending messages from thousands of miles away, so contacting Cui Hongshu's immediate family members is not a problem at all for them. Half a moment later, Li Xian sat with the golden sword in the hall of Lanyu Tower, watching the yamen of Yingtian Mansion questioning all the relevant people in Lanyu Tower. He couldn't trust these officials under Situ Zhong at all, so he could only supervise them personally. Li Xian paid special attention to Situ Zhong. In order to save time, he divided everyone into 10 groups, and Situ Zhong was personally responsible for one of them. This group all had direct contact with Cui Hongshu. Tell me, where were you when you were ugly yesterday? Is there any witness? The first thing Situ Zhong asked was a Nanjing Imperial College student who lived in room A on the 3rd floor and came with Cui Hongshu. I took the girl back to my room on the second watch 9:30 p.m., and I haven't seen Cui Hongshu since then. Miss Tsueluai testifies to me that we have always been together. Situ Zhong continued to ask, so, can you hear anything unusual outside at night? The supervisor frowned, does it count if someone snores all night? From the end of Haishur to dawn, it's like thunder and never stops. It's right next door to me, in room B on the 3rd floor, and I don't know who the evil person is. Gue-san, you made me feel exhausted all night. Zhang Taishan was listening happily, but when he heard about room B on the 3rd floor, his eyes suddenly darkened and he stared at the supervisor with a fierce look. Next was Miss Tsueluai, who lived in the same room. Her voice was soft and weak, I haven't left the room since the 2nd watch. Mr. Han is right. Because the snoring lasted all night, I didn't hear anything moving outside. Then it was the turn of Zhang Yu and Zhang Taishan who were in room B on the 3rd floor. I should have returned to my room at the end of Haishur. I was in the room all night. Miss Meng and her maid can testify for me. Situ Zhong's eyes rolled up, at the end of Haishur? In other words, you slept and snored all night? How can it be? Zhang Taishan was filled with indignation. They are slandering. Situ Zhong simply looked sideways at the woman named Meng Xingyan next to him. What were you doing last night? Meng Xingyan glanced at Zhang Taishan lazily and shrugged calmly, snoring, sleep. This woman had a nice name, and she was also a very beautiful and delicate woman. She covered her lips with a fan, and smiled mockingly and self-deprecatingly. The slave family is not charming enough. Mr. Zhang fell asleep as soon as he entered the room because he was snoring so loudly. Xiang, the slave family had no choice but to spend one night with the maid in the wing room outside. Li Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a while, and Peng Fulai next to him was even more stunned. Did you sleep all night? He is simply squandering natural resources, which is even more excessive than Qian Jiyu. This girl Meng is a little younger, and she will be in the future. I must be the leader of the group that holds the moon tower. TSK. So this is what is called 9 times in one night. Li Xian smiled without warmth. He's so full of life. But then he found that Peng Fulai looked a little strange after he finished marveling, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much all of a sudden? Isn't it just nonsense? How can it be?" Peng Fulai subconsciously denied it at first, but then added, "It's just not as many as 7 times. I'm still very good." After about half a cup of tea, all the 8 people who lived on the 3rd floor and had contact with the deceased were interviewed in front of Situ Zhong. Next is a woman with extremely beautiful appearance, Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net graceful temperament, and graceful woman. This is the first name of Weishir Weishingsho, who lives in the poetic residence on the 4th floor and Lanyu Tower. All the rooms in Lanyue Tower are named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches, but Weishir's residence has the nickname of poetic residence. I was with Mr. Peng in the evening. Yes, I never went out, and I didn't notice anything unusual. However, my maid went out twice on my order. Around the ugly time, I asked her to bring us some food. Water. Fetching water? What's the reason? Situ Zhong looked at the opposite side in confusion. Weishir hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Peng Fulai apologetically. The latter seemed to realize something, and his face suddenly turned red. Mr. Peng seemed to be very weak. He fell asleep after entering the house. He was sweating all the time when he went to bed at night. Of course, it might be because of the hot weather, so I asked Yer to get him some ice cubes. Peng Fulai suddenly shriveled up, holding his forehead and not wanting to speak. Li Xian suddenly realized, what a man who makes 7 calls in one night. Zhang Taishan could not hold his head up when he was beside them. Now he regained his energy and immediately added insult to injury. This is a serious oiran. What did someone say before? Slender and harmonious, rich and well-proportioned. In short, the hand feels excellent and the combat power is great. Big increase, TSK. He also proudly bulged his biceps at Peng Fulai. He did not do it 9 times a night, but at least he was not weak. Peng Fulai looked ashen and wanted to dig a hole to bury himself. After Weishir, it was his turn to be questioned, but under the astonished, surprised, and despicable eyes of everyone around him, Peng Fulai realized that this would be a social death. Li Xian glanced at Weishir, who was slim, thinking that this guy must have lost his mind when he was bragging. You have to be careful, I'm sorry, something's not right about Chief Situ. Peng Fulai was obviously trying to change the subject. However, his words still made the expressions of the 2 friends become solemn. I know. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. This person is indeed a bad person. Zhang Taishan expressed doubts, but where did he get such courage? How dare he arrest you without any evidence? Your Uncle Qingji family is not something that can be provoked by just anyone. It must have been under the instruction of someone. Peng Fulai's eyes showed suspicion, or maybe it is related to the major case that happened on the river that Captain Jiang mentioned? Li Xian's heart sank slightly when he heard this, remembering that Uncle Qingyi had served as the admiral of Chaojiang Navy in the Jin dynasty for many generations, and was responsible for naval drills and river defense from Jinzhou to Zhenjiang. Li Xian's original father is the current Admiral Chao Jiang. If there really is any major case happening on the Yangtze River, then there is a 90% chance that Uncle Chang will be involved. He felt uneasy and confused in his heart, but Li Xian forcibly suppressed them. He knew that the top priority now was to get out of the case here as soon as possible. While several people were talking, Wei Shi had already signed and stamped the confession. Peng Fulai sighed and walked towards Situ Zhong with an expression as if he was going to the execution ground. Li Xian had no intention of gloating over others' misfortunes. He began to put together everyone's confessions in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme them carefully page by page. The Cui family does not agree to disembowelment. While Li Xian was reading through the pages and meditating, Zhang Hanyun came back with a few detectives with her eyebrows deeply furrowed. The people in charge of the Lanyue Tower don't know anything about it. Xiao Lei and I didn't find any clues in the warehouse, so we have to look for other clues. Li Xian was not surprised at all. He had actually taken a look at the warehouse just now. The location is in the left courtyard, which is hidden and unlikely to be witnessed in the middle of the night. Furthermore, the management of the warehouse in Lanyue building is also very chaotic, and many people have access qualifications. In this case, even if Zhang Hanyun had the three-tailed fox in hand, he might not be able to find useful clues. As for Bolinqui's reaction, it was even less unexpected than Li Xian's. The warehouse can be temporarily blocked. I just made some new discoveries here. Li Xian continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme, and after all the confessions had been phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme, he raised his head and scanned the people around him. Finally, his eyes locked on a man in the crowd wearing an apron and smelling of oil. Are you the chef here? The man looked slightly stern. The young one is the second chef here, and the chef had already gone to bed at the beginning of Haishir 9 p.m. last night. So after Haishir, you will be in charge of the kitchen? Li Xian said with a cold face. Explain to me why most of the guests in Lanyue building today came at midnight 11:30 p.m. and then fell asleep? The second chef was confused for a while and had no idea what he meant. Situ Zhong, who was next to him, had a sharp look in his eyes. He snatched all the confessions from Li Xian in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme them one by one. Zhang Hanyun's expression also became excited. She didn't bother to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the confession and directly asked Li Xian for the answer. Did this guy put drugs in his food? There are more than 40 guests in total, it's impossible that they all come to sleep in the brothel? Li Xian's face was as cold as ice. All the girls, Mr. Turtle, and the boys in Lanyue Tower are safe and sound. Then this medicine can only be put in the food specially provided for guests. It's Lanuela's sheep waste and wolfberry soup. Peng Fulai, who had finished recording his confession, slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, no wonder I slept until dawn, my relationship was drugged. The Lanuela's sheep yaokizi soup is famous for its ability to nourish the kidneys, strengthen yang, replenish qi, and generate essence. Most of the guests will drink a bowl of it, but those girls will not drink this. He glared at the madam again with fierce eyes. You have to pay for it. The madam's scalp was numb. Master Li, is there some misunderstanding? It can't be a misunderstanding. Li Xian shook his head and looked at the cook with cold eyes. Guests on the upper and lower floors of Lanyue Tower have been infected. This can't be the fault of the person responsible for delivering soup. Tell me. Well, how many people were in the kitchen at that time? The only ones present at the time were me and a few of my disciples, but how could we have administered the drug? This makes no sense. The second chef was anxious and confused, but then his expression changed slightly. Apart from us, Han Yan also entered the kitchen. At that time, I felt that she was sneaky and her behavior was very suspicious. Li Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Who was Han Yan? It's Meng Xingyan, Miss Meng's maid. The second chef's voice became louder. She said she wanted a bowl of lotus seed soup to relieve the fire for her miss. She stayed in the kitchen for several minutes. I saw her passing by the pot of mutton kidney and wolfberry soup at this time. A girl next to Meng Xingyan, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net, immediately turned pale and shouted, "Don't slander me. I have entered the kitchen, but I have always stayed at the door." Li Xian took a closer look at the girl and saw a trace of panic flashing in her eyes, but other than that, she seemed to be a little relieved. Meng Xingyan next to her also behaved strangely. She frowned slightly, with a bit of surprise in her eyes. Well done. Zhang Hanyun patted Li Xian's shoulder heavily before the second chef finished speaking. At this time, her expression became even more excited. Get all the cooks and this smoking girl down, detained alone. A few more people will join me to search the room of Miss Meng Xingyan. Li Xian immediately clasped his fists and said, I'm going to find the crime scene. Mr. Captain, please ask Mr. Situ and the two arresting brothers next to me to accompany me. If anything is found at the crime scene, I'm worried about the chief arrester. Your Excellency said I fabricated evidence. Li Xian said he was looking for the crime scene, but he drove all the way to the utility room on the 5th floor of Lanyue building. When he opened the door, Situ Zhong said in a sinister voice, Master Li, he is very familiar with the road. Li Xian responded calmly, Captain Situ has also phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red phoneme those confessions. I don't believe you can't tell. All the rooms facing the river in Lanyue building are occupied, but this utility room is vacant. What place should I say? This is the best place for killing people. He was already scanning the room, and then raised his eyebrows as expected. This is really the place. Situ Zhong's eyes also changed a bit, but then he stood with his arms crossed without saying a word, with an expression of sitting back and watching. Li Xian ignored him and began to investigate gradually from the outside in. This utility room is about 30 square meters, and most of it is empty. The sundries are piled up in the southeast corner, covering an area of about 10 square meters. In the open space, there is a table and a wooden bed. Obviously, when the housing supply in Lanyue building is tight, this place can also be used. The first thing Li Xian noticed was the two copper basins placed among the debris. There are two, one big and one small. The diameter of the larger one is comparable to a wheel, while the smaller one is only as thick as an adult man's thigh. There are saltpeter ice-making tools on site. Lan Yuelu should have kept them here for backup. Li Xian then bent down and looked at the ground. The floor has been cleaned and is very clean, but there are still residual bloodstains in the gaps between the floors. It's a pity that this is ancient times and there are no modern technical detection tools. Otherwise, no matter how clean the ground is, it will be useless. He can also directly identify the murderer through fingerprints. However, the souls in this world also have more than 3 spells for identifying traces, but Li Xian himself is ignorant and has not mastered any of them. Li Xian is working hard, but due to limited time and insufficient cultivation, he hasn't made much progress yet. There are a lot of blood spots under the table. It should be that the blood was sprayed here when the prisoner attacked the deceased. Having said this, Li Xian took out a dagger from his sleeve and carved a human figure on the floor. Judging from the traces, the deceased should have been lying here before he was alive. Situ Zhong seemed expressionless, watching coldly from the side, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes that was imperceptible to others. These sundries have been disturbed, the dust is not right, and there are fingerprints left in some places. It can be inferred that after the murderer and the deceased entered the utility room, there was a slight push or even a conflict, which caused some of the sundries to collapse. The murderer tidied them up before leaving. Yes, I guess I was in a hurry to leave and left some traces, huh? At this time, Li Xian's expression moved slightly and he looked in a certain direction. Those were several stacked wooden benches. Under them, in the cracks in the floor, there were 2 things that shouldn't belong here. Li Xian took a closer look, then took out a handkerchief with a smile and picked up the things under the wooden bench. Captain Situ, it seems that I no longer have to suffer this unfair injustice. A woman's nails? Situ Zhong had been watching Li Xian's movements closely, and also saw 2 things under the wooden bench. It was a woman's nail, the first half of which was broken. The broken edge was extremely irregular and was coated with pink essential oil. There was also a dark brown spot on the surface of one of the nail fragments that should be the blood splattered from the wound of the deceased. Situ Zhong couldn't help but glance at Li Xian with a complicated expression. Your luck is really good. Li Xian didn't think he was lucky. In fact, he only needed to bring Zhang Hanyun's 3-tailed spirit fox over and smell it today, and the murder could be easily solved. When Li Xian took Situ Zhong and others back to the hall downstairs, Zhang Hanyun looked at them with a smile. Li Xian, you came just in time. This case has been solved. We are in Mangxingyan. Some traces of saltpeter were found in the room. She pointed to the two women kneeling in front of her again. Han Yan has already identified the woman surnamed Meng as instructing her to poison the kitchen and steal saltpeter. She just confessed that Meng Xingyan slept with her in the penthouse yesterday, but in fact, this woman left alone last night when she was ugly, and it took more than half an hour before she returned to the room. Meng Xingyan's face was as pale as paper. When she saw Li Xian coming, she immediately looked at him with a pleading look. Sir, I don't know why Han Yan framed me, but I can swear it. If I left last night when I was ugly, one step from the door will cause me to be struck by lightning and die. I have seen many people like you. Their deeds are exposed and they dare to swear anything. Zhang Hanyun clicked her tongue, as if she was disdainful. You said you didn't leave? Then there are others who can prove it to you. If not, why should I believe you? If you really have a grievance, you can go to the Yamen and talk about it. Meng Xingyan's eyes were sad, and she looked at Zhang Taishan for help. The latter looked unbearable, but after hesitating for a while, he still shook his head. He fell asleep last night and did not hear Meng Xingyan's movement. Li Xian walked over noncommittally. He took a closer look at the hands of the two women, and then laughed and said, "She is not the murderer." At this moment, the entire hall suddenly became buzzing. Except for Situ Zhong, who was following Li Xian, everyone looked at Li Xian with surprised expressions. Is she not the murderer? Zhang Hanyun stared at first, and then looked at Li Xian suspiciously. Now that we have all the witnesses and material evidence, are you telling me that she is not? I can only say that the murderer is very clever and is very good at confusing people. It's a pity that she is unlucky. As Li Xian spoke, he continued to scan the crowd, and finally his eyes fell on a pair of small and delicate jade hands. Almost at the same time, the delicate body of the owner of these hands trembled slightly. Li Xian sighed and walked up to Wei Shi, who was at the head of Lanyu Tower. Miss Wei, I remember you had your nails on yesterday. The blood on Wei Shi's face had faded away at some point. Her eyes drooped, but she still remained calm and looked at her hands. Young master, you are very careful. I thought it was in the way, so I cut it off. So you stayed at the crime scene? Li Xian took out the handkerchief in his arms. I think Miss Wei should be familiar with them. It is worth mentioning that there are still bloodstains of the deceased on them. Zhang Hanyun frowned immediately after hearing this, walked directly to Li Xian and grabbed the handkerchief in his hand. Everyone around them was also looking at the two people at this moment. The sound in the entire hall gradually calmed down, and after a while, it became audible. Master, are you doubting me? Wei Shi gritted his teeth and seemed to be smiling. But why do you think this is mine? Who else besides you? Meng Xingyan stood up at some point. She stared at the thing in Zhang Hanyun's hand. That's Binjihon. This kind of nail polish is unique to women's workshop. This building is using it, and you, Wei Shi, are the only one who can afford it. Li Xian didn't know the origin of this nail polish. The reason why he judged it to be Wei Shi was, firstly, because he saw it yesterday and it felt familiar. Secondly, Wei Xingshou, of all the girls here today, you are the only one who has had his nails cut off. Wei Shi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Xian with a slightly ferocious look. I do use this ice leaf red, and I am the only one who has my nails done in Lanyue Tower. But so what? Sir, do you want to convict me just based on these two nail fragments of unknown origin? Li Xian shook his head slightly. Does the leader of Wei think that such sophistry and denial is meaningful? I guess the troops of Cui Zizhan, commander of the right guard of the South Zhili Prefecture army, are not far from here. He will let you in. This Han Misian's life would be worse than death, and it will also make you regret falling into the hands of our Lideosi. He directly copied what Situ Zhong had said to threaten him before to intimidate Wei Shi. But Li Xian's words are by no means alarmist. In this era, although they do not have all kinds of high-tech equipment and tools, they do not need to be as rigorous as modern society when investigating and handling cases. The evidence Li Xian had alone was enough to convict Wei Shi. And if the Bolinqui family had the chance, they would definitely take the cruelest revenge on the leader of Wei dynasty. But this is wrong. Ping Fulai frowned. Although I fell asleep yesterday, I remember that I was holding someone in my arms. Li Xian frowned slightly. He glanced at Wei Shi again, then his expression moved slightly, and he glanced at the maid beside her, and then he muttered, slender and well-proportioned, rich and well-proportioned, in short, the hand feels excellent. Peng Fulai is a very smart person, and he can tell with just a few points. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Wei Shi. So the person who slept with me last night was actually her maid? Wow, it doesn't count the drugging, but actually a shoddy product. Li Xian sneered and looked out the door. Wei Xingqiu still refuses to confess? I guess you are not afraid of the Cui family's torture, but you can't bear to see your loyal maid, and this. The smoking girl will also suffer the inhuman torture with you? The smoky face also turned livid, but she gritted her teeth and said nothing. The 28-year-old maid next to Wei Shi, although her eyes were frightened and her body was trembling slightly, she was silent and held her head high stubbornly. It's me. Wei Shi sighed, and she smiled bitterly, her whole body energy declining. They are just accomplices, they are under my instructions. Is it really you? Zhang Hanyun asked slightly suspiciously. Then what was your reason for killing Cui Hongshu? There must be a reason for killing, right? Reason? Haha. Wei Shi's face was ferocious. You reading www.ukanshu. Net and his facial features were almost distorted. 3 years ago, my sister was tortured to death by Cui Hongshu and several dandies in the Jiaofang division. She is only 13 years old. I have collected enough money to redeem her life. They are all a bunch of beasts. A bunch of beasts who will not regret their death. Zhang Hanyun looked startled, then lowered his eyes and waved his sleeves slightly. Take them away. Mr. Situ, you send people to send them to Ludeosi as soon as possible. In addition, deploy a few more capable people. Come with me to search Miss Wei's boudoir. Wei Shi laughed miserably and let several policemen who came over put the chains on her body. But just as she was being escorted by several people to the door, Li Xian suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." He stared at Wei Shi coldly. I want to know why Miss Wei framed me. I have no enmity with you. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I happened to see you conflicting with him, and I happened to be there. Wei Shi didn't even look back at Li Xian and continued to walk outside. Li Xian frowned slightly and looked gloomy. At this moment, on the 4th floor of Lanyue Tower, a slim figure walked into Wei Shi's residence, Poetry Residence. Strangely enough, there were government officials guarding the corridor on the 4th floor, but they were completely unaware of her presence. The woman first glanced around the room, and then fixed her gaze on a bronze mirror. As she raised her sleeve and flicked it, the originally smooth mirror surface suddenly burned with dark fire, revealing a line of words: "Your wish has been fulfilled, and I will never stop hating you." Idiot! The woman sneered and walked towards the window facing the river. And just as she stepped out of the window lattice and jumped down to a fishing boat on the river, the 8 characters on the mirror also completely disappeared without leaving any trace. Li Xian and Zhang Hanyun worked together in Lanyue Tower for more than half an hour before they boarded the carriage back to the 6th Daosi Suzaku Hall. Zhang Hanyun was obviously in a bad mood. She held her chin with one hand and looked out the window blankly. Li Xian was thinking about things. One was the major case that happened on the river. He had already asked Zhang Hanyun about it. But his boss doesn't know the details yet. The second is Situ Zhong, who doesn't understand why this person would target him. Just when Li Xian was deep in thought, Zhang Hanyun suddenly reached out and flicked his forehead. What are you thinking? I'm talking to you, don't you hear me? Ah? Li Xian raised his head and found Zhang Hanyun opposite him looking at him curiously. He immediately pushed away all the distracting thoughts and sat upright with a fist in his arms. My subordinate was thinking about the case, so I was distracted. I wonder what I have to ask about, sir? I asked you what you thought about the case against Sister Wei Shi? Zhang Hanyun's eyes, which were full of autumn water, were now full of cold and evil aura. I had someone transfer the files just now. Wei Shi didn't lie. 3 girls under 14 years old were raped by a group of young men. Those who were tortured to death are indeed a bunch of beasts. Li Xian thought for a moment, and then told the truth. This case has been concluded. If the captain wants to overturn the case, he will offend many people. If you pity Wei Shi, just don't let her fall into the hands of others. This is enough to show your benevolence. But if the captain must overturn the verdict, then I am willing to do my best. After all, Li Xian is a newcomer to society who has only graduated 2 years ago, and he is still full of enthusiasm, so the last 4 words of meager strength he said are extra sonorous and powerful. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyun looked at him in surprise. "Oh, I really didn't realize that you have a strong sense of justice. I was just asking for your opinion, but it's good for you to think so directly. Overturn her verdict." But then she became serious. "I remember the duty schedule. Yesterday you were supposed to be on the night shift with Ma Chenggong, right? Li Xian, you are very brave. You actually dared to skip work and come over to spend the night in a brothel." Li Xian's scalp suddenly became numb and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had thought that Zhang Hanyun hadn't thought of this before. When the two returned to Zhuke Hall, Situ Zhong had also escorted all the criminals over. But what happened next was embarrassing. The entire Zhuke Hall was empty, and Zhang Hanyun couldn't find enough manpower to go to the hall to try the case. The two of them could only make a filing and record of the case first, and then send Wei Shi and the others to the prison in the backyard of Zhuke Hall to adjourn the case. While Li Xian was immersed in writing the case file, a young man about the same age as Li Xian hurried in from the front yard. "Li Dallo?" Li Xian looked over in astonishment. That was the original body's personal attendant, and also the most satisfying and closest servant of the predecessor. Not only is he of reliable origin, well-informed and knowledgeable, but he also possesses good military skills. But at this moment, this man's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. "Young master, something happened at home." The flying talisman in the capital sent a message, reprimanding the uncle for neglecting his duties, and removed the uncle from his position as naval admiral. The uncle and the prince were ordered to stay at home to await investigation. Li Xian's eyes suddenly turned sharp and he looked at the young man in disbelief. He had a premonition that something might happen at home, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. He felt a chill in his heart. When he first traveled through time, he was glad that he had become a second-generation official. But did it turn out that the shelf life was so short? How did you get to the point of being dismissed? Did you tell me what the reason was? Li Dallo shook his head, looking confused. Li Xian knew that he would not be able to find out anything from Li Dallo, so he stood up suddenly and walked out the door as fast as flying. The Suzaku Hall of Ludeosi was a long way from Qingyi's mansion, but Li Xian, who was galloping on horseback, arrived at the door of Qingyi's mansion in less than 7 minutes. When the scenery at the gate of the uncle's residence came into Li Xian's eyes, his mood suddenly sank. Sincerely, although the title of the Li family is only an uncle, he is one of the most prominent dignitaries in the dynasty. The position of admiral of the Zhang Navy is almost hereditary in their family, and there is little continuity. Although this position is not high, it is full of benefits. Just the contribution of the merchant ships, grain ships, and salt ships on the river every year can make the sincere Boli family's mouth water. Therefore, even at night, the courtyard of Qingyi's mansion is still full of cars and horses, and canopies are gathered. But today the place is a little deserted. There are only 3 or 5 carriages parked at the door, and they all belong to the uncle's own family. It was obviously a hot day at this time, but it gave people a sense of desolation. "Where is the old man?" Li Xian dismounted and walked straight to the door. It wasn't until he almost reached the atrium that the housekeeper of the Chengqing family came over to greet him. "Young master, both the uncle and the prince are in the study. The uncle has asked you to come over as soon as possible after you come back." Li Xian felt a sense of uneasiness at this moment, just because he traveled to the present, and his father and brother were busy with official duties outside. So today is actually their first meeting. Li Xian was worried that he would be exposed, and he also thought that his parents would be very sad if they knew that their son had died and been replaced, and he himself would probably be treated as a monster. In addition, Li Xian is still a little repelled and afraid, because he didn't know how to get along with his relatives before. This is related to Li Xian's life experience before time travel. He is a child of a divorced family. Due to congenital heart disease, his parents divorced when Li Xian was 7 years old, and they reorganized their families, got married, and had children. Li Xian couldn't accept it at first, and soon found that he had become his parents' unnecessary child, and neither family could tolerate him. He began to become dissolute and rebellious, and since then he has distanced himself from the lives of his relatives. Even his grandparents, who raised him, were not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him. The relationship between the two parties is more like that of a landlord and a tenant, and they can hardly speak a few words throughout the year. Over the years, Li Xian has become accustomed to being alone, but after traveling to this world, he suddenly has a few more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relatives. However, these people were all very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Li Xian, which gave him a huge headache. And when Li Xian stepped into Uncle Chinese study under the guidance of the housekeeper, he knew that his worries about his identity being exposed were not unfounded. At this time, his father, the contemporary Qingyi Bo Li Qingji, and his eldest brother Qingyi Bo Crown Prince Li Yan and Li Yuanhui all looked at him sideways at the same time. The two of them looked at him with surprise and scrutiny. P.S. Please vote for recommendations, collect it, and help book friends to help us open up Wasteland and fly into the blue clouds. Li Qingji is about 50 years old. He has a dove-shaped face and a head with gap teeth. He cannot be said to be ugly, but he cannot be classified as an ordinary person. The height is about 5 feet 3, which is about 1.6 meters. Coupled with his stooped stature, he gave the impression of a mean-looking old man. The eldest son, Li Yan, inherited almost everything from their father except for his height. Only his tall and majestic figure gave him a bit of a warrior's high spirits. So after entering the study, Li Xian subconsciously touched his face, instinctively doubting the father-son relationship between his predecessor and this person. Although Li Xian's appearance is the same as that of his mother and uncle, the difference in appearance between father, son and brother is too big. However, these two people should be biological, and Li Yan is also a brother of his mother. At least in Li Xian's memory, Li Qingji never expressed doubts about blood ties. I heard that you went to a brothel again last night to hang out? After Li Xian's swaggering salute, Li Yan asked with a smile on his face. Not only did he stay away all night, but he was also involved in a murder case and was almost arrested and sent to the prison of Yingtian Mansion? How do you know? Li Xian looked at this person with some suspicion. This was something that just happened. He wasn't sure whether this guy was too well informed, or whether someone at home was keeping track of his whereabouts. If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. Sincere Bo Li Qingji snorted and said angrily, I stayed in a brothel for 12 days and a month. Li Fingji really opened my eyes. There was no fear on Li Xian's face. Instead, he glared at Li Qingji angrily, Old man, how could you do this? Send someone to follow me? This is not because he disrespects his elders or lacks etiquette. But in the memory of his predecessor, Li Xian had always behaved like this in front of his father, unruly and careless, with no regard for his father's authority. If you don't let people follow you, how would I know that you behave like this on weekdays? What a bastard! Li Qingji sternly reprimanded, then his expression softened, and he twirled his long beard with his hand. If it weren't for the fact that you did learn some skills from Lu Dao and were able to detect the case on the spot without embarrassing our Li family, this time I will make you kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Yan, the prince sincerely, was deeply suspicious. Is it fake? Can he detect cases? Did you make a mistake, Dad? I remember that when he was an apprentice, he only went there for 50 days in half a year, and half of the time he just shows up and leaves. If he can really learn something from Lu Dao, even a pig can go to heaven. Hey, Yenner's words are wrong. Sincere Bo Li Qingji actually spoke for Li Xian in turn. Xianer has always been smart, but he just refused to use his heart before. I remember that the imperial master praised him for his extraordinary talent a few years ago. Wisdom comes naturally. Father. Li Yan was speechless for a moment, with a look of helplessness on his face. They are just polite words, do you take it seriously? No one can help me with Lan Yulu's case. Li Xian had completely calmed down, and his tense mind was slightly relaxed. He realized that he had initially passed the test and had not missed any tricks. At this time, his face was full of sarcasm, and he let out a head to show his disdain. What's wrong with 50 days in half a year? I, Li Xian, am extremely talented and intelligent. I can learn 7 things in 10 days and a half. 7 or 8. If it weren't for the old man who forcibly sent him to Ludeosi, where he couldn't take the scientific examination, there's no way I, Li Xian, could have taken the exam and come back with a merit. Some people just have the wrong mentality. If they are stupid, they wish others were as stupid as them. It is worth mentioning that Li Xian himself really regarded the scientific examination as a dream when he was a boy, and he sincerely believed that he only had to work hard for 2 or 3 years, so any top pick would be a piece of cake for him, so this is definitely not Li Xian's dream. Xian himself was bragging. Li Yan was speechless by him, thinking how could there be such a shameless person in this world? He's actually my younger brother? Li Xian turned his gaze to Uncle Chingy with a solemn expression. Old man, I heard that you and your brother were dismissed? What happened? He originally didn't expect to know the reason, but after Li Qingji glanced at him, he sighed. Everyone in Nanzili is tight-lipped about this matter, but I guess I can't hide it. Just yesterday afternoon, His Royal Highness the Second Prince gave a speech. The Emperor ordered him to return to Nanjing to worship his ancestors. He crossed the river from Yangzhou south and was attacked and disappeared on the Yangtze River. Li Xian's face suddenly turned pale. Father, are you participating in the escort? That's not true, but as Admiral Chao Jiang, I cannot absolve myself of the blame. His face was gloomy, as if he had aged 10 years, and his next words were also serious. Xianer, no matter how much you messed up in Ludeosi before, I didn't care, and your father will help you clean up your troubles. But from now on, I'm afraid there won't be such a good thing. Our Uncle Chingy's mansion may not be able to handle this disaster. Therefore, you must guard this Ludeosi's mission no matter what. Even if our Uncle Chingy's mansion collapses in the future, you can still have enough food and clothing. Is it so serious? Old man, are you trying to trick me? Li Xian's heart sank slightly. The Li Qingji in his original memory was a very respectable old man. But now he even said the words "I can't bear it" in front of his 2 sons, which shows that the situation in the uncle's house is already very bad. What do you think? Li Qingji sneered. This matter is not just as simple as the prince's disappearance. The situation behind you reading www.ukanshu.net is complicated. If you are not careful, our whole family will be shattered. So don't Shangxin. If you still dare to fool around outside, I will definitely break your legs. Xianer, you are 18 years old now. I don't ask you to be able to stand on your own now, but you should know something. Li Xian thought for a while, then asked tentatively, Today, Situ Zhong of Yingtian Mansion seems to be harmful to the child. Is it related to your father's dismissal? Now that I am in peace, all kinds of monsters and ghosts will naturally jump out. Li Qingji was disdainful at first, and then glanced at him. Speaking of Situ Zhong, were you injured by him today? Small injury, nothing serious. Li Xian subconsciously touched his chest. Situ Zhong was extremely powerful, so he probably struck with all his strength. On the surface, he seems to be fine now, but in fact, his heart has been shaken a bit. You deserve it. Cheng Yibo sighed helplessly. My Cold Sky Sword and Cold Breath Fierce Palm are the top Xuanwu skills in the world. If you were willing to practice hard, you would be at the 4th level by now. It's more than enough for self-protection in the building realm, so why should we be afraid of him, Situ Zhong? Next to him, Li Yan nodded in agreement. It's simply embarrassing. When it comes to this matter, Li Xian is actually very resentful. His predecessor was so lazy that he could only cultivate that Hunyuan celestial elephant technique passed down by Uncle Chingy's family to the 2nd level, which left Li Xian speechless. In this world full of monsters, just such a small amount of cultivation is definitely not enough. But no matter how hard Li Xian works now, he can't practice it in a moment. P.S. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme is bleak after publishing the article. Please ask for recommendation votes to help open up Wasteland and climb the list. Li Xian thought he would be scolded to death by Li Qingji this time, but then Li Qingji got up and walked to the bookshelf, tinkering with a pen holder for a while, and then the bookshelf opened with a click, revealing a door. Small door. Not long after he walked in, he walked out with 2 boxes. Li Xian looked confused, wondering which game this person was playing. But when Li Yan saw it, he was helpless. Dad, are you serious? Your brother's life is in danger now, how can you be so careless? Li Qingji glared at his eldest son, and then opened the two boxes one by one. This first box is a magic pattern treasure armor called Kuenyo Luminous. It can make you even if you encounter the 8th level tower realm. The characters can withstand 3 hits without being injured. The second box is a Na Yuan Pearl. If your cultivation level cannot withstand the consumption of Kuenyo Luminous armor, you can deposit the real Yuan into Na Yuan Pearl in advance. Inside the Yuan Ju, it is used when defending against enemies. Li Xian couldn't help grunting and swallowed. Is it all for me? Li Qingji looked unkind. This is something to save your life. After I am dismissed, it is inevitable that some young people will keep an eye on my family. They have no choice but to attack me and your brother, so they can only attack you. Remember, if you encounter any situation, you must not hesitate at all. Just look for the major government offices, military camps, and bohus residents around you and run. Li Xian was worried and happy at the same time. He was worried about what Li Qingji called the young people. It must be a big deal for Li Qingji to care about it to this extent. He was happy because the Kuenyo Luminous armor was extraordinary at first sight. Li Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. 5 times? Is it too much? In fact, as far as his true intentions are concerned, he is absolutely convinced. After traveling through time, he has been practicing the unique martial arts passed down from the Chengyi family. But Li Xian was worried that his personality would change too quickly, which would arouse suspicion. But what happened this time is a very good opportunity, and a prodigal son can turn around without changing anything. I didn't bargain with you. Li Qingji said with a sullen face, not only these 2 ancestral martial arts, but also your Hunyuan celestial elephant technique must enter the 3rd level within 3 months. If you can't do it, I'll break your legs and lock you up in the house for the rest of your life. Instead of suffering the pain of losing a son all the time, I might as well be cruel and imprison you at home. This person's voice was urgent and stern, which made Li Xian stunned for a while, and he looked at Li Qingji in surprise. The latter thought he was intimidated, so he softened his tone and said earnestly, Xianer, although our uncle Chengcheng has some status in the court, we can be regarded as wealthy and powerful. But those who run rampant in the world come and go. A carefree master may not necessarily take the so-called wealth of our Chengcheng mansion into consideration. What's more, my family is in trouble now, and there are countless people in Nanjing who are interested in my family's ideas. If something unexpected happens in the future, this is Xianer, you are the foundation of your life. Okay, I promise you. Old man, you are so annoying. Li Xian stepped down and hugged the 2 brocade boxes. I practiced the palm technique and sword technique, but the Hunyuan celestial elephant technique I can't guarantee that I won't be able to enter the 3rd floor within 3 months. I can only promise to do my best. After hearing this, Li Qingji was stunned for a while. No, you actually agreed so readily today? He glanced at Li Xian suspiciously, and then snorted again. I will personally supervise you tomorrow morning. Don't think about being lazy and playing tricks to fool your father. The first thing Li Xian did after walking out of the study was to put on the Kuenyo Luminous armor on his body. This is a piece of leather inner armor. Although it only covers the upper body, its defensive effect can cover the whole body and does not hinder normal movement. Li Xian has made up his mind and will not take off this armor unless he is taking a shower or sleeping. Such a treasure of self-defense should never be left behind for even a moment. After that, Li Xian followed Li Qingji's instructions and went to the ancestral hall to kneel for an hour before going to visit Li Xian's original mother, Mrs. Chengyi Bo, Mrs. Lu. After coming to this world, he had the most contact with Lu. Li Xian was very filial and respectful to Mrs. Lu. As long as she was in the house, she would not miss her every morning and dusk. But today, Li Xian sought his original mother, Mrs. Chengyi Bo, Mrs. Lu, in a small Buddhist hall next to her family temple. She was sitting cross-legged in front of the Buddha, tapping the wooden fish with a pious expression and muttering something in her mouth. Li Xian raised his head and glanced at the Amitabha Buddha statue, and found that it had obviously been cleaned and wiped in the past few days, and had been touched up with gold paint. Not only were all the previous spider silk and dust gone, but there was also a golden light that was so bright it could blind someone. This made Li Xian surprised for a while. Mother, are you doing this temporarily? I remember that you might not be able to come to this Buddhist temple once a year in the past. Now, is chanting sutras and worshipping Buddha useful? And just now, your sutra, it seems that the text was pronounced incorrectly. Xian'er, how dare you speak like this in front of the Buddha? Mrs. Lu felt angry for a while, but her next words contained a guilty conscience. The abbot of Baowen Temple said that there is no limit to the sea of suffering, and there is only one shore when we turn around. As long as I am sincere, Buddha will not abandon his devout people and ignore them. Li Xian couldn't help but twitching the corners of his lips. Mother, you must have given him a lot of money for sesame oil this time? 500 taels of silver. Mrs. Lu's face was shining. I also plan to build a golden body for Jingli Yuli Bodhisattva of Baowen Temple. The abbot praised me as a benevolent female donor. If I can enter Buddhism and become a layperson, will definitely become a bodhisattva in the future. I don't know if the emotions from his previous life are still there, but Li Xian just feels heartbroken. 500 taels of silver was enough for my predecessor to spend half a month in the best brothel by the Qinhuai River. At the same time, he realized that there was a reason why his mother, a peerless beauty who might be even more beautiful than the legendary Shishir Diaochan, would eventually end up like his father. Ms. Lu is really beautiful. She is middle-aged, but she does not look old at all. Her face is like a peach blossom, and her skin is like cream. Her appearance can be compared to that of a 40-year-old celebrity named Gao. She is extremely beautiful. Let me think about it. Mother, you have also donated 10,000 taels of silver to Baowen Temple, right? So, you reading www.ukanshu.net, you can't just hold on to me temporarily, but hold on to me every day. Mother, you have put the Buddha in your heart, and you are the most pious. As the Buddhist saying goes, the Buddha sits in your heart. Don't ask for help from the spiritual mountain. I think Amitabha will definitely bless our family. Yes. Yes. That's it. Mrs. Lu nodded with a smile on her face, and then glanced at Li Xian with concern. I heard that Xian'er got into trouble with someone again today? Were you injured anywhere? Father, he didn't tell you? Li Xian shook his robes to show that he was fine. Isn't this a good thing for me? I was unscathed. As long as it's okay, it's okay. Your father said you're okay, but I still don't trust him until I see him with my own eyes. Mrs. Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned deeply. Xian'er, you should know everything about your father? Your father said that from now on, there will inevitably be troubles inside and outside the house, and some evil people will target Xian'er. What do you think this is? Why don't you, Xian'er, resign from this position? You've been staying at home lately and don't go out anymore. Whatever you want, I'll have someone bring it to you. Li Xian thought so cruelly. His father just urged him to practice martial arts diligently, but his mother immediately grounded him. He couldn't help laughing and said, Mother, this is wrong. If you quit this demon-suppressing inspection, what will the child eat and wear in the future? What? It's impossible to rely on Uncle Chingching's house to support you from now on? He actually wanted to be a second-generation official who was just waiting to die, but the current situation didn't seem to allow it. So what if I keep it? Mrs. Lu's voice suddenly became domineering. How can such a big uncle's house not be able to support my son? Don't worry, Xian'er, I'm planning something recently. Once it comes to fruition, I guarantee you will be prosperous and rich in the future. Even if it's full of gold and jade. No, don't you still have my dowry? That will all be left to you, Xian'er. Li Xian was stunned for a moment. Isn't this bad? Brother, he will have objections. In his memory, Mrs. Lu's dowry was a huge fortune. There were more than 30 stores in Nanjing alone, 200 hectares of irrigated land, and a dozen hills growing mulberry and hemp. Moreover, according to the regulations of past dynasties, unless it is a serious crime of treason, even if the government raids the house, the dowry money cannot be touched casually. How dare he? Such a big uncle's house belongs to his wife. How can I give my youngest son even a little money for a private house? Mrs. Lu put her hands on her hips and said angrily, that little heartless guy forgot about his mother when he got a wife. Everything his wife says is right, but everything I do is wrong? Humph. Anyway, I'll give them another penny. Li Xian figured it out. It turned out to be a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The snipe and the clam fight, so the fisherman benefits him. This metaphor seems a bit wrong. At this time, Mrs. Lu changed her voice again. By the way, Xianer, Duke Su's mansion will hold a garden party recently, and you have to accompany me to attend. Garden party? Li Xian was puzzled. The guests are all female relatives, why should I go? I won't go. There are also men, they are all young people. Don't ask why. Mrs. Lu said with a smile, if you are willing to go, I can give you 1,000 taels of pocket money now. I heard the housekeeper say, you have no money now, right? Mom, you are serious, why do you always use money to coax your children? Li Xian frowned, seeming to be very unhappy. When is this garden party? When Li Xian came out of the small Buddhist hall with 1,000 taels of silver notes in his arms, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. The saying that a loving mother phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme loses her children is indeed true. Lu's words just now easily shattered and dismantled the life goals he had just established after coming into this world. It was not all his own fault that his predecessor was so absurd and playboy. This guy is just idle and wasting his youth. He has not gone astray and has a very good nature. It was still early at this time, but Li Xian returned to his residence, dug out the secret book of Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique from his bookcase, and studied it intently. It is worth mentioning that this secret book only contains images and no text. This is the Li family's way of preventing the leakage of the family's martial arts. All the martial arts formulas in their family can only be taught orally. Although his predecessor was lazy, Li Qingji had already forced the general to do it when he was young. All the key points of Hunyuan Tianxiangju are memorized by heart. Li Xian's learning ability is also very good. He picked up books after a few years of neglect in high school, and then passed the double first-class examination the following year and received a scholarship. This shows that his intellectual attributes and memory ability are definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to each other. Top notch. In fact, Li Xian already knew the cultivation method of Hunyuan Tianxiangju on the first day after time travel. But in the next few days, Li Xian would still browse the secret book several times before each practice, trying to write down every tiny detail in the secret book and deepen his memory as much as possible. Just because some of these visualization pictures are also very important and are an indispensable part of the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique. The strange thing is that Li Xian will forget part of the content on the visualization map every other day, even if he could still draw it all by silent writing yesterday. This is said to be due to the fact that certain contents in the visualization diagram coincide with the way of heaven. If a monk has not reached a certain level of cultivation, it is impossible to keep these graphics in his mind all the time. Li Xian felt miraculous about this, and what made him even more incredible was the practice of the technique itself. This is really unscientific. If you follow the illustrations and methods in the secret books and formulas, you will be able to cultivate your true energy with luck, and then overturn the rivers and seas, and be omnipotent in the heavens and on the earth. Li Xian never dared to think so in his dreams before. But facts speak louder than words. In these 10 days, Li Xian has greatly increased the true energy in his body. After Li Xian reviewed the secret book several times and made sure that he had completely memorized the illustrations, he began to sit cross-legged, raised his 5 hearts to the sky, and began to move the Zhou Tian according to the script, that is, through special observation. The way to think about it is to imagine that there is a flow of qi in your body, flowing through your meridians. The size, shape, and nature of this massive energy vary greatly depending on the cultivation level and personal circumstances, and the effects of cultivation are also completely different. Li Xian's original body could only imagine a ball of cold gas the size of a melon seed kernel flowing in his meridians. If it was any larger, he would feel a throbbing pain in his brain. Li Xian did not stick to his old ways after traveling through time, simply because he has never been a stickler for rules. As early as the first day, he began to try to imagine that there was a ball of qi the size of a soybean flowing inside his body. Fortunately, he succeeded and there was nothing wrong with his body. The next day, Li Xian could already visualize a mass of cold air the size of a finger flowing through his body. Even beyond the cold power, there is a trace of thunder entangling, revealing many strange phenomena. The Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Technique is a top-notch cultivation method that the first generation of Chunyi Ba obtained from Taoism. The chi cultivated is not only strong and solid, but can also visualize natural phenomena and foreign objects, and derive various magical powers. Since martial arts is passed down from family, most of the descendants of Uncle Chingy's family are practicing the cold lineage. Of course, there are also a few who are practicing other martial arts. For example, his elder brother Li Yan is also a master of ice and fire. Not satisfied with practicing martial arts passed down from his family, he also received a top-notch fire sword technique from Li Xian's sister-in-law as a dowry. On the third day, he tried to imagine that there was a ball of cold air in his body the size of a walnut. It was only then that Li Xian felt that his body could no longer bear it, mainly because his meridians had felt swollen, and there was also a trace of pain caused by tearing. Li Xian guessed that this was due to lack of development, so he had to adapt gradually and expand it bit by bit. But it doesn't matter, Li Xian turned to work on quality. On the fourth day, he imagined that this ball of air was actually not ethereal air, but a piece of ice. But the result of this attempt was very bad. At that time, he felt as if he had been hit hard on the back of his head, and his consciousness was dizzy. It took him a long time to recover. This piece of ice almost emptied his body, and there was additional pain in his meridians, as if he had been scratched by the edges of the ice. However, this also confirms Li Xian's judgment that the essence of the Hanyuan celestial elephant Ju is to use one's own spiritual power to cultivate true energy, strengthen the body, and even temper the mental power itself. I don't know if it was because he traveled through time that some kind of change occurred in his mental power, making him extremely powerful, much more powerful than his original body. Others might have stopped here. After careful consideration, Li Xian started other attempts on the fifth day. He began to imagine that it was a ball of liquid ammonia swimming in his body. Sincerity, the Li family has a complete set of reference materials for the internal refining of the cold essence: winter cold air, ordinary ice water, snow, ice cubes, Tainuan water, 1,000-year ice, and 1,000-year cold. Silkworm, 3,000-year-old cicada, young ice chitterling, young basalt, and so on. In short, it is from virtual to real, from soft to hard, step by step toward the coldest things. By visualizing these things, step by step, you can gradually obtain powerful cold essence. However, Li Xian knew a liquid that was soft to the touch, low in density, but full of cold power: liquid ammonia with a boiling point of 33.5 C under normal pressure. The key is that because of his work, he has seen the real thing. Li Xian did not stop there. He continued to run on the road to death, trying liquid chlorine, sulfur dioxide, methane, and various refrigerants one by one. The results were surprising. Li Xian found that liquid and gaseous objects would not put much burden on him. These refrigerants can indeed replace the cold air and ice water he imagined before, gaining more powerful cold power while strengthening the true energy, and the effect is excellent. Today, Li Xian is planning to commit suicide again by trying liquid nitrogen with a boiling point of 96 C under normal pressure. Considering that the temperature of liquid nitrogen is extremely low and may be somewhat risky, Li Xian put a few more Shaoyang pills in his mouth. This thing is a spiritual elixir made by Li sincerely with a unique secret recipe. Its function is to dissolve the cold and cold air that accumulates in the body when practicing the ice element. As expected, Li Xian felt so cold inside his body when he thought about it, and his whole body was almost frozen. But when he controlled this ball of liquid nitrogen to swim in his body, it was quite smooth. Li Xian was so surprised that he did not make any other attempts. He braved the freezing cold air from the inside out and honestly followed the method of the Hanyuan celestial elephant Ju to continue moving Jotian. Another value of the Hanyuan Tianxiang Ju is that its exercise phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals rut route / phoneme follows a special order through the meridians, which can greatly save time. UU reading www.ukanshu.net increase the effect, and get twice the result with half the effort. Li Xian carried this walnut-sized ball of qi for 3 rounds in total, and he felt extremely tired. This was a symptom of excessive mental energy consumption. However, his abdomen was swollen and very full. The effect of this short period of practice is actually stronger than that of the previous 1 or 2 months of hard work. There is still some chill left in the body, making people shiver. Li Xian was overjoyed and thought that this could be regarded as his golden finger. Although he was a little disappointed that he didn't have a system after traveling through time, and he didn't have an old man with him, but the combination of his own talent and modern knowledge is still very exciting. If this trend continues, it won't take 3 months at all, but 10 or 20 days, and he is very hopeful that he can cultivate the Hunyuan Celestial Elephant Ju to the 3rd level, and his Cold Breath Fierce Palm will also become extraordinarily powerful. By this time, Li Xian was exhausted and he didn't even want to eat dinner. I just took 3 Xiaoyang pills and felt the coldness accumulated in my limbs and bones gradually dissipated, so I hugged the quilt and fell asleep until I heard a banging sound outside the window. Li Xian suddenly woke up, and when he opened the door, he found that his personal bodyguard, Li Dalu, was beating hard with a pair of gongs. Li Dalu. Li Xian's eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous. Are you afraid that you want to seek death? Why is this guy so hard to think about? It's not daylight yet. However, Li Xian then saw Li Qingji, the sincere uncle standing behind Li Dalu, who looked at him with a cold face. You are going to Zhuke Hall at 9 o'clock. If you don't get up to practice martial arts, how long will it take? Mao Shi refers to 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. In ancient times, the government usually checked the people who were on duty during this time period, which was also called Dian Mao. It can be seen that it is not easy to be a civil servant in ancient times. Especially the Ludao division where Li Xian worked, he usually had to be on duty from early morning to the first watch, or from the first watch to midnight. He had to work overtime from time to time, and he only had 6 days of rest every month. On the surface, this is much harder than the 9-to-5 civil servant life in modern society, comparable to 996. Therefore, Li Xian had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and finish practicing 2 ancestral martial arts before going to work. When Li Xian arrived at the backyard school grounds, he found that not only his father was there to supervise, but his brother Li Yan was also present. The latter stood aside with his arms crossed, looking like he was watching the fun. Li Qingji may be worried that Li Xian has been idle for many years and has become rusty in martial arts, so he not only went to the stage to demonstrate it in person, but also stared like lanterns and watched Li Xian complete the Chilling Heavenly Sword and Chilling Heavenly Sword 5 times without moving. Practice of Cold Breath Fierce Palm. The Li family's Cold Sky Sword only has 17 sword moves, and the moves are relatively simple and can be practiced in 1 minute. What takes time is the Cold Breath Fierce Palm, which is a set of Xuanwu secrets containing 365 moves, which is extremely complicated. However, only the first 36 moves can really be used for fighting. The rest are boxing frames used for physical training and can also help him strengthen the cold element. When Li Xian played the last set of Cold Breath Fierce Palm, Uncle Chang'e still looked very satisfied. Li Xian was indeed unfamiliar with these 2 inherited stunts, but his movements were spot on, without too many mistakes. That's pretty much it. Next, you just need to practice according to the method. Our 2 special skills can not only be used to deal with enemies, but they are also the top body training methods. After each practice, you can increase your true energy. The Cold Power. Xianer, if you plan to achieve success in martial arts, you must practice diligently every day. At this time, Li Qingji noticed that his son had a puzzled look on his face. But is there anything else you don't understand? Just tell me, there's no need to hide it. My child feels strange in many places. Li Xian had planned to ask all the questions accumulated in his stomach one by one. For example, the first move of Cold Breath Li Palm's ice carving, the child has been thinking, is the movement of raising the right hand too much? What else? There is the 3rd form, Tiger Tail Spring Ice. Why do I have to lift my legs when releasing my palm? I feel like by omitting them, I can release my palm much faster. Li Qingji was slightly startled when he heard the words, and then his eyes showed admiration. You can ask these questions, which shows that you are thinking seriously and studying seriously. This idea is also correct. In the world, whether it is martial arts or Taoism, Kwai is the only one. Not broken. Only by hitting the opponent as quickly as possible can you defeat the enemy. Then he thought for a moment and then said with a smile, it's more troublesome to explain, but it's most intuitive to try it directly. Just use the 12th form of Cold Breath Li Palms frozen 3 feet. You can try it on yourself first, ideas, and then use the original version. Li Qingji looked around and found that the wooden figures around him had been chopped into pieces when he demonstrated his sword skills before. In the end, he could only point to his chest. Just come here, don't worry, you have to use enough strength to see the effect. After hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but hesitant. This is not appropriate, old man? What should I do if I hurt you? Looking at the posture on the other side, it seems that he doesn't intend to resist and is ready to bear his two palms. But Li Sung-Qi's image as a bad old man is no different from the uncles and aunties in the park. So Li Xianming knew that his original father was also a very prestigious master in the world, but he still instinctively felt something was wrong. Li Qingji sneered and said, "What's wrong with your three-legged cat skills that you can still hurt your father? Can you penetrate the body-protecting aura of the 10th level tower? Father, you are injured, so let me take care of it." Li Yan, who had been watching, stood up. He looked at Li Xian, the corners of his lips raised, as if sarcastically, "Don't worry, if I get hurt by you, all my years of practice will be in vain." For this young and strong brother, Li Xian has no psychological burden. He began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes and concentrate, imagining a ball of liquid nitrogen swimming in his body, and at the same time thinking about what unnecessary movements he could save. 3 feet of freeze is the more complicated of all the moves in Cold Breath Fierce Poem, so there are many extra details that he considers to be redundant. After 3 full minutes, Li Xian was ready, and then suddenly opened his eyes. "Brother, be careful." Following these words, his figure pounced forward as quickly and violently as an ocelot, and his movements were extremely simple and concise. As a gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blue, Li Xian swept across a land of 10 feet in an instant, and accurately pressed his right hand in front of Li Yan, making a muffled sound. Then Li Xian frowned slightly and retreated to where he was. He found that his brother had not changed at all. He was still motionless in the same place, and he still had the faint smile on his face. Only that face seemed a little whiter. The word "seems" is used because Li Xian cannot be sure. Li Qingji glanced at his eldest son with a strange expression, and then looked away after a long time. "Xianer, try the original version again." Li Xian nodded, and with the next poem, he completely followed the original version without making any changes. He once again used all his strength to stamp Li Yan's chest with a palm. The latter remained motionless, but whether it was Li Xian's illusion, he found that Li Yan's face seemed a little paler than before. But at this time, Li Xian was more concerned about the differences between the two palms. He looked at his hands, with a look of surprise and disbelief in his eyes at the same time. "So that's it. This is what happened. It seems that you have realized something, Xianer?" Li Qingji asked with a smile. "You can tell me and listen. I feel that these seemingly unnecessary movements have made the cold power I directed into my palms more abundant, and also saved some consumption of real energy." Li Yan didn't feel it when he was practicing boxing before, but now he was actually fighting with others, and there was an additional process of releasing the true energy, and he felt the benefits of these redundant movements. Also, the speed at which I completed the 3 feet of freeze technique didn't seem to have slowed down. It was even a little faster than before. In addition, there was also a feeling of biting cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. But what the hell? Are you still talking about the basic laws of physics? The coffins of Newton and Einstein, the great masters of physics, can no longer be nailed. The boy is teachable. Li Qingji twirled his long beard with his hand, and was even more satisfied. "Actually, these movements are not incapable of change." You reading www.ukanshu.net. It's just that you are not in the realm now, so it is better to stick to the script. After all, it is what our Li family has been studying for hundreds of years. The unique skills, each of their palms and movements have been carved to perfection, at least under the 6th level tower realm. Would you like to try another poem? I feel like I just realized something, which may be related to the intention, but I can't really grasp it. Li Xian raised his hand and looked at his elder brother with great interest. Then he strangely discovered that his brother's face showed a bit of panic and resistance at this moment. "It's not too late to try this again tomorrow." Li Qingji coughed lightly. "Tomorrow I will have someone prepare some wooden dummies of better quality for you." Li Xian felt a little regretful, but did not insist. After that, he asked Li Qingji a lot of questions. It was not until the 3rd quarter of the day was approaching that he left the house with unfinished thoughts. "It's just frozen. Li Yan opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of ice slag, and then his whole body burned like fire, and a large amount of mist evaporated from his body. At first, I was careless and caught off guard. The cold force on his palm penetrated my heart. Then I was concerned about my face and didn't want to make a fool of myself. At that time, less than half of my internal organs were frozen, and I couldn't use the gang energy. I was almost alive. I received his second palm. His face looked helpless, annoyed, and a bit bewildered, but this cold power is really powerful, and its penetrating power is also very strong. If the martial arts practitioners on the 4th and 5th floors are not prepared, they will be frozen by his first palm. I don't know how he practiced it. Is he really talented? The first thing Li Xian did after arriving at Zhuke Hall was to report to Jiang Hanyun's apartment. When he first traveled through time, he had the intention of giving up the Six Paths division. As a modern person, he has many ideas to make money, and he can definitely become a second-generation official with the most wealth in the world. But the experience of Lan Yulu and Li Qingji's resignation made him change his mind. Li Xian has realized that this is a world where immortal magic is manifested, and it is also an era of officialdom. Money is certainly useful, but many things in this world cannot be exchanged for money. But when he was about to push the door open, he found someone inside, who was being trained like a grandson by Jiang Hanyun. Anyway, if I find out that you are harboring Li Xian again, just wait until I send you to southern Xinjiang. Ma Qinggong, do you believe that I will let you stay there until you grow old, and you will never come back for the rest of your life? Li Xian glanced at the man and found that he was a tall and strong man, but he was already bald at a young age. What is surprising is that this person's appearance is a standard Six Daosi attire, except for the armor covered with magic patterns, a long knife hanging from his waist. He also carried 12 spears on his back, spread out behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. Li Xian felt guilty as soon as he saw this man. His name was Ma Qinggong, an experienced demon-subduing captain, Jiang Hanyun's most capable assistant, and also his immediate boss, with an official rank of 6th grade. Ma Qinggong can be said to have contributed most to the reason why Li Xian Yuan was able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme such a leisurely life in the 2 years he entered Lidaosi. This person is not only responsible for Li Xian's usual duties, but also allows Li Xian to be named in all the cases he investigates. It can be said that he single-handedly handles all Li Xian's affairs within the 6th Daosi division. This person also created an extremely beautiful resume for Li Xian. If it weren't for his lack of cultivation, Li Xian might have been qualified to be promoted to the 7th grade demon suppressing tourer based on his apparent achievements and his family background. Yes. Of course, Li Xian himself also paid a high price for this. At least half of his monthly expenses were spent on Captain Ma. Looking at this scene, Captain Ma was obviously taking the blame for his absence from duty the night before. Li Xian had never worked the night shift before, and this was the first time he was caught in the act by Jiang Hanyun. Li Xian felt very sorry for this person, but he was now in a difficult situation and could do nothing to help Ma Qinggong's situation. I'm also telling you this. Jiang Hanyun glanced at Li Xian again, with only solemnity and seriousness on his happy and angry face. Remember this, Li Xian. Salary and salary, people support people. If you dare to miss work and be late again, I will make you look good. Li Xian could only salute in return. He knew that he could never be tough on this boss. After exiting Jiang Hanyun's apartment, Li Xian bowed to Ma Qinggong apologetically. I'm really sorry this time. If Captain Ma is free, I will serve you a drink tonight to apologize. Ma Qinggong waved his hand magnanimously. What are you apologizing for? You took people's money to eliminate disasters for them. When I took your money, didn't I know who you were? Sooner or later, the secret will be exposed. But then he asked doubtfully, but the next step is a bit tricky. I heard that you helped her handle the case yesterday? And you did a lot? Is this true or false? Really? Li Xian said truthfully, yesterday, the Lan Yulu case involved me, so I had to do my best to prove my innocence. Fortunately, I got the help of Captain Jiang to solve the case. Ma Qinggong continued to look at Li Xian suspiciously. He was obviously doubting Li Xian's ability, but the 3 criminals imprisoned inside were not fake. He then shook his head and said, this is the tricky part. There are far more than just one or two bastards like you in our 6th AOC division. The captain has always turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. But now Captain Jiang somehow thinks that you are a talent, a man of my generation, the future Si Dongliang of the 6 Paths, so she has set her sights on you. This girl has a very serious temperament. In a short time, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I'll find a way to cover you again. This played into Li Xian's heart. If it doesn't work, forget it. I will go to work honestly. How can this be done? Ma Chenggong raised his voice and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. You just bow your head and give in? Sorry, you are also a famous dandy in Nanjing. You have to struggle anyway, right? Don't be a coward. Ah. Li Xian sighed. It's not like you don't know the situation in my family. How can I stand up now? Even a person like you, Captain Ma, is cautious and submissive in front of the captain. What else can I do? Besides, I think what Mr. Jiang said is quite reasonable. If you are a person with salary, the people will care for you. We cannibals of people's salaries, so we should be loyal to others and have to change our minds. Halfway through his words, his pupils narrowed slightly and he began to wink at the other party. Unfortunately, Ma Chenggong didn't pay attention. He was very dissatisfied. Let me tell you clearly, why am I so cautious and submissive? I just want to give them Jiang Clan. I just need to deal with her to save face. Do you really think I'm afraid of her? Just now, did she really dare to send me out? Who will work for her then? Perhaps because he finally noticed something different in Li Xian's expression, Ma Chenggong changed his tone and said, but I still admire Master Zhang's ability. Not only is she superb in martial arts, she is also a very kind person. She is smart, capable, and well managed. We are truly blessed to have a boss who appoints people based on their merit, forgets personal interests, shows consideration for subordinates, and leads by example. Thank you for the compliment. Although what you said is true, I'm still not happy. Zhang Hanyun's gloomy voice came from behind. We are short of manpower this month, and we haven't arranged for anyone to clean the toilet in the backyard. Captain Ma, since you like to give us Zhang's face, why not do it again and take over this matter? Ma Chenggong's back suddenly collapsed, and his face turned into a bitter look. It's a humble job to take orders. Then Zhang Hanyun threw another bright yellow talisman folded into an arrow shape into his arms. Ng Tianfu asked us for help, saying that there is a case over Erta Bridge that they cannot handle. Is there something evil causing trouble? Li Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, but I remember that Erta Bridge is not our group's jurisdiction, right? Zhang Hanyun couldn't help but glance at him. That is indeed not the area under our jurisdiction, but now because of the disappearance of the prince, everyone in South Zhili is almost exhausted. What area is still under our jurisdiction? It is said that it is an evil spirit. 2 lives have been lost. Anyway, Lieutenant Ma, please go there as soon as possible. When the boss turned his back and left, Li Xian looked at Ma Chenggong with sympathy. Captain, you didn't have to agree just now. Now that Zhuke Hall is short of manpower, she actually doesn't dare to do anything to you. Get lost. Ma Chenggong was furious, then withered again, and said sadly, you, Li Xian, and Li Finji were such kind, proud, and generous young people in the past. How come you have deteriorated into such a moral character? What a pity, what a pity. Li Xian Wanner, if Captain Ma feels sorry for losing my pocket money in the future, it's still very simple. As long as Lord Ma can let me get an excellent grade in this month's assessment, filial piety is indispensable for a humble position. Forget it then. Ma Chenggong shook his head, and then his expression became solemn. I'm sorry, have you brought everything with you? Since you no longer plan to mess around, then I have to treat you like a beast. You will have to do it later. Come with me. If it is really an evil spirit, it may take action this time. We've got them all. Li Xian felt a little excited and expectant in his heart. He wanted to see what the evil spirits and ghosts in this world looked like. As a forensic doctor who has been practicing for 2 years, he has seen a lot of corpses, but he has never seen any ghosts. So I am very curious and looking forward to it. Ma Chenggong looked at him with strange eyes, and after a long time he let out a long sigh. The two of them moved swiftly and arrived at the stable outside while talking. Each of them got on a strong dragon colt and left the house at a galloping speed. This is a real dragon colt, not a divine steed that describes two horses. Not only do they have scales under their bellies, but they also have horns on their heads, and are at least 2 meters tall at the shoulders. In less than half a moment, the two of them had arrived at Urta Bridge, which was at least 10 miles away from Suzaku Hall. The speed of this dragon horse was actually no slower than modern vehicles. This is it. Ma Chenggong jumped off the saddle neatly, and then strode into a courtyard with about 3 doors in front. Li Xian took a look around and found that the small courtyard was located on the riverside, next to the Urta Bridge, which was full of pedestrians. Because it faces the street, the front row of the courtyard has been transformed into storefronts. UU reading www.ukanshu.net. However, at this time, the doors and windows of the 8 shops facing the street were closed tightly, and there were still more than a dozen Yingtian government officials standing around, preventing all pedestrians from approaching. When Li Xian walked into the courtyard, he found 2 black wood coffins covered with talismans. In front of the coffin is a temporary altar. A 30-year-old Taoist priest wearing a robe and handsome features sits in the center of the altar. His brows were furrowed, his eyes were closed, he held a mahogany sword in both hands and muttered something in his mouth. Next to them were a group of men, women, and children dressed in mourning robes. There were more than 20 of them, all of them looking sad and wailing. When Li Xian came in, Ma Chenggong happened to be asking a black-clad head catcher from Yingtian Mansion about the situation. What's going on here? The ones in the coffin are Lin Yuanwei and his second son Lin Yang. One died at midnight last night, and the other died at 7 o'clock in the yin hour. Both were killed by evil spirits. The catcher clasped his hands in his fists and answered respectfully, to prevent their souls from changing, we buried their bodies and invited the Taoist priest of Xuandu Temple to bury their souls. How did you die specifically? Tell me about the process. Ma Chenggong took a look inside the coffin, and then a spiritual light appeared in his eyes. He opened his Dharma eyes and began to look around. It is indeed dark and gloomy here. Do you know the origin and whereabouts of that evil ghost? It's impossible. Harming people for no reason. The arrestor in black still told everything he knew. Last night at midnight, Lin Yuanwei suddenly shouted that there was a ghost in the room. His voice was panic. Then when his family members arrived, Lin Yuanwei had already dug his hands. Throat, suffocated to death. Lin Yang encountered a ghost when he was going to the toilet at the 7th quarter of Yinshi. He died in the same way as his father. At that time, many people here saw the thing. It was dressed in red, with disheveled hair, and there were traces of water at its feet. As for the origin, the black-clothed catcher glanced at the family members of the deceased. It is said that Zhang, the concubine outside the Lin family, drowned and died after his adultery was exposed 2 months ago. My colleague, the catcher Wang, who was handling the case at the time, believed that this was the case. There may be some ulterior motives, but Lin Yuanwei spent a lot of money in the yamen, so the matter will be settled. Li Xian was listening and couldn't help but look slightly moved. He knew that the status of women in this era was very low, and if a so-called concubine was not a good concubine recognized by the government, it was actually equivalent to a slave and did not have many personal rights. For some wealthy local families, as long as there is a reasonable reason, even if they directly kill their concubines, the officials will generally not interfere. What's more, the Lin family's side room drowned and died after her adultery was exposed, so no one would care about her life or death. No grievance. No grievance. At this time, a middle-aged man in mourning clothes suddenly rushed over and knelt in front of Ma Chenggong. Sir, my father treated Mr. Zhang with the utmost love and kindness. Even after the adultery was exposed, there was no harsh criticism. Not to mention blaming, even the family law was useless. According to the current rules, this was a pig cage. After the bitch woman died, her father even bought her a piece of excellent feng shui land, give her a generous burial. In short, there is absolutely no place in my family that I can't tolerate that bitch. He cried bitterly, his expression extremely sad and angry. Zhang has always been narrow-minded, irritable. This is a well-known thing. This time it was her own fault that led to a dead end, but now she has turned against us, father and son. What kind of truth is this? Please take action to get rid of this evil spirit and avenge my father and second brother. Only halfway through what this man said, the group of Lin clan members next to him also started to howl loudly. Shut up! Ma Chenggong seemed a little annoyed, and he slashed the table in front of him with a sharp knife. The dull sound of metal and wood clashing suddenly choked the wails that filled the courtyard. When the surrounding area was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop, Ma Chenggong turned his side and looked at the Taoist priest on the altar. Taoist priest over there, what do you think? Come back to Lord Captain, I have no opinion. The Taoist raised his eyebrows and said, the Lin family invited me here to calm the souls and save them. Everything else has nothing to do with me. If you need to eliminate demons and subjugate them, you must pay more. Who asked you this? Ma Chenggong snorted dissatisfiedly, you really have the same virtues as your master, but he has got into the eyes of money. At this time, Li Xian also walked up to him, looked into the two coffins, and asked curiously, do you think what they said is untrue? I've found its location, but there's one thing that makes me wonder. Ma Chenggong's eyes filled with spiritual power were focused on the well in the courtyard. He crossed his arms and looked confused. There is nothing unreasonable about the case. Death by suffocation is also a characteristic of water ghosts. But I see that the water ghost's soul power has just reached the third floor, so how can he kill two people in a row in one night? Li Xian nodded slightly. He knew that it would be difficult for all evil spirits and ghosts to cause harm to a living person with strong blood before entering the fourth floor. At this moment, his eyes moved slightly. Captain Li, didn't you ask the couple to conduct an autopsy before? Zhuke Hall and Yingtianfu Yamen have been cooperating all year round, so they and the police officers in their jurisdiction know each other. Although Li Xian's original body fished all day in dried nets for half a month, he still recognized many heads. He knew that the black-clothed head catcher was named Li Quan, and he was in charge of most of the streets south of Erta Bridge, and half of them were related to Li Xian. Their jurisdictions overlap. No. Li was stunned for a moment. I mentioned it, but the family members didn't agree. They didn't want to bother. And it's not necessary, right? Many people saw it at the time. It was indeed caused by evil spirits, and they all died of suffocation. But I smell a bit of almonds. Li Xian pointed to the two corpses. They may have seen evil spirits, but the two people in the coffins died of poison. Ma Chenggong's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the two corpses again. Are you sure about the apology? What kind of poison was it? Cyanosis all over the body, bright red spots on the body, and a slight smell of almonds indicates cyanide poisoning. Li Xian saw doubts on the faces of Ma Chenggong and everyone else, and immediately changed his words, it's bitter almond. This poison must be extracted from bitter almond. Before death, he will usually be restless, inexplicable fear, convulsed all over the body, and have difficulty breathing, or even stop it directly. If the dose is larger, the time of death after poisoning can be within 30 seconds. If his body can be dissected, you can see that his muscles and blood are bright red, which is different from ordinary deceased people. As soon as Li Xian said this, the faces of the Lin clan members suddenly changed. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. Poisoned? Why did he die of poisoning? The middle-aged man in mourning clothes had a look of disbelief on his face. At that time, in full view of everyone, let's do an autopsy and the truth will be revealed. Li Xian glanced meaningfully at the family members next to him. Your second brother should have family members, right? Brother Lin died strangely, and was definitely not caused by a ghost. I guess the murderer probably didn't have time to deal with the evidence. Yu Wu. Wu Kanshu. Net, but if the delay is too long, it may not be possible to find out. When Li Kata heard this, his eyes suddenly became extremely cold and stern as he looked at the middle-aged man in filial piety. The latter's face began to turn pale, and a little cold sweat oozed from his forehead. It turns out it was poisoning, so that makes sense. Ma Chenggong laughed, and then took off the two spears from behind, but the duty of this envoy is to kill demons. Sorry, watch the south side along the river, and be sure not to let it escape into the water. He glanced at the young Taoist again and threatened, the door is yours. If you dare to let it go, believe it or not, I will have your Taoist certificate collected. Li Xian suddenly became excited again, wondering if he could finally see a ghost. He immediately walked to the south courtyard wall, then took out the demon mirror and hung it high on the courtyard wall. Then he took out 2 more talismans, one on the left and one on the right, and stuck them on his arms. His current level of martial arts is too low, and without external help, he cannot see the attributes of the ghost in his normal state. Those 2 talismans are the Taisha phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme and thunder talisman, which allows him to use the power of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme and thunder when he takes action, greatly increasing his power. Money ability. This should be another golden finger after his time travel. Li Xian dared to face Situ Zhong before because of the large number of talismans in his sleeve pockets. At that time, it was all thanks to a powerful Vajra talisman that he could withstand Situ Zhong's punch. Otherwise, his fate would have been much worse than that of Zhang Taishan. Ma Chenggong saw it and nodded with satisfaction. He still trusts Li Xian's fighting ability. Although this guy's cultivation is unbearable, but because he comes from a noble family, has a wealthy family, and carries all the magic weapons and talismans, they are all excellent choices. Plus, the actual combat effectiveness of the secret skills passed down from the family will not be lower than that of the martial arts practitioners in Sanzanglu, and may even be better than it. When everyone was in place, Ma Chenggong looked at the well not far away again. Come out, do you have to force me to force you? Since you haven't been contaminated with human life, you are still qualified to be saved. But for the next 20 breaths, there was no reaction in the well. Ma Chenggong suddenly smiled coldly. This is a penalty for not eating the toast. He took out a fist-sized ball directly from his sleeve, tossed it in his hand, and threw it directly into the well. A moment later, monstrous flames burst into the well, and at the same time a shrill roar was heard, giving most of the people in the courtyard a splitting headache at this moment. You still refuse to reveal yourself? Next, Ma Chenggong pulled out the rune spear from his back and continued to shoot it one after another. They are all powerful and invincible. Ma Chenggong threw a total of 7 spears, causing the ghost to let out 2 miserable howls. It was at this time that everyone saw a vague figure appearing in mid-air. It was a woman in white with disheveled hair, with some burn marks all over her body, and 2 holes in her chest. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The woman in white only paused in the air for a moment before turning into a cloud of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme and disappearing again. At this time, most people could not clearly see the traces of this evil spirit. Only Li Xian could detect some traces through the demon mirror arranged in advance. The target of the female ghost in white was not Ma Chenggong, but Lin's eldest son who was kneeling on the ground. But just before it was about to enter the latter's body, a spear struck again, piercing its soul again. Ma Chenggong's figure also flashed in front of it, blocking the evil spirit's path. The Jin dynasty has its own royal laws. How can we allow you and other resentful spirits to run wild? As soon as he raised his hand to grab it, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme gathered, forming a small phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme vortex with a diameter of 3 meters, forcibly rolling and pulling the evil spirit's body, and gathered it in his hand. But about 10 seconds later, Li Xian only heard a bang, and the vortex created by Ma Chenggong exploded. The evil spirit also broke free and began to escape towards the river. Li Xian's spirit was greatly boosted. He had already mobilized his true energy to the extreme, just waiting to show off his skills. Seeing that under the light of the demon mirror, the evil spirit had reached 10 feet in front of him, Li Xian calmly struck out with a frozen 3 feet palm. Then everyone heard the sound of the canopy, and an ice cube the size of a human head fell to the ground. Ma Chenggong was equally astonished and looked at Li Xian's feet with great surprise. At this time, not only the evil spirit was frozen in the ice, but also at least 3 feet of the ground under Li Xian's feet was frozen. Gone. Ma Chenggong looked at Li Xian in disbelief. Li Xian, your martial body is really only at the 2nd level of the building? After coming out of the Lin mansion, Li Xian frowned and turned to look back at the house. Lord Captain, is this job over like this? I think there is something hidden in this case. Maybe, but this is Yingtian Fu Yaman's matter and has nothing to do with us. Ma Chenggong climbed onto the saddle nonchalantly. The demons and ghosts are the responsibility of our 6th Daosi division. If you stretch your hands too far, you will be criticized, and you are asking for trouble. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Before time travel, he worked in the Criminal Technical Detachment of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, but he had not yet been able to adapt to this change in status. Ludeosi is neither a government office nor a police station, but a semi-official organization dedicated to killing demons. This Captain Ma was not as domineering as Jiang Hanyun. Don't worry. Mr. Li is a very decent person, and the judges at Yingtian Mansion are also very capable. The truth about this case will definitely come to light. Ma Qinggong comforted him and looked at Li Xian with some admiration. I'm sorry, I was surprised this time. I can actually tell that it was poisoning. It seems that it was not a fluke that you were able to solve the case yesterday. Also, you are only at the Kung Fu realm of the second floor, right? But this cold power is really amazing. The stone slabs are covered with a half-foot thick layer of ice. I think even the martial arts cultivators at the fourth floor can't compare with it. Li Xian has accurately understood the level of cold power he has developed after imagining liquid nitrogen, but he is very humble on his face. It's far worse than Captain Ma. I watched the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme skill that Your Excellency just made. The tornado is about to generate thunder. Presumably the thunder method will enter the body in the near future? This is the memory of the original owner, and he actually can't see anything. However, the original owner heard someone praise Ma's successful 6 paths divine phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme technique half a year ago and has already entered the house. He may very well take this crucial step. How can it be so simple to make thunder from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme? Ma Qinggong sighed, and then looked at the soul-collecting gourd hanging on his waist with a wry smile. I'm still envious of you nobles and sons of aristocratic families. Your skills are incomparable and you have a bright future. The 6 paths of divine phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme technique I cultivated is also very good. Whether it's fighting with people or killing those monsters, it's very powerful. But if you can't cultivate the power of thunder, dealing with these monsters will still be like beating a cow across a mountain. Otherwise, there is no need to ask you for help this time. When the two returned to Zhuke Hall to resume their duties, they found out that Jiang Hanyun had also gone out to handle a case. This person also left a message asking them to rush to a ferry on the Qinhuai River to handle the case. There seemed to be a water ghost there who killed a young girl who fell off the boat. According to Ma Qinggong, there seemed to be a lot of demon-related cases recently. The Mingyu capital, commanded by Jiang Hanyun, has 1 school captain, 2 captains, and more than 70 patrol officers and inspectors, almost all of whom are so busy that they don't even touch the ground. If it weren't for the tight manpower, Jiang Hanyun wouldn't have rushed to Lanyue Tower alone yesterday. But this time when the two rushed over, they found nothing. The deceased was indeed killed by a water ghost. They could not find the water ghost that could harm people. Among all ghosts, water ghosts are the most difficult to deal with. As long as you dive into the water, it is difficult to find their traces. Unless you have practiced water escape and have the category of celestial eye observation magical powers, or lure them to shore. By the way, Ma Qinggong glanced at Li Xian. Sorry, your water escape technique is unparalleled in the world. In addition, you have made alliances with many water dragon kings under the jurisdiction of Chaojiang Navy. You can communicate with the dragon kings of the outer Qinhuai River and directly ask the water the whereabouts of ghosts. Li Xian looked through his original memory and then shook his head helplessly. Ma Qinggong said this because he didn't know the root cause of the matter. Uncle Qingyi's mansion does have alliances with many dragon kings, but if he doesn't have a certain level of cultivation, even those Jing dragon kings may not pay attention to him. And in order to be bothered by such a trivial matter as finding the water ghost, Yu reads www.ukanshu.net. These dragon kings will be angry. As for their water escape technique, it is indeed worthy of being unparalleled in the world, but Li Xian's predecessor didn't learn it. Then let's forget it? Li Xian glanced at the river unwillingly. I think this water ghost can still harm people, so we can't let it go. Of course we can't forget it like this. If we can't handle it, then leave it to those who can. At this point, Ma Qinggong sighed, but the 6th Daosi division really doesn't have many manpower available now. Didn't you see that our captain is going crazy with his work? If it doesn't work, you can also spend money to hire those bull noses and bald donkeys to take action. Then he saw Li Xian next to him, who was hesitant to speak. Ma Chenggong couldn't help but frown. What's the matter? Tell me. I have to ask for leave. Li Xian touched the tip of his nose and felt very embarrassed. There is a garden party at Duke Su's mansion. I have to go there. I also asked the captain to take care of me. Su Guigong's mansion? Ma Chenggong said with eyes full of yearning. TSK. TSK. What kind of scenery would it be like to have a banquet of the most famous and famous families in Nanjing? I guess I will never see it in my life. Gone. I really envy you guys who have such beautiful faces. A son of the rich and powerful who was born with a silver spoon. Li Xian looked helpless. It's just a blind date. It's boring. You will regret it if you go. Then don't go. Ma Chenggong sneered. Who are you, Li Xian and Li Fengji? I don't believe that your family dares to force you. Li Xian became even more helpless. I have to go. The person who gave me money said that as long as I come over, I will give me 1,000 taels of silver. Ma Chenggong immediately reined in the reins and looked at Li Xian with a complicated face. With all due respect, I really have the urge to beat you up right now. When the lanterns first came on, Li Xian rode to Duke Su's mansion. Not to mention the heavy traffic here, the carriages outside have already stopped 3 streets away. When Li Xian entered the door, he saw his 2 friends Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai from a distance, and then he looked stunned. At this time, Peng Fulai was wearing a snow-white Confucian shirt, a bachelor's scarf on his head, and a folding fan in his hand, looking very polite. It's a pity that his tonnage is too large and he doesn't have that elegant and dusty temperament. Zhang Taishan also wore similar clothes, except that his clothes were royal blue. The effect can be imagined as Dian Wei and Zhang Fei wearing Confucian shirts. What's annoying is that this guy is also wearing a flower on his temples. Li Xian felt his teeth sore. You two took the wrong medicine. Why are you dressed like this? You just took the wrong medicine. Peng Fulai replied subconsciously, then covered his lips with a fan, and looked around with his small eyes. Slip of words. Slip of words. Brother Xian, you are also full of knowledge. How can you speak with words? Can you be so rude? Zhang Taishan also shook his folding fan. Exactly. As my brother Ziqiang said, we are all educated people and should treat each other with respect. Get lost. This is not how we treat each other as guests. After Peng Fu said this, he got angry again. Zhang Yu. If you dare to call me poor again, I will fall out with you. You are poor, and your whole family is poor. Li Xian couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He knew that Ziqiang was Peng Fulai's name and was given by a great scholar. The great scholar probably looked down on Peng Fulai from a merchant family, so when the Peng family came to ask for help, he used the word Ziqiang as a joke. In fact, it's not bad. Most of the ancient names and characters have the same meaning, are similar, go along with each other, extend to each other, or have the opposite meaning. Peng Fulai's father was very happy, and it is said that he offered the great scholar 1,000 pieces of gold on the spot, but Peng Fulai regarded this word as a lifelong shame. Zhang Taishan was stunned. What about my rich brother? Peng Fulai couldn't help but look confused. He felt like he was calling an old farmer in the country. Okay, you still call me poor. I'll make a special case for you today. What's going on? Li Xian asked with an impatient look. Why are you dressed like a peacock, all gorgeous and elegant, and pretending to be polite? Don't you know Xianji? Peng Fulai was very surprised. Today's garden party at Duke Su's mansion was actually the result of Mrs. Su Guigong being entrusted by concubine Zhang in the palace to select a consort for Princess Changle. Li Xian couldn't help but frown. Isn't Princess Changle missing? As far as he knew, this person was traveling with the second prince, and his whereabouts were still unknown. In fact, he had been surprised before. When the princes and daughters of the current dynasty disappeared, the garden party was still held as usual. Did the famous nobles in Nanjing not take the imperial power seriously? It's just because this princess doesn't participate, otherwise I wouldn't like to come. Who wants to be a consort? Even if you can't be an official, you still have to be controlled by the princess. When you go to bed, you have to say respectfully, Your Highness, I give you this. Take off your clothes, Your Highness, I have come in, how frustrating is this life? Zhang Tailai sneered, and then found that Li Xian and Peng Fulai were looking at him thoughtfully. He was suddenly stunned. What do you think I am doing? We are studying how long your face is. Peng Fulai smiled, then turned to Li Xian and said, He is right. It is precisely because the princess did not come that there were so many people attending the banquet today. The legendary 9 of the 12 beauties of Jinling are here this time. But the one we want to marry is Miss Shui Yunro and Shui from the capital. Li Xian's mind flashed with information about Miss Shui. It is said that her father died early and left her a fortune, and her uncle is one of the top 5 masters in the world today, and his cultivation level has reached a breakthrough 12-level tower, entering the realm of heaven. What's rare is that this woman is not only extremely beautiful and graceful, she is also gentle and versatile. His cultivation level is also very good, and he is a direct descendant of the Taoist Tianshi mansion. Thinking of this, Li Xian was a little excited. This would save people decades of struggle and help them gain a big backer. But does this have anything to do with the ghostly appearance you are now? Peng Fulai couldn't help but say, Hey, it is said that both Miss Shui and her daughter like to be literary people. Don't you see that so many people are pretending to be elegant? Only then did Li Xian notice a large group of martial nobles here, all dressed as literati today. Several guys who usually speak sarcastically when they open their mouths but make mistakes when they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Their mouths have changed their appearance today to look polite and polite. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, then put aside the idea of changing clothes, and followed Peng Fulai and the others to the backyard of Su Guogong's mansion. This was the time when the dinner party started, and the garden party wouldn't start until after dark. What makes Li Xian regretful is that although the folk customs in this world are relatively open and similar to the Tang dynasty in another world, there are still basic precautions for men and women, so male and female guests at the garden party cannot sit at the same table. In addition, Nanjing's scholarly family and military nobles are not the same. Although this group of noble children all dress themselves up to be gentle and elegant, when they sit down at the banquet, they are clearly different from each other again. Su Guogong's mansion may also be worried about fights or bullying between the two parties, so it arranged a loft for each party. Li Xian's predecessor had done this kind of bastard thing before. He once teamed up with a group of dandy boys to beat a group of Confucian scholars until they cried for their fathers and mothers. When everyone was seated, the situation became awkward. In another attic across a flower field from them, people would chant poems and chant loudly from time to time. However, the atmosphere here was extremely dull. After the banquet started, for half a moment, no one spoke. After a long time, the eldest son of Uncle Changwen's family might not be able to bear it anymore. Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net after coughing, he took the initiative to raise the wine glass. Gentlemen, don't drink too much. Why don't we give you a drinking order to help you enjoy the wine? That's what we have in mind. Someone immediately responded eagerly, What are the rules? But the whole attic could hear the drop of a needle once again. Everyone fell silent and looked at the proposer with a knife-like gaze. Peng Fulai leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Li Xian's ear. Isn't this difficult for us? He will have no friends in the future. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Prince Changwen. If the poem order is not good, then couplets? The Huaji order headquarters, right? The word change order? The illusion order? Or the teeth pie order? To who? The atmosphere in the building was getting colder and colder. Just when a cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blew through the room, Zhang Taishan couldn't help but interjected, How about boxing? At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Prince Changwen to Zhang Taishan, and most of them were full of contempt and disdain. About a moment later, Mrs. Su Guogong and several ladies walked into the attic called Tingyu Tower from the back door. But when she opened the curtain and looked into the hall through the screen, she was stunned for a while. I saw that most of the people here were shirtless, waving their hands with red faces. Sanyuanlang. It will definitely end. Good luck with both. Make a fortune with 4. Li Xian took advantage of everyone's fist fighting and drinking time to feast, finishing 7 chicken wings, 1 roast chicken, and 12 hairy crabs, but he still couldn't bear to put down his chopsticks. The chefs in Su Guogon's family were really superb, far better than the 5-star chefs of later generations, which made Li Xian extremely regretful of his previous eating and drinking. It's just because the real delicacies, such as pork dragon meat, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme feather birds and other delicacies that are only available in this world, are served by the servants at the end. But at this time, Li Xian's stomach could hardly hold it anymore. He could only stand up as straight as possible, using this method to slightly relieve the pressure on his belly, and then slowly stuff the food into his mouth. It wasn't until his mother Lu's personal maid came to him and whispered a few words that Li Xian reluctantly left the table. His eyes were full of regret. For a foodie, missing delicious food is a great pain. It was getting dark now, and the maid led the way with a lantern, and Li Xian followed closely, looking around at the same time. In the grand, elegant and exquisite garden of Duke Su's mansion, many girls are already playing and walking around. At a glance, it is true that there are many beauties like warblers and swallows. Some bold girls even peeked over at him, and then commented on him with charming smiles. However, Li Xian's attention was quickly attracted by what the maid said. "My lord, you are going to see this time the second daughter of Xiying, a famous Confucian from the south of the Yangtze River, who was the censor of the left deputy capital of the dynasty. Her name is Shui'er. My mother, Mrs. Shi, and my wife have been friends since childhood and have been inseparable for decades. Therefore, the wife also has to say, 'Master, you must not be rude to the beautiful woman. Otherwise, master, you will not be able to get anything from her in the next few years.'" Pocket money. Zuofutu's censor Li Xian couldn't help but be distracted, thinking that this was the so-called big event planned by Lu. Do you want him to marry the daughter of Zuofutu's censor? So, is this move related to the attack and disappearance of the prince in which his father was involved? Is the family asking for help from the vice president? Immediately he thought of Mrs. Lu's character, and then shook his head and laughed, realizing that he had overthought it. How could his mother have such a plan? This person probably just wants to find him a long-term meal ticket that guarantees income during droughts and floods. And the Zhuo deputy capital censor that Li Xian knew was not only the deputy director of the Metropolitan Procuratorate responsible for supervising all officials, but also an extremely powerful and famous Confucian. Here I have to mention Confucianism. The Confucian scholars in this world are not all weak scholars with no strength. Some of them who have mastered the essence of Confucianism and have achieved great success in Confucianism also possess extraordinary powers. Their strength is not inferior to that of high-level martial arts cultivators, and is even more powerful. Therefore, many people believe that the so-called Confucianism is actually one of the variations of ancient Qi practitioners. Within their 6 paths division, there are many Confucian scholars who possess extraordinary powers, and they have always been the main force in suppressing demons. Then the marriage has been decided? Li Xian was a little entangled. He was very disgusted with this kind of marriage that was ordered by his parents and suggested by the matchmaker. He thought to himself, what should he do if the marriage was decided? How should I reject this marriage? People don't care about the ridiculous idiot Li Xian is, and they don't mind that their family is in trouble now. This rejection is really hard to say. What made him breathe a sigh of relief was that the maid shook her head slightly. No, Mrs. Shi originally agreed. But recently, the lady said that Mr. Shi had promised his daughter in the early years to let her choose her own marriage, so the mistress I just arranged for you to meet her. Soon they came to a pavilion. When Li Xian stepped inside, he saw a figure wearing a lake-colored dress standing on the side of the pavilion. After she heard the sound of the bead curtain, she turned back and looked at Li Xian. This is a girl with an oval face, a slightly plump figure, and delicate and pleasant facial features. After this woman glanced at Li Xian, there was a flash of strangeness in her eyes at first, as if she was surprised by Li Xian's appearance, but then her eyes turned cold and she said with a hint of surprise, "You are the second son of the Li family." "It's Li Xian." Li Xian clasped his fists in accordance with the etiquette of this era. "I've seen Miss Shi," but just when he was about to say something, the girl pointed to the grass outside. "Do you recognize what that is?" Li Xian looked away, then frowned. "Toad?" "It's a toad." The girl corrected her, then sneered, "It's the kind of thing that makes me want to eat swan meat every day." Li Xian's expression turned cold instantly. Is this too much for the girl to say? Even if the girl doesn't like Li, there is no need to speak harshly. Although he had previously felt that he was a bastard second-generation ancestor who had indeed ruined other people's girls. But these words of the other party also crossed the line. I'm afraid if I don't say this, some people will still be shameless and pounce on me like a mangy dog. The girl looked sideways at Li Xian, still speaking in a firm tone. Why don't you allow me to tell you sincerely that my uncle is threatening me with repaying my kindness? You just want to see that my mother is thin-skinned and soft-hearted, and you are threatening me with your honor. I owe your family a favor and come to bully me. But I, Shi Qiaoyun, am not someone to be bullied. Li Xian's teeth bulged, and then he clasped his fists at Miss Shi opposite. As before, if you don't want to, miss, there's no need to say bad words. Say goodbye. Although there was anger boiling in his chest, he couldn't beat this little girl for this shit. There is nothing wrong with standing on the opposite side and treating Li Xian's original body in the current Uncle Chingy's mansion as a pit of fire. But just when Li Xian turned around and walked out of the pavilion, the girl behind him gave another cold laugh. Evil words? You don't even know what you are now? Your Uncle Chingy's house will fall sooner or later. You reading www.ukanshu. Net your Li Xian gold and jade are ruined on the outside. What are you if you are not a toad? Li Xian paused for a moment, then opened the bead curtain and walked out without any hesitation. At this time, Mrs. Lu's personal maid was still waiting outside, her face also ashen. Although this person was outside the pavilion, he obviously heard what was going on inside. Li Xian could only sigh. You can go and report to your mother. Although the marriage has been blown, you can't blame me. All the servants have heard it. The maid nodded slightly, but still glared in the direction of Tingxi. Young Master Haojiu learned that the first person to mention this marriage was not our wife, but Mr. Shi mentioned 2 months ago. First of all, a matchmaker is invited to come to the house to arrange marriage. Where does this idea of repaying a favor come from? As for the favor mentioned by a certain girl in it, it probably refers to the incident 23 years ago when Shi Fuxian's family fell into poverty and was destitute. I sincerely hope that your uncle will sponsor 1,000 taels of silver to help him study in the Imperial College. Furthermore, 9 years ago, Mr. Shi offended the powerful Prime Minister, was dismissed from office, and was imprisoned. It was also Mrs. Shi who came to ask for help, and asked the uncle to come forward and help him exonerated and reinstated. My servant can still remember the sincerity of Mrs. Shi's words at the beginning, what she said about life after life. Holding a ring and knotting grass in repayment. Her voice was as cold as jade, not particularly high-pitched, but it attracted side glances from the people passing by. Li Xian also looked over in stunned silence. In his original memory, the personal maid named Ling Yuro beside Mrs. Lu had always been cold and taciturn, and she had always been calm. Almost nothing can make her lose her composure. Unexpectedly, today, this woman who was nicknamed Ice Beauty more than once by her original body would actually speak directly to people, and her words were so spicy. Second young master, from my point of view, it's not a bad thing if this marriage fails. Yuro turned to look at Li Xian again. The reason why Miss Shi returned to Nanjing to discuss marriage with the young master this time is actually because her reputation in the capital was damaged and she came back to seek refuge. Mrs. Shi swore in front of her mistress. It is said that she is pure and innocent, but she was framed by a traitor and spread rumors. Madam, she believes such nonsense, but I don't believe it. It's a shame that she has the nerve to compare herself to a swan. There was a dead silence inside the pavilion, without even a sound. But at this moment, Li Xian could faintly hear the breathing inside becoming heavier, and there was even the sound of scratching between solid wood and nails. Long Yuro accepted the request and bowed to Li Xian. Yuro has gone beyond the limits of etiquette today, please forgive me. But this woman is mean-mouthed and insults my wife in her words. What is unbearable! ! What kind of crime is this? Li Xian waved his hand. He was greatly relieved and gave Ling Yuro a thumbs-up sign with great appreciation. Awesome. The key is that his mother's personal maid knows what is right and wrong. Otherwise he would really think that his family is the one at fault. Long Yuro's eyes were blank, and she obviously didn't know what the word awesome meant, but she still understood the gesture Li Xian made. But this one only responded with a calm face. Then Yuro will go and report to the mistress now. Young master, you can do what you want. Line Euro then turned around and left with the lantern in hand, while Li Xian glanced around, identified the direction, and then walked towards the door. He was not interested in the garden party at all. The reason why he came to the banquet was entirely because of the 1,000 taels of silver reward offered by the Lu family. Now that the mission was accomplished, Li Xian did not want to stay for a moment longer. He is now addicted to practicing and has found the pleasure of upgrading that he used to enjoy when playing online games. Now every bit of enhancement of true energy can give Li Xian a full sense of accomplishment, and he is extremely looking forward to the moment of promotion of the Han Yuan Celestial Elephant technique. The original person knew the back garden of Su Guogon's mansion very well, so Li Xian chose a secluded shortcut. But Li Xian felt regretful after taking only a few steps. Just at this moment, a roar like a lioness came to his ears near the rockery nearby. Zhang Hanyun, I think you want a rebel. I asked you to come here to meet Mr. Su, isn't it? I asked you to throw him into the pond to swim. Li Xian's first reaction when he heard this was fuck me, another victim has appeared in Jinling City. Who can't think of it like this? Dare to discuss marriage with Zhang Hanyun? In the memory of the original body, this person was obviously a very beautiful person, but his original body, Zhang Yu and Peng Fulai, the three lustful beings, did not dare to have any thoughts of lust or admiration. Legend has it that when she was 14 years old, she made an appointment to get married, but on the day of the engagement, she beat her fiancé to the point where she could barely take care of herself. After that, few of those who dared to discuss marriage with her were able to escape unscathed. Then when Li Xian turned around and looked over, he saw the usually majestic female boss who was known as the Iron-Blooded Shura and the Bloodhand Human Slaughterer, who made Yingtian Mansion's chief arrestor Situ Zhong change his color after hearing this. At this time, he was scolded by a beautiful middle-aged woman like a kitten who had done something bad. There were 3 little girls standing next to them, all with mocking smiles on their faces. You damn girl, do you know how much effort I put into asking Mr. Su to meet you? I had already lowered my face to beg for help, but you were lucky enough to punch him into the pool. Do you have to make your mother angry to death before you give up, right? I'm surprised, Mr. Su is such a gentleman, where did he offend you? Zhang Hanyun's face was earth-colored, and he didn't have the arrogance to boss around in the yamen at all. He replied weakly, it's not my fault. What kind of gentleman is this Mr. Su? Who asked him to touch his daughter? I didn't. Breaking his legs and feet is already very restrained. She smiled at the middle-aged beautiful woman with a flattering expression. Mom, calm down, I didn't hurt anyone this time, right? The beautiful woman's voice rose several times again. That's because I put a diamond talisman on Mr. Su's body. Just like that, he was blown away a full 8 feet by your punch. Without this talisman, Su young master, why don't you smash him into a piece of meat? At this moment, her voice paused, and she and Zhang Hanyun glanced in the direction of Li Xian. Li Xian had a dull expression on his face and took back his foot that stepped on the broken branch in great annoyance. I thought to myself that the servants in Su Guogon's mansion were really lazy to a certain extent. They couldn't even sweep away the branches and fallen leaves on the road. I must complain to the housekeeper here next time I come here. He hugged the people over there apologetically. He was about to say, I passed by accident, and I didn't mean to disturb you, but he found that Zhang Hanyun was asking him for help. His eyes were sad and full of pleading. Caller. Li Xian blinked, and then used his eyes to convey to the other party that he was helpless. After going back today, he will burn some paper money for this boss and pray for blessings. But Zhang Hanyun seemed to be able to communicate with him and actually understood what he meant. Then, her little face, which had brought disaster to the country and the people, immediately took on a fierce light, and her eyes became extra dangerous. The corners of Li Xian's eyes twitched, and he saw Zhang Hanyun's lips opening and closing, which actually said the word kill through lip language. It's a long story, but in fact the communication between the two was completed in a flash of lightning. Li Xian's mind changed for a moment, and after only weighing it for a moment, he decided to give in. He sighed, reading www.ukanshu.net, picked up a violet flower from the nearby flowers, and walked towards Zhang Hanyun. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of faces, the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is strong. If I hadn't seen you at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, we will meet at Yaotai under the moon. When I see clouds, I think of her gorgeous clothes. When I see flowers, I think of her gorgeous appearance. When the spring breeze blows on the railings, the dewdrops moisten the flowers and make them more colorful. Such a natural beauty. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme the fairies seen on the top of the Jade Mountains, or the goddesses illuminated by the moonlight in front of the Yaotai Hall. His clothes were fluttering, and he was walking with flowers in his hand, one step at a time. When he said the word under the moon, he had already walked in front of Jiang Hanyun, then smiled slightly and inserted the violet in his hand into Jiang Hanyun's hand. Rhymed sideburns. I wonder if Xiaosheng is lucky enough to invite the goddess to come down to earth and visit this garden together tonight? Jiang Hanyun stood there with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, not knowing how to react. She was expecting this guy to come to the rescue, and it would be nice to lend a helping hand to her, but the problem was that this guy's performance was completely beyond her expectations. At this time, Li Xian was extremely apologetic and bowed solemnly to the beautiful middle-aged woman next to him who was also dumbfounded. Today, Yuexia Xiaosheng fell in love with your love at first sight and couldn't help himself. Please forgive me for being rude, Aunt Zhang. After Mrs. Zhang came back to her senses, she laughed until the corners of her eyebrows flew up, and her eyes shone even more. Abrupt, huh? How could it be abrupt? I understand what you young people are thinking. Then she slapped Jiang Hanyun hard on the back and pushed her daughter to Li Xian's side. The night is getting dark, and Duke Su's mansion will be closed at the beginning of the year. While there is still time, you can take a walk and have a chat. As she spoke, she glanced fiercely at Jiang Hanyun, who turned around in surprise, her eyes fierce and full of warning. I wonder which family this young master is from. When Li Xian and Jiang Hanyun left side by side, Mrs. Zhang looked at their backs with admiration. So suave and elegant. That's Li Xian, the second son of Uncle Qingyi. The person who answered was a young girl behind Mrs. Jiang. She frowned slightly and said with doubts in her words, but according to legend, this is an ignorant and idle second-hand man. The ancestor of the world has gold and jade on the outside, but ruins on the inside, and he has everything he needs to eat, drink, go whoring, and gamble. If Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai were here at this time, they would recognize that this girl who was not inferior to Jiang Hanyun in appearance is none other than Miss Shui Yunru, the girl they want to marry. No way? Mrs. Zhang was taken aback, with an unbelievable look in her eyes. Speaking of Uncle Qingyi's second son, I have heard rumors about him. But I think this man is so majestic and heroic, it doesn't look like him at all. He's a dandy. And that poem, the clouds think of the clothes, the flowers think of the face, the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is thick. Yunru asks herself to be knowledgeable and strong, but she has never heard of this poem before. Yunru can't believe that this poem was written by this person, but nothing is absolute. Shui Yunru also looked at the two people who were walking away, with strong curiosity in her eyes. When I saw his temperament and behavior just now, he really didn't look like a ridiculous, uneducated and unskilled playboy, or something else. What's the hidden secret? Maybe my aunt can send someone to find out. You have to inquire, but even if he is really a playboy, as long as his character is not very bad and there are no unforgivable misdeeds, it is not impossible to consider. Mrs. Jiang sighed, feeling extremely melancholy. My current requirements are really not high. He will never be worse than the ones the matchmaker recently introduced to me. Then she looked at her niece warily. Yunru, it's not easy for someone to take a liking to your cousin. Don't argue with her. Shui Yunru couldn't help but laugh, shook her head and looked away. How could she possibly like this second-generation ancestor? At this time, Mrs. Zhang noticed that her personal maid looked like she was hesitant to speak. If you have anything to say it quickly. Madam, the maid glanced at her mistress anxiously. This Mr. Li is actually Mrs. Subordinate. They both serve in the 6th Daosi Suzaku Hall, so they should have known each other for a long time. Is there such a thing? Mrs. Jiang was slightly stunned at first, and then instead of being angry, she smiled. No wonder, I felt strange just now. But if this man's character is good, it's not a bad thing. Li Shen, who had already reached the lake, saw Zhang Taishan and Peng Fulai from a distance. The two friends were looking at him dumbfounded, with shock, sadness and pity on their faces. Li Xian guessed that these two guys must be thinking that Li Xian thought that he lived too long and dared to provoke the female devil next to him. Zhang Hanyun looked him up and down as if he knew him for the first time. The clouds are like clothes and flowers are like faces. Did you write this poem? Otherwise? Have you heard of this poem before, Captain? Li Xian asked first and then replied, I just saw you in my humble position, and your appearance is like that of a fairy under the moon. You are so beautiful that you can't find anything in it, so I felt it. He had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme a lot of time travel novels when he was free. In those books, it was common practice for the protagonists to plagiarize ancient poems and pretend to be cool. With so many seniors in front of him, Li Xian felt at ease and could follow their example. He didn't intend to use the Tang and Song poetry in his belly to become famous, he just used it to tease girls, no, to save people. And in terms of appearance, Zhang Hanyun is indeed extremely beautiful under the moonlight, with beautiful facial features, bright eyes and white teeth, and a face as bright as spring blossoms and as bright as the autumn moon. A street of internet celebrities. What's valuable is that there isn't even a trace of makeup on this guy's face. His bare makeup alone is already shocking. The ponytail swinging behind the head is particularly cute. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of appearance. Li Xian feels that this sentence is not enough to describe Zhang Hanyun's beauty. Fairy under the moon? Zhang Hanyun's face turned slightly red. I'm not as beautiful as you said. But then her eyes became cold again. No, what about love at first sight? Is this a trick you used in the brothel? Did you use it on me? There is no such thing as this in a brothel. I have lived in such a humble position and I have never seen a woman worthy of this poem. Li Xian shook his head guiltily, and then changed the subject. I thought, Mr. Colonel, you would first thank me for saving my life. In fact, he had never been so flirtatious before. He was a virgin until the time he traveled through time, and he never even had a girlfriend. Li Xian thought that this was probably due to the influence of the original person. Although the latter was young, he was already a veteran in the entertainment industry. Zhang Hanyun snorted coldly, you still have the nerve to say it? I didn't let you use this method. What if my mother takes it seriously? Speaking of this, Li Xian actually had some regrets. I couldn't think too much about it at that time, so I did it instinctively, and I also instinctively thought of this poem. Instinct? Zhang Hanyun murmured softly, her eyes a little flustered. She wondered if this guy really liked her, right? After all, people's subconscious reactions are the most real emotions. Li Xian didn't notice Zhang Hanyun's abnormality. He continued without realizing it, but I've thought about it, and the future troubles shouldn't be big. After all, I have a bad reputation. Maybe my aunt is regretting it now. When he thought about it, no normal person would let a frivolous deceiver who was engaged in eating, drinking, prostitution and gambling come into contact with his beloved daughter. Moreover, this guy's family is still facing the turmoil of the prince's disappearance. Zhang Hanyun laughed forcefully with a hee-hee, her eyes wandered, and she replied with no confidence, regret? Is it possible? At this time, Li Xian looked slightly solemn again, and his tone was solemn. I still have to ask for a favor from the captain. Can you please help me pay attention to the case of the missing prince? If there are any changes in this case, you reading www.ukanshu.net please be sure to send me a message, Sir Captain. He was still very concerned about the disappearance of the prince. After all, it related to his own future and the rise and fall of the entire Qingyi mansion. But Li Qingji and Li Yan didn't seem to want him to get involved too much. When Li Xian asked about this matter again this morning, they both ignored him and refused to answer his questions. This is all due to his predecessor being too ridiculous and playboy, and he was not trusted by his own family. After much thought, Li Xian could only turn to Zhang Hanyun for help. This boss is a 5th-grade demon-subduing captain, and has access to many confidential information within the 6th Daosi division. Secondly, her family is also a demon-subduing family with a history of thousands of years, and is well-informed and has a wide network of contacts. What about the disappearance of the prince? I can help you find out. Zhang Hanyun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The latest news is that the second prince and Princess Changel are still alive. Our 6th Daosi division found them in the Dashu mountain area near Luzhou Hefei. A large number of battle traces have been determined to be left by the second prince and his guards. It is judged that the second prince intended to escape to Luzhou to seek refuge, but was blocked by the attackers and had to turn south again, retreating towards Chaowu. Chaowu 3000. It's a vast place with vast mountains and dense forests. It's a bit difficult to find them now, but the second prince and the others have a lot of room for maneuver. Moreover, the few capable guards around the second prince are still alive and well. Li Xian knew that although this world was roughly similar to the ancient China in his previous life, the area was several times larger, so the 800 miles of Chaowu Lake became 3,000 miles. Li Xian was already relaxed and secretly praying, hoping that the two people could escape danger as soon as possible and return safely. He knew that as long as the prince was fine in the end, the problem in the Chengcheng mansion would not be big. At most, Li Qingji would be dismissed from his post and would be idle at home. P.S. Please give me your recommendation votes. This week, my position on the new book list fell instead of rising. Please support me by recommending and voting to help open up Wasteland. If Li Xian, you are worried about your family, there is no need to do so. Your sincere family has been suppressing the Yangtze River for nearly 300 years, and those underwater dragon kings and monsters are now only selling you the face of the Li family. So it is not a last resort. Your Majesty will not easily change the candidate for Admiral Chao Jiang. It's just because those demon tribes have broken out and affected the capital's water transportation and merchant ships. Once a flood occurs, no one will be able to bear the responsibility. Zhang Hanyun said with admiration, "My father said that Uncle Chang was loyal to the country and had the style of an ancient minister. Even after he was deprived of his position, he still tried his best to maintain peace up and down the river. If it were anyone else, even if it were not possible at this time, if we raise the table and start a commotion, we should just sit on the sidelines and watch the excitement of the court." Li Xian was shocked when he heard this. This section was not in the memory of the original owner. He only knew that Uncle Qingyi's Li family had a deep connection with the Dragon Kings and the Great Demons, but he didn't know that Uncle Qingyi had such good reputations on both sides of the Yangtze River. Zhang Hanyun's voice suddenly paused here, and he raised his eyes to the front in astonishment. Li Xian also looked sideways, and then his eyes showed awe-inspiring expressions. He saw more than a dozen young men dressed as scholars opposite him approaching him aggressively. Li Xian was familiar with most of them, and several of them had fought with him along with Cui Hongshu, who had already raised his braids. They were all old dudes from Nanjing City. The difference was that they were originally from the elite circle, while the people opposite them were second-generation officials belonging to the civil service system. Only the person surrounded by everyone was very unfamiliar to Li Xian. This man was about 18 years old, with a handsome face and dignified appearance. He was tall and strong in stature, at least half a head taller than Li Xian. His eyes were locked on Li Xian, with a fierce light in his eyes, and his steps were like meteors, walking with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Zhang Hanyun covered half of her face with a round fan and looked interested. "It seems they are here to cause trouble for you. There are more than a dozen people. There is a lot of strength. The guy in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme is already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the 4th level. We're about to break through. It looks like you're in a bad situation this time." Li Xian, however, was confident. "With the captain here, why should I, Li Xian, be afraid of these young people?" As far as he knew, his boss was extremely defensive, as the case of Lan Yu Tower showed. What's more, he now has a set of Kuainyo luminous armor on him. If it really comes to a fight, even the weak chickens in front of him may not be able to break through the defense. At this time, Peng Fulai and Zhang Taishan also had the courage to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to them. The former had a flattering look on his face. "So what if there are many people? 200 or 300 people like this are not enough for you, Captain, to fight with one hand?" Li Xian asked in a low voice. "Fulai, can you recognize who that is? I've never seen him before." When it comes to the breadth of people, Peng Fulai is far better than him. The fat man did not disappoint him. "This man's name is Zhang Jin, and he is the queen of Rongguagong. Although he is not a direct descendant, his father has served as a bachelor in the imperial court, and he is a junior in the James family. I apologize to you. When did you offend him?" The James Mansion in the Jin dynasty was an organization that assisted the prince, and the bachelor's degree holder was one of the heads of the Hanlon Academy. Although these two positions were lower in official positions, they were extremely noble. They were only a few steps away from joining the cabinet and becoming an assistant minister to the prime minister. A few steps away. While they were talking, the young man had already walked up to them. After this person stood still, he half squinted his eyes and looked down at the four of them using his height advantage. Are you Li Xian? At this time, there was already a buzzing sound around. Many people by the lake have been alerted by the movement here and gathered here. Who are you? Are you looking for me? Li Xian's reply was also very rude, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the opponent raised his hand and punched him. It was suddenly carrying the power of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win phoneme and thunder, as powerful as an arrow leaving the string. If Li Xian hadn't been so alert, he would have used a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win phoneme travel talisman on his body, and he would have been punched on the bridge of the nose. At this time, he relied on the power of the talisman to float back 10 feet, narrowly avoiding the punch, and then frowned and looked at the opposite side. This is Su Guogong's mansion. Are you sure you want to be here? Take action? I will apologize to the owner of this place later. Zhang Jin sneered, and he punched his palm hard. Today, I want to beat you up, but even the King of Heaven can't stop me. If you are scared and don't want to be beaten, then kneel down and beg for mercy. You beast, say sorry to Miss Xier 3 times, I can spare you this one time. Li Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he looked at Miss Xier and the crowd like a blade. He thought this was another grudge left behind by the original person, but it turned out that it was Miss Xi who was not on a blind date who was causing trouble. Still kneeling down to beg for mercy? Peng Fulai chuckled and said, I advise you to think twice. It will not be good for you if you really take action today. Are you that Peng Fulai? Do you think the current Chengcheng mansion can still protect your Peng family? Are you willing to be this guy's dog leg again? Zhang Jin sneered disdainfully, and then a trace of electricity spread out from the intersection of his fists and palms. Whatever you are still doing in a daze, do it for me. As long as no one is killed today, it will be all on my head. But this man's words stopped abruptly. He realized that something was wrong. The dozen or so companions around him were all trembling, and their calves were trembling. The woman next to him is Zhang Hanyun. A person with a pale face walked up to Zhang Jin and whispered, the famous bloody hand Shura. The young master of the Hanlon family also trembled slightly for an instant, and his face turned green and white. Even though he was far away in Beijing, he had heard about Zhang Hanyun's reputation. It turns out to be Master Jiang, Colonel Jiang. Perhaps because he had not directly experienced the power of blood hand Shura, Zhang Jin still managed to maintain his composure and hugged Zhang Hanyun. This is a personal grudge between me and Li Xian. Is your lord planning to intervene? Zhang Hanyun's eyelashes fluttered, and she said with a faint smile, I won't do such a thing as bullying a small one, but I can't watch you people beating up my subordinates. Let's do this, you just need to. It's not about using the crowd to bully the minority. You reading www.ukanshu.net. I won't care about it. Zhang Jin suddenly became energetic and turned his attention to Li Xian again. You can only fight alone, right? But let me explain in advance that this is not a competition, and I will not stop there. I said I wouldn't care. Zhang Hanyun covered his smile with a fan again. As long as you have the ability, then no matter how hard you want to beat him, it's up to you. Thank you, sir. Zhang Jin laughed and looked at Li Xian with a look full of narrow-mindedness and disdain. Come out, how long are you going to hide behind a woman? Li Xian sighed secretly and walked 5 steps in front of Zhang Jin again. Brother Zhang, there is no grudge between you and me. I hope you won't regret it. But his words caused a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd, and most of them cast sarcastic glances at Li Xian. Li Xian and Li Fingji are notorious for being ridiculous and uneducated. On the other hand, on the opposite side, not only is his body capable of both phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind phoneme and thunder, but he is also full of true energy, and he is obviously about to enter the palace. Peng Fulai also thought that Li Xian was arrogant. He whispered to Zhang Taishan with a frown on his face, how about we still fight in a group? We can't watch him being beaten. He felt that his friend had been kicked into a pit by Jiang Hanyun. No need, this Zhang Jin may not be Qianji's opponent. Zhang Taishan sneered, "Fu Lai, don't even think about it. Yesterday Qianji almost froze Situ Zhong's arm with a palm. Situ Zhonggui is the general manager of Jinling Zeu. Your cultivation has reached the 5th level tower realm. Is this something an ordinary person can do?" Peng Fulai may not have noticed it yesterday, but he saw with his own eyes that Situ Zhong's right arm had remained somewhat sluggish for a long time. Is this happening? Peng Fulai looked at Li Xian's back in surprise, and now he looked expectant again. "Sister Shui, don't worry, Mr. Zhang will definitely be able to vent your anger for you." Among the crowd, a young girl looked excited and talked to several female companions. "I have some experience in martial arts." Mr. Zhang's punch just now was accompanied by phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and thunder. It was clearly the top martial arts. His true energy is also about to enter the 4th floor. In front of young Master Zhang, that bastard is nothing. Shi Shuer still had her eyebrows slightly furrowed and her eyes showed worry. Li Xian is just a rich and beautiful dandy. He relies on his family background and talents to do all kinds of things. How can he be Brother Zhang's opponent? But how can I bear to see Brother Zhang act like this? Did my matter offend Uncle Chingy's mansion? And the owner of Duke Su's mansion? The girls behind her all had disdain and smiles on their faces. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Mr. Zhang's family is a noble one, and Mr. Su's family shouldn't be in trouble with him. As for the Chingy mansion, they have too much time to take care of themselves. This time, they might be deprived of their title, so how can they dare to offend Tang Tang? The son of a Hanlin scholar? In a small pavilion 30 feet away from them, Mrs. Zhang was equally worried. In other words, Li Xian will lose? You will lose and you will get beaten. Shui Yunru said in a tone of 100% certainty. As I said, he is a second-generation ancestor who is indolent, mediocre and incompetent. He is obviously very talented, but at this age, his skills are really good. Yuankai 2nd level tower realm. How lazy can this person be? Mrs. Zhang could tell that Shui Yunru was gloating about others' misfortune, and she couldn't help but sigh. Your cousin is really the same. I shouldn't have looked at her at all. When I usually want her to be virtuous, she is like a powder keg. Alas, I was like a powder keg. She shouldn't be allowed to practice martial arts. Li Xian could vaguely hear the comments of others around him, but he didn't pay much attention. What these people said is true. If he hadn't made some progress in terms of force after taking over this body, and if he hadn't been wearing a set of Kuei-Nyo luminous armor, he would have been beaten up by the opponent today. Now, Li Xian expected that he had a good chance of winning. He thought that if he was lucky, he wouldn't even need the precious armor this time. What did you say? You and I have no grievances in the past. Why bother? Even if Brother Zhang doesn't want to see me and wants to teach me a lesson, we can make an appointment at another time and place. There is no need to embarrass the owner of this place. Li Xian was not willing to be a bad guest, and felt that this fight would be a disgrace. But if the other party insists on standing up for a certain woman, then he doesn't mind using his greatly enhanced cold energy to surprise the other party. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can make me let you go by just talking today? Zhang Jin sneered. He glanced sideways at Zhang Hanyun. Seeing that this person really had no intention of interfering, he immediately calmed down and said, "Be careful. Don't say that I deceived you later." Li Xian shook his head while gathering the true energy in his body. As before, Brother Zhang, you will regret it. Let me remind you in advance that my cold power has increased greatly recently, but I can't control it. You'd better take some precautions. He was quite afraid that this guy would be seriously injured by him, or even beat to death with a slap. The palm he used to freeze the female ghost in the morning had already confirmed his level of cold power. But with Zhang Hanyun nearby, it shouldn't be a big problem. But his 2 sentences once again caused everyone to burst into laughter. Zhang Jin was too lazy to talk to him anymore, and his figure was already flashing. With 1 step, the distance of 10 feet was reduced to less than 1 step. It's still the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and thunder, but the power of the fist is more violent and faster. Li Xian did not try to dodge this time. He knew that the other party also used a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme travel talisman, which was far superior to him in terms of reaction and speed. At this moment, all he needed to do was to strike the opposite side with the cold breathing palm that had been prepared for a long time. This was the frozen 3 feet that Li Xian had just used in the morning. It was the most skillful and confident move that Li Xian had practiced in Han Shilia's palm. Relying on the treasured armor on his body, he is not afraid of the opponent's punch at all, but if the opponent is slapped by him like this, the ending will be wonderful. However, Li Xian's right palm had just reached halfway when Zhang Jin on the opposite side closed his fist and changed his stance into a stance, blocking Li Xian's palm. The man chuckled coldly and said, "Want to exchange injury for injury?" "That's not a good idea for you," but Zhang Jin's words stopped abruptly, because an extreme cold force poured into his arms like a frenzy, and then surged up crazily, spreading to his whole body and limbs. At this time, a thin layer of ice suddenly formed outside his body. Zhang Jin was shocked and turned pale, but before he could do anything, his whole body had turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture. At this time, the edge of this artificial lake was as quiet as death. It took 3 full breaths for someone to wake up and immediately shouted loudly, "Help me, help me! I need martial arts training," or above the 4th floor, "I need to practice fire and sun martial arts. A 4-story building is not enough. The cold is so strong that you need at least a 5-story building, otherwise people will die. Hurry up! Hurry, melt the ice on your head first, Mr. Zhang is almost out of breath." Most of the friends Zhang Jin brought with him were in disbelief and looked at Li Xian with horrified expressions. When the scene was chaotic and noisy, Peng Fulai swallowed with a grunt and looked at Li Xian like a god. "You almost beat him to death just now." "I said, I can't control it now." Li Xian was also frightened. Fortunately, this guy blocked the palm by some mistake, otherwise the result would be hard to say. At the same time, his eyes were as cold as a knife and he glanced at Shi Shuer, who was stunned in the crowd. The latter clearly sensed the cold malice in Li Xian's eyes, and his delicate body suddenly trembled, with a trace of fear and shock on his face. "That guy, how capable he is! This is not like the idiot her best friend said. You two are just weak chickens pecking each other, why are you so proud?" Zhang Hanyun walked up to Zhang Jin and patted him, melting the ice on his body. However, the young master of the imperial family, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net, still had his eyes closed, his teeth clenched, and his face was blue and purple. Li Xian saw that Zhang Hanyun's palm only prevented this guy from suffocating to death, but did not directly dissolve the cold essence in his body. So brother Zhang will still have to suffer a lot. Zhang Hanyun smiled at Zhang Jin, who had a pleading look in his eyes, and then turned to look at Li Xian with deep meaning. "But I saw it right yesterday, Li Xian, you are talented in the cold element. It is true that no one can match it. But how do you usually practice? Until now, you are only at the 2nd level. What on earth does he think sincerely, just watching you waste this great talent?" Li Xian couldn't help scratching his face, feeling speechless. His predecessor was indeed very lazy. He spent at least 9 out of 10 days posting on the internet, and he also held great resentment for this. As for talent, although the original talent was very good, it was not at the top level. However, after he traveled through time, not only did his mental power increase by more than 10 times, but his visualization of various refrigerants seemed to be particularly effective. At this time, in the small pavilion in the distance, Mrs. Zhang was looking at Shui Yunru with a strange expression. "It's rare that you make a mistake. Is this what you call mediocre and incompetent, Yunru?" "Not necessarily, right?" Shui Yunru felt sour. "I can only say that his talent is indeed excellent, but don't you think it is even more hateful, Aunt? No one else can ask for such a talent, but this guy is using it to waste. It is said that he is indolent, uneducated, and has no skills. But that's absolutely right. It's okay to be lazy. Being mediocre is a blessing. The key is to look at character." Mrs. Zhang obviously had a very good impression of Li Xian. "I have observed that he speaks and behaves politely. He is a person who knows etiquette. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Due to the sudden turmoil, Li Xian had to stay in Su Guogong's mansion for more than half an hour before embarking on his return journey again. The main reason was that the subsequent steps were very troublesome to deal with. Zhang Jin's mother rushed over at that time, started crying and yelling for Li Xian to look good, and she also wanted to report the crime and send him to the government to pay for his life. However, the people in Su Guogong's mansion were still sensible. After most of the cold power in Zhang Jin's body was resolved and they were sure that there was no danger to his life, they released him directly. After all, Li Xian was being reasonable. He was not the one who took action first. He warned him repeatedly before taking action. Even if he really sued the government, he would not be able to be convicted. When leaving Su Guogong's mansion, Li Xian originally planned to go home with Zhang Yu and Peng Fulai. The reason why the three of them became best friends was that they had similar odors, but the most important reason was that they lived phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other and they were neighbors. However, after Zhang Hanyun followed him on horseback, Zhang Yu and Peng Fulai stayed away from him. The two of them stayed away from him as if they were seeing a god of plague, preferring to go back later than go with him. Li Xian was puzzled. Is it possible that the principal's residence is also in the west of the city? Shang Nan. Sister Zhang Hanyun's temperament smiled gently. I am going to visit Uncle Chingy at your home to ask him how he raises his children. Li Xian suddenly felt like a primary school student being taken by his teacher to meet his parents, but it's already so late. Isn't this inappropriate? How about we change the time? He took a peek at Zhang Hanyun's face and found that she had no intention of changing his ways, so he lowered his voice and said helplessly, if you are practicing martial arts for a humble position, there is really no need. Now I have changed my mind and have turned around. Before I go to Zhuke Hall to order Mao every day, I have to practice at least 5 rounds of family secrets. 5 rounds? How can 5 rounds be enough? Zhang Hanyun sneered, if I were sincere, I would have to let you practice at least 10 rounds a day. Your talent will be useless if you don't work hard and practice hard. Li Xian was naturally happy in his heart. He also wanted to do more practice in palm skills and sword skills, but the problem was that he didn't have so much time, so he really couldn't do it. But the next moment, he heard Zhang Hanyun say, I can allow you to order it an hour later. Li Xian couldn't help but frown, showing a bit of hesitation. I thank you for your respect, but the matter is serious, please consider it. He was actually overjoyed, but considering the original character, he still had to put on a show at this time. A guy who is extremely lazy cannot be diligent for no reason. I just asked you to do more exercises. Why are you so big? Zhang Hanyun couldn't help but sneered, forget it, I have no intention of asking your opinion. I will discuss this matter directly with Uncle Chingy. Li Xian was happy when he heard this, but his face showed bitterness and hatred. Master Xiaowei, why do you have to push me so hard? So what if I force you? Can you bite me? In short, I have made up my mind. If Uncle Cheng doesn't agree, then I will personally supervise it. At this time, Zhang Hanyun suddenly clenched his right hand, causing a clicking sound like fried soybeans to come out from the knuckles. At the same time, in a delicate tone, he said creepy words, if you can't do it, even if you are lazy and slippery, I will let you know the consequences. Also, when I am angry, I have never been able to control myself well. If I break my arms or legs, or I am short of weight or something, I hope that Mr. Chang and Mrs. They won't be surprised. Li Xian couldn't help but let out a gullo sound and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just when Zhang Hanyun said the word can't do it, he saw a majestic ball of thunder spreading from Zhang Hanyun's arm and spreading to 10 feet away. The scale and momentum, more than 1,000 times more powerful than Zhang Jin. He thought that this punch would probably blast him out of the atmosphere, or smash him into dregs and dust. Of course I listen to adults. Li Xian smiled and gave up decisively. He had originally planned to go with the flow, and he would not resist stubbornly at this time. But just as the words came out, Li Xian discovered that Zhang Hanyun was looking at a certain direction intently. He followed the latter's line of sight and found that they were several donkey carts dragging coffins. Li Xian couldn't help but be surprised. That's someone from Yizhuang outside the city. Your Excellency saw something was wrong. The so-called Yizhuang is a place organized by the people to store coffins. Those who died in unclear circumstances, or who died unjustly, would leave their coffins in charity villages organized by Buddhist temples and Taoist temples. In addition, for many people who died in other places or without relatives, Yizhuang would come forward to collect the bodies and be responsible for the burial. However, to avoid bad luck, they generally do not transport corpses during the day, but choose to transport the corpses out of the city late at night. In front of them, there was a corpse transport team from a village outside the city. There are 7 donkey carts and 7 coffins, and the drivers are young men wearing black clothes and black trousers. In addition, 2 Taoist priests, an old man and a young man, were sitting in the front car of the motorcade. Li Xian's voice stopped abruptly. He actually faintly saw a black mist lingering near the wooden coffins under the 2 Taoists. At first he thought it was a fire, but then he realized something was wrong. It was more like the evil spirits mentioned in Taoist books. But this is incredible. Li Xian's cultivation level is only on the 2nd floor, and it is far from the level of turning on the spiritual vision to directly observe the properties of the ghost. It's evil. Xiao Lele said that the evil force inside is as strong as mud, and there is probably something unclean in the coffin. Zhang Hanyun confirmed Li Xian's judgment. She narrowed her eyes and shook her sleeves. The 3-tailed spirit fox came out of her sleeve and lay on her shoulder with a vigilant look. Later, stand farther away and use all the talismans you can use. What this veteran can do may be unfathomable. As she spoke, she was already riding forward, heading straight towards the direction of the convoy. The dragon colt was controlled by her, and its steps were neither hasty nor slow, but the sound of the horse's hoofs seemed to be able to penetrate deep into people's hearts. At this time, he didn't know whether it was Li Xian's illusion, but he felt that the atmosphere in the street where they were located suddenly became chilly and cold. The old Taoist also noticed the 2 of them. He looked at Zhang Hanyun with a dull face. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he didn't seem to care at all. But just when Zhang Hanyun approached 10 feet away from the convoy, the old Taoist's eyes suddenly revealed a scarlet luster, and a blood-red sword light suddenly shot up from behind him. Yu reading. Ukanshu. Net rushed down in the direction of Zhang Hanyun. I knew there was something wrong with you. Zhang Hanyun sneered, and her sword was unsheathed at the same moment. Not only was it like thunder and lightning, but it also caused a majestic lightning in mid-air. When the 2 sword lights, red and blue, met in mid-air, there was a loud bang. Then a devastating impact swept in all directions, causing nearly half of the wall buildings around the street to collapse in an instant. The 7 young men riding the donkey cart were all stunned immediately, and the dragon colt under Li Xian was also shocked to the point of standing upright. He himself was also shocked and felt the blood boiling in his chest and abdomen. The battle between these high-ranking cultivators was actually so dangerous that even those who watched the battle from a distance of dozens of feet would suffer disaster. And just when Li Xian finally managed to stabilize his true energy and blood, he fell off the horse. He was shocked to find that the young Taoist was carrying a coffin and walking out of the sky full of sword debris. This person did not escape in other directions, but moved quickly in his direction like lightning. At this time, Li Xian's mind went blank. He used his palms to condense ice almost instinctively, mobilized his true energy, and blasted it out with the frozen 3 feet style. Then he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed car, and was knocked directly into the air by this overwhelming force. It flew 10 meters like a cloud and fell into a collapsed brick wall. At this time, Li Xian's consciousness was already blurry. He tried to open his eyes and took a steady look at the young Taoist in the distance. At the same time, he secretly cursed himself for being so unlucky these past 2 days. So many bad things came to my door at the same time. Then his vision went dark and he fell completely into a coma. I don't know how long it took before Li Xian woke up in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had returned to his house in Chengyibo Mansion. Li Xian was very familiar with the mosquito net in front of him, the beams, the carvings on the bed frame, and the patterns on the mosquito net. It was mostly evening, because the light in the room was a bit dark. It was still raining outside, and heavy rain poured down amidst the roar of thunder. Li Xian felt no pain in his body, but he knew that he was breathing and his heart was beating. How lucky you are that you are still alive. But when Li Xian started to try to stand up with his hands on the edge of the bed, his body suddenly froze. He found that not far from his bed, there was a girl in bright red clothes standing. She looks to be about 16 or 17 years old. She wears an unusually gorgeous phoenix crown on her head and a scarlet robe. The facial features are extremely beautiful and exquisite. But when Li Xian looked carefully, he couldn't help but feel frightened. Just because this girl not only had no sound of a living person, but also had no pupils in her eyes. There was only a blood-curdling patch of blood. Her face was pale, as white as paper, and there happened to be another burst of lightning shining outside, making the girl's face look extra eerie. "Girl, what is your name?" Li Xian asked tentatively, but there was no response. There were drops of blood in the girl's eyes, and there was still a vague and cold power lingering around her. Li Xian's heartbeat was slightly abnormal, and then he calmed down. He even reached out and tried to touch the girl's shoulder, trying to see if the other party was real. As a forensic doctor who has dissected dozens of corpses, Li Xian has always been bold. Although I guessed that the girl in front of me probably belonged to some kind of ghost. But he knows that in this world, there are many experts who are able to conquer demons. Li Xian's father, Uncle Chang, is a powerful martial artist in the realm of the 10th floor. He can suppress any kind of evil ghost, so he really doesn't need to be afraid of anything. But then Li Xian's face became cold, and his fingers only touched in emptiness. In addition, his fingers were also inexplicably stained with a bit of deathly aura, and then spread quickly, making Li Xian suddenly feel weak. But the next moment, a tiny trace of thunder and lightning was generated in front of Li Xian. It was only as thick as a hair, and it struck his fingers, making his whole body sting and numb, and at the same time, it dispersed all the death-gray aura from his fingertips. Li Xian knew that the thunder and lightning should be the automatic activation effect of the 5 Thunder Demon Proofing Array in Uncle Chingy's mansion. Because demons are rampant, people in this world will set up feng shui arrays in their homes to ward off demons and suppress evil as long as their finances allow. Uncle Chingy's mansion is no exception, and their 5 Thunder Demon Repelling Array is extremely powerful. Therefore, the source of the gray mist wrapping around his fingertips is self-evident. Li Xian couldn't help but look up and glanced at the girl in surprise, thinking that she was really a ghost, but why didn't the 5 Thunder Demonic Protection Array react to her? Also, where did this female ghost in red come from? Are you asking for his life? Why did you offend her? Just when Li Xian was thinking wildly, he found that the door curtain was opened. Li Qingji, the sincere man, walked in first. After seeing Li Xian wake up, his face suddenly became happy. "I finally woke up." He walked directly to Li Xian's bedside and sat down. "Luckily, I gave you the Kuei-Niu luminous armor this time, otherwise Xianer, you would be in trouble this time." Li Xian was also curious about how he survived. "What happened after you fell into a coma? Where did those 2 Taoists come from? What's inside that coffin?" But the top priority right now is of course to deal with the female ghost next to his bed. Li Xian raised his finger and pointed at the girl who was standing less than 3 steps away from Chengyi Bo Li Qingji, and asked his father in confusion, "Old man, you didn't see such a big female ghost here?" "Female ghost?" Li Qingji was stunned. He glanced at where Li Xian was pointing, and then looked blankly at his eldest son Li Yan, who followed him. 2 hours later, it was still Li Xian's room. Li Qingji cupped his fists and saluted a monk wearing cassocks. "I'm sorry to bother you, Master Yuanwu, Yener. You go and see the master out of the mansion, and give me a copy of Chang'e." The smile on the monk's face instantly became real. He clasped his palms together and returned the salute. "Uncle, don't worry. From what I can see, Master Ling probably suffered a heavy blow to the head, so he had hallucinations. Shen Yan is delirium. Then you only need to rest for a while and take some soothing and calming medicines, and you will be fine." Li Xian sat on the bed with a blank expression, looking numbly at the girl in red. He was thinking, how could this happen? How can it be? Even the sincere Master Li Qingji, a 10th level master, was unaware of her presence. The Master Yuanwu who was leaving was the abbot of the Debaoan Temple. Not only was his cultivation level higher than that of Li Qingji, he was also his professional counterpart. But even after Li Xian had pointed out the female ghost's location, he was still unaware of her existence. What is the origin of this female ghost in red? Xianer? Li Qingji saw that Li Xian was demented and didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but frown. If you still insist that there is a ghost, I can ask someone to see it again. Although Master Yuan Wu has strong magic power, he can't help but Jinling City is not the top person. Dad, you are wasting your money. This is Li Yan, who has sent Master Yuan Wu out of the house. He walked in with a folding fan. Can we just find someone else? Master Yuan Wu's magic power is indeed not the best, but when it comes to the ability to identify evil, this Jinling City, I'm afraid no one can match him. I also think that Li Xian hit his head, so he is not in a normal state of mind. It's ridiculous when I think about it. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net in our 5 thunder magic array. How can there be room for the ghosts? Shut up. Li Qingji glanced at his eldest son coldly, and then after a while of contemplation, he stood up suddenly. Wait for me for a moment. He walked out of the door, and about 10 minutes later, he returned to Li Xian's bedroom holding a vermilion wooden box. Li Yan looked at the wooden box and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Is this the blood of the Tianmu demon? Dad, you'd better hire someone. This thing is more expensive. 2,000 taels of silver only costs 1 drop. Li Qingji wordlessly took out a porcelain bottle from the wooden box, poured out a drop of bright red blood, and touched it between his own eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, the sincere uncle held the Daoju again, causing his eyes to glow with spiritual light. Li Xian recognized that this was the technique of spiritual vision. With the increase of the blood of the Tianmu demon, the power could be doubled. But what disappointed him was that after Li Qingji looked at him for a while and looked around, he still shook his head slightly. There is really no sinister aura, but this body is a bit weak. I will have someone give it to you later. A jar of Shaoyang pill, please replenish it. He hesitated for a moment. In the next few months, you are not allowed to hang out in brothels, otherwise I will break your legs. Li Xian was completely healed, and he looked at the female ghost in red with a dull expression. It wasn't until Li Qingji was shocked and thought that his second son might really have a problem with his head that Li Xian turned around and asked, "How long have I been sleeping for? How did I get back to the house? Also, those 2 naughty people are scratching their heads. Have you arrived yet?" Since this female ghost cannot be solved for the time being, he can only pretend that it is not a problem and settle for the next best thing. He suspected that the female ghost in red was related to his experience before coma. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here. This is already the 4th day. Colonel Jiang Hanyun personally sent you back. Although your injury was not serious, you almost recovered the next day, but for some reason, you fell asleep for such a long time. Li Qingji's expression was solemn. As for the 2 Taoists you mentioned, they both managed to escape. They are both notorious evil cultivators, especially Shui Woya, who is the 3 most outstanding disciples of the blood sword ancestor. 1. Lieutenant Jian wanted to guard you, so we were unable to capture them both. I was in coma for 4 days? Li Xian felt very unbelievable, and he frowned slightly. Then did the captain tell me what happened at that time? I saw them carrying a coffin, and one of them would rather be injured than let it go. The coffin was damaged. It is said that there may be an evil corpse inside the coffin, which is probably phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to Hanbao's rank. It was Li Yan who answered, "Don't look at me, the 6th Daosi division is making a big fuss right now, and the whole city is wanted to find the whereabouts of Shui Wuya and the evil corpse. In Nanjing, a city with a population of over 1 million, an evil corpse of the Hanban class has entered. Is this okay? Hundreds of thousands of people could have died if they were not careful. Shui Wuya must have had bad intentions when he brought that evil corpse into the city. It's a pity that you 6 Daosi just found the whereabouts of the 2nd prince and Princess Changle, and they have to die again. Come out and work on this big case." Li Xian's spirit perked up. "Have you found the 2nd prince?" "We found it 3 days ago." Li Yan's face was calm, but he was seriously injured and is still in a coma. "I heard that the situation was extremely dangerous at that time." The people from Ludaosi went a little later. His Highness, there is the worry of dying. At least I returned safely. The court. Li Xian found that Li Qingji and Li Qingji were still wearing home clothes. He couldn't help but frown. Father, you guys? Could it be that these two are still in a state of resignation? Although the second prince returned safely, he was attacked on the river after all. How can this crime be so easily erased? Li Qingji laughed at first, and then after hesitating for a while, he said a few words of truth. Xianer, you don't need to worry, the two of us were just swept away by some disturbances in the court and suffered an unreasonable disaster. It will be difficult to recover in the next period of time, but it will not damage the foundation of the uncle's house for the time being. Li Yan gloated and laughed. Brother, instead of worrying about us now, you should worry more about yourself. 4 days ago, your boss sent you back to the house, and then forced the old man to agree to let you practice 12 rounds every day. The old man has to personally supervise the Cold Sky Sword and Cold Breath Fierce Palm. Li Xian immediately looked at Li Qingji in disbelief. He had agreed on 10 rounds before. Is this another increase? Uncle Sincerity, you can sell a good son. Li Qingji felt guilty and avoided the questioning and heart-wrenching gaze of his second son. Captain Jiang said that I was incompetent in educating my son, and that I was too indulgent in doting on you. He said that I would destroy you sooner or later. How can I save my face and how can I be embarrassed? What's more, you should take a warning from what happened this time. Even if you were only at the 4th level of cultivation at that time, with the help of the Kueino luminous armor, you wouldn't be unable to take even one move. When he said this, his face was serious and he showed a sincere attitude. It's rare that your boss thinks so highly of you, and even agreed to let you wake up at midnight every night. Xianer, you should be brave after realizing your shame, just practice hard. Li Xian wanted to say something else, but he heard Li Yan next to him laugh out loud. Actually, it's just smooth sailing. The old man hopes that someone can strictly discipline you and urge you to practice martial arts. That Captain Jiang is not afraid of mother's power. Little brother, you don't know, it's rare for me to see someone push my mother so hard that she's speechless. That woman looks delicate, but she's a hard rock. Little brother, if you marry her back, this family will look good. What nonsense are you talking about? No one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Li Qingji glared at him, then took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and placed it in front of Li Xian. This is what Captain Jiang left for you. She said she acted recklessly this time and almost cost you your life. She is very sorry, so use this elixir to compensate a little. Li Xian took the porcelain bottle and took a look at it, and then his expression changed slightly. 6 Paths Man Yuan Dan? The famous 6 Paths Human Yuan pill is one of the few pills in the world that can enhance true energy without causing any trouble. How rare is it? With the power of Uncle Qingyi's house, he could only get 2 similar pills a year, which were allocated to brothers Li Xian and Li Yan. It is a pity that Li Xian is not motivated, and the power of a pill is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme less than 1/10. The Lu Dao Rin Yuan Dan is one of the unique specialties of Lu Daosi. The D Yuan Dan on it can even help people break through the realm of martial arts. Over the past thousands of years, it has attracted many outstanding martial artists to join Lu Daosi. It can be seen that Colonel Jiang is really looking forward to your talent. Li Qingji stroked his beard. Xianer, you must not let down Captain Zhang's training. What cultivation? At this time, the bead curtain at the door was opened again, and Ms. Lu walked in with a bowl of medicinal soup in her hand, her eyes red. Xianer is almost dead this time, and you still plan to let him go to work at the 6th Avenue department? Are you willing to give up until you see Xianer dead? At this time, not only Li Qingji and Li Yan were silent, Li Xian himself also felt his scalp numb. He knew that Lu's firepower would soon turn on him. Li Xian's premonition was correct. After Mrs. Lu scolded Li Qingji and his son until they were bloody and fled, she continued to talk to him by his bedside for more than an hour, and did not let him go until late at night. After finally waiting until the room became quiet and his ears were clear again, Li Xian shuddered again. He looked at the female ghost in red who was still floating beside the bed, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. No one can remain calm at this moment. Although Li Xian is courageous, he is not the kind of person who doesn't know how to be noble. The female ghost looked numb and had no intention of harming him for the time being. But what if the other party is waiting for a certain moment, a certain opportunity, to take his life? This is something no one can say for sure. Li Xian first sorted out the memories in his mind, and finally determined that he had nothing to do with the girl and had no grudges. Although the original person is a bastard, he still has a bottom line in his actions. He used his power to bully others, but he never harmed anyone's life. There was no reason for him to provoke ghosts. Then Li Xian decided to try to talk to the female ghost first. "Who are you, girl? Can you speak? Let's communicate? Why are you staring at me? Although I also think I am very handsome, I would be embarrassed if you looked at me so affectionately. Who are you? Are you okay? I'm a private person?" There was no response at all, and Li Xian could only smile bitterly, and then took out the porcelain bottle containing the Ren Yuan Dan. Again, since he had nothing to do with the female ghost, he could only pretend that she didn't exist. Li Xian decided to take care of his own affairs first. He had to complete today's Jotian transportation and take the human yuan pill. The fact that he almost died 4 days ago really made him feel a great sense of crisis. He has made up his mind to upgrade his Han Yuan Celestial Elephant technique to the 4th level in the shortest possible time. Li Qingji was right. As long as he had the cultivation level of the 4th level tower at that time, he would not be stunned by one move. Not long after Li Xian swallowed the Ren Yuan Dan, he felt a warm feeling in his belly. And within his dantian, there was still a moxibustion heat and solid heat rising up. It can be seen that this man's Yuan Dan is very effective. Just swallow it and it can directly increase a person's true energy. However, for Li Xian's kung fu body, this extra amount of true energy is an impurity and must be refined and purified. Li Xian did not dare to commit suicide this time, and continued to try liquid hydrogen with a critical temperature lower than liquid nitrogen, with a critical temperature of 226 degrees Celsius, and liquid helium with a critical temperature of 267.8 degrees Celsius, which is phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to absolute zero. When he visualized liquid nitrogen before, he knew this was his limit. If you want to go further, it's probably because you didn't cultivate your true energy and froze yourself to death instead. This way of cultivation still has to be done step by step. Li Xian decided to stabilize his hands first and lay a solid foundation for himself. However, the liquid cold air circulating in his body can be slightly expanded. Before, they were the size of walnuts, but walnuts also come in 3, 6, or 9 grades, such as lion head walnuts, chicken heart walnuts, etc. The sizes are all different. This time, Li Xian spent a lot of time meditating and moved a total of 53 great celestial beings before he could completely squeeze out the power of the man's Yuan Dan. The final harvest made Li Xian quite satisfied. His utilization rate of this Ren Yuan Dan reached at least 60%. The amount of true energy obtained was 42 times that of that night 4 days ago. In other words, today's night is equivalent to his practicing for 42 days. Although he was not able to take advantage of the situation to directly break through the barrier of the 3rd floor this time, which was a bit of a fly in the ointment, he has now half-stepped through the door. In terms of true energy, he is already phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to the level of the 2nd floor. Top-notch and extremely high quality. But Li Xian also paid the price for this. He was shivering with cold, and it felt like there was an ice block in his lower abdomen. Fortunately, Li Qingji had someone bring him a whole bottle of Shaoyang pills, and Li Xian swallowed 9 pills in a row before the cold power accumulated in his limbs and bones was resolved. The bad result was that his bottom began to rise like a pillar, and his stock price couldn't rise enough. Just because this elixir can not only resolve the cold, but also has a certain aphrodisiac effect. In Li Xian's memory, Pang Fulai and Zhang Yu frequently asked him for this elixir. Sincere Bo Li Qingji asked people to give him Shaoyang pills for the purpose of replenishing his body. Li Xian looked at his lower body and was very hesitant. He wanted to use the unicorn arm that he had practiced hard for 10 years, but he was worried about the blood-eyed girl standing next to him. In the end, he endured it, hugged the quilt and fell asleep. I don't know if it was because he slept too long before, but Li Xian suffered from insomnia that night. He didn't fall asleep until it was phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to the 4th watch. Then before dawn, he was woken up by his personal attendant Li Dalu. After opening his eyes, Li Xian frowned slightly. He felt a cold and numb feeling in his heart. When he tore open his clothes, he discovered that there was a pale green patch about the size of a fingernail in his heart. Li Xian meditated for a moment, then asked his personal attendant, Li Dalu, maybe you can see a spot here? The latter took a steady look at Li Xian's chest, and then shook his head with doubts in his eyes. No, I didn't see anything. Master, are you trying to find excuses to be lazy again? I advise you. Think twice. When Colonel Jiang sent you back that day, he stepped on the diamond-cut floor in the lobby in front of his uncle and his wife. My uncle also said that if you continue to be lazy and slippery, sir, let the captain handle it. Li Xian felt slightly depressed and looked at the female ghost who was still floating in front of his bed with a solemn expression. He knew that 90% of the green spots were related to the female ghost, but he wondered if his father, Li Qingji, could discover the green spots? Li Xian went to the backyard school field shirtless that day, so he thought there was no need to ask. If Li Qingji could see this green spot, he would naturally notice it with his eyesight. But if Li Sungqi can't see it, asking will only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to misunderstanding. To his disappointment, Li Qingji turned a blind eye to the spots on his chest and didn't notice it at all. Li Xian had no choice but to suppress the doubts and worries in his heart and began to practice the cold breath fierce poem. His concentration was still very good, and he quickly eliminated all distracting thoughts and devoted himself wholeheartedly to martial arts practice. It is worth mentioning that Li Sungqi actually changed all the targets and wooden figures on the school field. They are all carefully crafted and of the highest quality. Not only are they made of excellent materials, but they are also engraved with talismans. Li Xian's knife could only leave a shallow mark on it. However, Li Qingji was extremely satisfied with the cold power displayed by Li Xian. Li Xian's progress in cold element real energy can be seen with the naked eye. Not only has the amount of real energy increased a lot, but the intensity of the cold power has also increased by nearly twice what it was 4 days ago. Every time he touches down, those wooden figures will form a thick layer of frost, freezing them from the inside out. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in Li Qingji's eyes. He had personally taught Li Xian martial arts before, but in his impression, Xianer's talent was not that strong. But after just a few breaths, Li Qingji didn't care anymore. It is not that there were no precedents for people to have enlightenment after adulthood and their talents greatly increased. Situations like Li Xian's are not uncommon. Reading www.yukna.net. Li Xian frowned. When he was practicing, he found that his cold power was much stronger than he expected yesterday. But at the same time, he felt the numbness and coldness in his chest increasing. In addition, whether it was an illusion or not, Li Xian vaguely sensed a cold force similar to his own true energy, constantly invading from behind and adding to the true energy scattered throughout his body's meridians, greatly enhancing his palm power. Unfortunately, Li Xian's sensing ability has not yet entered the stage of internal vision, so he cannot be sure of this. The worry in his heart increased even more. When he walked out of Uncle Chingy's house that day, his brows were furrowed, almost knotted. Until Li Xian got on his horse and walked half a street, he found his brother Li Yan standing at the corner of the street, waiting for him. After the latter saw him, he directly threw a dark pendant over. "Take this thing, if you dare to lose it or damage it, I will never finish with you." Li Xian took a look at the thing in his hand and found that it was actually a thunder meteorite necklace. He couldn't help but be slightly moved. "I remember, this seems to be a token of love between you and your sister-in-law, right?" In memory, this object has a single function: it can only ward off evil spirits, but it is a relatively rare treasure. And because of its single-mindedness, it is powerful. In fact, as soon as Li Xian came into contact with this object, he felt that the numbness and coldness in his chest had faded a lot. "I'll lend it to you for the time being." Li Yan curled his lips with a very disdainful expression. "Old man, he believes in your evil deeds and is going to withdraw tens of thousands of taels of silver from the account to collect treasures for you to suppress evil spirits. Here. Before now, I will lend this thing to you temporarily. But you have to remember, don't let me find out that you are lying." Li Xian looked stunned, and then he laughed. He felt that his heart suddenly became less cold. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Regarding the update, let me explain here. Since it is a cheerful and suspenseful article, it is a bit brain-consuming. The land reclamation has not yet entered the state, so the writing is not very fast. There are currently 2 updates per day, and additional updates will be added during the forced promotion period. Please forgive me. When Li Xian rode his horse and rushed to the 6th Daosi Zhuke Hall, he found that the Zhuke Hall was extra busy today. Hundreds of people gathered around the gate, bustling and talking. Li Xian was surprised to find Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu again in the crowd. Both of them knew that Li Xian was attacked and fell into coma, and were very worried about him. It wasn't until I asked Li Xian and found out that he was fine that he smiled playfully again. Li Xian asked depressedly, "Why can I see you everywhere? What are you doing here? Are you involved in another case?" Peng Fulai did not answer, but directly pulled out a blackwood token from his sleeve and waved it in front of Li Xian's eyes. Li Xian couldn't help but was stunned, and asked strangely, "When did you join the 6th Daosi Division? I have never seen you enter the 6th Daosi Division as a trainee before. Suzaku Hall is short of people to recruit new people recently. My old man directly donated 500,000 taels of silver to the 6th Daosi Division, skipping these 2 steps." Peng Fulai didn't mean to show off, and his face turned bitter. "As you can see, I am also an 8th level inspector of the 6th Path Division, and my status is a trainee warrior." Li Xian understood that this was the power of the Peng family. As for the trainee warrior mentioned by Peng Fulai, it can be regarded as a job type within Ludaosi, just like Li Xian's identity is trainee spirit warrior. This is the most unskilled occupation in the 6th Daosi Division. It has nothing but force and is worse than a handyman. Li Xian originally tried to turn in this direction, but unfortunately his force was never up to standard. "What about you, Taishan?" Li Xian asked Zhang Yu again. "Don't tell me that your father also donated money." "Do I still need to donate money?" Zhang Yu looked a little complacent. "During the martial arts test, several reviewers gave me full marks, but I am still just a wrestler apprentice now and I have to train for 2 months before I can get it. The official status of inspection." Only then did Li Xian remember that the person in front of him was already a master with a cultivation level phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the 4th level. He was also very strong and had always been the most powerful among the 3 of them. This guy is actually very lazy. He spends 10 days fishing and 8 days drying nets, which is only slightly better than Li Xian himself. But because of his extraordinary talent, immense strength, and the fastest cultivation speed among them, the reviewer had no reason not to like him. But Li Xian felt strange. He looked at Zhang Yu and then at Peng Fulai. "It's so strange. What do your family think? Why did they send you to Ludaosi without any agreement?" Zhang Yu couldn't explain why, and Peng Fulai smiled bitterly. "Why else? Of course it's for refuge. It is said that there have been constant turmoil in the court recently, and even your father, Uncle Chingy, has been swept away, not to mention our 2 families? Sorry, don't you feel that the atmosphere in Nanjing is not right recently? Is there a feeling that a storm is coming?" He sighed with emotion, so sincerity has the foresight. With the 6 paths conquering Demon Division, at least we don't have to worry about disaster for the whole family. It's a bit late for both of us. Li Xian stood there and thought for a while, then looked in front of him. "Then what's going on?" The door of the majestic 6th Daosi Suzaku Hall was blocked? When he mentioned this matter, Peng Fulai smiled sinisterly and said, "A while ago, someone in your Zhuke Hall was involved in a case and destroyed a statue of the city god. He was so angry that he sent the spirit beasts under him to block the door." Li Xian had already seen the situation at the door, and he couldn't help but have a confused look in his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Such a small thing as big as an arm doesn't seem to have very high cultivation, so he can block this place. So many people?" He knew that the so-called city god is the god of the underworld, who rules over the underworld of a city. He is also one of the 8 gods specified in the Confucian Zhouguan and is the god who protects the city believed by the people in Taoism. These city gods are usually served by deceased famous ministers and military generals. At the beginning of the Jin dynasty, Jin Taizu once granted the title of city god to the world, and divided it into 4 levels: king, duke, marquis, and uncle. Every year, sacrifices were performed by the king, and the governor of the prefecture and county is in charge. The origin of Nanjing's city god is particularly impressive. He was the lord of Jiangnan during the Warring States period 3,000 years ago, Jiangwu. His achievements during his lifetime can be equal to Sun Tzu, the little overlord in Li Xian's world. But what was blocking the steps at the entrance of Suzaku Hall at this moment was a small spiritual beast. The head of the spirit beast looks like a tiger, the body is in the shape of a dog, the ears are also pointed and long, and there is a single horn on the forehead. It raised its chin and looked down at the people below with cold, arrogant, and contemptuous eyes. Don't underestimate it. This is the authentic Tingtian Mastiff. It's called Tingtian Mastiff. It has pure blood. It's actually just a little Tingting. Peng Fulai smiled mischievously. Don't look at it because it is small, but it may be patient. Damn it, there are dozens of people here who have suffered from it. I'm sorry, you'll know when you look at it next. Look, there's another one who doesn't know how to die. Li Xian has discovered that many people in the crowd are indeed pale and depressed, and they all look like they are lifeless and can no longer survive. At this moment, the person walking up the steps was a young man wearing a silver-white armor of the same style as Zhang Hanyun. This was actually a 5th-rank demon-subduing captain. But as soon as the spirit beast opened its mouth and uttered 2 human words, the captain's body froze. Your name is Lei Yun, and I like your second sister-in-law. Me. The captain named Lei Yun could not help but turn pale, and a large amount of cold sweat broke out on his head. He hesitated for a moment, then took the second step. Yu reading www.Ukanshin at the spirit beast then sneered, 2 years and 7 days ago, you took a peek. Stop. Before he finished speaking, the demon-subduing captain on the steps raised his hand, hunched over and stepped back step by step. At this time, everyone in front of the door looked at him with complicated eyes. Some were sympathetic, some felt sympathy for him, and naturally some were contemptuous. Do you understand? The legendary listening beast can monitor everything in the world, and is especially good at listening to people's hearts. Peng Fulai chuckled and said, they have also established a rule. There are 5 steps in total. Each step has a personal sentence. As long as someone can survive it, the door can end and the city god can return to his life. At this time, another person walked up to the steps, and the 12 spears arranged in a fan shape behind him were particularly eye-catching. Li Xian was startled and recognized that this was his immediate boss, Ma Chenggong. This person hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. The spirit beasts above didn't even bother to look at him. You succeeded in making a horse, and you hid 900 taels of silver in the pit under your rice vat. Li Xian's face couldn't help but twitch slightly, thinking that Lao Ma was in such a miserable state this time. He knew that Ma Chenggong's wife also worked in Lidaosi, so she was probably among the crowd now. But it is really not easy for his boss to save all this private money. Ma Chenggong's face turned pale as expected, but after a few breaths, he still braved a cold gaze from behind and climbed up the stairs again. You are very brave and don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die. The spirit beast finally opened its eyes. 4 months ago, you were invited by your subordinate Li Xian to go to Dingfang Tower to drink flower wine. Ma Chenggong collapsed. He pulled out his sword and shouted with murderous intent, I'll kill you. Ma Chenggong failed to retaliate successfully. The waist knife he had just pulled out was slapped away by Zhang Hanyun, who was standing not far away. Why are you so angry? The manager has an order. This is the spiritual beast of the city god. No one in the 6th Daosi division can hurt it in the slightest today. The words are still in your ears. How can you knowingly commit the crime? Then Ma Chenggong was grabbed by the ear by a tall woman who came up from behind, and was dragged out of the crowd like a dead dog. How miserable! Zhang Yu expressed sympathy. Will he be severely beaten by his wife? I think he might be castrated. Peng Fulai waved a folding fan. I have heard of his wife's name. She is also the famous Iron Lady of our 6th Dao division. Within 2 days of joining the 6th Daosi division, he had already recognized everyone in the Suzaku Hall. As one of the parties involved, Li Xian couldn't help but feel ashamed. Probably not. We only drank wine that night and did not spend the night in Dingfang building. As long as he explains clearly, the problem will not be big. He then asked very strangely, do we have to go through the front door? Can't we use the side door or the back door? Since we know that this spiritual beast is powerful, there is no need to go through it. It is said that the steward was furious and considered it a great shame and humiliation. Peng Fulai shrugged. Although he explicitly ordered not to harm the Tingtian Mastiff, he also restricted everyone in the Suzaku Hall to resolve the matter within half a day, otherwise they would all be punished. In addition, the chief superintendent also awarded a reward. Whoever kills this Tiantian Mastiff will be rewarded heavily by Zhuke Hall. In addition to 10,000 taels of silver, which will be recorded as a great achievement, he will also be granted permission to enter the 7th floor of the library for 3 days, or wait for half a year. After opening the Tang Dan furnace, you will get a Dun Dan. The Lord General Manager he refers to should be the current master of Suzaku Hall, who is also one of the only 4 second-grade demons subduing general managers in the 6th Daosi division. Peng Fulai glanced at Li Xin again, especially you people from Mingyu Capital, from Captain Jiang on down, you have to take the test one by one. This disaster was caused by you people in this city. I see. Li Xian thought that this would explain why his boss, Ma Chenggong, knew it was a trap and still insisted on hitting the gun. While they were talking, Zhang Hanyun was standing in front of the steps with her hands on her hips, scanning the people present with her cold eyes that hated iron and steel, while scolding in her voice that could make one's ears pregnant, they are all a bunch of shameful people. As the saying goes, if you are upright, you are not afraid of a slanted shadow. You guys have done too many bad things, so you are afraid of this little beast today. How can we really be upright on weekdays? It is indomitable and upright, so why fear its magical power of listening? There was a buzzing sound in the crowd. Li Xian knew that they usually didn't have the courage to provoke the Bloodhand Shura, but there were many people here today, and everyone's courage was a bit stronger. Zhang Hanyun didn't care. She turned around and stepped onto the first step. At the same time, she sneered, I want to see what secrets you, a little beast, can tell me to force me back. Your name is Zhang Hanyun. The spirit beast looked at the girl under the steps with interest. 23 days ago, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme a book of erotic pictures. There was an uproar in front of the gate, and everyone looked at Bloody Hand Shura with shocked and unbelievable eyes. Zhang Hanyun's complexion turned green and white and black and red, and steam was steaming from the top of his head. There was a look of hesitation in her eyes, but she still stepped onto the second level. Stop spreading rumors and making trouble for me. Why didn't you say that the erotic pictures were a batch of evidence I seized? As a case handler, people, take a look and see what's wrong? Li Xian discovered that his beautiful boss's neck was red. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking that if you didn't feel guilty, why would you be blushing? This explanation is really unconvincing. Na Ting Tian Mastiff also had calm eyes, without any extra expression. The same thing happened 3 months ago, and you watched it for a quarter of an hour. Of course, that was also a seized evidence. Before it finished speaking, everyone heard a click sound. Then everyone saw that the stone steps under Zhang Hanyun's feet were cracked in a large area, and even the surrounding area was weighed down by 1 foot. The aura of the girl in silver armor also became extra cold and cruel. There was even a trace of violent true energy leaking out of her body, leaping like fire, and spreading its teeth and claws like a demon. Say, keep talking. Zhang Hanyun stepped onto the 3rd floor, with a stiff smile on his face. I am upright in my body, upright in my heart, and will do what I do. Tingtian Mastiff looked at her contemptuously. When you were 12 years old, you had a crush on her. Zhang Hanyun didn't wait to hear what the Tian Mastiff said. She pulled out her waist knife and said, I'll kill you. Fortunately, at this time, many people around were already wary and on alert. So a group of people rushed forward, hugging the waist and pulling the legs. No. Captain Jiang, have you forgotten what the chief steward said? Captain Jiang, calm down. Calm down. Your Excellency, there is no need to argue with this beast. Sir, no, you reading www.ukanshu. Net if you even heard a hair on it today, our 6th Division will not be able to handle the case in Nanjing City. the city god will never end with us. Only then did Jiang Hanyun's fearfulness become apparent. She raised her hand and threw a group of people away. With one lift of her leg, more than a dozen people were kicked away at the same time, causing everyone to flip over. A total of 50 or 60 people worked together, and the 3 demon-subduing school captains worked together to barely suppress the blood-handed Shura, and managed to avoid hurting the Tingtian Mastiff. The latter might also be afraid, so he took 2 steps back, his expression no longer as calm as before. This fuss lasted for half a moment. Jiang Hanyun finally let go of her anger. She stood back at the foot of the steps and continued to look at the Tian Mastiff with cold eyes. Her chest was heaving violently, as if she was about to explode. Li Xian thought to himself that if this person's gaze could kill, then the listening Mastiff must have been cut into pieces by her. After Jiang Hanyun, no one dared to come forward. Everyone looked left and right, with obvious fear on their faces. Li Xian saw something was wrong and began to move back quietly. "I'm back, you just pretend I haven't been here today." He has too many secrets, and he doesn't dare to confront this Tian Mastiff. Especially the matter of traveling through time itself is a secret that cannot be seen in the light. But before he could withdraw from the crowd, he heard a roar from behind. "Sorry, go up and try." Li Xian looked back and found that it was Ma Chenggong, who had a black nose and swollen eyes. He couldn't help but be speechless, thinking that his boss was very vengeful. But during the flower wine 4 months ago, this guy was obviously very excited and happy. At this moment, Li Xian felt a sharp gaze coming from behind. When he turned around, he found that it was Jiang Hanyun, the captain of the demon-subduing school, who was looking at him. 3 minutes later, Li Xian walked to the steps helplessly, while Jiang Hanyun looked at him sideways. "What are you guilty of? I just let you try. There are so many seniors, and no one laughs even if they lose." Your Majesty, the captain is right." Ma Chenggong folded his hands on his chest solemnly, trying hard to cover up his original intention of avenging himself. "I'm sorry, you have done so many shameless things, but you are still afraid that this little beast will expose you? Is this the case? It's called fighting fire with fire." His logic is that for a person who has corrupt personal ethics and doesn't care about face, listening to Mastiff's privacy attacks is not worth it. The corners of Li Xian's lips twitched, but then he gritted his teeth and stood on the first step. He had already thought that as soon as this Tingtian Mastiff mentioned that he was a time traveler, he would immediately retreat. Judging from the character of this spiritual beast, it doesn't seem to be too much. It shouldn't be reluctant to hold on to him. After standing still, Li Xian closed his eyes tightly, waiting to hear the judgment of the Tian Mastiff. But to his surprise, for the next 10 breaths, he didn't hear the Mastiff speak. Li Xian opened his right eye and peeked ahead, only to see the Tingtian Mastiff looking at him with complicated eyes without saying a word. After waiting for another 20 breaths, Tingtian Mastiff still didn't speak. Li Xian paused for a moment and then tentatively asked, "Brother Mastiff, if you refuse to speak, then I will treat this level as passed?" "That's it. It's settled, you can't go back on your word." Then he took courage and stepped onto the second level. Tingtian Mastiff was still watching him without any additional reaction. At this time, not only Li Xian, but everyone below also looked confused. Are you all wondering what's going on? There is no reason why Tingtian Mastiff would treat Li Xian differently. There is no way that this famous libertine in Nanjing City does not have some dirty information. The smile on Ma Chenggong's face gradually became stiff. This was different from what he had imagined. He was expecting that the subordinate who caused him to be beaten by his wife would also undergo a public execution in public. It is said that happiness alone is not as good as happiness among others. How can this experience of social death be enjoyed by oneself alone? Brother Mastiff? Li Xian stepped onto the third level in an uneasy mood, and kept a posture ready to jump off at any time. "This is because you are unwilling to speak, not because I am pushing forward." "Brother Mastiff, I am a well-informed person. If you can't stand it, just say something, and please be merciful." The Tingtian Mastiff on the steps was like a claywood sculpture. Even if Li Xian stepped onto the fourth level later, he still turned a blind eye to his behavior. Li Xian felt weak in his heart. He was worried that this person was holding back his big move. When he reached the 5th level, he would kill him instantly with one move. It was at this time that Li Xian discovered that the Tingtian Mastiff's eyes were not only filled with astonishment and surprise, but also a trace of fear and awe. Wrong. After Li Xian carefully identified it, he realized that the listening Mastiff was not looking at him, but about 1 foot behind him. When Li Xian turned around, he saw the female ghost in red who was following him, looking at the Tian Mastiff with her bloody eyes without pupils. Li Xian felt that in terms of demeanor and angle, this was more like one-sided oppression and overlooking. After another minute, Tingtian Mastiff converged his eyes, then shook his tail, and floated into the air. I have lost, and that's the end of this matter. But my master has something to say. If you dare to destroy it again, his incense temple cannot be destroyed so easily. You Ludeosi are like rat-tail juice. Ma Chenggong was stunned for a while, and then shouted with a hint of unwillingness, you just left like that? He gave up without even saying a word? This is not fair. How did he lose? You have to give us an explanation. Tingtian Mastiff lowered his head and glanced at Ma Chenggong, and then said jokingly, this man is a rare gentleman. He seems to be absurd and uninhibited, and he is wild and unrestrained. In fact, he is upright in his body and fair in his heart. His actions are restrained and his words are restrained. According to the rules. I searched his past secrets and listened to his voice. I found that he was invulnerable, so I retreated. Then, as the words fell, its figure transformed and suddenly disappeared between the world and the world. Ma Chenggong was a little confused, and then looked at Li Xian with disbelief. Li Fengji, a gentleman? He thought something was wrong. Why was he drinking flower wine? How could this guy be a gentleman? At this moment, not only Ma Chenggong, but also Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu in the distance looked at each other. We all think that that guy is a gentleman, so it's not too much to say that we keep our integrity as pure as jade, right? Li Xian blushed slightly and waved his hands in embarrassment, ashamed. After hiding it for so long, this Mastiff brother still discovered his true nature. I can't bear it. He was overjoyed. Not only did he get a great achievement in vain today, he also had the opportunity to enter the 7th floor of the library, which many people dream of. As for the monetary reward, it is the least important to him. But at the same time, he was also wondering about the scene where the Mastiff and the female ghost in red looked at each other. Li Xian wondered why Tingtian Mastiff was afraid. There must be a reason for this. But then he suppressed his emotions and clasped his fists in all directions. Brothers and sisters, I will book 200 tables of the best flowing water tables at the Hongding restaurant opposite today. If you are free and want to have a meal, just go over and tell me your name. After everyone dispersed, Li Xian walked to the side of the main gate of Zhuke Hall and found Jiang Hanyun, who was looking at the Tian Mastiff's departure direction with resentment. Lord Captain, this is a humble job. Jiang Hanyun finally turned around and looked at Li Xian with complicated eyes. She also seemed a little unwilling, surprised that Li Xian had not experienced the results of a public execution, and at the same time she still had some residual shame and anger. But after a few breaths, Jiang Hanyun returned to normal. I'm very motivated. I came to work on the first day after waking up, and I practiced 2 extra rounds today. Li Xian was surprised and said, Sir, how do you know? He was wondering if this woman also sent someone to follow him? It's Xiao Lei Lei. Jiang Hanyun shook his sleeves and let the 3-tailed spirit fox come out of the sleeves. Although its bloodline is not as pure as that of the Tingtian Mastiff, it is still a descendant of the mythical beast after Bai Zhe. I let it stare at it. And you? Li Xian was disappointed. Fortunately, he had deliberately moved his body to the side just now, trying to expose the female ghost in red behind him to Jiang Hanyun's sight. But neither Jiang Hanyun nor her spirit beast was aware of the existence of the female ghost. He thought that the so-called Bai Zhe bloodline was probably very weak. The real Bai Zhe can understand the emotions of all things, know the appearance of all things in the world, can see through the past and know the future, and his magical power is still above listening. Look at this spirit fox, he can't even speak. Then Li Xian saw the 3-tailed spirit fox opposite him baring its teeth at him. This little thing couldn't see the female ghost in red, but he could see Li Xian's contempt for it. I originally wanted to give you 2 days off, but Xiao Lele said that you have recovered from your injuries and are no longer in serious trouble. It just so happens that I am also short of people now. I don't know what the three-tailed spirit fox said to its owner. Zhang Hanyun pressed the knife on his waist and looked at Li Xian. I'll wait for you half a cup of tea and go and bring all the things you should bring. We have to go to the outskirts of Nanchang. Is there a case in the suburbs of Nanchang? That's not our jurisdiction, right? Li Xian was actually reluctant. The purpose of his coming to Ludeosi was firstly to see the female ghost in red behind him, and secondly to understand the progress of the hunt for the two Taoists, not to investigate the case on duty. Didn't you mention that there is a shortage of people? Zhang Hanyun glared at him. It's not a big case. Someone was bitten to death by a wild wolf near Jiangjun Mountain in the suburbs. Because there was evil spirit left at the scene, a talisman came from Jiangning County. Let us send someone to take a look. Li Xian had no choice but to run into Hongding restaurant not far away. After putting down some deposit, he rushed back to Zukatang Yamen to pack his belongings. Fortunately, Li Xian was already wearing the standard equipment of Ludeosi. And all the tools a trainee soul needs are concentrated in an iron suitcase. In fact, this suitcase has never been opened since it was placed in Li Xian's hands. The original plan of Li Xian Yuan and his father Chang Yibo was to use the corpse as a springboard to enter the 6th Daosi division, and then become a strong man who didn't need to use his brain. They had no intention of staying in this autopsy business for a long time. The two of them did not ride horses this time. Instead, they each pulled out a large lizard that was stronger than a rhinoceros from the stable outside Suzaku Hall, and then rode away at a galloping gallop. According to the memory of the predecessor, those so-called dragon colts, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. In fact, he only has a little bit of dragon blood. However, these beasts that look similar to lizards are real dragon species, named earth-walking dragon. They were originally a hybrid between boiled dragon and dragon crocodile. Li Xian's driving experience is very good. Not only is the Dixinglong extremely fast, it can reach speeds of more than 160 yards per hour at its peak, and it is also very stable. In just over a moment, they had arrived at Jiangjun Mountain, which was dozens of kilometers away from Suzaku Hall. The crime took place in a patch of grass at the northern foot of Jiangjun Mountain. In addition to a few Jiangning County government officials at the scene, the person in charge of the case turned out to be Dianshi of Jiangning County. Dianshi is the miscellaneous officer of the county magistrate, responsible for arrests, prisons and other matters, and the surname of Dianshi in Jiangning County is Lu. We are here to see you, Lord Colonel. After Lu Dianshi saluted, he led them towards the corpse. We have passed the test. The deceased was 42 years old. He was a wealthy businessman in Nanjing and had a great fortune. The time of death was between 2 and 3 hours. The cause of death was an encounter with a pack of wolves and being bitten to death by a pack of wolves. Zhang Hanyun was very surprised. What is a wealthy businessman with a huge fortune doing in a place like this? 2 to 3 hours, that must be midnight yesterday? I checked with the mountain people living nearby, and they identified the deceased as a medicinal materials merchant named Shi Laojian. This time he went into the mountain to discuss medicinal materials business with them. Lu Dianshi answered accurately, there is a mountain temple not far away. We found a fire there and his luggage. It is worth mentioning that the broken silver in the luggage was not lost. I guess this person I must have missed the time, so I stayed in a small temple for the night, but unfortunately I encountered a pack of wolves. Didn't he bring any followers or martial arts masters? Zhang Hanyun paused when she said this, because she and Li Xian had already seen the corpse. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely thank you for opening up the wasteland here. The medicine merchant died miserably. His body had lost more than half of its flesh and blood, revealing white bones. Especially the limbs, which have been torn off, leaving only bones and a little bit of residual flesh. Lu Dianshi continued to introduce, our work found at least 9 different kinds of tooth marks on the corpse. The fatal injury was the bite wound on the neck, and the flesh on his arms and thighs had been eaten. In addition, the scene there were a lot of wolf tracks, and a section of tracks that were stained with blood. When he said this, Lu Dianshi pointed 7 feet away. The footprints matched the businessman's shoes. He should have been caught and bitten here. After charging 7 feet away, he was knocked down by a pack of wolves and died here. If you look carefully, you can see that his footsteps are very messy. There is no doubt in the case itself, except that there is a little bit of evil spirit remaining at the scene. We suspect that the leader of the wolf pack opened his spiritual orifice and entered the evil spirit. Zhang Hanyun glanced around, and then told Li Xian, "You go and examine the body, and I will investigate the scene." While she was speaking, the three-tailed spirit fox had already jumped off her shoulder and walked towards the origin of the bloody footprints. Li Xian came to the body with his suitcase and made preparations for the autopsy. He had been working as a forensic doctor for 2 years, but when he faced the second autopsy after time travel, he felt an inexplicable sense of novelty. Only when I opened the portable iron box, I felt a little helpless. The tools inside were too rough. There are also some things that modern forensic medicine does not have. Li Xian needs to carefully search through the original memory to figure out their general purpose. For example, the ginger and garlic inside are used to squeeze the juice and drip it into cloth strips to cover the mouth and nose to prevent corpse odor. There are also some talismans and materials for performing Taoism, such as cinnabar, rootless water, etc. Can you? This was a young man's voice, but it contained a sense of vicissitudes of life. Li Xian raised his head and found a young man in his mid-20s, with a big face and big ears, looking at him with ridicule, sarcasm, and even hostility. "Who are you?" Li Xian soon discovered that the young man was also holding a box in his hand, but it was made of wood and was much smaller. "You are a widower from Jiangning County?" He immediately understood the source of the other party's hostility. It must be caused by jealousy. In Li Xian's original world, the widows recorded in ancient history were all held by untouchables with low status. The children of the widows were not only unable to participate in the imperial examinations normally, but also could not marry ordinary people. Their status was no different from that of prostitutes. The situation here is similar, but perhaps due to the large number of murders related to monsters and ghosts, the upgraded version of the Lingwu created by De Jinwu has a very high social status, and it is the core of the 6 daosi and major local governments. Pillars also basically have official bodies. Even so, Li Xian himself still had no intention of working hard in this area. He was the second son of Bo Qingyi and had a great future. But in the eyes of the original person, the things that are discarded are the things that others dream of, such as the young widow in front of him. "I am a lowly person, and I dare not be called Your Excellency. My surname is Zhang." The widow named Zhang clasped his fists and said, "I just want to see the tricks of Lu Dao's disciple." Li Xian thought to himself that he was still an acquaintance, so he searched through his original memory again. This figure was found during the examination for the 6 Daosi division to recruit spiritual apprentices 2 years ago. Then he ignored the person and began the autopsy with concentration. This matter was the fault of the original person, but Li Xian didn't feel any guilt. Firstly, it was the fault of his original person and Uncle Qingyi. Secondly, even without him, Li Xian, he would not have been able to enter the 6 Daosi division. There are dozens of people with profound backgrounds in front of this person, so where can he get his turn? However, the world of Jin Dynasty may be darker than he imagined. The 6 Paths of Demon Subduing Division, which has protected the people for 1200 years, has long since lost its innocence. Li Xian first looked at the time of death. The time of death is in Bashi, no. It's about 4 hours. He almost forgot the ancient way of keeping time. 1 hour here is equivalent to 2 modern hours. The man surnamed Zhang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's the reason? There was a lot of blood loss, the temperature was lower last night, and the spots appeared at a different time than normal. Li Xian didn't look up. He first applied a layer of transparent grease to his hands, and then used a Yuan-Yi technique to cover his hands with true essence and fuse it with the grease. There were no gloves in this era, but the spirits inherited a spell that ordinary martial artists could use, which could replace the effect of gloves. Although Li Xian's original body was a bastard, his talent was really good and he had learned some things. The last time I was in the restaurant, I didn't use any spellcasting materials or tools because I didn't have them. After using this spell, Li Xian began to examine the corpse's torn clothes. Li Xian saw some powder on the clothes and various parts of the body, and then based on the memory of the original owner of the body, he realized that it was locust tree pollen. This was someone who had cast a spiritual summoning spell on the body. He didn't pay attention and continued searching. Then there is the hair, starting from the head downwards little by little, trying not to miss an inch of skin, every detail, and sometimes even going back to the previous inspection for repeated inspections. The work of a forensic doctor is very hard and tiring, and Li Xian does not accept the chicken soup for the soul, such as speak for the corpse and restore dignity to the deceased. However, every time he sees the victim's family members crying in grief, he feels like he is doing an autopsy. If you don't take it seriously when you do something, that would be very embarrassing. As for the profession of forensic medicine, the most important thing is to be careful and meticulous. As Li Xian checked the chest and abdomen step by step, the contempt in Zhang's eyes gradually disappeared. Li Xian's technique is skillful, professional, and careful enough. What made Li Xian slightly suspicious was that the deceased's chest was broken open, and some internal organs such as the heart, liver, and kidneys were missing, and only part of the intestines remained. About 2 moments later, Li Xian frowned and stood up. There are a total of 12 different kinds of tooth marks. The fatal injury was the bite on the back of the neck. The Jiangning County widower's judgments were generally correct. Based on the wound, Li Xian guessed that the medicinal materials dealer was bitten on the back of the neck by a wolf while running, severely damaging the carotid artery and blood vessels. Afterwards, Li Xian took out a bottle of blue liquid and sprinkled it evenly on the front and back of the body, as well as the broken limbs. This is the urine of the earth-walking dragon, the excrement of the big lizard he and Zhang Hanyun rode before. As Li Xian held the incantation with both hands and recited a spell, for faint black auras appeared around the corpse. There is indeed demonic energy. This strand located at the back of the neck is slightly different from the other 3 strands. This wolf pack has 2 demonic wolves with open spiritual orifices. Immediately afterwards, Li Xian sprinkled another ball of powder originating from the flower of the locust tree. What he is planning to perform now is this spiritual magic, and the locust tree can warm and nourish the soul, and the powder of the locust tree flower can help the ghost condense the spirit body. Ordinary people's souls are weak and cannot maintain their soul bodies after death under normal circumstances. After losing their bodies, they will be destroyed and dissipated by the sunlight and starlight from the sky. Therefore, external force must be used to briefly reunite the remnants of their souls. You want to summon souls? Zhang Luzhua said again, the time of death has exceeded 4 hours, and it is impossible to summon souls again. I have already tried it, you reading www.ukanshu.net. I believe in my spiritualism, no, I will be inferior to you. Li Xian also looked at him again, and then continued, I'll try again, maybe I can succeed? The method of examining the body of the Lingwu is naturally somewhat different from that of ordinary widows. The 2 spells Li Xian just cast were the methods of Lingdu, but this does not mean that others cannot learn them. Since Zhang Wuzhui in front of him intends to develop into a spiritual warrior, it is reasonable for him to master several spiritual warrior spells. In particular, the spiritual art is widely spread in the world, and many head catchers in Jinling City have mastered it. Li Xian's spiritualism failed as expected. He gathered the remaining spirits of the deceased in front of him, but failed to make them form. This was partly because Li Xian's spells were half-baked, and this attempt was mostly about experimentation and practice, and partly because the deceased had been dead for too long. According to the memory of the original person, it is difficult to summon ghosts after death for more than half an hour. And the longer the death, the less information can be obtained from the soul of the deceased. Therefore, during autopsy, if the time of death is within half an hour, the soul is summoned first and then the autopsy is performed. For more than half an hour, the autopsy is performed first and then the spirit is summoned to prevent the spilled locust tree pollen from affecting the examination of the corpse. In fact, even within 3 minutes after death, only 1 or 2 sentences can be asked at most, so this spell is just a supplement to the autopsy. In the previous poisoning case that occurred in Ertukio, there was no need to use it because the cause of death could be seen at a glance, but in Lanyue Tower, it could not be used. Wealthy families in the Jin dynasty generally believed that spiritualism would damage the souls of the deceased and affect their reincarnation. So this is taboo unless you can get permission from your family. When Li Xian finished the autopsy, he found that Zhang Hanyun was asking Lu Dianshi, have there been any cases related to wolves near Jiangjun Mountain recently? This is what Li Xian is confused about. The terrain of the Jin dynasty is similar to that of his world. It can be said to be an enlarged version of modern China. Nowadays, although the area near Jiangjun Mountain is not as densely populated as in modern times, it is still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Nanjing and rich in people. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any wolves around here. Yes. Since this year, there have been 12 cases of wolf cannibalism, and 17 people have been killed by the wolves. Lu Dianshi answered without hesitation, it is estimated that the number of wolves in this pack is between 8 and 15, operating between Jiangjun Mountain and Niushou Mountain. I once ordered the nearby hunters to organize an encirclement and suppression, but they could not find any trace of them. I was confused at first, but since there are demon wolves among them, it is no wonder that those hunters would to no avail. Zhang Hanyun frowned, and then asked Li Xian, is there anything unusual about the body? Li Xian shook his head. Apart from the misestimation of the time of death, Jiangling County's autopsy was very thorough. Zhang Hanyun was not surprised. She was still worried about Li Xian, so when she was inspecting the scene, she had been distractedly observing Li Xian. The latter's performance surprised her. If you two adults have no objections, please add your name to this file. At this time, Lu Dianshi delivered another piece of rice paper filled with small official characters. I know that Ludao Company is busy with business affairs now, so I don't dare to bother you two to go to the county office again. And, the rest of the matter, can we, Jiangning County, be responsible? You, the 6th Dao Division, must look down upon these two demon wolves who have just opened their spiritual orifices. Zhang Hanyun took it first. She phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it carefully, hesitated for a while, and then drew and stamped on the paper. Then the file was passed to Li Xian. He glanced at it and found that the text above recorded the whole story of the case, the on-site investigation and autopsy results. Li Xian phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it word for word, and he didn't find anything wrong. The objections he raised during the autopsy are also recorded in official documents. But when Li Xian took the Longhao pen handed over by a gentleman next to him, he hesitated. He felt that there was something wrong with this case, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. Xianji, if you feel there is something wrong, just say it. Zhang Hanyun's eyes flashed slightly. You don't necessarily have to sign now. Li Xian guessed that this person was also doubtful. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just feel strange. With his wealth, why is he here alone? Doesn't he know that there are wolves nearby? Regarding the reason for this question, there is actually a record in the file. This medicine merchant is extremely stingy. His family has never hired a warrior in 10 years. Therefore, according to the confession of the mountain people, when he came to Jiangjun Mountain, he never brought a martial artist with him. Even when there is a need for security, the medicinal materials merchant usually hires an escort from outside, or asks an Orion in the mountains to escort him. It seems to make sense. For such a stingy person, he will not be willing to spend money until he has seen the terror of wolves with his own eyes. In modern society, he has seen many people who won't shed tears even if they see the coffin. Li Xian chuckled secretly, and then dipped the pen in his hand into the ink on the inkstone. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred behind him. Li Xian saw countless bloody threads suddenly exploded from his side. They stretched and scattered in the distance, capturing the people who had been gathered together by Li Xian before. The remnant spirits of the dead that have not completely dispersed. Li Xian looked stunned, and suddenly turned his head and looked behind him, looking at the bloody figure 2 steps behind him. The female ghost in red was still cold and expressionless, her bloody eyes seemed to be looking at him, and also seemed to be looking into the distance. But the bloody threads that spread out came from her back. Li Xian was just wondering what was going on. Then it was as if a drill had been smashed into his mind and stirred rapidly, causing a sharp pain in his head, making him dizzy and almost unable to stand still. At the same time, a strange message also appeared in Li Xian's mind. It was actually a blurry picture, displayed one by one in front of his eyes like an old movie reel. It looks blurry, as if it has been mosaic, and there are ghosting in some places. But Li Xian still saw clearly, it was the perspective of an injured person. He was thrown to the ground by 2 wolves, and the surrounding wolves were devouring him. Li Xian could even feel the weight of the 2 wild wolves behind the man, the wounds all over his body and the severe pain caused by lack of oxygen, as well as the heavy and bloody snorts of the wolves. Li Xuanzang wondered, could this be the scene the deceased saw before he died? Then he discovered a pair of skinny chicks appeared in the picture. They were shoes made of deerskin. In front of the shoes, there seemed to be an invisible wall, blocking the blood that splattered when the wolves bitten. Li Xian felt horrified in his heart, and then the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. At this time, Zhang Hanyun was looking at him with a frown. You reading www.ukanshu.net with a bit of worry and a bit of surprise. Are you okay? You looked like you were going to faint just now. She couldn't help but worry. After all, just before, Li Xian fell into a coma for 4 days. I'm fine. Li Xian's face was as pale as paper. He was thinking about the huge movement of the female ghost just now. The people around him were completely unaware of it, and he looked around. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he strode to a position about 7 steps away from the corpse, and observed it carefully. This is the place where the deceased first fell to the ground. Lu Jianshi was not dissatisfied with Li Xian's death. Instead, he introduced it in detail. Looking at the overpowered weeds, we can see that he was knocked down 10 steps in front. Then roll over here, there should be a second person at the scene at that time. Li Xian interrupted the Jianshi's words, his eyes were deep and suspicious. Just because the traces he saw at the scene were completely consistent with the image that suddenly appeared in his mind. The second person? Lu Jianshi frowned. I have carefully inspected the scene and there are no traces of the second person here. The captain also agrees with my judgment. There are ways for advanced martial arts cultivators and sorcerers to leave no traces. For example, our captain can now walk on the snow without leaving a trace. Monks above the 4th floor can also use magic to temporarily levitate. As Li Xian spoke, he rummaged through the grass on one side, and then combed some of the weeds together. At this time, his eyes brightened slightly, and he discovered something surprising. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Indentation? Blood stain? When Li Xian started rummaging in the grass, Zhang Hanyun's expression became extremely serious. She saw that these weeds seemed to be intact, but their roots and stems were more or less damaged. They had obviously been under a certain amount of pressure recently. Zhang Hanyun also saw sporadic dark brown blood spots around her, but the part where Li Xian was combing was blank and no blood stains existed. She naturally imagined a scene where a person was standing in the air. He was not high from the ground, only about 2 inches. So this person didn't leave any obvious footprints, but he still put a certain amount of pressure on the lush grass here. And this person was here at that time, looking down at the deceased, watching the medicinal materials merchant named Shi Laojin struggling in the bite of the wolves. The corpse's blood splattered, but it was blocked by a force here. It may be defensive Taoism and Buddhism, or it may be the body-protecting qi of martial arts. The possibility of Taoism is greater, and it is expected that this person's cultivation level is not too high, not exceeding the 4th level. Just because the cultivation level is higher, most martial arts cultivators can walk on water without leaving a trace, while martial arts cultivators can perform the more advanced soaring cloud technique, floating several feet in the air without crushing these weeds. But this doesn't mean anything. Lu Jianshi frowned. The splattered blood may have been blocked by the wolf's body. His words stopped suddenly because Li Xian had pressed down the weeds in his hands. Then in the soil below them, a neat, arc-shaped dark brown bloodline came into their eyes. Lu Jianshi began to breathe heavily. There is someone here. From this bloodline, we can imagine that there must have been a cylinder standing on the grass at that time, and it was very smooth. It blocked the sputtering blood and eventually slid to the ground, covered by the grass. This is a monk murder case. Li Xian raised his head and looked at everyone. The murderer obviously mastered the method of controlling beasts and can control a pack of wolves. It may be the Taoshu technique in Xiaomi Luo Gang. The technique of stepping on the void allows people to walk on the void, while the Little Miluo Gang is a defensive spell. The name comes from Miluo Tian, the residence of God Haotian. There are many Taoist defense spells, but under the 4th level of the building, the only one that can prevent the monks from leaking any spiritual power is the Xiaomi Luo Gang. Xiao Lei. Zhang Hanyun immediately took out a red pill, fed it into the mouth of the spirit fox on his shoulder, and then pointed in the direction of the grass. Go and smell it again and take a look. The elixir seemed to be extremely delicious. The 3-tailed spirit fox showed a look of enjoyment after swallowing it, then jumped to the top of the grass and sniffed it, and then circled around the small area. After sniffing for a while, the little fox raised its head and called out to Jiang Hanyun, who then showed a cold expression. It must be Xiao Miluo Gang, there is no trace of spiritual power left here. There is no scent left, which shows that this person is very careful, but since he is a beast master, all he needs to do is find his wolf pack. As Jiang Hanyun raised his hand and shouted the word go, the little white fox flew through the distant forest like an arrow from the string or like white lightning. Lu Dianshi, bring some people to follow you, you need good ones. Jiang Hanyun took a few steps, mounted the ground dragon tight in the distance, and chased in the direction of the little white fox. Li Xian also hurriedly boarded his mount. His expression was both nervous and excited. He was worried that a battle might break out next, but he was excited because he was still looking forward to it. Men all have martial arts dreams, and Li Xian is no exception. His dream is particularly serious. He always imagines that he is the protagonist in martial arts and fantasy novels, doing chivalry and doing justice, rejoicing in revenge and making achievements. And now, he is about to face the third fight in reality. But what made Li Xian depressed next was that within just a few minutes, Jiang Hanyun and others left him far away. Even the government servants riding ordinary horses left him far behind. This is a gap in riding skills. In the past, when galloping on the official road, the technical difficulty required was not high. But when they entered the forest, Li Xian's poor riding skills from his original body became apparent. He couldn't control the big lizard under him at all. Not only was it bumpy along the way, but he was also whipped in times by various branches on both sides. Within 100 steps, Li Xian had to slow down. Just because the Kuei-Nyo luminous armor he was wearing could no longer withstand it. He was worried that before he could get over, he would be seriously injured by the branches and vines. Li Xian's mood was very complicated. He felt depressed and relaxed at the same time. He guessed that he might not be able to catch up. His boss Jiang Hanyun was a master at the 6th floor realm. Lu Dianshi and the 2 head catchers were also very capable. As long as they find the wolves, it will probably take less than half a quarter of an hour to resolve the battle. However, when Li Xian followed the hoof prints ahead and caught up to the halfway point of Jiangjun Mountain, he heard a shouting sound coming from the front. A blue figure covered in blood flew towards him from top to bottom like a sharp sword and javelin. That was not Jiang Hanyun or any of the Jiangning County officials. Li Xian couldn't see the person's face clearly, only the fierce, cold, and sharp eyes made him feel cold all over. At the same time, Jiang Hanyun's voice also reached Li Xian's ears from a distance. Li Fengji, why don't you get off your horse and get out of my way? Do you want to die? Li Xian was a little confused. He realized immediately that this man probably wanted to snatch the big lizard under him, and then Li Xian instinctively wanted to dismount and escape and run away. The young Taoist pounced on him in the same way a few days ago, leaving a psychological shadow on him. But just a moment later, Li Xian stopped moving again. He thought that he had a set of Kuei-Nyo luminous armor that could withstand a blow from the master of the 8th layer tower. What was he afraid of? The other party is just a 4th level magic cultivator, and he is obviously seriously injured. He has super defense power, and has recently advanced his true energy. In this case, who is afraid of who? The most likely consequence would be to be knocked out, and nothing would happen to the person. Reading www.wukanshu.net. He took a deep breath, barely suppressed the panic, anxiety, and fear in his heart, and began to move his true energy according to the cold breathing poem in his memory. Because he was on horseback, those complex movements and powerful boxing frames could not be used. At this time, there was only one cold wave lapping the shore style, which was most suitable for the current situation. The action is simple and top-notch swift. The frozen 3 feet he used in a hurry a few days ago was unable to fully exert its power, so it could not exert 1/3 of its power. Sure enough, just when Li Xian mobilized the true energy in his body, the blue figure had already flown in front of him. Seeing Li Xian's actions, this man's eyes suddenly turned cold. How dare you stop me from a mere second-floor building? Die! Before he could even finish his words, he slashed down with his sword from mid-air. The silver light shone and the sword energy flourished, like a roll of the Milky Way hanging upside down. Li Xian couldn't help but twitch slightly, feeling a slight sting in front of his palm. Before the two of them had any substantial contact, the sword energy from this person had already broken through his skin. But just when Li Xian was secretly awe-inspiring, a cold air poured in from his vest, then followed several meridians in Li Xian's body and poured directly into his palms. Boom! A moment later, with an explosion-like roar, Li Xian was thrown away from the horse and retreated 3 feet away before falling to the ground. But when Li Xian got up and looked in front of him, he saw a huge ice sculpture standing in front of his mount. The blue-robed monk was frozen in a piece of ice and could not move. He could only glare at Li Xian with eyes filled with murderous intent and disbelief. But at this moment, Li Xian didn't feel any joy at all. He turned back extremely stiffly and looked at the female ghost in red floating behind him with extremely frightened eyes. About half a minute later, Lu Dianshur knocked the human-shaped ice cube with the handle of his knife, and then sincerely praised, "It's very strong. I don't think it can be melted away in 3 to 5 hours. Sincerely, the Li family's cold breath palm, it's truly well-deserved." A catcher behind him also said, "It is said that 300 years ago, the first generation of Uncle Chingy froze 300 miles of the Huaihe River with a knife. I only thought it was a myth. Now I know that this is a humble job of sitting in a well and watching the sky." Zhang Hanyun looked at Li Xian like a stranger, and didn't look away until Li Xian's scalp felt numb. "You always amaze me. A martial artist at the 4th level of martial arts can actually be frozen by your palm. 4 days ago, your cold breath palm was far less powerful. Your brother Li Yan is at the 2nd level. When he was in the Lu realm, he was much weaker than you." Li Xian had also frozen Zhang Jin with a palm before. Being able to approach the 4-story building and the real 4-story building are completely different concepts. The 4th floor of the spiritual pill realm belongs to the 2nd gate, while the 3rd floor of the building is the foundation building realm, which is still within the scope of the 1st gate. This is a big gap in realms. And the monk on the 4th floor in front of them was extremely frozen. Li Xian sighed feebly, "This man is seriously injured and at the end of his strength, how can he be brave enough?" He was really not happy at all now. The reason why he was able to freeze this person this time was because of the great efforts of the female ghost in red behind him. But Li Xian also paid a price for this. The feeling of cold numbness in his heart surged, and it has not calmed down until now, and there is even a slight tingling sensation. Li Xian didn't have time to look at the green spot on his chest. He didn't know if the spot had changed, but he expected that the situation would be very unhappy. Zhang Hanyun glanced sideways at him, not sure whether he was being modest or complacent. It's true that this person is a weakling, but that's what makes him even more dangerous. As the so-called poor rat bites the raccoon dog, when he is in a fight with a trapped beast, I have to retreat for a while. When Zhang Hanyun said this, he swallowed the next words. She was worried that she would praise Li Xian too much and make Li Xian get carried away. Although this guy is indeed amazing, this palm is so cold that it actually formed 3 inches of ice outside the monk's body. As far as she knew, no martial arts cultivator below the 4th floor of the entire Jin dynasty had Li Xian's ability. At this time, Li Xian was looking at the man's feet in the ice. When the pair of skin caught his eyes, Li Xian immediately relaxed and knew that he had caught the wrong person. The leather shoes worn by this man were exactly the same as the shoes seen in the memory of the deceased, even the size was the same. That's right. Li Xian remembered something again. I felt very strange about the autopsy just now. The deceased's heart, liver and kidneys were taken away and eaten, and even the esophagus was torn away, but below, however, most of the intestines and stomach remain. Please ask the captain to inquire about this matter later. He knew that the 4th level magic cultivator in the ice was not dead even though this guy was frozen. Only a small part of the cold power of Li Xian's palm actually penetrated into this person's heart and brain. After reaching the level of the 4th level tower, anyone can master the method of turtle breath. In an oxygen-free environment, there is no problem in surviving for more than 24 hours. However, after listening to his words, Jang Han-yoon and everyone present looked confused and didn't know why. The fellow who followed him sneered again, "Inspector, beasts do like to eat the intestines and stomach more than the heart and liver. It makes no sense to eat the heart and liver but leave the intestines alone. But how do you know whether this guy has mysophobia, forcing these wild wolves he controls to let go?" Li Xian was speechless. He also thought that what Mr. Wu's was said was very reasonable. After about a moment, the ice created by Li Xian was completely melted by Lu Dianchu's efforts. This person happens to be cultivating the fire element. Although his technique is not very powerful, his control is excellent. Not only did he dissolve Li Xian's cold power, he also ensured that there was no gap for the magic cultivators in the ice. After that, his 2 head catchers each drove a Jinyuan nail into the person's pipa bone, which was the shoulder blade. The Jinyuan nail was about half a foot long, with precise runes engraved on it. It was specially forged by the Ministry of Industry of the Jin dynasty for monks. As long as this thing is nailed into the shoulder blade, any martial arts cultivator below the 7th floor will lose all their strength and be slaughtered. But the subsequent interrogation didn't go well. After the man came out of the ice, he closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Even if Lu Dianchu and others tried to punish him, they remained indifferent and remained silent. So after Jang Han-yoon presided over a period of interrogation, he handed over the follow-up matters to Lu Dianchu and left directly. Thanks to the recent frequent major crimes in Nanjing City, the manpower of the 6th Daosi Division has been stretched to the extreme. This has also made Jang Han-yoon so busy in the past few days that he has no time to spend on this magic cultivator. The reason why she took the time to bring Li Xian here this time was the same as the Lanyue Tower case. First, there was no one available, and second, Jiangning County stated in the letter Flying Talisman that there was no doubt about the case. But because of the clues discovered by Li Xian, they had spent more than 2 hours here. However, when the two were preparing to return, Li Xian discovered that his mount was seriously injured. This earth-moving dragon's heart and lungs were partially condensed by the cold force, causing its blood vessels to become sluggish, and now it was difficult to even stand firm. Li Xian thought with his heels, knowing that this must be when he fought with that magic cultivator before. Due to his lack of control over the true energy, part of the cold power invaded his mount's body. "Come ride with me. I'll leave this beast here and let the people from Jiangning County take care of it." Jang Han-yoon climbed onto the back of Dixinglong neatly, and then stretched out his hand to Li Xian. He stopped, "But you really need to work hard to control your true energy, otherwise you will suffer big losses in the future." Li Xian hesitated for a moment, then grabbed her little hand and used his strength to get on the horse. He is now eager to return to Suzaku Hall. When Jang Han-yoon and others were interrogating the magic cultivator just now, Li Xian had already taken the time to look at his chest, and sure enough, the green spot was bigger. But when Li Xian got on the horse, he couldn't help but have some charming thoughts. Jang Han-yoon didn't apply makeup or powder, but her natural body fragrance was even more touching. But just for a moment, Li Xian felt as clear as ice again. Reading www.ukanshu.net. With the potentially fatal disaster of the female ghost in red behind him, how can he still devote himself to the love between a man and a woman? I'm rushing back. The speed will be a bit fast. Please be careful and hold on tightly. And the person in front of him is a real humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Why would he provoke her if he didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme? As Jang Han-yoon moved the reins, the earth-moving dragon under them immediately flew out and accelerated to the extreme in a very short distance. Li Xian's expression immediately changed slightly. He felt that the speed of this dragon was at least 250 yards per hour, which was comparable to a modern sports car. He was still hesitant to listen to Jang Han-yoon's words, but in less than 3 seconds, Li Xian hugged the female boss's waist wholeheartedly. He thought to himself that this was a female man, and there was really no need for him to be polite to her. While Jang Han-yoon was galloping on his horse, Li Xian looked back frequently. He was observing the female ghost in red behind him, who was floating 3 steps behind him. Even if the earthly dragon beneath them ran more than 200 yards, he couldn't get even one step away from her. Li Xian was wondering what happened to those silk threads stretched out by the female ghost before? And what was the reason for the cold air that entered his body from behind? Is she helping herself? Does she have a consciousness of her own? If so, how should I communicate with her? If not, what was the reason for the three strange movements of the female ghost today? For a moment, questions filled Li Xian's mind. Li Xian secretly thought to himself, thinking that maybe this female ghost was his biggest golden finger after time travel, but it was a pity that it was fatal. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here. What are you looking at? Zhang Hanyun noticed that Li Xian was looking back frequently. She couldn't help but asked curiously, "Are you still thinking about the intestines?" She hesitated for a moment when she said this. Why do those wild wolves like to eat human intestines? Are they real or fake? What to do with the contents inside? Isn't it disgusting? Can it be false? Li Xian knew that wild beasts eat the digestive tracts of herbivores, firstly because the internal organs are soft and have a strong fishy smell. Anything with a strong fishy smell is delicious in their eyes. Secondly, because of the incompletely digested food inside, which can help them replenish vitamins. However, this kind of modern knowledge is very troublesome to explain. Isn't the truth very simple? Your dog can't change its habit of eating shit, right? Dogs are transformed from wolves. I see, no wonder. Zhang Hanyun suddenly realized, no wonder dogs have such disgusting habits. Dacheng is passed down from our ancestors. Li Xian couldn't help but smile, feeling that this boss was quite cute. It was also the case before, when he encountered the 4th level building magic cultivator. The captain's first reaction was to let him avoid him instead of intercepting him. Zhang Hanyun's character can also be seen from this. At this time, Zhang Hanyun fell into deep thought again, so, this matter is indeed arousing suspicion. But don't worry, I have already instructed Lu Dianshi, and he will investigate this matter clearly. While the two were talking, Zhang Hanyun had already driven the ground dragon into the gate of Nanjing City. She had official business to attend to, so she left in a hurry after returning to Zhuke Hall. Li Xian, who was left behind, had a stern look on his face and walked to the library located in the backyard of Zhuke Hall. This was the purpose of his coming to Ludeosi today, but because Zhang Hanyun captured the young man, he has been delayed until now. But now, Li Xian couldn't even wait for a breath, he already felt impatient. The lingering coldness and paralysis in his heart further deepened Li Xian's sense of crisis. The female ghost in red behind him was like the sword of Damocles hanging above his head, and could strike him at any time. If he wanted his life to be safe, Li Xian had to trace the source. He first had to figure out what the female ghost in red was, where it came from, and what the green spots on her chest were, and then he had to find a way to get rid of it. The library of Zhuke Hall was famous in the Jin dynasty. It was built 1,100 years ago by the 5th demon subduing Tianzuan of Ludeosi, and it was continuously expanded and added in the following years. To this day, this wooden building, which is about 20 feet high and divided into 12 floors, houses more than 1.7 million catalogs, books and secret books collected by Ludeosi since its establishment. It has become the heart of all monks, South Holy Place. The various knowledge, Taoism, exercises, etc. recorded here, both in quality and quantity, are no less than the 3 most complete schools of inheritance, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, and even surpass them. There are also one similar library in Xinglong Hall, Baihu Hall, and Xuanwu Hall. Li Xian's current identity can only access the first 3 floors of this library, but this is enough. The Demon Canon officially compiled by the previous Great Shang dynasty is located on the 2nd floor of this library. This is currently recognized by all parties in the Jin dynasty as the most detailed and comprehensive record of the types and characteristics of demons and monsters in the world. Its simplified version, abbreviation of demons, is the assessment that all apprentices of Ludeosi must pass. It is said that in the past, the mythical beast Bai Zhe was ordered by the Yellow Emperor to write the Bai's ghost picture, which recorded the things of ghosts and gods in the world. Since ancient times, there are 1,520 kinds of spirits and wandering spirits. Unfortunately, the method of exorcising it has been lost now, and only fragments are handed down to the world. Therefore, at present, the Book of Demons is the most complete book with records of demons and monsters. As soon as Li Xian entered the library, he was stared at by several surprised eyes. He took a casual glance and found that they were basically apprentices of the same class as him, and they were a few acquaintances from the 6th Daosi division. All of them, without exception, looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Li Xian ignored these glances. He went directly to the second floor and found the Demon Canon and another Demon Canon supplements, and then found a secluded corner to sit down and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The latter was written by the 5th generation Imperial Master of the Jin dynasty. As its name suggests, this book is a supplement to the Demon Book. He flipped through the pages very quickly. There were 9,000 different kinds of monsters recorded in the Demon Book. But there are only 1,000 kinds of ghosts and gods among them. Li Xian didn't ask for a clear explanation. He just glanced at the characteristics of the ghosts' portraits to see if they were similar to the female ghost in red behind him. If not, just turn the page. About an hour later, Li Xian's face gradually turned dark. He has flipped through more than 900 pages, but none of them can make a martial artist at the 10th level of the building unable to detect their existence even if he uses spiritual vision. Li Xian couldn't turn through the next few hundred pages. The content behind them was sealed with talismans and could not be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme without a certain level of cultivation. The precious thing about the Book of Monsters is that every kind of monster and monster recorded in it has a shadow, but these images also make the book itself very dangerous. There are some powerful demons, even just looking at their portraits will cause shock to the human soul, and even cause the reader to be noticed by these powerful demons, thus causing disaster. Li Xian then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme collections from the Demon Canon, but still found nothing. The various ghosts described in it are not as capable as the female ghost in red behind him, at least not the content other than the seal. Li Xian couldn't help but frown, with a helpless look in his eyes. In addition to the monster book and demon supplements, there are thousands of books introducing various ghosts and monsters in this library. But most of them are repetitive, and few of them go beyond the scope of the canon. As for this very small part, Li Xian didn't know where to start. There is no way the original person has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme too few books. This guy also cheated and passed the previous assessment of A Brief Introduction to Demons. Li Xian himself could not even recognize half of the more than 100 common wraiths and ghosts recorded in it. Just when Li Xian was frowning about this, he suddenly saw a person out of the corner of his eye. It was a girl figure that seemed familiar to him. When the memory of this girl appeared in Li Xian's mind, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately stood up, walked over, and sat down opposite the girl. The latter was burying his head in a book as thick as a brick, and the books on both sides were piled up like mountains. She was completely unaware of Li Xian's arrival until Li Xian coughed lightly. The girl suddenly woke up, like a frightened little rabbit, and looked towards Li Xian with a bit of horror. "It's you? You, what do you want to do?" Li Xian deliberately looked at the girl up and down. Her face was covered with a layer of red gauze, and her face could not be seen. However, she has an explosive figure that cannot be covered by a loose blouse, and her voice is soft and weak, like a clear spring in the mountains. This is one of the apprentices in the same class as Li Xian in his original memory, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. My name is Lu Chanqian, and she is known as a bookworm. The two were fortunate enough to be classmates for 3 months, but Li Xian had never had any contact with the girl. The reason why he had an impression of her was that she had never shown her true identity to others, and she was also famously introverted and shy, never coming into contact with other people. This was true in a training class with less than 30 people at the time. Inside, it can be said to be unique. Secondly, it stems from the girl's persistence in books. When Li Xian went to class, he could almost always see the girl holding a book and reading it attentively. It is worth mentioning that in the final assessment of 10 out of 30, this girl was one of the 3 people who were selected into the 6th Daosi division with her true ability without relying on connections at all. Her knowledge and memory shocked several reviewers. And less than half a year after joining the job, he was awarded the official title of Doctor of Demons. This is a civil servant position within the 6th Daosi division, with a rank of 7th rank. Only those who are knowledgeable and know the demons in the world can hold it. Anyone who can be promoted to this position is basically a mobile library. It's been a long time, classmate Lu, I've always been so kinda, don't leave. Li Xian was just halfway through his words when he saw the girl opposite him clearing the table at a lightning speed, preparing to leave with her books in her arms. Li Xian had no choice but to grab the girl's skirt. This made Li Qianqian even more panicked, and also attracted many looks in the building that contained contempt and warning. Li Xian hurriedly let go of his hand and hugged Li Qianqian's fist. I'm here to ask you for help, classmate Lu. I'm in a hurry, so please forgive me. He thought it was better to lower his profile and get straight to the point, otherwise the person opposite would really be scared away by him. Damn it, he is a gentleman, Li Fengji. Does this woman need to be so afraid of him? Help! Li Qianqian stopped walking as expected, with confusion in her eyes. I'm dying now, but I don't know why. I know that Mr. Lu is very knowledgeable, so I came here to ask for advice. Li Xian sighed, then pointed to a corner. Can we sit down and talk again? Li Qianqian hesitated for a while, then sat down. But she still maintained a strong defensive mentality towards Li Xian and was separated from him by 2 tables. A fierce ghost that cannot be detected by martial arts cultivators in the 10th level building using spiritual vision techniques? And when the technique was performed, the blood of the Tianmu demon was also used? After Li Xian finished telling the reason, Li Qianqian said thoughtfully, this kind of situation exists, and I know at least 10 kinds. But it has not killed you for so long, so there is only one reason. She looked at Li Xian with a strange look in her eyes. That should be a guardian spirit that exists in the form of a wish-keeping spirit. Note that it is not a resentful spirit, but a wish. Although it comes from the most filthy and evil, it came out of the most painful environment and was burned by the fire of karma all the time, but it was born with the obsession of kindness. It never thought of hurting anyone. What maintains its existence is not so much the obsession. Great wish. Li Qianqian's tone clearly contained sympathy and admiration. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Guardian spirit? Are you kidding me? Classmate Lu, how could that be a guardian spirit? The guardian spirit is absolutely unmistakable. Li Qianqian had a timid tone before, but after Li Xian raised his objection, her tone became particularly tough. If it weren't for the guardian spirit, you would have been dead by now. If I guessed right, it should have taken the initiative to help. Pass you? Li Xian couldn't help but froze, remembering what happened in the morning. But what's the matter with the green spots on my chest? My heart feels cold and paralyzed now. The situation is very bad. The green spot you are talking about should be a kind of evil spirit, which is what Buddhism calls karma fire. It is the aggregation of evil power and resentment. Almost all ghosts have it, more or less, and the forms of expression are also different. Are not the same, Li Qianqian explained, although it has no intention of harming you. As long as this wish-keeping spirit is by your side, the evil power it carries will naturally invade your body. You can treat evil as a toxin if you look at it. It's something ordinary people can't bear. Li Xian still couldn't believe it. If it's a guardian spirit, how could it not even be able to see the martial arts cultivators on the 10th floor? That's because you have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme too few books and are too ignorant. Li Qianqian snorted softly. That's because you are ignorant. These ghosts are the same as humans. Not only do they have 4 doors and 12 levels of buildings, there is also the difference between qualifications and talents. The female ghost you mentioned probably has the qualifications of an emperor and is qualified to become an emperor among ghosts and gods, so its visual impairment is also extra powerful. Although it has just been born, it will grow very fast, faster than you can imagine. It will also be the most powerful among the Yin spirits of the same level. Even the ghosts a few levels higher than it will not belong to this wish-keeping spirit. Opponent. If it doesn't want to be seen, then unless it is a person of the level of the current national preceptor, you can't even think of seeing through its cognitive barrier. That's why I think it is your guardian spirit, otherwise with your cultivation because, within a moment of contact with it, you will die tragically. Li Xian couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He turned back with great suspicion and glanced at the female ghost in red behind him again. Imperial capital? Is this female ghost so powerful? The masked girl opposite him also looked at Li Xian with a bit of pity at this time. This kind of guardian spirit is a dream opportunity for those practitioners who are above the realm of Juzangla. But for you in general, it is a real death charm. If you don't find a way to suppress its evil power, you will die under the influence of its evil power within 5 to 6 days at most. Li Xian already believed it. Then why do you think it is a wish-keeping spirit? Isn't this very simple? Lu Qianqian explained, if a ghost-in god with such imperial wealth was not very powerful during his lifetime, which one of the others would not be burdened with great obsession and evil power? But since it does not, if it harms you, it means that you have nothing to do with its death. The generation of a guardian spirit is also extremely demanding. In addition to the requirement that the ghost-in god be born within the 12 hours, they must also be connected by fate and have a strong bond with each other. Therefore, the guardian spirit, the spirit and its master are generally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relatives, but you don't recognize it, right? The spiritual power is strong, the obsession is astonishing, and I have no connection or enmity with you. This can rule out most of the yin spirits. The wish-keeping spirit is the gentlest among the remaining three, and is also related to you. The closest thing to the form in life. I guess you must have had direct or indirect contact with it, and happened to do something related to its wishes that led to the bond. You may even be the reason for its final birth. Li Xian couldn't help but fall into meditation, thinking back on what happened that night. From the time he went to the Duke Su's mansion for a banquet, until he was knocked unconscious. Then is there a way to resolve this evil spirit or get rid of this wish-keeping spirit? There are ways, 3 in total, but you can't do any of them. Lu Qianqian shook her head slightly. The first is cultivation. If you have enough cultivation and sufficient yang power, you will naturally be immune to all evils. The second is to start from the root. I guess its desire and the source of its obsession are related. As long as it achieves its wish, its resentment will naturally be eliminated and it will dissipate naturally. The third is, if it can find, getting a real artifact to protect yourself can keep you safe and sound. But artifacts are hard to find, and even our 6 Paths Demon Subduing Division doesn't have a few. Other than that, there is no other way. Don't even think about it. Find a skilled practitioner to take action. Only the obsession will remain, and there is no way to get rid of it. Also, in front of those practitioners, it's best not to mention it at all. Why is this? Li Xian frowned. I can't just sit back and wait for death? Do you think yin spirits with imperial qualifications are common? Each of them is an excellent body for refining a protecting spirit, and can help a practitioner achieve immortality. Lu Qianqian looked at Li Xian like an idiot. I can bet you that if those people find out that you have such a guardian spirit, the first thing they will do is kill you and then kill you. Take it as your own. People with a little conscience will choose to stand by and wait for your death, and then take over. Of course, you can't ask Buddha to practice it. Your guardian spirit is qualified to become a bodhisattva. In some radical in the eyes of a Buddhist cultivator, you will be the biggest obstacle to its bodhisattva status. Li Xian's heart was slightly frightened, and then when he looked at Lu Qianqian's eyes, something was wrong. The latter finally realized what she had said. Like a frightened deer, she shrank her delicate body behind her and hugged the book tightly on her chest. Don't look at me like that, it's so scary. I will keep it a secret for you, and I will never tell anyone else. I swear. Li Xian smiled bitterly, then stood up and hugged the girl. Thank you, classmate Lu, for your advice. If I can survive this disaster by luck, I will definitely repay you. He walked towards the stairs with a heavy heart, but after taking only a few steps, he was stopped by Lu Qianqian again. Well, what you are wearing now should be a necklace made of thunder meteorites, right? It's the thunder meteorite. Miss Lu, you actually recognize it? Li Xian looked at his chest. The necklace Li Yan gave him was hanging around his neck. Thunder meteorites are famous, but only 17 of them exist in the world. I have seen pictures of them. Lu Qianxian's voice was extremely solemn. This magical weapon can indeed help you suppress evil spirits. You reading www.ukanshu.net, but don't think that you can sleep peacefully. As I just said, your guardian spirit, its growth rate will be much faster than you imagine, and the evil spirit it possesses will become stronger day by day, so the effect of the magic weapon on it will only decrease day by day. Li Xian couldn't help but be confused. Then how long will it work? Now I have no way to survive at all? At least you will be safe for this month. Lu Qianxian's words made Li Xian breathe a sigh of relief. I just want to remind you that if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme longer, you have to think about your cultivation method. But you can't practice it randomly, it must be a symptomatic method. Your Hanyuan celestial elephant technique is very good, but you'd better not practice cold power alone anymore, she said for a moment. This can make you phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme for a while, but it is just drinking poison to quench your thirst. The guardian spirit relies on you, is rooted in you, and relies on you. Therefore, any increase in your cultivation will make its power stronger. Powerful. If you want to get rid of it by relying on your own cultivation, you must achieve Yangshan, and it must be within 10 years. Li Xian's heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom little by little. He knew that the so-called Yangshan in Lu Qianxian's language was the last floor of the 12-story building, also known as Dengxian. When a person's soul changes from yin to yang, that is the realm of an immortal. But as far as he knew, none of the most amazingly talented and beautiful people in the world could become a yang god within 15 years. So Lu Qianxian said timidly, your only chance is to trace its origin, understand the cause of its death, find a way to resolve its obsession and satisfy its wish. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Help? Lu Qianxian stopped walking as expected, with confusion in her eyes. I'm dying now, but I don't know why. I know that Mr. Lu is very knowledgeable, so I came here to ask for advice. Li Xian sighed, then pointed to a corner. Can we sit down and talk again? Lu Qianxian hesitated for a while, then sat down. But she still maintained a strong defensive mentality towards Li Xian and was separated from him by 2 tables. A fierce ghost that cannot be detected by martial arts cultivators in the 10th level building using spiritual vision techniques? And when the technique was performed, the blood of the Tianmu demon was also used? After Li Xian finished telling the reason, Lu Qianxian said thoughtfully, this kind of situation exists, and I know at least 10 kinds. But it has not killed you for so long, so there is only one reason. She looked at Li Xian with a strange look in her eyes. That should be a guardian spirit that exists in the form of a wish-keeping spirit. Note that it is not a resentful spirit, but a wish. Although it comes from the most filthy and evil, it came out of the most painful environment and was burned by the fire of karma all the time, but it was born with the obsession of kindness. It never thought of hurting anyone. What maintains its existence is not so much the obsession. Great wish. Lu Qianxian's tone clearly contains sympathy and admiration. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Guardian spirit? Are you kidding me? Classmate Lu, how could that be a guardian spirit? The guardian spirit is absolutely unmistakable. Lu Qianxian had a timid tone before, but after Li Xian raised his objection, her tone became particularly tough. If it weren't for the guardian spirit, you would have been dead by now. If I guessed right, it should have taken the initiative to help. Pass you? Li Xian couldn't help but froze, remembering what happened in the morning. But what's the matter with the green spots on my chest? My heart feels cold and paralyzed now. The situation is very bad. The green spot you are talking about should be a kind of evil spirit, which is what Buddhism calls karma fire. It is the aggregation of evil power and resentment. Almost all ghosts have it, more or less, and the forms of expression are also different. Are not the same, Lu Qianxian explained, although it has no intention of harming you. As long as this wish-keeping spirit is by your side, the evil power it carries will naturally invade your body. You can treat evil as a toxin if you look at it. It's something ordinary people can't bear. Li Xian still couldn't believe it. If it's a guardian spirit, how could it not even be able to see the martial arts cultivators on the 10th floor? That's because you have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme too few books and are too ignorant. Le Chantian snorted softly, that's because you are ignorant. These ghosts are the same as humans. Not only do they have 4 doors and 12 levels of buildings, there is also the difference between qualifications and talents. The female ghost you mentioned probably has the qualifications of an emperor and is qualified to become an emperor among ghosts and gods, so its visual impairment is also extra powerful. Although it has just been born, it will grow very fast, faster than you can imagine. It will also be the most powerful among the Een spirits of the same level. Even the ghosts a few levels higher than it will not belong to this wish-keeping spirit. Opponent. If it doesn't want to be seen, then unless it is a person of the level of the current national preceptor, you can't even think of seeing through its cognitive barrier. That's why I think it is your guardian spirit, otherwise with your cultivation, because, within a moment of contact with it, you will die tragically. Li Xian couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He turned back with great suspicion and glanced at the female ghost in red behind him again. Imperial capital? Is this female ghost so powerful? The masked girl opposite him also looked at Li Xian with a bit of pity at this time. This kind of guardian spirit is a dream opportunity for those practitioners who are above the realm of Juzangla. But for you in general, it is a real death charm. If you don't find a way to suppress its evil power, you will die under the influence of its evil power within 5 to 6 days at most. Li Xian already believed it, then why do you think it is a wish-keeping spirit? Isn't this very simple? Le Chantian explained, if a ghost in god with such imperial wealth was not very powerful during his lifetime, which one of the others would not be burdened with great obsession and evil power? But since it does not, if it harms you, it means that you have nothing to do with its death. The generation of a guardian spirit is also extremely demanding. In addition to the requirement that the ghost and god be born within the 12 hours, they must also be connected by fate and have a strong bond with each other. Therefore, the guardian spirit, the spirit and its master are generally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relatives, but you don't recognize it, right? The spiritual power is strong, the obsession is astonishing, and I have no connection or enmity with you. This can rule out most of the Een spirits. The wish-keeping spirit is the gentlest among the remaining 3, and is also related to you. The closest thing to the form in life. I guess you must have had direct or indirect contact with it, and happened to do something related to its wishes that led to the bond. You may even be the reason for its final birth. Li Xian couldn't help but fall into meditation, thinking back on what happened that night. From the time he went to the Duke Su's mansion for a banquet, until he was knocked unconscious. Then is there a way to resolve this evil spirit or get rid of this wish-keeping spirit? There are ways, 3 in total, but you can't do any of them. Le Chantian shook her head slightly. The first is cultivation. If you have enough cultivation and sufficient yang power, you will naturally be immune to all evils. The second is to start from the root. I guess its desire and the source of its obsession are related to each other. As long as it achieves its wish, its resentment will naturally be eliminated and it will dissipate naturally. The third is, if it can be found, obtaining a real artifact to protect yourself can keep you safe and sound. But artifacts are hard to find, and even our 6 paths demon subduing division doesn't have a few. Other than that, there is no other way. Don't even think about it. Find a skilled practitioner to take action. Only the obsession will remain, and there is no way to get rid of it. Also, in front of those practitioners, it's best not to mention it at all. Why is this? Li Xian frowned. I can't just sit back and wait for death? Do you think Een spirits with imperial qualifications are common? Each of them is an excellent body for refining a protecting spirit, and can help a practitioner achieve immortality. Le Chantian looked at Li Xian like an idiot. I can bet you that if those people find out that you have such a guardian spirit, the first thing they will do is kill you and then kill you. Take it as your own. People with a little conscience will choose to stand by and wait for your death, and then take over. Of course, you can't ask Buddha to practice it. Your guardian spirit is qualified to become a bodhisattva. In some radical in the eyes of a Buddhist cultivator, you will be the biggest obstacle to its bodhisattva status. Li Xian's heart was slightly frightened, and then when he looked at Le Chantian's eyes, something was wrong. The latter finally realized what she had said. Like a frightened deer, she shrank her delicate body behind her and hugged the book tightly on her chest. "Don't look at me like that, it's so scary. I will keep it a secret for you, and I will never tell anyone else. I swear." Li Xian smiled bitterly, then stood up and hugged the girl. "Thank you, classmate Lu, for your advice. If I can survive this disaster by luck, I will definitely repay you." He walked toward the stairs with a heavy heart, but after taking only a few steps, he was stopped by Lu Qianqian again. "Well, what you are wearing now should be a necklace made of thunder meteorites, right?" "It's the thunder meteorite." "Miss Lu, you actually recognize it?" Li Xian looked at his chest. The necklace Li Yan gave him was hanging around his neck. Thunder meteorites are famous, but only 17 of them exist in the world. I have seen pictures of them. Lu Qianqian's voice was extremely solemn. "This magical weapon can indeed help you suppress evil spirits. You reading www.wukanshu.net, but don't think that you can sleep peacefully. As I just said, your guardian spirit, its growth rate will be much faster than you imagine, and the evil spirit it possesses will become stronger day by day, so the effect of the magic weapon on it will only decrease day by day." Li Xian couldn't help but be confused. "Then how long will it work? Now I have no way to survive at all? At least you will be safe for this month." Lu Qianqian's words made Li Xian breathe a sigh of relief. "I just want to remind you that if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme longer, you have to think about your cultivation method. But you can't practice it randomly, it must be a symptomatic method. Your Hanyuan celestial elephant technique is very good, but you'd better not practice cold power alone anymore," she said for a moment. "This can make you phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme for a while, but it is just drinking poison to quench your thirst. The guardian spirit relies on you, is rooted in you, and relies on you. Therefore, any increase in your cultivation will make its power stronger. Powerful. If you want to get rid of it by relying on your own cultivation, you must achieve Yangshan, and it must be within 10 years. Li Xian's heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom little by little. He knew that the so-called Yangshan in Lu Qianqian's language was the last floor of the 12-story building, also known as Dengxian. When a person's soul changes from yin to yang, that is the realm of an immortal. But as far as he knew, none of the most amazingly talented and beautiful people in the world could become a young god within 15 years. So Lu Qianqian said timidly, "Your only chance is to trace its origin, understand the cause of its death, find a way to resolve its obsession and satisfy its wish. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here." Although Li Xian was in a bad mood when he walked out of the library, he was mostly calm. Although frustrated, it was far from being in a state of panic. This is related to the temperament that Li Xian developed since childhood. As mentioned in the introduction, due to congenital heart disease, Li Xian's parents divorced when he was 7 years old, and they reorganized their families, got married, and had children. After that, Li Xian, who felt abandoned and became a superfluous child of his parents, continued to be wild and rebellious for several years. It wasn't until his sophomore year in high school that Li Xian listened to his class teacher's advice and realized that his life was his own after all, even if it might be short. After that, he focused on his studies and was admitted to the forensic medicine major a year later. After that, he gradually became a forensic doctor in a police station. Although he is not rich and powerful, he can make himself food and clothing without worries. Such a life seems to be a good one, but when Li Xian wakes up in his single apartment every day, he will inevitably think, "Why on earth am I alive? Why did God give birth to a disabled person like me? Am I redundant to this world?" And other questions. More than a year ago, Li Xian had a friend who studied psychology and judged him to be world-weary. Li Xian sneered at this. He was neither pessimistic about life nor lost the courage to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme. He is still attached to life, hopes to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme his life well every day, and is full of expectations for the future. Although he occasionally feels lonely, for Li Xian, just being able to continue breathing the air of this world already makes him feel very happy. He thought that the reason why God allowed him to be born was because he wanted him to see the wonders of this world. Therefore, after Li Xian realized that he had time traveled, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. He quickly accepted it and never planned to go back. Just because he knew in his mind that his original body was probably already braided. Li Xian also hopes to experience a new environment and a new life, and not miss the past at all. Therefore, after learning that his life here might be very short, Li Xian was also very free and easy. Of course, he would not give up his efforts to survive, but he already had the open-mindedness in his heart that I would be lucky if I gained, and my life would be lost if I lost. Just because Li Xian came here like this before. But this open-mindedness only lasted for half an hour. When Li Xian returned to Uncle Chingy's house and sought his original mother, Mrs. Lu, bringing him a large bowl of sea cucumber and mutton soup made by herself, Li Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Unstoppable tears fell. Why are you crying? You've only been working for a few days and you can't stand it anymore? Isn't it so useless? Li Yan looked at his brother in disbelief while trying to pick out a few sea cucumbers from Li Xian's bowl. But was slapped on the hand by Mrs. Lu. How old are you? Are you still robbing your brother of food? This is to replenish your brother's young energy. Your father said that he has severe kidney deficiency. Besides, it's not like you don't. Li Yan looked at the basin-sized bowl in front of Li Xian, and then at the teacup-sized cup of soup in front of himself and his father, and could only choke in silence. Li Xian was not happy after hearing this. He had already noticed that several servants standing around were trying their best not to laugh. This sea cucumber and mutton soup is good for replenishing the body, and he really needs to replenish his young energy. But don't talk about kidney deficiency in front of so many people. Mrs. Lu didn't realize it. After she suppressed her eldest son, she looked at Li Xian with great distress. Xianer, why are you crying? Who in the yamen has wronged you? I told you, you should just resign. This is a good job. Li Qingji, the sincere man, had a dissatisfied look on his face. No matter how great the grievance is, it can't be shed. It's said that men don't shed tears easily. What do you look like? Before he could finish his words, Mrs. Lu slapped him on the back of the head. The latter sneered, a man can't shed tears easily? Then more than 20 years ago, who knelt in front of my door and cried bitterly? Tears? When Li Qingji heard this, he couldn't stop talking. When a man sheds tears, he doesn't shed them lightly, just because he hasn't reached the point of sadness. Madam, how can you say this in front of children? Li Xian and Li Yan looked at each other and pricked up their ears. Unfortunately, Mrs. Lu did not continue to expose Li Qingji's background. She glared at Li Xian. Tell me. Who is so brave? It's that Jiang Hanyun. She rebelled. Li Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Mother, you are overthinking. With my child's ability, no one in Ladeosi can make me suffer. This is just sand in my eyes, a little uncomfortable. Really? Mrs. Lu looked at Li Xian dubiously. Seeing that he looked calm, but his eyes were a little red, she stopped worrying. It's okay, but if you really suffer any grievance, don't bear it. Come on. Don't think that our family won't be able to survive after something like this happens. The deputy head of your White Tiger Hall in the 6th Path Division has been my childhood sweetheart since childhood. He is much more capable than your father. I heard that he will be transferred to Nanjing soon. Li Xian couldn't help but blinked, thinking that his mother actually had such a relationship? There is no such thing in the memory of the predecessor. He was about to ask what happened when he saw Li Qingji's face turn blue next to him. Li Xian changed his mind and wisely held back, and then asked about the inheritance of thunder method in his family. You want to also cultivate the thunder element? Li Qingji was puzzled. Thunder is the power of the yang. If it is to balance yin and yang, the fire element is more suitable. Moreover, our family's concept of thunder is also lacking. But isn't our family's concept of fire also flawed? There seems to be more missing. Li Xian knew that his brother Li Yan was able to master the fire element all because of the help of his wife's family. But this alone cannot convince Li Sungqi. Father, there is a reason why I want to practice Lei Yuan at the same time. Today I fought with a 4th-level martial arts cultivator outside the city, and then I froze him with one palm. In addition, yesterday I practiced cold element. It took 9 Shaoyan pills to dissolve the remaining cold power in the body. After hearing this, Li Chengji and Li Yan were obviously surprised. But after the two of them looked at each other, they didn't raise any objection. Although they didn't know whether what Li Xian said was true or not, the fact that Li Xian froze Li Yan's heart with his palm a few days ago was a fact that they had witnessed with their own eyes. Li Chengji couldn't help stroking his long beard. There is some truth to it. Your cold talent is indeed amazing, and the ordinary fire element cannot be balanced. Well, let's come to the study later. It is said that there is a set of phantom lightning heavenly swords in our family. The Dongxian Jingxian finger is a top-notch thunder martial art. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. However, there are indeed shortcomings in the visualization method, and it is relatively mediocre. If you want to complete it in the future, you can only turn to Lu Daosi's. It's been passed down. Li Xian looked slightly happy and bowed at the dining table. My child understands. The reason why he wanted to learn the thunder element as well was because of Li Qianxian's guidance. Only the most young and strong thunder essence can balance the coldness brought by the female ghost in red. In addition, the thunder method has great effect in destroying evil spirits. It can subdue demons and subjugate demons. It is known as the first of all methods, and it can help him destroy the evil power in his body. As for the idea of contemplation, Li Xian didn't pay much attention to it. He thought it was nothing more than a step-by-step approach to cultivating the cold essence. But coming from the modern world, he knows about currents of various strengths. The voltage of mobile phones generally does not exceed 4.2 V, the voltage of laptops is between 9 V and 20 V, electric vehicle batteries are 42 V to 46 V, 110 volts is the Japanese power supply standard, and the average current of lightning is 30,000 amps, and the maximum current can reach 300,000 amps. Its voltage is very high, about 100 million to 1 billion volts. The power of a moderate thunderstorm can reach 10 million watts, equivalent to the output of a small nuclear power plant. As a single with a wide range of interests, Li Xian has browsed many popular science videos and has a basic understanding of the physical properties and manifestations of current and voltage. In addition, he also knew about positive and negative charges and what static electricity was. Of course, the thunder method in this world is not just as simple as thunder and lightning, it also contains some miraculous powers that the scientific world cannot understand. But Li Xian believes that this will never be an obstacle to his practice of thunder. Coincidentally, Li Xian now also has permission to enter the 7th floor of the Lu Daosi library, which is enough for him to make up for some of the shortcomings in his concept. Actually, Xianer, even if you don't tell me today, I still want you to cultivate another line of true energy to balance the cold power in your body, but the time is not now. After dinner, the sincere Uncle Li Chengji took Li Xian into a 3-story bookstore in the inner courtyard. I originally thought that you would have to face the problem of true energy backlash after reaching the 4th floor. I didn't expect that, Xianer. Your talent is so powerful that the backlash has already reached this level before it reaches the 3rd level of the building. At this time, he had reached the 3rd floor, with an expression that was both gratifying and worried. I can give you the method of conceiving the thunder element, but I don't know if this is the right choice for you. Li Xian asked clearly. Father is worried that I won't be able to stabilize my yuan power? Although his original body was uneducated and incompetent, he still understood the basic common sense of cultivation. The so-called reverse attack of true energy is an imbalance of the 5 elements inside the body, and when manifested outside the body, it is a reverse invasion of energy. People who practice ice method will inevitably have cold air inside their bodies. People who practice fire method, the temperature inside their bodies will be much higher than that of ordinary people, and may even spontaneously combust, and those who practice earth method, their bodies will be heavier, and even part of the body will be covered with stone. Then the force is mutual, just like Li Xian fighting with the magician of the 4th floor. Although Li Xian froze the magician with one palm, he himself also had to bear part of the cold power. If a fire martial artist burns a person out with a single blow, the temperature in his own body will also increase sharply, and in severe cases, it will spontaneously combust. And this situation will become more serious in the future. This has been the biggest obstacle for monks in their pursuit of immortality since ancient times, and the more advanced the practice, the purer and more extreme the true essence, and the more serious the backlash will be. The only feasible strategy is to balance the two poles and reconcile yin and yang. But there is another problem: how to reconcile the two contradictory true essences. How to balance. How to coexist. Just like Li Xian now, if he wants to practice thunder, it will inevitably interfere with the cold element essence in his body. The worst result is that the thunder method is not completed, but his cold power is scattered, broken, and worn away. Therefore, the general prudent approach is to wait for one kind of strength to be stable before cultivating others. Or, you just don't consider the issue of balance. In this way, the speed of practice will be much faster, but the disadvantage is that it will encounter a ceiling in the future, and it will damage the body's vitality and longevity. What else? Li Qingji asked back. Thunder is the most powerful force of the sun. It is much more difficult to practice than the fire method, and it is even more incompatible with the power of ice. And I can't give you any advice on the thunder method. Among our cold-type martial arts cultivators, the only one who can balance yin and yang with thunder method and finally ascend to the heavenly position in these 1,000 years is our ancestor, the first-generation sincerity uncle. So I originally wanted to wait a few years and start from you. My sister-in-law's family can ask for the visualization diagram of the first half of the fire technique, or, like my father, I can find a rare treasure of fire element to help you suppress the cold element, but it turns out that gods will play a trick on you. Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his father to have such thoughts. Regarding Li Qingji's worries, he felt that it was not a big problem. In his original world, people had long known that any energy and matter could be converted into each other under certain conditions. The huge heat energy generated by nuclear fusion can be used for refrigeration, supplying the air conditioning of a large city, and can even create absolute zero in a certain area. 114. 1C solid alcohol and flammable ice can burn violently, and liquid helium-3 the temperature is extremely low with tritium, but it is the raw material for nuclear fusion. As for lightning and ice, modern refrigeration equipment is all powered by electricity. Electricity can be used for both cooling and heating, and it is also very simple to convert flames into lightning. Take it. Li Qingji took out the two scrolls from the bookshelf and threw them to Li Xian. Just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme them here, don't take them out. Although they are incomplete, they are passed down by our ancestors. Even if they are incomplete, they are still incomplete. These fragmentary visualization pictures are hard to find items in the world of Jin Dynasty. Even if you were in the 6th Path Division, you would need at least 40 great merits to get them. Then he sighed in disbelief. Our ancestors are actually quite perverted. They are actually able to balance yin and yang and ascend to heaven with this incomplete concept of thunder. It is really incredible. Li Xian spent that night in this bookstore. When he opened the first picture and looked at it, he said fuck. In this picture, there was a small portrait of lightning, but when he used his spiritual mind to touch the induction, he found that a real electric current was sealed inside. The second picture is the same, but the intensity and quantity of the current are much larger. In addition, the name of the picture is called Binghui Angli. The thunder also carries the powerful power of fire and the power to exorcise evil spirits. There are a few more pictures to follow, but Li Qingji thinks that Li Xian can't use them yet because these pictures are too high-end and rashly visualizing them will only hurt himself. However, Li Xian felt that the visualization process was very easy. He completed the visualization on the second picture easily. Let a bunch of Binghui Yanglei flow in your body. After that, he even boldly continued to increase the voltage and current of the Binghui Yanlei, until he felt a sense of overwhelm in his soul, and gradually slowed down to about 80% of the limit state. The key is that by doing this, he didn't affect the cold element essence in his body. According to the energy utilization method Li Xian imagined, the cold power in his body not only did not weaken, but actually increased a lot. It felt like the distance between him and the Triple Tower realm seemed to be a little closer. And when Li Xian finished his practice that night and rested, his lower abdomen was indeed warm, without the feeling of ice hidden in his abdomen before. Even the coldness and numbness in his chest were much weaker than before he practiced Lei Yuan. Just when Li Xian was full of expectations, he received the sincerely family inheritance thunder method from Li Qingji. In the 6th Daosi Zhuke Hall, Jiang Hanyun, who had just finished his official duties, heard a knock on the door before he could take a breath. What's the matter? Jung Hanyun stretched his waist and looked at Le Chantian, who pushed the door open with some displeasure. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Recently, she had to be busy until midnight every day, and she was already very sleepy. Jung Hanyun thought that unless the sky fell, no one would be able to stop her from going to the restaurant opposite for a drink after work. Reading www.yokanshu.net today, her subordinate Li Xian treated her to a treat, and it was said that he had plenty of food and wine. Master Colonel. Le Chantian was obviously shocked and couldn't even speak clearly. I think this matter is very important. You'd better take a look. She carefully walked to the desk and placed a piece of rice paper in front of Jung Hanyun. I sorted through the recent files on wolf murder cases in Jiangning County and found that something was very wrong. This is a map near Jiangjun Mountain? The red dot is where the crime occurred, right? Jung Hanyun could tell at a glance that the picture Le Chantian drew on the paper was exactly the terrain near Jiangjun Mountain, and there were red dots marked with cinnabar on it. Then her pupils shrank and her expression changed drastically. She noticed that these red dots formed an irregular circle around a certain position on the map. I suspect there may be a problem in the valley within this range. Le Chantian looked solemn. Li Xian said that the heart, liver, and heart of the deceased were taken away, leaving only the intestines. This is very strange, and there is indeed a problem. After checking the Wolfpack murder case file, I found that there were several other victims in the same situation, and they were probably used as sacrifices for some evil method. Jung Hanyun immediately walked out of the room without saying a word, and then galloped out of Suzaku Hall on his horse. About an hour later, Jung Hanyun stood outside a valley on the south side of Jiangjun Mountain, looking down from a high position. After a long time, she clenched her fists, closed her eyes again, and roared angrily, "What a bunch of bastards! P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here." The next day, Li Xian woke up at the same time, and then went to the backyard school to practice the family martial arts. Last night, Li Qingji had given him the secret books of the Magic Lightning Heavenly Sword and the Dongxian Jingxian Finger, but Li Xian did not rush to practice. As the saying goes, biting off more than you can chew, Li Xian hasn't even figured out the two martial arts techniques of Cold Sky Sword and Cold Breath Fierce Palm. And Li Xian still feels unfamiliar with most of the moves. How dare he be distracted at this time? The key is that his thunder element essence is still insignificant and very weak. At this time, even if he has mastered the two thunder element martial arts techniques, he will not be able to exert much power. However, Li Xian had to stop when he reached the 7th round. Just because a flying talisman shot out from a distance and fell directly into his arms. This is his boss, Lieutenant Jung Hanyun of Fu Demon School, who has something urgent to do and uses a flying talisman to send a message. Li Xian secretly resented that when he was a forensic doctor in his previous life, the thing he hated most was mobile phones. The bureau would always summon him to work overtime. In the end, it was still the same in the world of the Jin dynasty. Why was there such a thing as a flying talisman? Li Xian had no choice but to change his clothes in a hurry, then rode an earth dragon in the mansion and flew out of the city. When he arrived at the city gate, Li Xian found that Ma Chenggong was also coming from the other direction. When he saw Li Xian, his face was full of surprise. "The captain actually called you here? What's wrong with calling me?" Li Xian felt like he was offended, but then he realized something. "Ma Tour, what's the situation over there at Jiangjun Mountain?" The captain seemed to be in a hurry, and he said Zhang Fei Fu was sent to my home. A big case. A shocking case. At that moment, the closed city gate had already been opened wide. Ma Chenggong had already galloped out before the city gate could be fully opened. While running quickly, he said, "Sounds like this case has a lot to do with you. Not far from the scene where you solved the wolf murder case yesterday, the captain found an abandoned altar there. It is said that the evil force is as thick as a cloud, and if you look at it with your spiritual vision, you can see the sea of blood rolling." He wondered if it was for this reason that Jung Hanyun called Li Xian, a little demon slayer, to the Jiangjun mountain site for inspection. Li Xian reacted very quickly and immediately became alert. Are those wolf murder cases related to this altar? The purpose is to prevent strangers from approaching? Or to silence them? Ma Chenggong gave a soft compliment, that's it. It's said to be the clues found by Lu Qianxian, the newly assigned demon doctor, who checked the files. Unexpectedly, this girl is not very old, and her brain is very useful. Li Xian was surprised, thinking that this Lu Qianxian was actually assigned to their Mingyu capital. Because it was not yet early morning, there were almost no pedestrians on the road. Both of them spared no effort to push the ground dragon under their crotches to a speed of 180 yards. Soon they arrived at the location marked by Jiang Hanyun. When they arrived, Ma Chenggong's face turned slightly pale, and his eyes were furious. How brave! On the side of the capital, how dare you do such a shameless thing, which is outraged by both humans and gods. Li Xian couldn't turn on his spiritual vision, so he cast a magic mirror to observe, and then he saw blood clouds rolling down the valley in front of him wherever the mirror shined. Li Xian couldn't help but be confused for a while, thinking how many people had died in this place? What kind of tragic death was it? What left Li Xian confused was what was behind him. He could feel that the female ghost in red behind him was in an extremely unstable state. This can be seen from the cold numbness in his chest. In this short period of time, the cold numbness suddenly disappeared, suddenly worsened, and changed erratically. When Li Xian looked back, he could see that the blood-eyed girl's phoenix crown and chape became extra bright. When they entered the valley, Li Xian noticed that something seemed to be lingering around him, which made him feel chilled to the bone. This coldness is different from Li Xian's cold breath fierce palm. The temperature in this valley has not actually dropped, but it makes people feel like they are in an ice cave. In addition, it is also creepy, with cold hairs standing on top, and even the whole body is feeling. Resist disgust. There was also a lingering smell of blood that made Li Xian feel nauseous. But at this moment, what concerned Li Xian more was the female ghost in red. The latter's whole body was now filled with a layer of red luster, and red ribbons scattered from her body. They were flying behind the blood-eyed girl, like a pair of wings stretching out. Li Xian even felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Li Xian couldn't figure out for a moment whether it was the powerful environment here that made the female ghost change, or was it related to the death of the female ghost because of this place. He suppressed his discomfort and walked into the valley and found that there were already more than 20 people busy. There are those who survey the site, those who measure the site, those who exhume the bones, and those who examine the corpses. Jiang Hanyun stood on a huge rock in the distance, frowning and looking down. They are from Gasudu and Firecrowdu. Ma Chenggong grinded his teeth for a while, then his figure flashed and came to Jiang Hanyun's side. They took over this case again? Their people are nearby, and they just happen to be nearby to deal with it. It is said that they are tracing the whereabouts of Shuewoya, and may have fled south to the outside of the city. Jiang Hanyun was also unhappy, but she still glared at Ma Chenggong. This case may involve hundreds of lives, how dare I conceal it? When it comes to Shuewoya and that evil corpse, I'm even more angry. They were discovered by you and Li Xian, and they should have been handed over to us. Ma Chenggong was full of dissatisfaction. How much does the manager dislike us in Mingyu capital? Li Xian, who came from behind, immediately stopped his thoughts and looked up at Captain Ma in front of him. Don't you have some confidence in your heart that you want to win? In the past 2 years, the one with the lowest crime detection rate in Suzaku Hall is Mingyu capital. Besides that, they are the ones who caused the most trouble. Wasn't it the fault of you and the other demon-suppressing captain of Minjiuru that the statue of the city god was damaged before? Stop talking nonsense. The manager didn't say that the case would be handed over to Oni Sudu and Huayedu. Now it's up to each of them to rely on their own abilities. Instead of talking to me here, you might as well pay attention to see what clues you can find. Jiang Hanyun rubbed her forehead with a headache. This case is very troublesome. The scene was cleaned very clean. There was not even a complete body, and Xiao Lei didn't smell anything that could be used here. I see ghosts. The people in Suda seem to have gained nothing. When she said this, she turned to look at Li Xian. You should also go and have a look. Li Xian raised his hand to accept the promise, then jumped down from the boulder. He didn't think much of himself. If even the veteran detectives below couldn't find any clues, what could he find out? He was really not good at on-site investigation. Autopsy was his specialty. But the case here is probably related to the female ghost in red. Li Xian still endured his physical discomfort and walked around the altar in the center of the valley. He did not enter the inside of the altar. At this time, several magicians from Gasudu and Firecrow were inside using compasses and rulers to measure, trying to restore and repair the destroyed altar. Li Xian was afraid of leaving footprints inside and affecting the measurements and calculations of these magicians. Ma Chenggong was not afraid. He stepped directly in, leaving no traces under his feet. Li Xian didn't have this ability, so he could only limit the scope of his investigation to outside the formation. He circled around until he was a mile away. But until dawn, Li Xian found nothing and could only walk back in despair. As Zhang Hanyun said, there are no clues available here. Li Xian even suspected that the entire land here had been shaved off a layer. If it weren't for the evil power and blood that lingered here, it would be hard to believe that a bloody murder had occurred here. But when he returned, Li Xian found Le Qianqian kneeling outside the altar, holding a compass and an abacus in his hand, calculating something. Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he walked over and patted Le Qianqian on the shoulder. "Classmate Lo, are you also calculating the formation?" The latter was startled, and she jumped up. She turned around and looked back with pale face. When she found out it was Li Xian, she breathed a sigh of relief and showed an expression that almost made her cry. "Can you not? Like this? It's so scary, I almost lost my soul just now." Is it an exaggeration? People in Ludeosi are still afraid of ghosts? Li Xian glanced around and found that the atmosphere here was indeed sneaky and cold, and it was also an excellent environment for breeding evil spirits. He shook his head and looked at a picture Le Qianqian drew on the ground with a branch. "This is the formation altar you deduced based on the traces? Do you know what it does?" "Just trying to push." Le Qianqian responded briefly and then looked down, but the progress was very limited. They destroyed the scene very cleanly, even destroying several earth veins gathered underground. Now, I have only restored less than 1%. As for its function, I don't know. It may be to sacrifice to evil gods, or it may be to refine some evil objects, or to refining evil spirits. In short, they are all evil ways. Li Xian felt slightly disappointed. "You didn't find anything at all?" "One thing is that the number of deaths this time is more than 900, and they are all boys and girls." At this time, Le Qianqian looked angry and furious. "The specific number needs to be calculated, but the person who performed this technique is indeed dead. To the best of our conscience, humans and gods are indignant." Li Xian felt cold in his heart at this moment. He saw an old man wearing purple Taoist robes suddenly falling from the sky. The many members of the 6th Daosi division here all looked slightly solemn and bowed towards this person. Li Xian was no exception. Although the person he recognized was not a member of the 6th Daosi division. But his status within the Ludeosi is extremely noble. That was the guest invited by the 6th Daosi division, the deputy celestial master of the Celestial Master's Mansion in Longhu Mountain, Dongxian Guanzhuang Yingyuan, a powerful magic cultivator who had reached the level of the 12 layers and was already standing on the threshold of the heavenly throne. His magic power, identity, and status are comparable to those of the demon-suppressing manager of Suzaku Hall. "This is evil." After Zhang Yingyuan stood still, he glanced around inside. He then unleashed his magic power, causing everyone to straighten up. Everyone, etc., retreat 100 feet away from the altar. Li Xian looked quite surprised, and at the same time he felt relaxed. This 12th level tower realm magic cultivator, the Nanjing monk's ceiling, didn't even notice the existence of the female ghost behind him? He can't see it. Le Qianqian next to her lowered her voice and said, "In this place, your guardian spirit will be extra powerful, and your mana will be increased more than 10 times. Also, don't go looking for death, I said it all." "Really?" Although the deputy heavenly master is a very good person because of his crime, if he knew about it, he would most likely steal souls and kill people. This is an opportunity to ascend to heaven and become an immortal. Li Xian shook his head. Of course he would not do such a stupid thing, nor did he think Le Qianqian would be alarmist, which would do her no good. Then he saw Zhang Yingyuan scattering a large amount of cinnabar in all directions. Li Xian not only asked curiously, "What is he doing? Transcendence? Destroying evil?" They're using spiritualism. Lu Qianqian noticed that Li Xian was looking at her suspiciously, and immediately stared back. Don't you know how to adapt to local conditions? Using locust wood here, are you afraid that evil spirits won't be born? This is a place of great danger. Once an evil ghost is born, it must be at least a level above the 9th floor, and the foundation is deep. Even this deputy heavenly master will be very troublesome to kill. Li Xian thought it was right, and he began to pay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention and observe carefully. The soul-calling techniques used by the practitioners are far more sophisticated and powerful than the simplified spirit-calling techniques used by their martial arts cultivators, not to mention that the people who perform the techniques are the top Taoist masters in the world. Li Xian wanted to steal his teacher and see if he could learn anything. However, Zhang Yingyuan's spiritualism was not successful. Li Xian used a demon mirror to see a large number of red auras gathering, but Zhang Yingyuan was never able to condense them into shape. After a long time, Zhang Yingyuan frowned slightly and looked at the waiting demon-subduing lieutenants below. The person who cast the spell was extremely cruel, and the souls of all the deceased were gone. He looked down again, raised his hand and waved a scroll. Then the next moment, a picture appeared on the unfolded blank scroll. I have rubbed the remaining formation here, and Dongxian Temple will try to deduce the complete formation. I predict that this formation may be related to the changes in the universe and the shifting stars. The details will depend on the subsequent deduction. However, this formation the structure has been completely destroyed, so I can't guarantee the time, so I can only do my best. Lu Qianqian couldn't help but praise with admiration. He is worthy of being a master figure in the 12th floor. He can see so much with just one glance. That deputy heavenly master Zhang came and left just as quickly. After putting away the scroll, he turned into hundreds of cranes and flew into the sky. When Zhang Yingyuan left, Zhang Hanyun also flew down from the boulder and landed outside the altar. Did you gain anything? I think it's better to rush to Jiangning County government as soon as possible. Ma Qinggong glanced around helplessly. I don't think there is any need to waste my time here. They have almost searched this place. It is better to go to interrogate your arrests as soon as possible. The beast master who arrived. He knew the capabilities of Gisudu and Firecrowdu. Any traces left at this scene would not be missed by them. The key was that there were various spells to make up for the shortcomings. Do you even need to say this? Zhang Hanyun sneered. This man was silenced in the prison cell of Jiangning County more than an hour ago. Not only him, but also more than a dozen hunters near Jiangjun Mountain, who could escape or die. Li Xian was slightly shocked at first, and then calmed down. He was just about to say that there was something wrong with those hunters. The Jiangning County government organized several large-scale searches of the mountains for the hunters. How could they not find anything unusual here? But there is no shortage of capable people in the Six Paths Division, and they have already thought of this problem. Ma Qinggong was also stunned for a moment, and then asked, have you summoned the soul? What do you think? Zhang Hanyun stared back, and then pointed to the sky. Even the one who was a direct disciple of that person just now made a move, and the soul was scattered, and there was no gain. Just as she was saying this, a chuckle suddenly came from beside her. It's almost dawn, why are you still here to join in the fun? Zhang Hanyun couldn't help but turn slightly green, and look sideways at the source of the sound. Lei, what do you mean? Just where she was looking, Lei Yun, the commander of the Fire and Crow capital, walked towards them with his sword on his waist slightly. Of course I mean it literally. I heard that you people in Mingyu capital are tired every day now. He has become a dead dog, why bother wasting his time here? But who is to blame? Zhang Hanyun sneered, her delicate voice filled with a chill that could freeze the air. If it weren't for some guys who claim to be smart and capable, I wouldn't have been able to find Xuewu for so many days. Yet and the evil corpse have not captured the criminal who attacked the prince. Why are we, Mingyu, so busy? When she said these words, the faces of the people in Gisudu and Firecrowdu around them suddenly became unhappy. Lei Yun retorted with a calm expression, that's the opposite. If someone hadn't alerted the snake and scared away Xuewuya, why would we be searching so hard inside and outside the city? And if the person who investigated the wolf murder case yesterday, it's our Fire Crow city, and we won't wait until midnight to discover something strange in this valley, giving those evil cultivators time to destroy the scene. After all, isn't this for you, Captain Jiang Hanyun, to clean up the mess? He sighed softly. As expected of you, Ming Yudu, no matter what you do, you are unreliable. Are you embarrassed to say this? Nanchang was not under our jurisdiction before. There have been more than 10 wolf murders in a row, and you Firecrow haven't found anything. What's the reason? Jiang Hanyun looked disdainful. You reading www.ukanshu.net. Then she simply turned her head away. Get away. I don't like talking to people who love my sister-in-law right now. Lei Yun's breath was suddenly as cold as ice, and he responded with a smile. Jiang Xiaowei Jiang Chengong, if you weren't here to get in the way, I wouldn't have to talk nonsense to you. Li Xian listened with cold sweat on his head and thought that this atmosphere was wrong. Could these two big guys start fighting here? Jiang Chengong? Jiang Hanyun really started to show murderous intent. With a bright red face, she pressed the knife on her waist with her right hand. I think you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals live/phoneme anymore. Colonel Lei, who peeped at my sister-in-law's bath, shut up, everyone. There was a sudden cold snort in the void, forcibly interrupting Jiang Hanyun's words. This is an old voice, and I don't know where it came from. However, Jiang Hanyun and Lei Yun were both as silent as cicadas, with awe-inspiring expressions on their faces. Recently, there have been frequent major cases in South Jili. There is no time for you to quarrel and fight internally. Lei Yun, listen up. If you dare to talk mean words again, I will tear your mouth apart. Han Yun, it's not early. If this case without any new clues, Yu Mingyu will still focus on stabilizing public security in Nanjing for the time being. Jiang Hanyun's face paled slightly, her eyes unwilling. Lei Yun raised the corners of his lips slightly and bowed with a smile in his eyes. Lei Yun knows he was wrong. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows provocatively towards Jiang Hanyun. Jiang Hanyun's chest heaved, looking like he was about to be exploded by his colleagues. She could only turn around. Her eyes wandered around Ma Chenggong, and then landed on Li Xian. Have you noticed anything? P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Li Xian really wanted to win face for his boss, but he really got nothing. He was about to shake his head and say no, when he saw thousands of red threads exploding and scattering from behind him, just like the scene of the wolf murder case yesterday, arresting those summoned by Zhang Yingyuan one by one. The remnant spirits of the dead that have not yet completely dispersed. But at this moment, Li Xian's mind felt like being hit by a hammer again, and he felt violently dizzy. At the same time, a piece of bloody and unfamiliar information appeared in his mind. Those were some blurry memory scenes that were the same as those of the previous wolf murder case, like old movie reels with mosaics. In this incomplete memory, Li Xian vaguely felt that his body seemed to be tied to a wooden stake in a large letter shape. In front of him was an altar with a height of 3 floors. There are more than a dozen figures holding mahogany swords walking and dancing on it, but the picture is blurry and unclear. In the center of the altar was a huge blood coffin. But due to the angle of view, Li Xian couldn't see what was going on inside the blood coffin. He only saw blood overflowing around him. This scene only appeared for a moment before it began to disintegrate. At the same time, a severe pain rushed into Li Xian's heart. Li Xian knew that everyone in this memory scene was about to die. He didn't wait passively like he did last time. Instead, he looked around desperately, trying to find any clues that could be used. But most of the surrounding scenes are hazy, chaotic, and difficult to distinguish. Until Li Xian saw something familiar to him floating on the top of the altar, above the blood coffin. Looking at its position, it is clearly the core of the entire formation. Is that a thunder meteorite? The texture and color are almost identical to the thunder meteorite Li Xian is currently wearing. It's just that the shape is different, it's a whole circle bigger. Li Xian's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Just when he was about to take a closer look, he found that the thunder meteorite suddenly exploded into dust with a canopy sound. Then several panicked voices sounded on the altar, and the words bad, reverse force, cannot be suppressed, and replacement could be vaguely heard. Li Xian was about to listen attentively, but his eyes were dim. What's wrong with you? When Li Xian fainted, a delicate arm stretched out to support him. Li Xian quickly regained his breath and struggled out of the darkness caused by death, and then he found Jiang Hanyun looking over with a hint of worry and guilt. Li Xian, are you okay now? Where do you feel uncomfortable? She suspected that it was the sequelae left behind when Li Xian was knocked unconscious by the disciple of Shui Wuya. Many of these evil cultivators were evil methods that hurt people's souls. Jiang Hanyun regretted her recklessness at that time. If she had known that the old man was bloody, she would have waited until she gathered enough capable people before taking action. I'm fine with my humble position. It's just that I've been practicing martial arts recently and my spiritual power has been a bit depleted. Li Xian made an excuse at random, and then looked in the direction of the altar again, while recalling the pictures he saw in his mind. The most impressive thing among them was the scene where the thunder meteorite exploded. Li Xian also remembered that Li Qianqian once said that there are only 17 thunder meteorites in the world. And with the power of their Ludeosi, they can trace their final whereabouts. And judging from the memory picture, the function of this object is very crucial. Even if it is not the core of this altar, its function is extremely important. Once the existence of this object is known, the process of deducing the structure of the altar by Deputy Heavenly Master Zhang will be done with twice the result with half the effort. The question is, how should he reveal this clue? How can you win people's trust without exposing the female ghost in red behind you? It is best to find the powder and fragments after the thunder meteorite exploded. This can be done, although those people have cleaned the valley very clean. Judging from the memory scenes obtained by Li Xian, the impact of the thunder meteorite explosion was full. The dust and gravel after the explosion may hit 300 to 400 meters away, and are likely to be scattered to areas outside the valley. Li Xian did not believe that the murderers could completely remove the dust from these thunder meteorites, but this required him to search carefully. But just when Li Xian had this idea, those blood-red threads exploded from behind him again, stretching in all directions. This time, the female ghost in red was no longer targeting the soul fragments. Some of those red lines penetrate directly under the soil layer, and some extend out of the valley, especially the mountain tops and mountain backs on both sides. A few of them even landed near him. In addition, the thickness of these red silk threads is slightly different. Li Xian's expression suddenly became strange. He wondered if these red lines were pointing to where the thunder meteorite fragments fell. Is this female ghost in red helping him? Li Xian couldn't help but turn around and glanced at the female ghost in red again, thinking that this guardian spirit was quite effective. If the tingling and numbness in his chest hadn't become worse at this moment, he would definitely be very happy now. Just when Li Xian was distracted, Jiang Hanyun suddenly stretched out her hand and flicked his forehead with her fingers. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Why are you always distracted? Also, what kind of skills have you practiced? Make you so tired that you pass out? But her attention was quickly drawn back by Li Xian. Sir Captain, speaking of discovery, I really gained something. This sentence not only stunned Jiang Hanyun, who had no hope at all, but Ma Chenggong and the people from Gaisu capital and Firecrow capital next to him all looked sideways at Li Xian. The vast majority of people looked disbelieving, and some even became confused after being shocked, wanting to see a joke. Lei Yun also crossed his arms with a half-smile and looked towards them. Tell me, what did you find? Jiang Hanyun still has some expectations for Li Xian. The two previous cases have proved that this guy in front of him is not as ignorant as others thought. Li Xian didn't answer. He looked around, then followed the instructions of the red thread, walked to a position 3 feet away from him and squatted down. Then carefully push away the mud and dust below little by little. Li Xian guessed that the thickness of those red silk threads probably represented the size of the thunder meteorite fragments. What he chose was the nearest red silk thread within 10 feet of the surrounding area. This thread did not go deep into the soil, but only fell on the surface of the ground, so he quickly harvested it. Within a moment, he held a handful of soil in the palm of his hand. I discovered this thing. Li Xian stood up and held the thing in his hand in front of Jiang Hanyun. There are many things in this valley that should never appear here. Jiang Hanyun's eyes were blank. She only saw a piece of gray-red soil. What is this? Ma Chenggong looked at Li Xian with the same confusion. Li Xian, you just want us to see a piece of soil? But beside them, Li Qianqian's expression changed slightly. and her eyes showed ecstasy. These are fragments of thunder meteorite. Only then did Jiang Hanyun notice a little black sand mixed in the soil. It's just a little bit the size of a grain of sand, and you can't find it if you don't pay attention. Thunder meteorite? Jiang Hanyun caressed the three-tailed spirit fox in his arms and pondered, I seem to have heard of it? This object is extremely yang and strong, and it is a strange object that can ward off demons and suppress evil spirits. About 700 years ago, a meteorite fell from the starry sky and was hit by thunder when it fell to Shu. Therefore, it was named Thunder Meteorite. At that time, it was only the size of a bucket. One piece was divided up by 17 forces in the Shu region at that time. Therefore, there are only 17 pieces in the world, and our Lu Dao division has recorded the whereabouts of each piece. Lu Qianqian looked excited. This object should be related to the altar. It can save me at least many days in deducing the structure of the magic circle, not to mention Deputy Tianshi Zhang. It's a pity that I don't know the size of this thunder meteorite, otherwise it can be replaced quickly. Generally speaking, things like thunder meteorites will only be used as the cornerstone or even the core of a magic circle. While Lu Qianqian was speaking, everyone around him had already walked over. They looked at the dirt in Li Xian's palm and talked about it. It's really a thunder meteorite. It's really unbelievable. Why does this evil sex altar have thunder meteorite, a most powerful weapon to suppress evil? Maybe this evil force is too powerful and needs this thing to suppress it. This is strange. Why is it in this shape of sand and stone? Is it broken or cut? It's an explosion. Li Xian pretended to be calm and glanced at everyone. I saw several smaller thunder meteorite fragments in the valley, all buried in the soil. It should be scattered under the impact of the impact. In all directions around it. I estimate that this thunder meteorite must have exploded violently at that time, and it was powerful enough to impact its fragments to a very long distance, so there should be more found around the valley. Well done. I was right to call you here. Jiang Hanyun hammered Li Xian's chest hard with her small hand, then glanced sideways at Lei Yun in the crowd, and said in a soft and sinister voice, This is much better than Mr. Lei who thinks we are in the way. The corners of Lei Yun's lips twitched. He ignored Jiang Hanyun and raised his eyes to look at Li Xian intently, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. This is a very good observation. Ma Chenggong looked at Li Xian with the same strange eyes. Are you really Li Xian and Li Fengji? I now strongly suspect that someone has changed inside your body. But now Li Xian is facing the risk of his identity being exposed, but he doesn't even have any mood swings. That's because, Captain, you have never understood my inner self. This is normal. Before yesterday, who else knew about me? Is he a rare gentleman in this world? Ma Chenggong was speechless. For some reason, he felt a strong desire to vomit. Everyone quickly started busy, and as expected, Li Xian found a large number of thunder meteorite fragments and powder inside and outside the valley. But apart from that, they had nothing else to gain. Jiang Hanyun was no longer nostalgic, and just half an hour later, she took everyone on the return journey. Li Xian followed closely. When he reached the valley, he found that the female ghost in red did not follow him. Li Xian couldn't help but feel slightly happy, but when he turned his head, he found the female ghost standing above the abandoned altar. Then the invisible blood clouds around him suddenly boiled, and after a moment, several red blood dragons actually formed, entangled in the direction of the female ghost in red, and finally melted into her chape. Then the female ghost flashed again and returned behind him. Li Xian had no choice but to return his attention to the road ahead. At this time, Jiang Hanyun was talking to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, I want you to go back to Zhuke Hall and help me find out the whereabouts of the 17 thunder meteorites. Can you do it as fast as you can? Lu Qianqian responded without any hesitation, I can do it. The results will be available within a day at most. 1 day? It's a little slow. I think the people from Gasudu and Firecrowdu can find out the truth in half a day. Ma Chenggong muttered with some dissatisfaction, thunder meteorite is such an important clue, it shouldn't be told in front of so many people. Sorry, you are just too young. You are narrow-minded. Jang Han-yoon immediately glared at him with dissatisfaction. Such a shocking tragedy, of course, the sooner the better, the better. It is what we should do to bring the murderer to justice as soon as possible. He died in a blood sacrifice like this. There are so many people, who knows if there will be a follow-up? How can we use private interests to abolish public affairs? She turned her head again and comforted Le Qianqian, who looked ashamed and uneasy. Don't listen to him, just do your best. Although I want to give Mingyu a turnaround, but the premise is that we do what we can. Ma Chenggong sneered for a while, and then his expression straightened. Not only do we need to search for the Thunder Meteorite, we also need to search for the 900 boys and girls. Where did so many children come from? I have never heard of the recent epidemic. There have been large-scale cases of child abduction and disappearance in the Jin dynasty, at least not near Nanjing City. We need to do this as quickly as possible, and I guess the person named Lei is already investigating. Le Qianqian couldn't help but nodded thoughtfully. I will check the relevant files in recent years. She had been wondering about this before. At this time, Jang Han-yoon found that Li Xian was distracted. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? I'm thinking. Li Xian looked puzzled. Why does this blood sacrifice have to be placed near Nanjing City? Doesn't it increase risks? Although the city of Nanjing was not the most beautiful place at the feet of the emperor, it was the deputy capital of the Jin dynasty after all. There are so many powerful people in this city, and there is even the Suzaku Hall of 6 Daosi. No matter how you look at it, it is not suitable for holding a large-scale blood sacrifice. There were so many barren mountains in the Jin dynasty, so why did they have to choose Zhongjun Mountain, which is not far from Nanjing City? In fact, what really confused him and distracted him was the female ghost in red behind him. The latter's abnormality in the valley made him suspect that the altar was closely related to the female ghost in red. You are right. As long as those evil cultivators are in their right mind, they will not choose this place unless they have other agendas or must use some unique resources near Nanjing City. After Ma Chenggong agreed, he smiled bitterly and said, but we have to wait until our Vice Heavenly Master Zhang deduced the structure of the altar before we can know the truth. What he said about the changes in the universe and the shifting stars makes people have no idea why. Little girl, how long do you think it will take Deputy Heavenly Master Zhang to restore the magic circle? How could I have guessed this? Master Zhang's cultivation is unfathomable, and his formation skills are infinitely better than mine. But if it were me, Lu Qianqian hesitated, 20 years? Li Xian and Ma Chenggong couldn't help but look at each other, and both tacitly gave up hope on restoring the magic circle. They thought that since it would take Le Qianqian 20 years, no matter how powerful Deputy Heavenly Master Zhang was, he would not be able to deduce the role of the altar in a month or two. Several people galloped on their horses and returned to Jinling City at sunrise. Le Qianqian separated from them here and returned directly to Zhuke Hall. Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net Jang Han-yoon led the two of them in another direction. We are going to the Jiangning County Government Office. It is said that Lu Da rushed back from Gaoyu yesterday, and he will personally conduct the autopsy this time. Li Xian's expression suddenly changed slightly, because this Lu Da was his nominal teacher Lu Sanjie. Although this person's title is not high, he is a well-known spiritual widow in the Six Paths Division. When they arrived, the Jiangning County Government Office was already conducting an autopsy on the dead martial artist. Lu Sanjie is only about 40 years old, but he already has white hair, an older look on his face, and a slightly heavier figure. This person was very focused and was completely unaware of Jang Han-yoon and others who walked in. Jang Han-yoon didn't dare to disturb him, even though he was only at the upper level. The opponent was just a demon-suppressing captain of Ludaosi. But after entering the room, Jang Han-yoon and Ma Chenggong did not dare to express their anger for fear of disturbing the person. Li Xian also watched with concentration, his expression solemn. The techniques and professionalism displayed by Lu Da were no less than those of the teacher who introduced him to the industry in his previous life. He also had some clever tricks mixed in, which opened his eyes. After about 20 minutes, the autopsy finally came to an end. After Lu Sanjie put the tools in his hands back to the box next to him one by one, he turned his head and looked at Li Xian with deep meaning. Li Xian, tell me, what was the cause of this person's death? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but wander in the direction of Li Xian, and they all heard that Lu Sanjie's words clearly meant taking a test. Lei Yun, in particular, had a look of anticipation on his face. Whether Li Xian would embroider the pillow or not would be revealed this time. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Who do you think is the murderer among these more than 60 people? 2 hours later, Jiang Hanyun walked out of the county government office with a confused look on her face. I feel that the backgrounds of those government officials are all innocent and reliable. Are they the prisoners? Ma Chenggong touched his chin with his hand. It's unlikely. Those prisoners look suspicious, but most of them are used by the real murderer to confuse the public. Those guys are also a bunch of fools, and they can't even figure out who instigated them. I think we can torture those government officials. Why not? We can always get some clues. We can't execute more than 10 people at the same time, right? We have to lock down a few targets first. They are not prisoners, but they are government officials with status. How can they be so careless? Jiang Hanyun rolled her eyes at him. Why did you come up with such bad ideas today? Li Xian, tell me, what do you think of this matter? Li Xian didn't expect that he also had the potential to be Yuan Fang. He considered it carefully for a while. There are too few clues in the murder case and there are too many suspects. It is difficult to solve it for the time being. I think for now I should focus on the whereabouts of the Thunder Meteorite and the whereabouts of the Thunder Meteorite. The 2 lines of boys and girls are better. This makes sense. Ma Chenggong also agreed, and then told the truth that made the 3 of them helpless. The key is that we can't get involved. Mr. Xiaowei, the birdman Lei Yun, he is working with the guy in Gasudu. All these old ghosts are squeezing you out. Jiang Hanyun's face turned blue. They may make me angry, but when I can't help but lift the table, no one will be able to look good. Just now at the Jiangning County Government Office, she couldn't even say a few words. She was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme robbed or interrupted, and there was no room for intervention in the evidence collection process, which made her very angry. But as soon as they returned to Suzaku Hall, they got some excellent news from Le Chantian, who was waiting at the door. I know who the Thunder Meteorite in the valley belongs to. Le Chantian looked excited, with a blush on her face. According to the records, there are still 12 of the 17 forces in Shu that are still alive, and none of the Thunder Meteorites in their hands has been lost. Only 5 of them have declined. Or something unexpected happened, and the Thunder Meteorites have fallen into the hands of others. 3 of them have traces. When she said this, she glanced at Li Xian's chest. Now the latter one is also one of the traceable ones. One of the remaining 2 is small in size and can be ignored. The last one belongs to the Wei family of the Shu family. The last descendant of the Wei family was Wei Li, who once served as the censor of Yukiandu. The incident of Tumubeo later, because he was affiliated with Wang Zhen, his family was confiscated and executed by the imperial court. The children of his clan were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme sentenced to exile or assigned to the Jiaofang Bureau. And the Thunder Meteorite inherited from the Wei family was eventually missing. Jiang Hanyun was already in high spirits. Chantian, you have already found out who got this Thunder Meteorite in the end? I didn't find out about this, but I found out about the relevant person. Le Chantian glanced around and found that there was no one else around, so she whispered, it's the Wei poem at the beginning of Lan Yulu. By coincidence, I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme her file because of the Lan Yulu murder case. This girl's original surname is Wei, and she is the legitimate daughter of Wei Liren. The madam at Lanyue Tower redeemed her body about 6 years ago, and she changed her name to Wei Shi from then on. Jiang Hanyun's eyes shone, and she immediately strode toward the backyard of Zhuke Hall. She personally escorted Wei Shi to Zhuke Hall for detention, so she knew the location of the cell where the girl was. It was only when the group of people walked into the door of Wei Shi's cell on the 2nd floor of the prison that they discovered that someone had already gotten there first. Lei Yun, the commander of Firecrow Capital, was looking at the inside of the cell with a dazed expression. Jiang Hanyun couldn't help but secretly spit, thinking that this guy was really quite capable in solving cases. But when she walked to the cell, she found that the beautiful woman behind the railings was lying on the ground with a bloodless face and no breath. When I rushed over, the person was already dead. Lei Yin turned his head with a blue complexion and looked at the people who came in a hurry. The same method of death as the nameless magic cultivator should be blood cloud snake venom. Li Xian hurriedly walked into the iron fence and touched Wei Shi's carotid artery with his hand. A strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Wei Shi's death time did not exceed 5 minutes. In other words, by the time they stepped through the gate of Suzaku Hall, this woman had already lost her life. Li Xian then tore open the clothes on Wei Shi's other arm and found the same pinhole as that of the unknown magic cultivator. Then why are you still standing there? Zhang Hanyun said in a stern voice, why don't you bring over all the high-level magic cultivators in the Yamen and use the method of summoning spirits? Maybe it's useless. It was Li Xian who said this. He stood up and shook his head slightly. The blood cloud snake venom can also target the soul, causing ordinary people to lose their souls in a very short period of time. No matter how long the death is, it is impossible to successfully summon the soul. On his way back to Suzaku Hall, he had supplemented his knowledge about the blood cloud snake and its venom from Lu Sanjie's notes. Zhang Hanyun was stunned for a moment, and then hummed softly, then you have to let someone try it. Li Xian didn't stop him. He actually wanted to see if he could use the female ghost in red behind him to see Wei Shi's memory of his last moments. He had noticed before that every time the female ghost spread out thousands of threads, it was when the soul summoning failed and the soul fragments of the deceased were about to be dispersed. As Zhang Hanyun fired a flying talisman, in less than half a minute, a figure wearing the uniform of a demon-slaying captain suddenly appeared in the prison. This person's spiritualism failed as expected. Li Xian also frowned. He found that the female ghost in red behind him showed no reaction. Wei Shi's body was obviously not his turn to perform the autopsy. Li Xian had no choice but to start observing the scene here, trying to find clues. But until a moment later, he found nothing. Damn it, the clue ends here again. At the end of Yushir 7 p.m. Ma Chenggong, who walked out of the interrogation room, couldn't help but take out his anger on the trees nearby. He kicked off a willow tree as thick as a bowl. Le Chanxian had sharp eyes, and she reminded her promptly with a soft voice, Uncle Ma, you reading www.yokinshu. Neat, that is the money willow, a treasure that was just transplanted from our hall. This thing is generally regarded as a thing that can attract wealth. They are used as feng shui ornaments, so they are very expensive. Nowadays, each plant seems to be sold for 450 taels of silver. The key is that the manager seems to like it very much. Ma Chenggong looked panicked and hurriedly put the upper half of the fallen willow tree back together. But the tree couldn't be stable no matter what. As soon as I let go, the tree fell down. Li Xian couldn't stand it anymore, so he found a bandage from his workbox and handed it over. Ma Chenggong burst into tears of gratitude. He tied up the willow tree in 3 strokes and then scurried to the front yard of Zhuke Hall like a rabbit. None of you are allowed to tell anyone about this. After explaining this sentence, Ma Chenggong looked solemn again. This blood sacrifice case is getting more and more complicated. I apologize. It's really not easy to reach out to our 6th Daosi Division and Jiangning County government. When I think about it, I'm very frightened and think that the mastermind of the Jiangjun Mountain blood sacrifice case not only has a lot of power, but also has a very big agenda. Li Xian also frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. We still have to solve this case as soon as possible. What made him helpless was that although there were only 5 suspects in Ledaosi, including 4 guards guarding the 2nd floor and a food delivery person, Lei Yun tried all kinds of methods and failed to lock down these 5. Who is the real murderer? The commander of the Fire Crow capital summoned several magic experts from the 6th Daosi Division to use the power of magic to identify it, and even used the precious truth-trusting pill, but in the end all to no avail. At this time, they just didn't use punishment. P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here. Ma Chenggong also looked helpless. It's because of the scale of the matter that it's so troublesome. After Wei Shi was silenced, the manager will definitely designate a city to take charge of the case. Unfortunately, I thought that we, Mingyu, could all turn around with this case. But now this case will probably not fall into our hands. In short, let's wait for the result of the captain. I hope she can be more effective this time. Just when they came out, Zhang Hanyun, Lei Yun, and Gaisa commander Jin Xinlian went to meet the manager. But Ma Chenggang is very pessimistic about the outcome, and Ming Yudu are just not welcome now. I think there is still hope. After all, we, Min Jiudu, discovered this case, and we also found several key clues. The manager must be a little particular. Li Xian is actually not optimistic about it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. From his own heart, he certainly hopes that Mingyu and Mingyu can take charge of this case. Considering that the female ghost in red was probably related to the blood sacrifice at Jiangjun Mountain, he certainly wanted to control his own destiny with his own hands. But others were so soft-spoken that they had no say at all on this matter. Ming Yudu is now responsible for the security of half of Nanjing, and is already busy with affairs. So Li Xian raised his head and looked at the sky without any hope. Lord Captain, it is already late today, so I will go back and rest first. From the time he joined the company in his previous life to now, the thing he hates most is working overtime. What's more, Li Xian was indeed tired today, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. All he wanted now was to rush home and take a hot bath. After finishing his meditation exercises, he would hug the quilt and have a good sleep. But Ma Chenggang called him back and said, "Sorry, don't leave yet. I have two other things I forgot to tell you." He took Li Xian to the signing room in Mingyu capital, and then delivered a document and a piece of iron armor. The shape of the armor was similar to the one Li Xian was wearing, but the pattern was more complicated and more exquisite, and there was a rhinoceros tattooed on the chest. As for the document, it was a promotion order personally signed by the demon-suppressing manager of Suzaku Hall. Try to subdue the demon? Li Xian looked at Ma Chenggang in surprise. When did this happen? Trial means trial and temporary, which means that his new 7th-level demon-suppressing wandering position is still not reliable enough. But he got promoted after all, which made Li Xian overjoyed. Just yesterday, the meritorious service you accumulated before was almost enough. Yesterday, you retired from Tingtian Mastiff and achieved another great achievement, so the captain personally applied for your promotion. Ma Chenggang crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Another thing is also related to your promotion. Starting from tomorrow, you have to start patrolling the city. You will be responsible for the section from Confucius Street to Erta Bridge, and the Erta Bridge around the street. Everything inside is under your control. Li Xian was immediately dissatisfied, thinking that he was obviously a member of the serious crime team, so how could he be reduced to a patrol officer after being promoted? Patrolling the streets? I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Lord Captain, this subordinate is just a trainee soul warrior, not a warrior. How can there be a dignified demon slayer patrolling the streets? What's inappropriate? Ma Chenggang showed the air of a captain. He sneered and pointed out the window. Did you see that guy? We are the old clerk of Mingyu capital, but he has been patrolling the streets for 3 days. Even if your boss is me, is your official position high enough? In the future, you will have to go out on the streets when there is no case. It said that before the prince's attack case and the Shueweya case are solved, we must do everything possible to strengthen the patrol of the city to deter Xiao Xiao. I'm sorry, what do you think I can do to suppress those monsters and monsters? Li Xian's breath was suffocated, and then he asked helplessly, but you have to give me some manpower. You can't let me be responsible for such a large area by myself, right? I can give you manpower, but Mingyu is really short of people now. Ma Chenggang smiled slightly and pointed towards Le Qianxian. First of all, she counts. Le Qianxian said hey and pointed to the tip of her nose in disbelief. She is just a magician on the 2nd floor, a demon doctor, and a civilian with super bad combat ability. She also has to patrol the streets? Then Ma Chenggang also pointed out the door. The one who came in from the outside is also yours. I have not wronged you. 1 wanderer and 2 assistants. This is the standard configuration of Ludeosi. Your team. There is also a highly qualified 7th grade demon doctor inside. It was Peng Fu Lai who walked in from the door. His little eyes were full of confusion, and he didn't know what Ma Chenggong was talking about. After Li Xian saw it, he couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. Can you change someone else? The two people you gave are too cool. Just at this time, Zhang Hanyun walked in with a red face and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme on her feet. Good news, our opportunity in Mingyu capital has come. When Ma Chenggong saw this, he was immediately overjoyed. Sir, Captain, but the manager appointed us, Minjiudu, to be responsible for this case? That's not true. That guy from Leiyun got the jackpot. This case was assigned to Fire Crow City by the manager. Zhang Hanyun snorted dissatisfied, but then she changed her tone. But we, Mingyu, also have the responsibility to assist in the investigation. I will definitely not help them, so in the end, this case will be investigated by each one. Rely on your ability. Li Xian and Li Qianxian suddenly became energetic, thinking that since they wanted to investigate the blood sacrifice case in Jiangjun Mountain, their fate of being reduced to patrolmen could be avoided, right? Early the next morning, Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net Li Xian took two fresh men, wearing newly made demon-slaying armor, riding a divine horse and a strong dragon colt, dressed in bright clothes and angry horses, and set foot on the streets of Confucius. But the three of them had only ridden a few steps on the street when they all sighed in unison. Alas! Li Xian immediately felt unhappy. He was worried about his two scumbag demons suppressing patrols. Why were these two guys sighing? Cheer up. You all look sad, what do you say? People who don't know see you and think that Lu Daosi didn't pay your salary. Isn't it just that the manpower in the hall is tight, so you are asked to patrol the streets for a while? Are you so worried? I actually don't care about patrolling the streets. It feels quite novel. Peng Fulai's mental state was still very depressed, but it's been really uneasy in Nanjing recently. Do you know? Last night, my father heard that you have become my immediate boss. We also had to patrol the streets together, and he took in 2 more concubines that night. What do you mean? Li Xian was confused. What does your father's taking a concubine have to do with our patrolling the streets? Could it be that this guy is worried about the future distribution of property in his family? Peng Fulai shrugged and said, my father said that sooner or later I would be tricked to death by your boss, and he would have to have more children to carry on the family lineage. When I thought about it, it actually made sense. Li Qianxian also had a bleak look on her face, as if she was about to cry. I submitted my transfer report today, and I wanted to go talk to Zhang Yugong next door, but the captain didn't agree. My sister said that if I have anything in the future, if anything happens, she will give me more paper money to burn, and she said there is a high chance that I will die in the line of duty. Li Xian finally came to his senses. Not only did he think these two subordinates were parallel imports, but in the eyes of Peng Fulai and Li Qianxian, his boss was also a trap. Although the three of them were in poor mental condition, their walk to Urta Bridge was uneventful and smooth. Lu Daosi has existed for 1,200 years. Not only is he respected by all people in the human world, he is also famous among demons, and he still has a basic intimidating power. But when they walked back from Urta Bridge, Li Xian felt something bad. Due to his recent progress in cultivation, he could faintly feel that there were many hidden existences around him that were difficult to detect, and they were spying on the three of them in the dark. It was also at this time that he realized something. I go. Among the three of them, none of them can even use spiritual vision. They can't see gods and ghosts, so why are they still patrolling the streets? These unclean things are clearly provoking and testing. According to the usual style of their 6th Daosi division, they should make a strong response at this time, and it would be best to single out one of them to scare the monkeys. But now they can't even see it, so how can they respond? Just when Li Xian was scolding Ma Chenggong until his head was bloody, a cold force suddenly broke out behind him and spread to half of the street. Li Xian knew without looking that it was the female ghost in red behind him. When he turned around, he saw the blood-eyed girl floating 7 feet in the air, covered in blood clouds, looking down with overwhelming force. As a result, all those hidden entities retreated, and the street where they were located also calmed down in an instant. It's a hot day, why do I suddenly feel a little cold? Peng Fulai crossed his arms across his chest and shuddered. Did you encounter a ghost? He immediately took out his demon mirror, looked at the left side and the right side, but found nothing. Li Qianxian looked at Li Xin in surprise, and then she smiled with a relaxed expression. I just encountered ghosts, and there were many of them, but they were all scared away by Master Yu Yu. As a martial artist, Li Qianxian's ability to sense ghosts and gods is naturally far better than that of Li Xian and Peng Fulai. She thought she was really stupid. With such a powerful guardian spirit around Li Xian, what ghosts and gods did she need to be afraid of? Maybe among all the teams patrolling the streets of Ludeosi today, Li Xian's side is actually the safest. Scared away by him? Peng Fu glanced at Li Xian with a look on his face that said, "Senior sister Lu, this joke is not funny at all." So facts are always hard to convince fools. In fact, Li Xian was not happy at all. Whenever the female ghost in red showed her power, the coldness and paralysis in his heart would become a little more serious. In just an instant, all the results of his thunder technique training last night were wiped out, and those evil spirits that he had expelled and refined were entrenched in his heart again. Let's go, don't hang around here, there are still 5 rounds to come. If you feel cold, you can put a small pure yang talisman on yourself to ward off evil spirits. Although Ma Chenggong only allowed them to patrol until noon, he also had strict requirements for the number of patrols. They had to go back and forth for at least 6 rounds before they could take a break. It really works. Peng Fulai actually put a small pure yang talisman worth 200 taels on his body, which warmed his whole body and made him feel much better. But then the little fat man sighed in annoyance. Somehow, it was sunny today, and nothing happened, but I just felt uneasy. When I went out this morning, my right eyelid kept twitching. I always feel like something will happen before he finished speaking. There was a bang from their south direction, shaking the whole city. Li Xian immediately looked sideways and looked towards the place where the roaring sound came from, and found that a large amount of smoke and dust had been raised over there, and a large amount of noise could still be faintly heard. Someone is coming. The treasure house has been stolen, the treasure house has been stolen. It's the purple butterfly demon girl. She's already outside the wall. Stop her quickly. In the direction of the east wall, she has led people to break through the wall and get out. The person has fled to the east. Chase him quickly. It's the purple butterfly thief again. This direction. Li Qianxian was also looking over there. Is it Duke Su's mansion? It was the same family that held the garden party not long ago. It should be. Li Xian glared at Peng Fulai. You crow's mouth, you really got it right. Peng Fulai smiled awkwardly. That place is far away. Since the witch is fleeing to the east, there is no way she can come to us. It's best like this. Li Xian snorted, then left the saddle, using the surrounding terrain to jump a few times, reached the highest roof nearby, and continued to watch the excitement over there. He was actually very curious about the fleeing purple butterfly witch. The woman's name is Xia Nanyan, a thief who has suddenly emerged in the past year. So far, 22 wealthy businessmen have been poisoned by her, and even several world-famous sects in the south are not immune. On the 3rd day after he traveled through time, Peng Fulai's cousins, the Shi family, a famous salt merchant in Lianghuai province, was poisoned by the purple butterfly witch and lost more than 200,000 taels of property. However, Xia Nanyan has an excellent reputation among the civilians around Jinling. This is because she never hurts anyone during the theft. Secondly, most of the money she stole was used by her to rob the rich and give to the poor. Therefore, some poor people even enshrine Xia Nanyan's shrine in their homes, calling her a goddess, thinking that she is a goddess sent by God to save people in distress. This criminal, who is also wanted by Ludeosi, is ranked 7th on the blacklist issued by Ludeosi headquarters. In addition, it is also said that this witch is so beautiful that she has the appearance of a fish and a wild goose. Any man who sees her will be fascinated by her, so no one can resist the charm of this witch. I don't know what kind of beauty it is. It would be nice if we could meet him. As soon as this thought came into Li Xian's mind, he saw a purple figure in the distance flying towards this side. She was petite, but she was carrying a huge package that was at least 5 times larger than her body. It's the purple butterfly witch. Peng Fulai, who finally climbed up, suddenly took a breath of cold air. His voice was like a rooster whose throat had been cut. Didn't he go to the east? Why are you coming towards us? It should have been a blindfold before. With the help of magic, Li Qianqian had already landed next to Li Xian nimbly. Her face was completely drained of blood. What should I do? What should I do? It seems that they are really coming towards us. It's not a big problem. Peng Fulai regained his composure after standing firm on the roof. Seeing as her direction is slightly south, she shouldn't encounter us directly, she won't. But then he was met with Li Xian's death stare, because just as he was speaking, the petite figure adjusted its direction again, and this time it was flying towards them head-on. Shut up! If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. After Li Xian scolded Peng Fulai, he held down his sword and said, "Get ready to meet the enemy. You can't avoid it." Welcome to meet the enemy? Li Qianqian's voice rose an octave, and her teeth began to chatter. Yes, but I heard that although this purple butterfly thief rarely kills people, she has always been very tough on those who block her way. Ruthless. This is a master of at least the 7th level of the tower, maybe even the 8th level. It doesn't matter how many buildings she has, don't forget the rules of the 6th Daosi division. If you don't meet the enemy at this time, are you going to run away? Li Xian's expression was also very calm at this time. We can only do our best because our abilities are limited. Peng Fulai understood immediately and understood Li Xian's subtext. Since their abilities are limited, all they have to do today is pretend. It is not advisable to run away. You will definitely be held accountable by your superiors afterwards, and the reputation of running away is not good. When he thought about it, this woman was extremely skilled at lightening her body and could even float in the air at a short distance, so there was a high probability that she would jump directly over their heads. So next, Peng Fulai still had time to admire. This woman is really amazing. You reading www.ukanshu.net. She is carrying several thousand kilograms of stuff, right? Her figure can be so elegant. But she is too greedy. Her hands, there should be several Qiankuan bags inside. Li Xian shook his head slightly. The most powerful thing is her illusion. All the people in Duke Su's mansion were lured away. In terms of speed alone, the petite figure in the distance was weighed down by the package and was stronger than the monk on the 5th floor. And just as the three of them were talking, the purple figure had already rushed in front of them. Just as Peng Fulai expected, the purple butterfly enchantress stepped heavily on the roof 10 feet away from them, and her figure soared like a cannonball. At this time, Li Xian pulled out his sword and shouted, "Where can the witch escape? If you have the guts, come down and fight Li for 300 rounds." Peng Fulai threw a handful of darts in his hand into the sky and said in an upright tone, "Watch the darts." Li Qianqian directly punched out a talisman, and then transformed into dozens of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades in mid-air, one after another, slashing at the purple figure. The power of this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade was so great that the purple butterfly demon girl was unable to resist it in mid-air. After dodging a few of them, she had to retreat and fall back on the roof 10 feet in front of them. Li Xian was confused for a while and turned his head to look at Li Qianqian in disbelief. "I'm afraid you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore. I'll let you deal with it and let this witch pass. Why are you stopping her? And he used such a powerful talisman." Li Qianqian opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Xian blankly and innocently. "Don't you say you have to do your best? I've tried my best, why would he blame me? P.S. I ask for recommendations, collections, clicks, investment, and all kinds of things. If you like this book, please feel free to help. Sincerely, thank you for opening up the wasteland here." Li Xian felt weak all over. He felt a little unable to carry these two pig teammates. But only a moment later, Li Xian used all the various talismans in his pocket, such as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme talismans, divine power talismans, etc., and at the same time, he clenched his waist knife and looked at the purple figure with his face covered in the distance. Stay back, as far away as possible. He thought that as the boss of these two people, he should still bear what he should bear. This is not because Li Xian has a fearless spirit of sacrifice and is willing to sacrifice himself to protect others, but because he believes that he has the Kuei-Niao luminous armor in his body, and the Na Yuan pearl is also full of true energy, so he can hold up this purple butterfly witch. A few hits should be fine. As for after a few blows, Li Xian could only hope that the nearby members of the 6th Daosi division would come over quickly for reinforcements. But Li Qianqian looked at Li Xian and then at the purple butterfly demon girl with a hesitant expression. She thought it would be bad to leave her boss behind like this, right? Li Xian frowned for a while, and then roared impatiently, "Back off. Don't you understand? Don't get in the way here." Li Qianqian was immediately startled, her face was pale, but Peng Fulai next to her had already grabbed her arm and jumped off the roof together. Lu Daosi's demon suppressing tour? At this time, the girl in purple clothes with her face covered was already looking at Li Xian up and down with cold eyes. Her voice was as pleasant as Jiang Hanyun's. "This ability to store qi in breath is quite good. It actually makes me unable to see through your cultivation." Li Xian was puzzled at first, and then he couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Lu Daosi's demon subduing Yu is usually at the peak of the 4th level, and some of the stronger ones can even reach the 5th level. But his Yu is really a slut. Li Xian didn't know that the masked girl opposite him had sensed a hint of danger from his body. This made the masked girl's eyes freeze slightly. "You are cultivating the true energy of the cold element and the power of evil? That's interesting. I didn't know that your 6th Path division had another master like you." At this time, Li Xian felt a slight tingling and numbness in his chest. No matter how slow he was at this time, he knew that this must be the fault of the female ghost in red behind him. It must be this fierce ghost with the appearance of an emperor who made this witch misjudge and misunderstand something. But for now, this female ghost really helped him, at least it helped him delay a little time. "Seems a bit confusing? I am weak and the enemy is strong, so it is time to bluff." Li Xian only had a thought in his mind, and leaned back slightly, looking at his opponent with a disdainful look, and his steps were irregular, showing the air of a master. "The 6th Dao division hidden dragons and crouching tigers, how can you guess that she is a witch? You can't leave today, you witch." In the original memory, his brother Li Yan always looked like this. Shameless talk. While the masked girl sneered, she felt even more confused. She saw that Li Xian's lower body was fluffy and his whole body was loose, making him look like a weakling. But his aura was very dangerous, especially the overflowing cold power, which actually caused a thin layer of ice to form on the roof. Is this guy unable to control the true energy in his body, or is he deliberately trying to intimidate? Is he a weakling or a master with great strength? The girl was a little unsure, so she simply dodged and moved sideways to the left. At this time, the pursuers of Duke Su's mansion were approaching, and she didn't want to be entangled by anyone. Since she couldn't see clearly how deep this person was, she simply avoided it. In terms of speed alone, there are only a few people in Jinling City who can catch up with her, even if they are carrying a bag weighing 5,000 to 6,000 kilograms. But the next moment, her pupils shrank slightly. When her figure flashed, Fumo Yu on the opposite side was like a cat with exploded fur, running several steps in the same direction. Yu Gai, after the masked girl stopped temporarily, her eyes became more solemn, even with a bit of fear. "Are you prejudging? It seems that you are really wise. This person could actually predict the direction of her movement? Just this kind of sensing and prediction ability is not something that a martial artist at the 5th or 6th level can achieve." Li Xian blinked blankly, a little confused about the situation. He just thought that the purple butterfly witch had made a move, and subconsciously wanted to dodge to the side, but she had no intention of blocking the way. Li Xian wished that the witch would abandon him quickly. And the next moment, he saw the purple figure flashing again. Li Xian, almost without thinking, instinctively continued to run to his right. Go left, go right, go right, go left, then left, then left, then right. After about 3 breaths, they faced each other again, staring at each other speechlessly. Amazing! The masked girl's face, hidden behind the scarf, was already a little blue. "I don't believe you can stop me today." Just as she was speaking, her figure suddenly moved. In fact, she only moved a few steps and then returned to the same place. Then the girl saw Li Xian's body on the other side, motionless. Li Xian is already scolding MMP in his heart, and he can't move no matter what. Not even if you don't move? But he knows that he can't be weak now no matter what. He held the knife and opened his lips stiffly, with a half-smile expression. "I told you, you can't run away today, you witch." He was obviously smiling forcefully, but the masked girl could see a bit of ferocity and pride on his face. Very good. The masked girl looked seriously. She dropped the large package on her back directly to her feet, and then slowly pulled out a pair of daggers from her sleeves. It seems like I won't be able to leave until I cut you into pieces today. Li Xian had already panicked, and he was already prepared to be beaten up by the other party. This battle is inevitable. Li Xian shook his long sword in a bachelor's manner. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do it. He couldn't say the next few words because the purple figure was already in front of him. Li Xian slashed with his sword without thinking, then counterattacked without defending. He had thought clearly before that his speed, strength, and body flexibility were all inferior to the purple butterfly demon girl by more than one level. If he really made a move, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to even block. The only feasible way was to use offense instead of defense. Although there was little hope, even if he could only force the witch to defend himself a little, his situation would be greatly improved. Just when the knife came out, Li Xian once again felt an extreme cold force, rushing in from his abdomen and back. Then the waist knife in his hand was suddenly dyed with a layer of bright red luster, and the speed of the knife suddenly increased several times, turning into an afterimage. Opposite him, the witch's eyes narrowed slightly, and the pair of short blades in her hands had already almost penetrated Li Xian's belly. But at this moment, he returned to defense in an instant and blocked Li Xian's sword. With a soft ding sound, Li Xian felt a tightness in his chest, blood was bleeding from his mouth, his lungs were shaking, and his right hand holding the knife felt severe pain in his mouth, and he felt numb and weak. Just when Li Xian was panicking and thinking about how he should resist the second blow of this demon woman. But the figure of the girl opposite was frozen first, Yu reading www. Ukanshu. Then white smoke burst out with a canopy sound, turning into countless purple butterflies flying around. Finally, in his field of vision, neither the purple butterfly witch nor the heavy package disappeared. Only the area of 100 feet in front of him was frozen by the force of his knife, forming a thin layer of ice. Clone technique? This woman actually fought him with one of her clones just now? Li Xian was startled and immediately looked up. The purple figure was seen flying in the air, continuing to fly towards the east city wall. At the same time, the demon girl let out a joyful laugh like a silver bell. It turns out to be the Yihan Tian Dao of the Chengili family. It's quite powerful, but you can't even see through the mere cover-up, and how dare you speak so brazenly? Listen, yours, I'll send the head to your account first, and I'll pick it up when I'm free. Li Xian suddenly relaxed and began to sweat all over his body. He did not forget to take the waist knife and continued to dance in the air. Don't run away, witch. Do you dare to take Li's knife again? The purple butterfly witch flew away without any hesitation, and Li Xian became more relaxed. Then he saw Peng Fu Lai and Lu Qianshan below the house, both looking at him with a bit of doubt and a bit of admiration. Li Xian angrily inserted the sword into the sheath. What are you looking at? In front of Li, the magic sword, even this purple butterfly witch has to stay away. You can work under me, I don't know what a blessing it is. He took a few steps forward and wanted to jump off the roof. But Li Xian, who had relaxed his mind at this time, felt that all the strength in his body was gone. His feet went soft and then slipped again. The thin ice covering the roof made him slide down like a slide. Li Xian had already foreseen what would happen next. He screamed, and his limbs danced and struggled desperately, but to no avail. P.S. A new week has arrived, and I would like to ask for your support. I don't know how the new book list is ranked, but the poor Kai Huang was squeezed to more than 50 places. In short, I'm asking for recommendations, collections, comments, investment, clicks, everything. Come on. In other words, the purple butterfly demon girl was just scared away by you? And you left so many things behind? Soon after, Ma Chenggong, who came to the rescue, glanced at Li Xian, who had a big bump on the back of his head, and then looked at the small pile of gold and silver treasures next to him, with a look of disbelief on his face. In the end, Li Xian let the purple butterfly demon girl leave a bunch of things behind. The latter lost weight before penetrating into the clouds and dropped nearly 3/4 of the belongings in her bag before she could fly into the sky with her air control technique. But the experience Li Xian recounted made Ma Chenggong feel like he was listening to a book from heaven. The two of them faced off in the sky for a while on the roof, and then after exchanging a move, the purple butterfly demon girl left behind these belongings and ran away? But this is so unreasonable. Since they had fought each other, why didn't the purple butterfly witch kill this guy with a knife? Li Xian's ability is not the enemy of the enchantress at all, right? Even if he succeeds, he may die in 3 to 5 blows. If he reported it to Li Xian according to what he said, who would believe it? Their violent female boss might just slap him in the face. But the purple butterfly demon girl did confront Li Xian for a moment. Not only Lu Qianqian and Peng Fulai can testify, but many surrounding residents also witnessed it with their own eyes. It is also true that the pile of property originated from Su Guogong's mansion. Ma Tu, I think that the enchantress might have fallen in love with Qianji's beauty. Peng Fulai didn't see the whole situation due to his limited vision, but he felt that his guess was quite reliable. He admitted that his brother was quite good-looking. If the notorious witch hadn't fallen in love with Li Xian's skin, would she have been merciful to him? Even giving away the credit for nothing? Get out, get away. Ma Chenggong thought to himself that this was even more ridiculous. No matter how handsome Li Xian was, could he be more handsome than Lei Yun from Fire Crow City? The purple butterfly demon girl also didn't give him face, and kicked Captain Lei into the river 2 months ago. Forget it. I'll just report it and let them do whatever they want. Ma Chenggong sighed helplessly, thinking that this was the truth anyway, and he could just report it truthfully. As for the purpose of the purple butterfly demon girl, it is entirely up to the people above to guess. At this time, he found Li Xian standing beside him in a daze. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What are you thinking about? Are you seduced by that witch? Although he didn't believe Peng Fulai's lies, it didn't stop him from making fun of him. Li Xian looked back at him with a complicated look in his eyes. My cultivation level has reached the 3rd level. He should have broken through during the fight with the purple butterfly demon girl, but he was so focused under the pressure of the demon girl's aura that he was completely unaware of it. It was only at this moment that Li Xian felt that the true energy in his body had been compressed and purified, and at the same time he had strengthened a lot of his energy. Li Xian guessed that it might be his extremely single-mindedness and the pressure from external forces that gave him the opportunity to break through to the 3rd floor. However, Li Xian was not happy at all, because the numbness in his chest was getting deeper. He just took a look at his chest and saw that the green patch had now spread to the size of half a hand. 3rd floor? It's really Ma Chenggong turned on his spiritual vision and concentrated on sensing, and found that Li Xian's cultivation had indeed increased a lot. But then he chuckled, you are really embarrassed. The 2nd son of Uncle Chingy's family is only at the 3rd level at such an old age. At your age, I have already broken through to the 4th level for a long time. Li Xian looked even more depressed. He knew that his current cultivation level was indeed not good enough among his peers. He sighed, then clasped his fists with solemn eyes. Master Captain, I would like to transfer my friend Zhang Yu and Zhang Taishan to my team. What happened today was so thrilling. If the purple butterfly demon girl hadn't finally restrained her murderous intent and showed mercy, he would have been stabbed in the abdomen. Of course, with Kuei-Nyo luminous armor around, he would most likely be fine, but he would probably suffer a little bit. This made Li Xian deeply feel that his team was insufficient in terms of force. The first thing Li Xian thought of was his little one, his original full-time human shield. Zhang Yu? Is he from our 6th Daosi division? I seem to have heard of this name recently. Ma Chenggong touched his chin and pondered for a while. Is he the guy from the training class, the guy with Xingtian blood? It is said that that guy is very strong and can fight very well. In the martial arts of the same realm, he can hit 10 people with one head. Several teachers in the training class are very optimistic about it. But this is against the rules. This person has just started training and it will take at least 2 months. Rules are dead, people are alive. You can let him learn while doing things with me. It's just that the role of a strongman can be so complicated. After Li Xian finished speaking, he pointed to Peng Fulai beside him. Isn't he a ready-made example? Ma Chenggong hesitated for a while. He also felt that the force of Li Xian's group was really unbearable. He thought about it carefully, then shook his head. You are making things difficult for me. If I had such ability, I would be more than just a captain now? I will help you ask the captain, maybe she can find a way. Afterwards, Li Xian and others' street patrol finally went smoothly, and nothing happened again. After patrolling the streets in the morning, Li Qianqian hurried to the file room. This poor child, after patrolling the streets, had to search through the records to find other Wei clan members and the origins of the more than 900 boys and girls. Li Xian came to the library in the backyard of Zhuke Hall and used the authority he obtained to enter the 7th floor of the library. He came here to find a new reference for lightning. The Bing Fire Yang Thunder that Li Xian had visualized before, but today he felt it was insufficient and could not fully take advantage of his strong mental power. The 7th floor of the library is the essence of the library. All the top techniques and true essence concepts collected by Ludeosi, UU reading www.wukanshu.net is concentrated on this layer. Li Xian was also lucky this time. If it hadn't been for the Ting Tian Mastiff thing, he would have had to struggle in Ludeosi for several years before he would have a chance to enter here. After entering this level, Li Xian went straight to the Thunder department here. He turned a blind eye to the various thunder skills and martial arts secrets placed on the bookshelves, and went straight to the places where the scrolls were placed. In his understanding, if the martial arts techniques are regarded as the operating system of a mobile phone, then the Zhenyuan concept is the chip, memory and hardware, and the martial arts techniques are app applications. The first two directly determine the performance of a mobile phone, and Li Xian's current operating system is already the best. Although the Li family's Hunyuan Celestial Elephant technique is not as good as some martial arts that specialize in thunder techniques, its compatibility is excellent, which is a great advantage. In terms of applications, Magic Lightning Heavenly Sword and Dongxian Shocking Divine Finger are both killer applications. There are no more than 30 comparable martial arts techniques in this library. As long as Li Xian can master it and understand it thoroughly, he can stand proudly in the world of martial arts. His current problem is that he is lacking in the concept of Zhenyuan and needs to replace the chip and memory with better performance. Only in this way can he help him cultivate more and stronger thunder power and better quality thunder essence. Today's experience of narrowly surviving in front of the purple butterfly demon girl made his need for top-level thunder magic reference materials even more urgent. After standing in front of the scrolls, Li Xian began to glance at the labels. Zhengxin Divine Thunder, Qingshu Divine Thunder, Guangzhong Divine Thunder, Shiyuan Lei, Shinxiao Lei, Zichong Lei, Yuanchong Lei. There were as many as 200 types of these thunder types. Li Xian quickly locked onto one of them. He knew it was awesome when he heard the name Shinxiao's Jueji Lei. Late at night, in the lobby of Qingyi's mansion. In other words, you are not only at the 3rd level of cultivation, but you have also been promoted to the Demon Subduing Tour? The sincere brother Li Qingyi and his eldest son looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The promotion to the Demon Subduing Tour happened yesterday, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Young 7th grade official, what do you have to say? At this time, Li Xian was holding a bowl of soup the size of a basin. He raised his head and gulped the soup and the bowl into his mouth. At the same time, he said vaguely, I remember when my eldest brother was my age, is already a 5th grade master Qianhu. This is not the same thing. Li Qingyi shook his head. How can the official position of Ludeosi and the military position of the imperial court be confused? Of course they can't be confused. My brother can be in charge of an army, but I'm just a patrolman now. Li Xian drank half of the soup and felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. He put down the soup bowl and wrinkled his face like a bitter gourd. Mom, I really can't drink anymore. My stomach is almost bursting. Otherwise, do you want to keep the soup for me to drink tomorrow? Or share it with everyone? No. Mrs. Liu strongly objected. My mother bought this for you with a lot of money to replenish your body. How do you divide it? Also, this water-eating whip has the best effect only if you eat it now. If you waste time, the effect will be worse. The next best thing is to wait. This thing can not only replenish yang qi, but also improve cultivation, so how can it be wasted? Gulu. This was the sound of Li Yan swallowing saliva. This time he didn't even have a small bowl in front of him, he could only look at it with envy. Even the sincere man Li Qingyi couldn't calm down anymore. His face seemed calm, but he also swallowed quietly. That's a water hornet. Although it is the weakest Chou genus, it is still a dragon species after all. As long as horns grow in the future, it will be a real dragon. How much money did this prodigal woman spend on this whip? I'm afraid I have 3,500 taels. But I really can't eat it now. It's useless for you to force me. Li Xian guessed that this whip weighed at least 5 kilograms. He had already eaten 3 kilograms, plus a lot of medicinal materials in the soup. He looked down at the soup bowl with regret in his eyes. If I eat it again, I guess I will vomit. Ms. Lu hesitated for a moment, then took out a few pieces of meat from the bowl and scooped out a few spoonfuls of soup. She poured it out while wiping her tears. Is this okay? I heard that you were injured again today. You almost lost your life at the hands of that purple butterfly witch? What a pity, how can you not do the duties of the 6th Daosi division? It's all your father and brother's incompetence that makes you, a little kid, work hard outside to protect the family from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme and Rain. Li Yen listened, but didn't feel anything at all. He looked overjoyed and wanted to take the bowl of Chobian soup from Mrs. Lu's hand. But he was a step too late, and Li Qingji had already taken the bowl in front of him. Li Yen quit. Old man, this soup is mine. Your wife is not here, why are you drinking this stuff? Li Qingji looked at his eldest son with a smile. Yenner, you can drink it if you want. I will ask someone to mention it to your wife later. Mrs. Lu immediately threw a sharp knife at her husband, but Li Qingji showed no fear this time. Instead, he winked at her with a half smile, and then ate up the whip in the bowl with one clean gulp. Ms. Lu's pretty face turned red and she was a little shy. Li Yen couldn't help but be stunned. He realized something and felt extremely embarrassed. Then he could only turn his head and look at his brother with pleading eyes. Li Xian couldn't bear it, so he still divided it a little bit. This thing actually doesn't taste good at all, really. It's very smelly. Li Yen was overjoyed. He ignored Li Xian's words and directly put a piece of Chou pen into his mouth, then closed his eyes and chewed it, as if he was tasting the unparalleled delicacy. The problem is, the 6 Daosi's demon-suppressing tours have great powers and responsibilities, especially those of the Suzaku Hall. But the key is your current 7th grade official body. At this time, Li Qingji brought the topic back to the right track. He looked solemn and very pleased. I really didn't expect, Xianer, that you can be so ambitious and climb to this position so quickly. This can be regarded as God's blessing to my family, God's blessing Dajin. It won't be long before I have something that I need your help with, Xianer. What help? Li Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Li Qingji with interest. He took over the body of the original owner and was still happy to give back to his family for the latter. After drinking more than half a bowl of Chobian soup alone, Li Xian felt unbearably hot all over. At this moment, almost all the women in his eyes were more beautiful than Diaochan. Even Li Dalu, who was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to her and followed him, seemed to have become more delicate and cute at this moment, and her blinking movements were very charming. Looking at the female ghost in red behind him again, he became even more distracted and lustful. Her little face was so cute that he really wanted to pounce on her and take a bite. This made Li Xian extremely frightened, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He did not dare to delay, so he quickened his pace and hurried back to the room. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to move Zhou Tian. At first, he couldn't calm down no matter what. It wasn't until he visualized liquid nitrogen and circulated it in his body for 3 rounds that Li Xian's restless state of mind gradually calmed down. It was only at this time that Li Xian began to visualize the Xinxiao's exterminating thunder and began to practice the combination of ice and thunder. Li Xian actually did his homework before entering the 7th floor of the Zhuke Hall Library. According to what he learned in advance, this Xinxiao extermination thunder is a kind of thunder with extremely destructive power, and the thunder and lightning contains the power of extinction. Not only is it extremely powerful and domineering, among the lightning techniques of the same level, the power of the Xinxiao Jueji Lei to ward off evil and destroy demons is also the most powerful and fierce. It can be said to be the most powerful and the most powerful, which is suitable for his current situation. Condition. Of course, its threshold is also very high. Among the many reference objects for lightning visualization on the 7th floor of the Suzaku Hall Library, it is already considered a medium to high level of difficulty. You must be at least on the 6th floor to get started. But this was not a problem for Li Xian. It only took him 30 minutes longer to memorize the catalog of Xinxiao's exterminating thunder than it did to memorize Binghuayan Lei. In only about half an hour, he memorized all the characteristics of this thunder species. After that, Li Xian visualized according to the law, and the process was very smooth. Only the loss of mental energy is a bit big. Li Xian estimated that the voltage of the Xinxiao exterminating thunder was about 10,000 volts. UU reading www.ukanshu.net. However, the Binghuayang Lei that Li Xian practiced before could only increase the voltage to a maximum of 3,000 volts. So the loss of mental power is not the same. After just 10 weeks of rotation, Li Xian felt a sense of fatigue in his soul. This was even after taking the Chuobian decoction. On normal days, it would take 3 weeks to drain his mental energy. However, the effect of the practice is very good. Every time he carries it every week, the improvement efficiency of thunder element true energy has increased nearly 6 times compared with yesterday. At the same time, it did not affect the practice of ice magic. Li Xian used his own lightning to cool down, and the growth of cold power in his body also greatly accelerated. The effect of 1 Zhoutian can be equivalent to the previous 4 rounds. This ice and thunder method was originally in conflict with each other, but he actually created a mutually reinforcing effect. Of course, Li Xian has not yet been able to use liquid tritium fusion to generate electricity, and his mental strength cannot yet do it. Li Xian just imagined that he could use combustible ice to generate electricity, and then use thunder and lightning for cooling, completing a complementary cycle. But the growth rate of this true energy is also so high that it explodes. So when Li Xian finished his homework and fell asleep holding the quilt, he couldn't help but feel worried. Judging from the progress of his current practice, it may not be long before his thunder element essence can enter the hall and be used for practical purposes. But the problem was that his application software couldn't keep up. He didn't understand the 2 ice martial arts, so he was distracted by the lightning technique. In addition, the control of the true energy is also a problem. Li Xian found that once he got involved with others, he would not be able to control the flow of most of the true energy in his body. Li Xian fell asleep that night with the thought of splitting himself in half, but when Li Xian woke up the next day, his father gave him a surprise. When Li Xian came to the backyard school grounds, he found Li Qingji holding a knife, standing there with an unusually solemn expression and unusual respect. The knife was about 3 feet and 9 inches long. The scabbard was made of locust wood, and the end of the handle was inlaid with a blue gem. Li Xian felt familiar. This seems to be the knife enshrined in the ancestral hall? This is the sword of our ancestors, the first-generation sincere uncle. Li Qingji glared at him. Let's offer incense and salute first. Li Xian didn't know why, but he still followed Li Qingji's instructions, holding 3 sticks of incense and bowing to the knife. Then he looked at Li Qingji doubtfully. This knife is fine in the ancestral hall. Old man, why did you take it out? Of course I'm helping you study martial arts. Li Qingji snorted, and as soon as he patted the scabbard, the long knife inside turned into a sad white rainbow and fell in front of Li Xian. Li Xian didn't dare to let the knife fall to the ground. He risked being accidentally injured and hurriedly got the knife into his hand. As soon as he took the knife, Li Xian felt a chill spread all over his body, and his body was suddenly covered with a trace of electric current. However, the blade of the knife was plain and plain. It looked like an ordinary straight-edged long knife. Li Xian was still puzzled. His ancestor's sword was indeed extraordinary, but how could he help him learn martial arts? Your mother has been murmuring in my ears all night about what happened to the purple butterfly witch yesterday. She is very worried about you, Xianer. Even as a father, after hearing about this incident, I also broke into a cold sweat for you. Li Qingji sighed. The situation at that time was indeed dangerous. Although I don't know why the purple butterfly witch let you go, Xianer, you can't always rely on your own shit luck in the future. I originally wanted to pay a lot of money to hire a wuxiu. I am your bodyguard, but your brother said that it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. In order for you to have the ability to protect yourself, you still have to work hard on yourself, and outsiders cannot be relied on. Your mother and I have deep feelings for each other. I think so, but I thought about it for a long time last night and couldn't think of any quick way to make you reach the top in martial arts. There is only one method that may help you to be as good as others in terms of fighting skills. Li Xian couldn't help but glance sideways and glanced at his eldest brother Li Yan, who was standing on the edge of the school field. Li Qingji paused and asked Li Xian, "Xianer, do you know the art of divine fighting?" "I know, please come to me." Of course Li Xian has heard of it. This is not only a method commonly used by practitioners in this world, but also existed in the era when he came. Using special methods and rituals, you can invite those gods or martial spirits with superior martial arts into your body to exert gods-like magical powers. This is the so-called divine attack. However, this is very dangerous. If used improperly, it can cause damage to one's own mind at best, or death directly at worst. What you are going to do next is similar to the art of divine fighting. Li Qingji pointed to the knife in Li Xian's hand. In this knife, there is a glimmer of the soul of our ancestors. He can possess you, control your body, use all the Xuanwu skills of your ancestors, and fully display your ancestors' abilities. Divine attainments. But how much you can learn depends on your own understanding, Xianer. So later, Xianer, you must not be distracted, you must concentrate on observing. This is the legacy left by the ancestors, and it is to pass on his martial arts will be left to future generations. According to the ancestors, this sword can be used up to 10 times, each time not exceeding an hour, so that future generations can understand his fighting skills and the true meaning of martial arts. So how many times can it be used now? Li Xian asked curiously. 10 times. Li Qingji coughed and looked a little embarrassed. It's just because for so many years, none of us juniors have taken the path of practicing both ice and thunder. Li Xian understood that no one had ever used this sword in the past few hundred years. However, being able to practice both ice and thunder is indeed very strange in the eyes of people in this world. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at the sword with some anticipation. This was the Yihan divine sword Li Lexing, one of the few people who could aspire to the throne in the past few hundred years. How should I use it? Put my blood on it? He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phonemax like this in TV dramas. How can it be so simple? Li Qingji glanced at him. Eat this pill first and refine it in your belly as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the ancestors' divine will comes, your soul will not be able to bear it. Even if it is just a little of the ancestor's soul, that is also a heavenly position and immortal. It was a green pill. After Li Xian swallowed it, he felt warm all over. Then Li Qingji covered his body with bright yellow talismans. Then, in addition to the original Kueino luminous armor, another layer of black iron armor was put on his body. This is the armor of Li Xian's brother Li Yan, and it is also a magic weapon, with the same rank as Li Xian's. Kueino's luminous armor is between brothers. According to Li Qingji, these 2 layers of armor were to prevent Li Xian from being shot to death by his own power. The man then cut his finger and spread his blood evenly on the back of the long straight-edged knife. This knife has a forbidden law. Only the blood of past family heads can unblock this knife, and only the blood of my family, Li, can unblock this knife. It can only be used if you have blood. Next, you only need to drip in your blood, and then recite "Please come to the ancestors" sincerely. Li Xian hesitated for a moment. After all, although his person was a good member of the old Li family, his soul might not be. What if something went wrong? But this hesitation only existed for a moment, and Li Xian gritted his teeth and cut his fingers open with the straight knife in his hand. His desire for force defeated his fear of having his identity revealed. Looking a little further, Tingtian Mastiff, who only has the magical power of listening, didn't notice any difference in his soul? Of course, it's possible that you knew it but didn't say anything. When the blood slipped from the blade, Li Xian felt a huge force in the blade forcefully rush into his body with overwhelming force. However, Li Xian didn't feel any resistance or rejection. Instead, he felt very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to him, and he was in harmony with his true essence. His soul was warm, and then in a trance, Li Xian found that he had lost control of his body. He felt that his soul was a little swollen and painful, and then in the next moment, Li Xian's spiritual thoughts spread in all directions. At this moment, he felt that he was integrated with the whole world, and all the spiritual powers in the school entered under his control. So much so that Li Xian had the illusion that he could turn the world upside down with just a raise of his hand. Little bastard, pay attention to me. The first strike of the Ahan divine sword Li Lexing suddenly froze the entire school grounds. That was the first move of that Hangyi heavenly sword, Yi Sanbingli. This ancestor was able to kill Dao Gang with only the cultivation level of Li Xian's third level building. Moreover, the true energy was unusually condensed, with no leakage at all. The reason why the entire school grounds can be frozen is because the cold magic sword Li Lexing increased Li Xian's cold power by no less than 10 times. Li Qingji, who was regarded as a target, was also frightened and did not dare to take advantage of him. He stepped back 20 feet in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme a book www.ukanshu. Net it wasn't until the edge of the school field that he used the same move of Yi Sanbingli to strike back. Then there was an explosion of the canopy, and a huge deep hole was opened in the ground between the two by a sharp knife. The surging cold power also overflowed in all directions, freezing everything. Trees, flowers, plants, and walls are all unavoidable, and are even spreading to courtyards outside the school grounds. Fortunately, at this time, the 5 Thunder Demon proofing array in Uncle Chingy's mansion was automatically activated, controlling the cold power from spreading further. Fuck me. Li Yan, who was watching the battle from the side, was in trouble. Thin ice formed all over his body, and there were thin knives flying around him, making his hair stand on end. He hurriedly stepped back 20 feet and at the same time stimulated the fire essence in his body, and then his whole body burned like a torch. After turning the corner, Li Yan felt it was unbelievable. He wondered how strong the cold power in Li Xian's body was now. It was actually possible to inspire such majestic power in Li Lexing's hands. The sword strike just now was certainly caused by Li Lexing's heavenly realm and sword intention, but if it weren't for Li Xian's amazing cold power, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach this point. Just when Li Yan was thinking this, he saw a 20-foot thunderbolt spit out from the blade of Li Xian and swept across the space. The remaining pulse of the power grid that spread out actually covered him who was far away from the battlefield. Li Yan's heart was already numb. He thought that his brother had only been practicing the thunder method for how many days? Even the thunder method has such power. Is it really what the national master said? Is my younger brother extremely talented and intelligent? Li Qingji, who was resisting the blade of Li Xian, was so excited that he couldn't even speak. He could only murmur repeatedly with trembling lips, "This sincerity is a gift from God." A gift from God. P.S. The updated chapter has been posted earlier. The new January is here, and the word count of Where to Escape the Witch has quietly exceeded 100,000. Taking this opportunity, Kai Huang would also like to give a speech about his new book. First of all, I would like to thank the vast number of book friends who opened up Wasteland. There are also more than 80 book friends such as Gu Feng Danue and Xiao Xian who have given them rewards. I also hope that everyone can continue to persevere in pioneering and make the achievements of this book even higher. What Kai Huang hopes everyone knows is that this book is the breakthrough work that Kai Huang prepared for half a year. It really took a long time to prepare. Since half a year ago, Kai Huang has been constantly researching information, consulting various case files, and forensic documents. For this reason, he also delayed the writing of his previous book, Destiny Master. So what kind of story does Kai Huang want everyone to see? First of all, there is an elevated court based on the Ming dynasty, with some Han and Jin elements added, which is more rigorous. The main story of this book will revolve around a Ludeosi who relies on supernatural power to dominate the court. And as a suspenseful fairy tale book, it also contains demons, monks, immortal knights, and various complicated and confusing cases. The protagonist Li Xian will travel to this world and become a member of Ludeosi. Using his forensic knowledge and modern understanding of physical chemistry, he will repeatedly solve strange cases, thrive, and act chivalrously in the face of various crises. Conquer demons and eliminate demons. Probably every man has a martial arts stream in his heart. Kai Huang also particularly hopes for Jin Yong's words: a great chivalrous person serves the country and the people, so the chivalrous spirit of Kai Wang's book will be stronger. Kai Wang also hopes that the new book will be happier, more relaxed, and even more funny. After 4 years, Kai Wang once again returns to the fairy tale theme. I hope it can bring you a different feeling and give back the support of many new and old book friends, so I want a lot. Kai Wang wants exciting cases, exciting court battles, exciting fights, and touching emotions. Kai Wang also hopes to bring each character to life so that they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in everyone's hearts. This is Kai Wang's expectation for this book, and I sincerely hope that I can do it. But precisely because I wanted to do so much, it was quite hard to write, and the speed was a bit slow at first. I hope you can forgive me. After all, just the beginning of the book and the opening of Wasteland took several chapters and took nearly a month. Speaking of the beginning, I must thank my new editor De Beha. In the beginning, he was just running around like a headless fly. Without the hard guidance from Beha University over the past month, I would still be groping alone in the dark like a blind man. In short, I hope you will support this book more and follow Kai Wang to travel and explore in this fairy world. 4 days later, at the end of noon, outside a 3-story wooden building in the outer city of Nanjing, Li Xian was lying face down in the grass, looking into the building with dull eyes. Behind him, Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu also shrunk their bodies, trying their best to hide their bodies with the help of surrounding vegetation. The petite Li Qianqian held the technique with both hands and used the small blinding technique to increase their stealth and concealment. Effect. Is this right here? Zhang Yu looked eager to try. Why don't you do it yet? He was transferred to Li Xian's command yesterday. Zhang Hanyun made a special case for him, allowing him to follow Li Xian as an apprentice. Zhang Yu was quite proud that his 2 friends could not do without the force of his trio. At the same time, like Peng Fulai, he was very curious about various affairs of Ludeosi. Especially today, the task of catching the criminal made him extra excited. But his question was met with a sharp glare from Li Xian. Shut up! If you dare to disturb the female devil, no, if you dare to disturb the criminal, I will never finish with you. Zhang Yu immediately fell silent. He had already remembered that his boss was the brutal existence known as the Bloody Hand Massacre. At this moment, not far away, a burst of light suddenly shot up into the sky and exploded in the air. Action. Li Xian immediately stood up, ran towards the residence as fast as a rabbit, and climbed over the courtyard wall with great skill. His figure was like thunder and lightning, even leaving some afterimages on the way, and there was also a faint electric light under his feet. Zhang Yu, who was moving at the same time as him, was actually 3 positions behind him when climbing over the wall. This made Zhang Yu's eyes flash with astonishment. With a distance of less than 10 feet, how could this guy be so far ahead of him? Although members of the Zhang family have never been good at body skills, not long ago, he had been promoted to the 4th level of the building, and his running speed had increased a lot, which was completely different from the past. Li Xian has never been so fast in the past. Is this guy taking some medicine? Or what talismans were used? In just this moment, most of Zhang Yu's sense of superiority and force disappeared, and at the same time, his heart was filled with doubts. When the 2 of them rushed into the small building one after another, the battle had already been resolved. The Ludeosi's manpower poured in from all directions, with a total of more than 20 patrol inspectors and police officers, and almost directly dismantled the small building. Ma Chenggong took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, and as soon as he rushed in, he nailed an old woman in her 60s to the ground. Li Xian ran into the backyard again and found that they had nothing to do here. Zhang Hanyun was standing in the courtyard with her clothes fluttering, and next to it was a smoking stone house. Peng Fulai curiously walked into the stone room and took a look. When he came out, he vomited all over the floor. Li Xian couldn't hold back his curiosity, and then he saw in the center of the room 5 baby corpses whose hearts and lungs had been ripped out, arranged according to the 5 elements, and the putrid viscera that had been dug out were placed next to them. In the center is a black wooden coffin. There is also a baby corpse inside, but it is completely charred black and looks like a piece of coke. If nothing else, this is probably the work of Tu Zhang Hanyun, the bloody-handed man. Li Xian's stomach turned, and he took a few steps back before managing to hold himself back from vomiting on the spot. At this time, Ma Chenggong came out of the building cursing, "This old poisonous woman is really crazy." I don't know where she got a copy of the 5-infant refining array, and she wanted to her child who died of illness came back to life, so she went to kidnap other people's children and bring them back to kill her. I was my grandmother, and that was simply the method of evil cultivators to sacrifice mothers, ghosts, and infants. If you want people to be resurrected from the dead, how can it be that easy? When people are desperate, they will grasp at every straw. But this vicious woman's temperament is particularly vicious. This is a woman in her 30s, with delicate features, sassy and neat appearance. Regardless of her temperament and appearance, Li Xian reminds Li Xian of the female star named Michelle Yeoh in his world. This is Si Qianhui, another demon-conquering captain in Mingyu capital. At this time, she also frowned and cursed. In other words, the missing baby here has nothing to do with the blood sacrifice at Jiangjun Mountain? It has nothing to do with it. But the nature is also full of evil. Ma Qinggong shook his head, his face turned purple. According to the old vicious woman, she brought a total of 8 children back, and 3 of them were born on her hands and their internal organs were being taken out. It was broken into pieces and couldn't be used. She buried the corpses of the 3 babies in the back mountain. This old thing deserved to go to hell and be cut into pieces with 1,000 knives. I really wanted to trample her to death right now. When he said this, Ma Qinggong's hair stood up. Li Xian and the others were horrified, with hairs standing on end all over their bodies, and they were filled with anger. But no matter how angry he is, these children are already dead and the murderer has now been arrested. After Li Qianxian was angry, she frowned slightly. The missing child case they solved today was the clue she found while looking through the files in the past few days. But if this place had nothing to do with the blood sacrifice case at Jiangjun Mountain, then she really didn't know where to start investigating. Just looking at the more than 300 cases of child abduction and disappearance reported in various places in southern Jili this year, none of them seem to be related to the blood sacrifice case at Jiangjun Mountain. Don't be discouraged. Li Xian saw her thoughts and immediately comforted with a smile. Think more relaxedly, if it weren't for you this time, this old poisonous woman would still be at large. These dead boys will still be refined by this poisonous woman in the future. Driven by ghosts and infants, they will never be reincarnated. As for the boys and girls who were sacrificed in Jiangjun Mountain, their whereabouts will be traced sooner or later. Didn't the principal captain say that? She is using favors. You reading www.ukunshu. Net to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the records of the Nanjing Department of Punishment files. We will be able to find out those evil cultivators sooner or later. Li Qianxian nodded, but her smile was a little forced. The Nanjing Ministry of Punishment and the 6th Daosi Zhuke Hall, one is in charge of all prison memorial matters in the southern provinces of the Jin dynasty, and the other is only responsible for cases related to monks and demons and ghosts in southern Jili. Naturally, the number of case files held by the two sides is different. Even the various files of the Beijing Ministry of Justice will be backed up in the Nanjing Ministry of Justice as a rule. Li Qianxian's family is actually unusual and has its own connections. Therefore, she has actually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme through the files from the Ministry of Punishment in the past few days, and not many have been missed, but she still hasn't found any clues that may be relevant. The more than 900 boys and girls in Jiangjun Mountain seem to have emerged from the cracks in the rocks. In fact, we might as well look at it from another angle. Since there are no large-scale cases of children being robbed and trafficked around Jinling City, how did they transport so many people to the vicinity of Jinling City? Peng Fulai rubbed his chin with his hand, looking like he had a pearl of wisdom in his head. How can we solve the problem of eating, drinking, and drinking with so many people? Zhang Hanyun happened to pass by them, and she glanced at a few of them. Lei Yun is already checking. 3 days ago, Huayadu had set up a checkpoint on the river to check the passing merchant ferries. There are thousands of government officials in Yingtian Mansion, Beijing. There are more than 1,000 soldiers in the battalion, and they are now checking every inn, restaurant, manor, ferry, etc. They are not just looking for the whereabouts of Shui Woya. Don't think you are the only smart one. Peng Fulai suddenly turned red and became speechless. However, Li Xian had known about this a long time ago. The day before yesterday, the area where their Chengcheng mansion was located had been investigated by the government and Tongliudo division. As for the two people around him, they have been fooling around in the brothel these days when they are not on duty. P.S. A daily request. Please recommend, click, invest, collect, and comment. Kai Huang has also updated the information of 5 characters today. You can check it out. I hope you like it. Since the place where the crime occurred was not under the jurisdiction of Li Xian's group, they did not need to be responsible for the follow-up and conclusion of the case and were sent away by Jiang Hanyun early. On the way back, Li Xian sat on Di Xinglong's back but was not very honest. His palms were constantly dancing and changing in front of him, making various strange gestures. At this time, if anyone from the Sincere Li family is here, you can recognize this person. He is actually gesturing at the various secret skills of the Li family, such as the Cold Sky Sword and the Cold Breathing Palm, the Phantom Lightning Sword and the Dongxian Shocking Godfinger. Between Li Xian's palms, he can display it as he pleases. Zhang Yu has been paying phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention, his brows furrowed. In fact, Li Xian was like this when they arrived before, but Zhang Yu didn't pay much attention at the time and just thought his friend was having a seizure. But now he looked carefully and realized something was wrong. He actually saw a strange charm in Li Xian's playful gestures, flowing clouds and flowing water, free and unrestrained, and full of atmosphere. What's not rhyme? Peng Fulai next to him felt that his eardrums were hurting. He looked at Zhang Yu with dissatisfaction. Why are you yelling? It's Yun. Zhang Yu pointed at Li Xian incoherently. Fulai, look carefully. Martial arts. Lu Qianqian interrupted. He wants to say that Li Xian's martial arts has its own charm. Peng Fulai's face slightly condensed, and he watched carefully, and then his eyes gradually showed a look of surprise. He knew that as long as any warrior could gain a first glimpse of martial arts and master certain martial arts essentials, every move would have a unique rhythm. This shows that this warrior has already taken the initial steps in martial arts and achieved samadhi. Visible ghost. Li Xian is obviously the laziest in martial arts among them. How come he has mastered martial arts? Zhang Yu looked puzzled. I have known him since he was a child, and I have only seen him practice martial arts twice in total. It was when Uncle Chang returned home that he forced him to practice. Zhang Yu felt the great injustice of the world. Damn it. His martial arts cultivation with a dignified 4th level cultivation level has only touched the threshold of Yun until now. Lu Qianqian shook her head. I don't know about the past, but he has been working very hard recently. Whenever he is free these days, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme practices his family martial arts or goes to the library to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme. She glanced sideways at Zhang and Yu again. When you got off work early and went to the brothel to hang out, he was practicing martial arts in the yard. Ma Chenggong seemed to have the idea of fixing their group. A few days ago, he specially allocated a small yard for their daily use. Zhang Yu and Peng Fulai looked at each other. At this moment, their feelings were very complicated. They were obviously friends who fooled around and squandered their youth together, but today they discovered that the comrade they thought was their best friend had sneaked ashore and started to run away from them on the road of life. This also made them feel a sense of urgency and anxiety. Their best friends seemed to be moving away from them, so would they continue to do nothing and waste time like this? Just as he was approaching the city gate, Zhang Yu finally couldn't help but pull out Li Xian, who was immersed in martial arts. Xianji, have you mastered martial arts now? How did you practice it? Li Xian glanced at him, then laughed and said, Don't you know? I have recently changed my mind and become a new person. But the reason why I was able to understand Wu Yun was because my old man gave me a way to do it overnight. But there is no need to say this specific method. This is the secret of Lao Li's family. After Li Xian used it once, he knew that the long knife left by their ancestors could not only help ginseng in martial arts. This is likely to be a clan-suppressing tool that can play a role when the family encounters a crisis in the future. Therefore, his father, Uncle Chang, did not agree with him using it a second time. After hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but look a little relieved. It's not that he doesn't work hard enough, it's that this guy cheated. His sincerity and Li family heritage are too strong for others to envy. So what's going on with the body technique you used today? It's not the same as the land lifting technique passed down in your family. Li Xian also knew everything, that is the undefinable divine thunder technique. I learned it from the library of Ludeosi. His ancestor had performed this land lifting technique 4 days ago. This person's movement was like a real thunderbolt. The direction of movement could not be measured. It was extremely fast and unpredictable. However, Uncle Chingy's mansion does not have the inheritance of the undefinable divine thunder technique, and Li Xian must learn it from within the 6th Daosi division. This book is available on the 7th floor of Ludeosi's library, but Ludeosi is very stupid and only puts the methods and visualization diagrams of the true energy movement on this floor. The key formulas still have to be exchanged for their own merits. The merits Li Xian has accumulated now can only be exchanged for the first half of the Divine Thunder Undefinable art. And if he wanted to bring the Divine Thunder Undefinable technique home completely and become the family secret of the Chengchengli family, he would have to spend 10 times as much effort to collect all the illustrations and visualization pictures. Which was replaced from the library, is still a copy version. Is there no formula for Divine Thunder? I have heard that your ancestor used it to run rampant in the south of the Yangtze River. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought, so now, you reading www.ukanshu.net, also cultivate both ice and thunder? Qianji, is this a bit exaggerated? Your family's cold power is too pure and too extreme, and it is difficult to cultivate both ice and fire. You have to practice. After Li Xian said this, he saw the city gate in front of him was already in sight. He immediately turned the horse's head and galloped in the north direction. You go back first. I have something to do outside the city at night, so I won't go back to the city. He gave Zhang Yu and Peng Fulai an admonishing look. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, and the city has been going in the wrong direction recently. I advise you to take care of your lower body. If you don't go to brothels and gambling houses for a day or two, will people die? Don't go and cause trouble. No. He knew that these two guys would probably turn a deaf ear, but Li Xian felt that as their boss and friend, he had to say these things. As expected, Zhang Yu waved his hand towards him, looking very impatient. Li Xian could only shake his head, control the earthly dragon under him, and rush towards the north direction of the river. About a moment later, he arrived at a very simple dock to the north. Li Xian tied his mount to a willow tree nearby, and then looked around for it. In the next moment, a palm pressed on his shoulder. Don't look, we are right here. This was a very familiar voice, so Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then looked back, and then he saw two figures wearing black clothes, cloaks of the same color, and hats standing behind him. Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. Why are you dressing up so sneakily? Are you going to do something shameful? The two people behind are his father Li Chengji and his brother Li Yan. And today he came here because of the need for his help that Li Chengji mentioned last time. He had 2 days to take a bath tomorrow, so he just did it. You kid, how do you talk? What do you mean by being shady? Li Chengji glared at Li Xian, but this matter really needs to be kept secret and cannot be known to others. Otherwise, we don't need to sneak out of the city and board the boat outside the city. Li Xian became even more curious about what Li Chengji was going to do. What is it? Can you tell me now? You will naturally know where you are. Panyang Lake is a little far away. If you go upstream, you may not arrive until tomorrow morning. Li Chengji remains secretive. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's a matter of great importance. Before the matter is completed, your brother and I dare not say a few words, so as not to arouse the enemy in advance. You don't know the magical powers of those major repairs. As long as I am here, if you mention it in words, they may be able to sense it. Li Xian looked slightly stern, thinking that what they were going to do this time was so dangerous. Also, we went to Panyang Lake this time? Can you really arrive tomorrow morning? You must know that this world is an enlarged version. It is thousands of miles away from Nanjing. According to Li Xian's estimation, they could cover 300 to 500 miles in half a day, which would be pretty good. But then Li Xian remembered that this is a world where immortal magic manifests itself, and it cannot be judged by common sense. Not long after, a small 2-story sailboat came slowly over. Li Yan did not wait for the boat to dock at the dock, but took a step directly to the deck of the boat. There is no need to dock, hurry up. Turn to sail. The boatman above was obviously a family, a 60-year-old man, a pair of strong middle-aged women, and a girl who was only 4 years old. The three adults actually recognized their father and son, and they all bowed down on the deck. We untouchables pay our respects to our uncle. No need to be polite. Li Qingji followed suit. He extended his hand to help. Thank you for your hard work. Today I need you to take a night boat to take our father and son to Poyan Lake. He threw 2 more 10 liang ingots of grain silver over and said, this is the ship's fare. The extra money can be used to prepare a table of wine and food for us, father and son, to have a drink. The boatman burst into tears of gratitude. The boat fare to Poyang Lake plus a table of food and wine, how could he need 20 taels? 5 taels is too much. Li Xian watched from behind and couldn't help grinding his teeth. He estimated the distance to the sailboat, then took a few steps back. After a short run, he suddenly jumped up and landed on the deck of the sailboat. Not bad. Li Yin made a tisk sound, and walked to the bow of the boat angrily and sat down, first a few pots of rice wine, and then something to go with the wine. Li Qingji, on the other hand, was tying his long beard with satisfaction. If Li Xian was a little lazy in practicing the divine thunder indefinite art, he would definitely not be able to jump on this ship. His performance this time even surprised him, because Li Xian's landing posture was very stable, without any sway, which showed that he still had energy left and was not forced at all. When the boatman completed the turn on the river and hung up the canvas, the small sailboat immediately galloped upstream like a cheerful fish. Not only is the speed faster than a modern speedboat, the hull is also very stable without any shaking at all. Li Xian observed the induction carefully and found that there was a force pushing the boat they were on to travel upstream quickly. At first he thought it was the work of his father and brother, but then he felt something was wrong. It's Ing Tianchuijian's dolphin. I borrowed it to pull the boat. Otherwise, how could we reach Panyang Lake in half a day? Li Yan spoke to clear up Li Xian's doubts, and at the same time poured a bottle of wine in his hand into the water. The next moment, dozens of large fish that looked like dolphins but were several times larger jumped happily out of the water. Li Yan couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You guys who are greedy for drinking, please hurry up. I will prepare 10 jars of your favorite bamboo leaf green for you afterwards." The speed of this sailing ship has indeed accelerated a lot. Fortunately, the hull of the ship was strong, and the boatman at the helm was also very capable. He was able to steadily control the direction of the sailboat at high speeds. Li Xian thought to himself that their home was located on the Yangtze River, so it was indeed a bit prestigious. The so-called Yingtian Shuijun is the water dragon king in the Yangtze River section of Yingtian Mansion. As the Nanjing of the Jin dynasty, Ying Tianfu was the master of this river section. He was undoubtedly the highest-ranking dragon king among all the dragon kings in the entire Yangtze River, comparable to the dragon kings of Dongting and Panyang. And these dolphins that pull the boats are dolphins with dragon blood. It is said that a snake turns into a dragon in 500 years, and a dragon turns into a dragon in 1,000 years. They are also very rare in quantity. But even if the dragon courts in all major rivers and lakes are financially strapped, they will still keep a few. Whenever the Dragon King goes out on a tour, he always needs a few dolphins to pull his carriage to fill the scene. The boatman served the food very quickly, and soon a table was set up at the bow of the boat. Li Xian tasted a few casually, and his eyes were filled with surprise. These dishes were very good, not as good as his family's chefs, but they had a different flavor. Especially the fish soup made him have endless aftertaste. What they usually do is the business of literati. Without this kind of craftsmanship, how can they attract customers? Especially the fish soup and fish breasts are one of a kind. Li Yin drank wine and looked at Li Xian with a somewhat teasing smile. "Brother, don't you claim to have outstanding literary talent, and you were originally destined to be the #1 scholar? Look at this situation, even I can't help but feel poetic." You reading www.ukanshu.net, but I have no idea, so I can't tell you why. But, little brother, you might as well write a poem today to let me and my father see your talent. Why not? Li Xian glanced sideways at him, but this poem can't be written in vain, it needs a bonus. He was a person who memorized Tang poetry and song lyrics, but he was looked down upon by others. Li Yan laughed dumbly and placed a dragon-shaped jade pendant in front of Li Xian. As long as it is not a crooked poem and is a little passable, this thing will be yours. I will give you a moment, is that enough? Li Xian took a look. Han Jiajue? Are you serious? This is a low-grade magic weapon. Although it is not a powerful thing, its function is only to store a certain amount of cold elemental essence and slightly increase the cold power of martial arts practitioners. But the value of any magical weapon will not be less than 10,000 taels of silver. Li Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. Your eldest brother keeps his promise and will never break his promise. Then it's settled. Li Xian looked around. He looked at the setting sun that had reached the horizon, then looked at the sparkling water, and then smiled and recited, a setting sun spreads across the water, half the river is rustling and half the river is red. Poor night on the 3rd day of July, the dew looks like pearls and the moon looks like a bow. The setting sun is about to set, and its rays of light spread softly on the river. The river is half green and half bright red. The loveliest thing is the night of the 3rd day of July, when the dewdrops are like pearls and the bright crescent moon is shaped like a bow. Li Yan suddenly froze, and he couldn't even notice that the wine poured from the flask hit his clothes. Li Xian took the Han Jiajue with a smile. Big brother is very kind, and little brother, I accept it with a smile. It feels good to use ancient poems to show off every day, not to mention it is profitable. P.S. A daily request. Every support from readers is the driving force for pioneering progress. Please recommend, please click, please invest, please collect, please comment. When Li Xiandao finished the poem, Li Qingji next to him was also confused. He thought about the words of the poem, and then began to feel sad, thinking that he had really delayed the future of his second son? Li Yan still refused to give in. Who knows where you copied it from? But he still didn't get Han Jiajue back. He had indeed never heard of Li Xian's poem. Brother, if you have any doubts, you can bet with me again. Li Xian had already hung the jade pendant on his belt, and smiled provocatively. It is still a poem to suit the occasion, and it must have a bonus, so I will take it from you this Han Jiajue as a bet. Li Yan was confused for a while. He pursed his lips, as if he wanted to agree, but after a moment, this person turned his head and looked forward again. Aha! The speed is not bad. If you don't notice, you have already reached the victory level. Hey! Li Xian couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. How cowardly! Li Yan didn't hear anything, but still looked ahead intently, as if there was something in front of him that was strongly attracting him. Li Xian followed his line of sight and looked ahead, and then he saw a huge and majestic Guanqing appearing in his field of vision. That was the place where Taizu of the Jin dynasty set up an ambush to defeat the Han King Qianliang. Later, the Jin dynasty established a pass here and named it Great Victory. Li Qingji felt inexplicably guilty inside. It seems that my father has really made a mistake for you. The imperial master has clearly said that, Xianer, you are gifted and intelligent. Father, don't worry. Li Xian looked as if he really had the ability to win the first prize in the exam, and waved his sleeves with regret and open-mindedness. It's a pity that I can't take the path of fame as a scholar, but my child's future after entering the 6th Daosi division is not that bad. The future will be like this if you practice and acquire the Dharma. You may be able to achieve heavenly status and hope for eternal life. In his heart, he was thinking that it was a good thing that he did not take the path of scientific examination and fame. Otherwise, his current situation would be worrying. He couldn't really become a copywriter, right? Li Xian still has a bit of shame. He can occasionally pretend to be cool by using the poetry of the ancients, but if he really has to rely on the wisdom of the ancients, he still can't feel at ease. If I really want to do this, I probably won't be able to cultivate the most important righteousness of a Confucian scholar. I still feel wrong to you, Xianer. After Li Qingji finished speaking, he looked at Li Xian and then at his eldest son. He was inexplicably relieved for a moment and felt extra happy. His eldest son Li Yan has never needed him to worry about. This child has always been the best among his peers, but now even the second son, the most lazy and absurd, has begun to know how to make progress and is beginning to become successful. If you have a son like this, what else can you ask for? Because they had something important to do, the three of them didn't drink much. They each drank a few bottles of rice wine and then stopped. When they put down their chopsticks, the boat girl who had been standing respectfully beside them immediately removed the table for them with quick hands and feet. At this time, Li Yan felt a little strange and asked, "Where is your little tiger head? Why is no one seen this time?" The boat girl's face changed slightly and her eyes were sad. "Master Lao, please inquire. My child suffered a serious illness 3 months ago and is no longer alive." "Dead? How could it be? Such a strong little guy." Li Yan couldn't help but be stunned. While he was dazed, he heard the little girl sitting on the left side of the boat say, "Mother, you are lying. Brother, he is not dead. He was just sent away to enjoy happiness in someone else's house." The couple on the boat changed their colors instantly, and the old man not far away stepped over with vigorous steps. While he covered the little girl's mouth, he smiled awkwardly at Li Yan and said, "My lord, please forgive me. The child is ignorant, she misses her brother too much and is talking nonsense." Li Yan raised his eyebrows, then raised the corners of his lips coldly, and looked away, obviously without any intention of getting to the bottom of it. Li Xian, on the other hand, looked over in confusion. "It sounds like there is something more mysterious about this matter? Xianer, you don't need to ask any more questions." Li Qingji shook his head and sighed. "This boatman is after the fisherman with the 9 surnames. It is common for them to give their children to wealthy families on the shore as adopted sons." "Fishermen with 9 surnames? Li Xian's eyes were blank. "What are fishermen with 9 surnames? I have never heard of them before." "The 9 surnames Chen, Xian, Lin, Li, Yuan, Sun, Yi, Su and He are all the former Han King Chen Liang and his subordinates. After the defeat, they were demoted to untouchables by Taizu. They are said to be untouchables, but their status is lower than untouchables." "Still low." Li Yan said calmly. "Taizu has an order that the descendants of these 9 surnames are not allowed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on the shore, nor are they allowed to marry good people. In addition, they will be taxed heavily, so most of these fishermen are in extreme poverty and have never set foot on the land all their lives. There are very few opportunities. Therefore, many of these fishermen would rather cut off their family ties and look for opportunities to send their children to the shore, so that they can change their names and escape from the sea of misery." Li Xian couldn't help but his eyes moved slightly, and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he put away his thoughts and started chatting with his father and brother without any abnormality. It was not until the second watch that Li Xian walked into the small guest room arranged by the boatman and closed his eyes and fell into meditation, practicing his Hanyuan celestial elephant technique with both ice and thunder skills. Without the help of the elixir like Shoubian, Li Xian only carried out 6 rounds of transportation this time, and he was already exhausted. But Li Xian's recent growth and progress in Yuanshan can also be seen from this. In the past, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net Li Xian could only perform a true energy cycle of this intensity 5 times at most. In addition, when he falls asleep now, he only needs to take 1 Xiaoyang pill to warm his whole body without suffering from the cold. As he practiced the Shenxiao exterminating thunder, the benefits of this thunder method to his body became more and more obvious day by day. In addition, part of the reason was the legacy of his ancestors. After the gods' fight ended that day, Li Xian felt that his thunder element essence had actually improved a lot, and he had become somewhat successful. At least in the realm of Sanzanglu, the thunder essence he mastered was extremely exaggerated. These were Li Qingji's exact words. The latter is well informed. He has seen countless young heroes and even major immortal sections. Li Qingji also knows about them. What surprised Li Xian the most was that many of the karma evil spirits condensed in his heart were also expelled by the refining of the ancestral soul. After he fought with the purple butterfly demon girl that day, the green spot on Li Xian's chest had expanded to the size of a palm. After this divine beating, the green spots shrank to the size of an egg, and the tingling sensation of Yin Bai was significantly improved. Therefore, Li Xian now covets the knife in the ancestral hall. Unfortunately, Li Qingji refused to unblock him anymore. Uncle Cheng thought that he didn't even grasp the power of martial arts, so using the ancestral sword would be a waste of opportunity. In this world, martial arts practitioners can have rhyme when they first get a glimpse of the path, and when the rhyme reaches the extreme, they can gain momentum. The power of martial arts allows martial cultivators to initially integrate into the world and use the power of heaven and earth for their own use. One move after another, you no longer rely solely on your own true energy. Li Xian had already gained a lot of insight into the power of martial arts by watching the first-generation Chen Jibo perform various martial arts on that day. But now, apart from his spiritual thoughts, his true energy and cultivation level were a little behind, and his practice of moves was also lacking. I'm not proficient enough, and I can't touch the threshold yet. In the early morning, the sailboat arrived in the waters of Panyan Lake as expected. That's Conlang Mountain. Li Yin pointed ahead at the bow of the ship. It was also the place where Taizu fought against Han King Qianliang. In the past, Qianliang's army of hundreds of thousands attacked the Jin dynasty, but was defeated at Dasheng Pass first. 3 years later, Qianliang sent hundreds of thousands more. The navy fought against Taizu on Panyan Lake. The water near Conlang Mountain was the place where the navy of both sides fought. Li Xuanzi glanced at it, and then asked, "What we are going to do is related to this war?" He was secretly guessing whether this was related to the first generation of Uncle Qingyi. In the past, the reason why Taizu was able to defeat Qianliang, the king of Han, with a weak force was because of the ingenious plan of his ancestor Li Lexing. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed and injured on both sides in this battle, and the bones of countless heroes are buried here. Li Yin stepped out of the bow of the boat and fell straight into the water. "Come down, let's go to the bottom of the lake." Li Xian did not hesitate and also jumped into the lake. He had successfully practiced the water avoidance technique in the past few days. The moment he entered the lake, the true energy in his body came out and formed a thin film on the outside to drain away the water. The three of them kept sinking until they reached the bottom of the lake at a height of 200 feet. Li Xian looked around and found that the bottom of the lake was filled with sunken ships and various decayed weapons. At this time, Li Xian didn't even feel the pressure that the human body faced when diving deep. 200 feet in modern terms is 600 meters, and the limit of diving for ordinary people without training is 100 meters. From this it can be seen that the Li family's water avoidance technique is indeed unparalleled in the world. Even if it is performed with the true energy of martial arts, it will not be weaker than that of martial arts. Of course, this is also related to the fact that their family has a contract with all the Dragon Kings of the Yangtze River system. All direct clan members of the Li family can freely use the power of the water spirits under the river. At this time, Li Qingji suddenly came with a magic power and led Li Xian forward quickly. Soon they came to a huge stone altar at the bottom of the water. This is Li Xian looked at this scene with a shocked expression. The scale of this stone altar was very grand, covering an area of 3,000 acres. It was in the shape of an inverted pyramid and was made of strips of granite. In all directions of the inverted pyramid, there are gold and iron embedded in the stone layers, forming huge runes. There is also a huge stone tablet to the south of it, with 2 lines of seal characters written on it. In the 3rd year of Hangu, Li Lexing was ordered to supervise the construction of this altar, and 330,000 soldiers of the Chen and Han dynasties were buried here. This is a seal and a tomb. As Li Qingji spoke, he handed over 2 small bags. "You go in later, replace all the damaged talisman bricks on the altar, and then start the sacrifice at 2000 noon. Remember, all talisman bricks must be in accordance with their types and shapes must be changed in a precise manner. If the damage is too serious and you can't tell the difference, then you'd rather leave it alone than mess around." After Li Xian received it, he realized that they were 2 small universe bags. The first bag was slightly smaller, only 2 feet in diameter. It was filled with various square bricks with runes painted on them. The material was neither gold nor jade. It should have been made by fusion and smelting of various spiritual materials. The second bag was slightly larger, with a space of nearly 5 feet. The contents inside were simple. They were all wine and animal sacrifices. There were quite a lot of them. There were as many as 20 cows piled up. What's surprising is that although there are many things piled inside these 2 small universe bags, they are as light as a feather in his hands. Li Qingji then handed over another pot of elixir. "Those talisman bricks that have been replaced can only be activated after you pour in the true energy. You may have a very hard time later. If the true energy is exhausted, you can use this small return energy. Dan is holding on to it." Li Yin smiled and said, after you get in, take your time and use it. This work is very tiring. Li Xian asked in confusion, am I alone? Don't you want to go in? We wanted to, but we couldn't get in. Li Yin glanced at him with obvious schadenfreude. You must have an official status of 7th grade or above, as well as royal blood or an edict. Our Li family once had the Taizu of Jianghe. The imperial seal is granted, but now my father and I are both in danger of being punished, and we can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him. So by God's blessing, Xianer, you were able to be promoted to the demon subduing tour before the Ghost Festival. Li Qingji patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Go, this is a matter of immeasurable merit. Li Xian already understood most of the situation. He no longer hesitated and immediately swam in the direction of the stone altar. Just when he entered within 100 feet of the inverted pyramid, Li Xian felt an invisible and powerful force shrouding the place. However, Li Xian was not hindered by it. When he walked in, he naturally blended in. But at the same time, Li Xian also found that he was isolated from the outside world. The inside and outside of the stone altar were like two worlds. Hearing this, Li Qingji smiled bitterly and said, if it were in previous years, I would really sit back and do nothing. But this year is different. 17 days later it will be Wu Jiazi Sunday after the Battle of Panyan Lake. This year's Ghost Festival falls on the same day. On this gloomy day of the year, I really feel uneasy. However, there is a constant dispute between Beijing, China and North Korea, and the candidate for the new admiral of the Zhangjiang Navy may not be decided for a while. But now there is chaos in the South Zhili area, and all kinds of demons are lurking in the dark. We are in Nanzili with ulterior motives. There are actually people who are so bold as to attack the prince. This shows how turbulent the undercurrent is under the water in Nanzili. The so-called nip in the bud, if the seal here is not reinforced, I can't sleep at night. The Ghost Festival is also known as the Ghost Festival, and Buddhism calls it the Oban Festival. During the 15 days before and after this festival, the Yin Gate will be opened, and the power of ghosts will greatly increase until the Ghost Festival reaches its peak. There are many capable people in this court. Do you need you to worry about them? Li Yin waved his sleeves disdainfully. If you ask me, you reading www.wukanshu.net might as well have something go wrong here. Otherwise, we can't let those birdies in the court know how powerful it is. Not just anyone can play on the surface of the Yangtze River. It has to change. Without the hard work of our father and son, how could the good weather in the south these past few years have come about? What are you talking about? Shouldn't it be our duty to eat people's salaries, be loyal to others, and maintain the peace of the river? Li Qingji looked at his eldest son with dissatisfaction. This mistake is not a trivial matter. 330,000 evil soldiers and resentful spirits have emerged, and the entire Panyang Lake and the lower reaches of the Yangtze River will suffer. Let me ask the fishermen in this lake, how can the people on both sides of the lake deserve this? Why do they come to pay so many heavy taxes every year? Don't they just hope that the imperial court can protect them in peace? Also, our sincere uncle's house has received so much filial piety from various places in the past year. At this time, Yenner, you can't bear to sit back and ignore them? Can you and my father and son be allowed to suffer this unreasonable disaster because of their slight injustice? He reprimanded solemnly, you need to remember that the reason why our sincerely family has been relied upon by the court throughout the ages is not because of our family's powerful supernatural powers, nor because of our family's connections in the upper and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. But those who have been in charge throughout the ages can maintain a public heart and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme up to the heaven and the earth, the people, and the ghosts and gods, so people's hearts are what they want. Li Yin stopped talking, and continued to look in the direction of the stone altar gloomily. Just a moment later, Li Yan's expression changed slightly. Brother, is he going a little too fast? Li Qingji also frowned, looking extremely puzzled. It is indeed incredibly fast, but judging from the changes in his ideas, there is nothing wrong with it. He guessed uncertainly, or is it because the nature of Xianer's true energy is similar to that of his ancestors? After all, this is the altar that the first generation Qingyi personally supervised and set up the seal. Li Xian inside the stone altar was also very surprised. He didn't find it difficult to replace the talisman brick. Li Xian only needs to dig out the damaged bricks, then fill them with identical ones from the small universe bag according to their shape, place them tightly, and then pour the real energy into them. The process was very simple, it didn't require much effort on his part, and it didn't consume much real energy. The lost part will be restored quickly, because the spiritual power in this stone altar is very strong. This is completely different from Li Qingji's description. Li Xian did not feel any difficulty and did not need to use those small guiyuan pills. Li Xian guessed that this might be related to the female ghost in red behind him. After entering the stone altar, Li Xian noticed that the female ghost's posture had changed. It was similar to the blood sacrifice scene when she entered Jiangjun Mountain. There was a layer of red luster all over her body, and red streamers scattered from her body, dancing behind the blood-eyed girl, like a pair of wings. Even for some reason, Li Xian vaguely felt that the female ghost echoed the rune seals inside and outside the stone altar. Li Xian didn't know why, but he speeded up the replacement of talisman bricks. Then at the end of seashore, the sacrifice was completed. Strangely enough, when Li Xian arranged the three animals and put the incense on them himself, the cold power in the stone altar was greatly reduced. However, he did not delve into it and quickly retreated from the stone altar. Done. When Li Xian returned to Li Qingji and Li Qingji, he found that his father and brother were looking at him with somewhat strange eyes. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Then he thought of a possibility. Could it be that these two people had discovered the existence of the female ghost? But Li Xian was still disappointed. Li Yan just asked curiously, "Brother, when you use up the talisman bricks, don't you feel hard? What about filling the bricks?" "I don't even feel it." Li Xian shook his head and asked, "Have you done this before? Is it very difficult?" Li Yan's lips twitched and he didn't answer. He seemed to have painful memories of this stone altar. Next to him, Li Qingji stretched out his hand. "Where is the bag?" Li Xian immediately let out a tisk sound and reluctantly returned the two small universe bags in his sleeves. This thing is very easy to use and convenient, and Li Xian is envious of it. This is an indispensable space magic weapon in the fantasy world of Xianxia. You can throw anything into it. However, although he returned the bag, the bottle of Xia Guiyuan pill was still in his sleeve. This kind of elixir is also very precious. It can quickly restore energy to a martial artist and is very practical. Then what's next? Go home? That has to wait until tomorrow. Li Qingji shook his head solemnly and said, "This is just one thing, there is another more important thing, and I have to trouble Xianer." After the three people left the stone altar, they continued to sneak under the lake. They swam about 40 miles south, and Li Xian saw a giant grotto at the bottom of the lake from a distance. When Li Xian stood at the entrance of the cave and saw the things inside that were bound by many chains as thick as buckets, he couldn't help but swallowed. Dragon? What he saw was a real dragon, a camel's head, antlers, rabbit's eyes, ox's ears, a snake's neck, a mirage's belly, carp's scales, eagle's claws, and tiger's paws. It was a bit like a large crocodile, but its body was longer and its image was more majestic. It also had a pair of short wings on its back. All these are similar to the dragons in ancient paintings, but the one in front of Li Xian does not have any auspiciousness. Its scales are black, and there is a dark mud-like mist between the scales. So this matter is more important than worshipping those old tribes of Han King Chen Liang. At this time, Li Yan also took out a small Qiankuan bag and threw it to him. "Go in and give it a bath. Remember to scrub it clean, otherwise it will get angry. Especially the gaps between the dragon's scales are prone to insects. Make it tickle." Li Yan's small universe bag is much smaller, less than half a foot. There was nothing else inside, only a set of scrubbing tools and a few fragrant green soap locusts the size of faceplates. Li Xian looked inside the grotto again and saw the giant dragon that was 200 feet long with a majestic expression. He couldn't help but panic. "Does this have to be me again? What do you think?" Li Yan asked back, "This place is also forbidden by talismans, and no one without the imperial edict or official status can enter." Li Qingji gave Li Xian reassurance, our Li family has an old relationship with this dragon lord, and he will not hurt you. But after you enter, you must be respectful and do not offend, especially do not touch the dragon's horns." Li Xian had already taken out a huge brush from the small universe bag, and he asked curiously, "But since he is the dragon lord, why is he locked here? And he has to be sealed?" When Li Qingji heard this, he sighed deeply. Of course it is because of his sins. This person is related to the Battle of Panyan Lake. The founding of our Jin dynasty was due to the power of this dragon lord. It seems that I, the Li family, also owe. There are many of them. The details can be discussed after you are done. Next, Li Xian carefully walked into the cave. He first put his hands together and bowed to the lying black dragon. "Your Excellency, Mr. Dragon, Li Xian, a descendant of Li Lexing, came here on the order of his father to pay homage to the lying black dragon. You cleanse the dragon's body. If you accidentally offend, please forgive me." The black dragon seemed to be dead in sleep, with its eyes closed tightly and its body motionless. Li Xian calmed down and began to wash the dragon's head with a brush. This black dragon obviously doesn't like to move at ordinary times, so the scales are covered with various attachments, such as shells, etc. There are even shrimps and crabs making their home on the dragon's body, making it extremely difficult to clean. Fortunately, Li Qingji and the others are also experienced. The brushes they prepared are not only extremely tough, but they also put more than 20 spatulas in the bag. But Li Xian still worked very hard. He had to put in a lot of effort to restore a piece of dragon scale to its original smoothness. What made him a little annoyed was that at this time, his father and brother sat down at the entrance of the cave, and then played chess leisurely against each other. These two people even brought chessboards with them. But being angry, Li Xian still used the meticulousness of his days as a forensic doctor to clean every scale and gap on the black dragon's body, and then wash it with the strange soap locust. What makes Li Xian slightly strange is that he occasionally finds purple and black lines that look like runes on these scales. When he scrubbed hard, these lines would become lighter, and at this time, black gas would continuously flow out from the gaps in the scales, and then gather behind Li Xian. When Li Xian turned around, he found that the female ghost in red was swallowing up the blackness like a bottomless pit. Li Xian was not sure about the situation, so he went to the entrance of the cave to ask what was going on. But Li Yan sneered again. "Where is the black mist here? It seems that Li Xian, your illness is not cured yet. You reading www.ukanshu.net. No, you must be lazy and don't want to do it, right?" Li Qingji opened his spiritual vision and took a look inside the cave. Then he also suspected that Li Xian wanted to be lazy. He immediately felt a slight headache and rubbed his forehead. "My father has never seen any black fog or patterns. In short, Xianer, you just need to wash away everything that can be washed away. After this matter is over, my father will find a way to collect another human yuan pill or something similar for you as a reward." He decided to throw out a carrot to mobilize Li Xian's enthusiasm. Li Xian was speechless and choked for a while, not knowing what to say. He could only go back the same way and continue cleaning the dragon's scales. Fortunately, apart from absorbing the black mist, there was nothing unusual about the female ghost. Li Xian's chest did not feel any increased numbness. The green spot was the same as yesterday, with no sign of expansion. Li Xian calmly washed his hands and stopped being distracted. This job is very boring, but for Li Xian, who has been a forensic doctor for 2 years, it is actually nothing. And no matter how dirty the place is, he will clean it very carefully, even washing it back and forth several times without any impatience. It was not until late at night the next day that Li Xian finally washed the last scale off the black dragon's tail. Then he bowed deeply to the black dragon, hurried out, and floated to the lake with his father and brother outside the cave. There is no other way. He has to go back to work at Dienmo in Lidaosi tomorrow morning. Li Xian has already returned home. At this time, Li Xian was at a loss. The moment he stepped out of the cave, the sleeping black dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and even poked its head out of the cave, staring deeply in his direction. What's surprising is that even Li Qingji and Li Yan, who are highly skilled in cultivation, are completely unaware of the black dragon's great move. On the way back, they still used the small sailboat to travel. That night, Li Qingji and his eldest son leisurely drank and ate meat on the bow of the ship, while Li Xian collapsed on the deck, unfolding himself in a large shape and posing like a salted fish. After working as a bather for 2 days and 1 night, he was so exhausted that he didn't even have the strength to sit up. At this time, Li Qingji kept his promise and introduced the origin of the Black Dragon. Long Jun has a title. Taizu designated her as Fengtian's founding auxiliary luck god Fengshui Du Anjin. There are temples around Panyang Lake. When the officials make sacrifices every year, they will be the leader of all the dragons. According to the current principle, the longer the title, the more noble it is. The status of this evil dragon is indeed superior to the dragon kings of the Yangtze River, and even all the river water gods. Fengtian founded the country? This is a title that can only be found among the founding heroes. For example, their ancestor Li Lexing was titled Fengtian founder. Yun Shoujing civil minister Qingyi Bo. Li Lexing's military fame shocked the north and south, but he was also a famous Confucian scholar in the south of the Yangtze River, among the civil servants. Li Xian couldn't help but asked curiously, did she help Taizu during the Panyan Lake battle? This is actually the original dragon lord of Panyan Lake. Li Yin pointed it out directly. 300 years ago, Taizu and Han Wang Chenliang fought near Konglang Mountain. They were defeated in the first 3 battles, and Taizu was almost in trouble. Until July 22, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme suddenly blew from the northeast. Helped Taizu achieve a great victory. Not only did he kill many generals of Chen Han, but even the 2 brothers who relied on Chenliang's arms eventually died in this battle. It is said that Taizu asked Pan Yanghu Longjun to take action and change the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme eventually turned defeat into victory. Li Qingji stroked his long beard with a complicated expression, but Lord Long was also swallowed up by Chen Han's dragon energy because of his participation in the battles between mortal princes, and was contaminated with boundless evil power. In the end, he could only proclaim himself here and wait for the evil power to be resolved. But why is this? Li Xian blinked. She just left the Dragon King of the Water Lake who was nearly 10,000 miles away without doing anything, but she still risked the backlash of the dragon's energy to help Taizu? This is a Dragon King with great ambitions. Li Qingji lamented. It is said that Taizu promised 2 things in front of her temple. One is to treat the people well and to be frivolous in corvée. The other is to drive out the Tartars and the demonic dragon of the north restored China. Taizu also did it afterward. He drove northern Mongolia out of the central plains a few years later. When it comes to loving the people, no emperor in the past dynasties could be better. Among the princes at that time, only Taizu could govern with benevolence. We care for the people and enable them to recuperate and recuperate. Because they were going down the river, they returned to Nanjing from Panyang Lake nearly 1/3 faster than when they came before. In the early morning, the small sailboat had docked at the pier in Nanjing City. Li Xian did not follow Li Qingji and the others back to Uncle Qingyi's mansion. He rushed to the 6 Daosi Zhuke Hall with a hurried expression, and luckily he was not late. However, when Li Xian arrived and went to Jiang Hainian's public house to do some cooking, he found that his boss Ma Qinggong, Si Qianhui, another captain of the Fumadu, and several key members of Minjiuda were gathered here with sad faces. Behind the desk at the top, Jiang Hainian looked angry and unhappy, training Ma Qinggong and others like primary school students. What's going on? Li Xian asked Li Qianqian, who was waiting outside the door. The atmosphere doesn't look good. Why is the devil going crazy again? The captain was summoned by the superintendent to reprimand him this morning. Li Qianqian's voice was very low, and she said in a soft voice, "We said that we did not do the real thing, but spent all our efforts on the blood sacrifice case at Jiangjun Mountain. As a result, evil spirits ran rampant in Nanjing City, troubles were everywhere, and the blood sacrifice case was not discovered. What's the reason?" After that, the manager also ordered the captain to strengthen patrols in the city, and limited it to 10 days. If no reason can be found within 10 days, then stop investigating, and don't interfere with Hua Yadu's investigation. Li Xian was puzzled. Is this the reason? He thought that with Jiang Hanyun's thick skin, he wouldn't be so angry. Aren't there still 10 days left? The key is that I was laughed at by Lei Yun again. Li Qianqian smiled bitterly. The fire crows searched the manor outside the city and captured 3 evil cultivators from the Ghost Hand sect, which may be related to the general mountain blood sacrifice case. It is said that there is progress there. It's very big, and the two murder cases have basically identified the real culprit. Li Xian suddenly understood. He knew that Zhang Hanyun and Lieutenant Lei actually had a grudge. With Zhang Hanyun so strong, how could he allow himself to lose to his mortal enemy? At this time, he noticed that Li Qianqian's expression was different, and he hesitated to speak. "Tell me, what else is there?" "Don't hesitate." Li Qianqian glanced at him. "Peng Fu Lai and Zhang Yu didn't come to order today. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme." After hearing this, Li Xian didn't care at all. Those two lazy guys were never on time when they went to work, which always made him hate them. But due to the favor of his best friend, Li Xian has never been able to give him any advice. He is currently planning to fake the power of the bloody manslaughter to teach these two guys a profound lesson. But the next moment, Li Xian was no longer calm. He heard Li Qianqian continue to say cautiously, "Also, Zhang Yu's chief attendant came to see you just now. He asked me to send a message when he saw you, saying that it was Zhang Yu and the others. Both of them were detained at the Red Moon boat outside the city last night. There was a message from them, you reading www.ukanshu.net. If you don't go before noon today, don't blame them for stripping Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu." A bright peg was hung at the gate of the South City for passers-by to admire their naked bodies. "Is this happening?" Li Xian's voice couldn't help but rise an octave higher, and as soon as the words came out, he knew something was wrong. Zhang Hanyun, who was training people in the public room, was indeed alarmed by him. "Li Xian, what are you yelling outside? Come in." Li Xian had no choice but to step in. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Hanyun scolded him, "I heard that you have been taking a rest at home these 2 days? It's great. When everyone is so busy, you are actually having fun at home." Even if I sent someone to look for him, he still dared to deny it. He was very brave. "And your two subordinates actually stayed in a brothel for the night." Li Xian thought to himself, where could he enjoy himself at home? He is clearly suffering. While Zhang Hanyun was breathing in, Li Xian hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Sir, I found a clue outside the city yesterday, which may be the source of the 900 boys in Jiangjun Mountain." "Clues?" Zhang Hanyun narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and temporarily stopped her eloquent words. "Tell me what you have to say." Those children probably came from the fishermen and untouchables of the 9 surnames outside the city. As far as I know, these people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme give their children and grandchildren to others for adoption, so the whereabouts of these children have never been revealed in the case. Before Li Xian finished speaking, there was a roar from everyone in the public room, and almost everyone stood up, with excitement and burning eyes in their eyes. Li Xian's face remained calm. This is just the official speculation, and it has not been confirmed yet. He originally planned to call Peng Fu Lai and others to confirm and then report it to Zhang Hanyun. But those two pig teammates obviously couldn't count on them this time. Latest website, 9 fishermen? Why didn't I think of it? This is indeed very possible. Zhang Hanyun's eyes were also shining. Check, use the fastest time to thoroughly investigate. Find out how many children the fishermen sent ashore and where they went. Everyone in the room had been eager to try it out and couldn't wait. When Zhang Hanyun gave the order, everyone walked out the door one after another. But just when they were about to step out of the door, Zhang Hanyun shouted, "Wait a minute," again and called everyone to stop. What we discussed just now came from Li Xian's mouth and reached your ears. If anyone dares to reveal even a single sentence, I will make you look good. Zhang Hanyun directly drew out the sword and nailed it to the table. This made Ma Chenggong and others twitch their faces and their eyes were fixed. Who in Mingyu City dares to turn a deaf ear to the threat of bloody massacre? Also, the murderer behind this case is powerful. You must leave no trace when you wait for the investigation. If you feel that something is wrong, you would rather give up than alert the snake. Do you understand? Li Xian followed everyone and agreed in unison, and then walked out of the public room together. At this time, Ma Chenggong slapped Li Xian hard on the shoulder. "Good boy. It's you who are in trouble this time. Those fishermen are very likely. If it's true, I'll treat you to a drink." Li Xian laughed, then slightly amplified his voice. Would you like to go to the Qinhuai River to drink flower wine? You can also entertain guests. I heard that there is a new leader at Lanyu Tower. I have connections, so I can let her keep you company. Really? Let me think about it. Ma Qinggong was a little moved, but then he was left in cold sweat, knowing that he had been plotted by this guy. Just because of the peripheral vision of his perspective, he had already seen a female figure who had been with him day and night, walking in from the door. The thrown knife made him feel cold all over, and his whole back was stiff. Li Xian, who is so petty, actually still remembers that he forced him to challenge the Tingtian Mastiff for revenge. What kind of gentleman is he? After coming out of Zhuke Hall, Li Xian did not follow Ma Qinggong. He rode directly to the south of the city where nobles gathered, preparing to call friends and helpers. As the saying goes, an arrow pierces the clouds, thousands of troops and horses come to meet each other. As a famous dandy in Nanjing, his name Li Xian is still very appealing. With just one call, 20 or 30 people can be easily gathered. If you include the servants of each house, then it will be more than 300 to 500. However, Li Xian was stopped by Zhang Yu's long entourage midway. They said that you are the only one allowed to go there alone. Otherwise, not only will you not see anyone, they will also let my young master have sex with Mr. Pang. Lord Rabbit, they are even ready for my husband. Li Xian wondered what the terms Rabbit Master and Mr. These people are so cruel. Why didn't you tell Uncle Huayuan? Li Xian was still puzzled. Uncle, he won't sit idly by and ignore you. If you bring dozens of servants over, I really don't believe those people dare to be so presumptuous. I dare not tell my uncle. Zhang Yu's eldest follower said, my uncle gave the young master many orders, saying that if he dares to go to a brothel these days, he will hang him up and whip him. Li Xian knew that the beatings given by Uncle Huayuan were real, unlike his father Li Qingji who was trying to scare people. Zhang Yu had been whipped twice before. What about the Pang family? Don't tell me. The Pang family doesn't dare to say it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme? As far as Li Xian knew, the Pang family maintained dozens of private salt teams in private. Those are all desperados who lick blood from their swords and kill without blinking an eye. The overall force is better than the two of them. The eldest young master is not allowed to tell the family. This was Peng Fulai's long-term follower. He touched the bridge of his nose embarrassedly. It is said that the Peng family is forcing the eldest young master to marry a wife recently. What should I say? The woman's appearance is similar to that of the old man. The young master is very good as a couple, but he doesn't like the young master. In short, the young master doesn't want to be controlled by the family unless it is absolutely necessary. Li Xian felt his teeth ache. I wonder, why do they have to go to the Red Moon boat? Qin Huai is tired of playing for 10 miles. Also, your young master has reached the 4th floor, how can he be restrained so easily? Qin Huai, which is 10 miles away near Dongshui Pass in Confucius Temple, is their territory, and it is not far from Li Xian's jurisdiction. The Red Moon boat is a large 4-story painting boat that sails on the river between Xuanwu Lake and the Qinhuai River. It specializes in the business of literati and elegant guests, and is also famous in the city. But the children of the Xuangui family in the city basically don't go there to play, feeling out of place. The young master was drunk that night and fell unconscious. He was tied up without any reaction. Zhang Yu's chief attendant said with a solemn expression, those people obviously came well prepared and set up a trap on the Red Moon boat. The leader was Zhang Jin, and Cui Hangan from the Cui family. Li Xian's face condensed slightly, thinking that this was indeed aimed at him. Zhang Jin was the young master who was frozen by his palm in Su Guogong's mansion before, the young master of the imperial family. Cui Hangan is the cousin of the deceased Cui Hongshu, and his father is Cui Zizhang, the commander of the Yulin Right Guards in Nanzili. He really couldn't stand by and watch this happen. Those who held his two best friends hostage were obviously seeking revenge against him. I understand, you go back and wait for my news with peace of mind. But just as Li Xian waved his riding crop, 2 long followers hugged each other's thighs. Among them, Peng Fulai's house cried loudly, Masterly, you can't call for help. If my eldest son really becomes a rabbit master, how will he behave in the future? The other one also turned pale. My uncle finally managed to return the young master to the right path and gave up his habit of dividing peaches with his cut sleeves. He can no longer be led astray. Mr. Li, if you don't dare to go to the meeting alone, then wait. They deserve to be put up on the flagpole. Li Xian couldn't help but be speechless. He just wanted to go back to his mansion to get some more powerful talismans for later use. He also wanted to arrange a backup plan. Wait. He seemed to have heard a terrible secret just now? My original body, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net, was actually in such a dangerous environment? Li Xian did not disappoint the two long followers. About 2 moments later, Li Xian stood in front of the pier where the Red Moon boat was docked in the east of the city. Because it's early morning. There are few pedestrians here. However, you can see that there are more than 20 large boats and boats parked around the pier. And when Li Xian rode here alone, hundreds of eyes immediately turned to him inside and outside the pier. Li Xian also understood the intentions of Zhang Jin and Cui Hangan in an instant, which was to make him look embarrassed in public. Li Xian showed no fear. He threw the reins of the sitting dragon to Li Dalu, who was following him, then strode into the pier and stood in front of the ladder of the Red Moon boat. He first glanced at the few burly men standing above the ship's ladder, and then sneered disdainfully, "Come down, everyone. I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything on the ship. Since you want me, Li Xian, to be embarrassed, then in this bright day, wouldn't it be more convenient?" A group of people soon poured out of the Red Moon boat, numbering 30 to 50, all of them strong men with round waists. Not only the Red Moon boat, but hundreds of people also came down from the surrounding painted boats and the exit of the pier, surrounding the pier. Zhang Jin and Cui Hangan, as well as their friends, also appeared at the window on the second floor of Hanyue Feng. The former had a sinister look on his face and his eyes seemed to be about to burst out with fire, while the latter looked triumphant. "Li Xian, you have the guts. I really didn't expect that you actually dared to come here alone." Li Xian glanced around him, and then mocked, "Isn't it necessary? Why call all your father's people in the capital camp here just for me? Cui Hongan, do you still want to hang out in our city of Nanjing? Also, does your father know about this? Be careful, he whips you afterwards. I call it nip in the bud. Why do you break the rules? Are you allowed to win by relying on more?" Cui Hongan was a little unhappy. He and Li Xian had been in group fights before, and they were always at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. As long as these noble children are from a decent family background, they all have servants who can fight at number 100. They, the sons of foreign aristocratic families, were always outnumbered in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme suffered losses. Zhang Jinza said impatiently, "Brother Cui, why are you telling him so much? Don't worry, it's a rare opportunity for me to take advantage of him." Cui Hangan smiled triumphantly, "With so many people surrounding him like an iron barrel, are you still afraid that he can escape?" "I have no intention of letting him escape this time. It's better. The one with the surname Li, kneel down for me first, imitate 3 dog barks, and let me have fun first. We'll talk about this later." Li Xian held the knife in his hand and looked non-committal. "Let me see people first. I don't see anyone now. You want me to obey your orders? I have to know that I am both. How is this best friend doing now?" Cui Hangan waved his hand nonchalantly, and then both Peng Fulai and Zhan Yu were pushed to the window railing. Li Xian glanced at them from a distance and found that the two of them looked good and had no injuries on their bodies. Although he was stripped naked, a pair of obscene pants was left on his lower body to hide his ugly appearance. The two of them didn't seem to be treated viciously, but just in case, Li Xian still raised his voice and asked, "Hey, Lao Pang, Taishan, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Is your chastity still there? Yes? Haven't you been regarded as Lord Rabbit?" Peng Fulai and Zhan Yu both shook their heads hastily, their faces turning red. Zhan Yu's expression was complicated and a little suspicious. "Lao Pang, although I am very touched that he dared to come, why do I feel that these words are full of malice?" "You don't have to doubt it." Peng Fulai grinded his teeth and said with hatred, "This bastard, he did it on purpose." But then he was still a little worried. speaking of which, did this guy really come here alone? Isn't this a meat bun that beats a dog and never comes back? Where does he have the confidence? It should be fine. If he's smarter, he can still escape. Zhang Yu already knew that Li Xian had the Kuei-Neo luminous armor to protect him, so he was still in a very optimistic mood. They didn't pick the right place. Xianji is from the Li family sincerely. As long as he jumps into the water, who is here? What can we do to get him? Only then did Peng Fulai remember that the Li family's water escape technique was unparalleled in the world, but it's still a bit stupid. Xianji should have brought more people here. I really don't believe Cui Hangan and the others can do anything to us. He smiled coldly again. He is in the first grade of junior high school, and I am in the 15th grade. Can't we do the same thing that they can do? Unless these guys will hide at home in the future. When the two of them were discussing, Cui Hangan was crossing his arms, looking down at Li Xian with a bit of teasing and mocking. Don't worry. Since you are here, I won't do anything to them. Good dog, come and call me. After a few shouts, I feel happy, and I will let them go now. Li Xian shook his head. What you said is difficult for me. After I became the Ehan Divine Sword, I can't afford to lose this person, and the reverse is almost the same. Cui Hongan also knew that Li Xian would not submit obediently. He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. This is not your decision. Do you think Li Xian can still let you go at this time? At this time, the 200 people surrounding Li Xian on the pier all had fierce looks in their eyes. It's up to me. It's not Cui Hangan who has the final say. Li Xian waved his sleeves and said with a casual expression, why don't you let them go now? I will ask Lao Pang and the others to give you some face later. I am people are easy to talk to. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you afraid that you are still dreaming? Cui Hongan's face darkened. What are you still doing? Teach him how to speak and how to behave. Zhang Jinzi interjected from the side. It should have been like this a long time ago. Don't talk nonsense to him. This man jumped directly from the second floor of the Red Moon boat, and then he saw Li Xian raising his head and smiling at him. There was a hint of arrogance, heroism, expectation, and a trace of excitement in that smile. Do you teach me how to be a human being just by you bunch of chickens and dogs? When Li Xian arrived at the pier, Shui Yunru was boarding the third floor of the Yuguaniang with her maid. This is not a place for fireworks, but a private ship in the city under the name of the Marquis of Jining. Painted boats are not exclusive to brothel girls. Almost all the wealthy and powerful families in Nanjing keep one or two boats on the Qinhuai River. The reason why she appeared here today was because she was invited by the Jining Marquis Mansion to participate in the Chuanfang banquet here. She originally thought that this was a serious gathering of celebrities, but when Shui Yunru sat down on the third floor of the boat, she realized that something was wrong. At this time, almost all the girls were attracted to the window. Some were laughing, while others were talking. Isn't this Li Xian so stupid? He actually came? Now there's something good to watch. That guy Li Xian is probably going to make a big fool of himself. I'm worried something will happen. Don't worry, Cui Hangan is also a descendant of the Bowling Cui family after all. Their family has been a scholar for generations and has a scholarly family. They should be well measured. At most, they will just beat him up and then tease him. I see, you called us here just for this? You've been embarrassed in Duke Su's mansion, and you want to save face here? Do you want us to see how Li Xian embarrasses himself? I think it's quite boring. If you want revenge, then do it openly. You reading www.ukanshu.net. Setting up such a situation is the behavior of a villain. When you said that, I remembered that Zhang Jin is related to the Jining Marquis Mansion. Oh, it's not enough for him to set up a scheme against others. He actually called us over. This is to show us that Li Xian is indeed a useless snack and incompetent. Scumbag, can't you compare to him? When Shui Yunru walked over, she also saw Li Xian walking to the pier alone, surrounded by more than 200 people. She was stunned for a moment, then moved her gaze to one side and found a girl figure in the crowd. That was Shi Shuer, the second daughter of Vice Censor Shi. She was standing on the side of the railing with her chin slightly raised. Not only did her face not have the shame and embarrassment she had in Duke Su's palace, but it also contained a bit of arrogance. He was looking at the dock ahead with disdain, pleasure and expectation. However, the comments made by some girls in the building obviously made Shi Shuer a little unhappy. "Miss, will Mr. Li be okay?" This was Shui Yunru's maid. She asked slightly worriedly, "These people are too much. More than 200 people are surrounding him." She still has a good impression of Li Xian, who wrote the poem Clouds Think of Clothes, Flowers Think of Face. "He's not my cousin, how can he be okay?" Shui Yunru rolled her eyes at her maid, "But this has nothing to do with us, let's go back." She actually couldn't bear to see Li Xian being humiliated. But in the next moment, Shui Yunru suddenly felt something and looked out the window with a look of great astonishment. "Do you teach me how to be a human being just by you bunch of chickens and dogs?" Following this arrogant voice, she saw that as soon as Li Xian stepped on the ground, a layer of ice formed on the ground, causing more than a dozen strong men around him who were holding sticks and had strong backs and waists to be directly frozen. At the same time, like thunder and lightning, he leapt up from the dock. Li Xian's mood as he jumped into the air was indeed joyful, carefree, expectant, and filled with uncontrollable excitement. After coming to this world for so long, he could finally experience the feeling of a master torturing food and gratifying his grudges. Clang! With a sharp and ear-piercing sound, Li Xian and Zhang Jin struck with swords in mid-air. The latter's sword struck down from a high place, and was even more powerful, knocking Li Xian directly to the ground. But then there was a look of panic in his eyes, and he felt a biting cold force coming from the blade of the sword like an overwhelming force. The situation was the same as before in Su Guogon's mansion, but the cold power was 10 times stronger than before. So much so that the magical weapon Fire Cloud Bead prepared by Zhang Jin in advance was completely unable to resist. Most of his body was frozen in an instant, and he fell heavily like a lump of ice. Li Xian, who landed at this time, was also faced with more than a dozen soldiers from the Beijing camp holding sticks below. He laughed and didn't care. As soon as he drew the long knife in his hand, a beam of dazzling thunder exploded from outside his body. Phantom lightning sword dragon and snake rise together. "Get out of here!" With a bang, almost everyone where Li Xian landed was paralyzed by the powerful thunder and lightning, unable to pose any threat to him. Then with just one breath, Li Xian took another step forward, running in the direction of the Red Moon boat. This time Li Xian's speed was neither fast nor slow. He used his long sword to block, only defending but not attacking. But every time he took a step, 2 or 3 people would turn into ice sculptures. As long as these Beijing soldiers came into contact with his sword, they would be frozen in the ice by the cold power of his sword. Within a few steps, he came to Zhang Jin, who was trying his best to resolve the cold power with the help of magic weapon and elixir. After the latter fell, he was caught by several strong men in time and his body was not injured. But the cold power on Li Xian's sword still made him temporarily unable to move. I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme ancient books and deeply admired the chivalrous demeanor of the Zhou and Han dynasties, and I have always longed for them. I once wrote a poem in the past, which is just right for the scene in front of me and can add to the fun. Listen up, readers. The young man hooked the woo hook, and his spirit is as high as 100 feet high. I keep my promise throughout my life, and have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close /phoneme friends all over the world. Li Xian thought to himself that he was really drifting off, but the fighting spirit burning in his body and the surging blood made him unable to control himself. The life of a modern office worker can only follow the rules and obey the rules. Now that you are a time traveler, can't you indulge yourself for a while? So what if you were frivolous just once? Canopy. When he passed by Zhang Jin, Li Xian completely froze him into a lump of ice with one palm. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 30s and strong and powerful rushed over from the boat. He should be the martial artist next to Zhang Jin, with a look of fright, anger, and impatience on his face. Raising his hand, there was a sword light, as powerful as a fierce tiger, with boundless fire clouds. If you dare to hurt my young master, you will die. Before the words could be spoken, sparks burst out between the two. Li Xian's moves didn't have any tricks, they were just sword against sword. With a crisp sound, Li Xian's figure slid back 3 feet uncontrollably. But the middle-aged man opposite him had most of his body frozen immediately after the fight, and was unable to move for a short period of time. Although this martial artist was stronger than Li Xian by more than one level and had prepared a fire element talisman to protect him from the cold, he was still unable to resist Li Xian's sword. This is the case with the Cheng Yili family's Cold Sky Sword. It is not outstanding in terms of technique, but it does its best to blast away the cold power. You can block my knife, but you can't block my bone-deep chill. The martial artist also struggled hard, but he had just resisted the cold force in his chest and lungs when Li Xian ducked in front of him again. Boom! With one wave of his palm, this martial artist was completely frozen. At this time, Li Xian's chanting became louder and louder. A gentleman who knows his best will draw his sword towards Choyu. The reason is that he is 7 feet lighter, but he is fierce and full of energy to fight. This is a poem that Li Xian pieced together during his college days, and several lines were directly copied. But at this moment, Li Xian was among a group of enemies, fighting bravely, but his roar felt extra special. No one could stop him. Almost all the soldiers in the Beijing camp instinctively moved to both sides, at least to avoid direct contact with Li Xian. In just a blink of an eye, Li Xian had already broken out of the tight encirclement and arrived at the ladder of the Red Moon boat. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the astonished Cui Hangan on the 4th floor of Hanyue Fong. Li Xian grinned, and then he stood up in the air, and with just one leap, he stepped onto the deck of the Red Moon boat. The body is held in a white blade, and the 5 layers of clothing are stained with blood. The remaining body drinks the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine / phoneme, singing wildly and laughing at the enemies. As the endless cold power overflowed from where Li Xian stepped, a thin layer of ice formed on the entire 6-foot-wide deck. Within this area, a total of 7 people dressed as servants were also frozen in the ice by him at this moment. Mumble. On the 4th floor of the boat, Cui Hangan swallowed and couldn't help but stepped back a few steps, away from the railing. I must be dreaming. Is this Li Erlang of Uncle Chengqing's house? I've had so many fights with him, but he's so fierce? The cold power is so majestic that even the cold magic cultivators in the 4th floor can't match it, or even be far inferior. This is a young warrior next to Cui Hangan carrying a pair of halberds. His eyes are also full of shock. This young master Li may have hidden his clumsiness before. Bullshit. You're hiding a ghost. Don't I still know who that guy is? As soon as Cui Hangan finished cursing, he found that Li Xian had rushed directly to his level. Wherever he passed, there was a blanket of frost. He couldn't help but turn pale, and took a few steps back. Stop him, come and stop him. Cui Hangan also looked at the young warrior beside him. Dang Xiong, you go too. Give me a halberd to kill him. A young warrior named Dang Xiong, Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net but his face turned pale, with a helpless expression. Young master, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. His cultivation was only at the 4th level, but the martial artist Zhang Jin brought was a 4th level person, and he hadn't blocked a single sword just now. Cui Hangan didn't reply. He was already running towards the stern of the boat. There was a small boat over there that could allow him to escape from the boat. But this was obviously a delusion, as Li Xian had already rushed in front of Dang Xiong. The latter did not dare to fight against Li Xian's long sword. He divided his halberds and slashed up and down, using the strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. But Li Xian had already expected that this time he was not using the Hangyi Heavenly Sword, but the Phantom Lightning Heavenly Sword. Looking back at the sword, the blood is stained and the frost is thin. I am worried about fighting, and I will destroy the 5 mountains for you. The sword light flashed. With the help of thunder and lightning, he was able to get out of the way quickly and slashed directly at Dang Xiong's chest. The latter's body was also covered with a layer of iron armor. Li Xian's sword could not cut through it, but the power of his sword still smashed the man's body away, flying more than 20 feet like a torn sack. Then, Li Xian's figure flashed and came behind Cui Hangan, kicking the guy to the ground. When the voice fell, Li Xian also sheathed his sword. He laughed heartily, feeling endless pleasure, and a big word shuang spread across his heart. Li Xian found the feeling of upgrading and fighting monsters. The martial arts practice these days was really not in vain. This is the experience Li Xian wants. He once really dreamed that he could enter the world of immortals in the book, but if he had to be bullied after entering, and he had to be humble and petty all the time, walking on thin ice, then this time travel would be impossible. Life is too frustrating. Which man has not imagined that he can travel 3,000 miles with one sword, and become a $1 million warrior with one sword? From the time Li Xian took action, the interior of Jining Ho's house has been completely silent, and the sound of needle drops could be heard on the entire third floor. It wasn't until Li Xian boarded the Red Moon boat Invincible that there was an uproar among the many girls here. They all moved to the side facing the Red Moon boat, and the noise of discussion was like thunder. This is Li Xian and Li Qianji? Don't they say he is a second-generation ancestor? He is so good at fighting? Even the martial arts cultivators on the fourth floor were frozen by his poem? It wasn't like this before. I can't understand it. This guy has changed a lot. I have to say, he is really brave like this. He is also very handsome, charming, and heroic. I never noticed that there is such a number one person in our city of Nanjing before. I don't understand his poetry, but it feels very heroic. It's interesting. More than 200 people set up a siege, but they ended up freezing him with a poem. This Zhang Jin is so embarrassed that he was thrown into his grandma's house. I feel like this guy is so embarrassed. Without him as a foil, he can't show off how powerful Li Xian is. Didn't you notice? He is already a demon slayer of the 6th Daosi division. Among the crowd, Shi Shuer's face was the only one with no color at all. Her fingernails were deeply embedded in the wooden fence, and she couldn't even tell if the blood was spilling out. Shui Yunru was also in a daze, staring outside blankly, not moving her delicate body for a long time. Of course she was not because of Li Xian's mediocre 5-character poem, nor was it because of the amazing cold power Li Xian exerted in the fight, but because of the boldness and uninhibitedness that Li Xian showed in his words and deeds today. After finally coming back to her senses, Shui Yunru heard a girl next to her murmuring, "There is such a heroic husband in the world. I wonder what his character is like." I don't know about that. This was another girl in red standing not far away. She was also looking at Li Xian, as if she was seducing him, but recently he has a nickname, called Gentleman Li Qianji. I originally thought this was a joke and satire on him, but now that I think about it, maybe it's really the case? Shui Yunru blinked, a little confused. At this time, her maid came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to her ear and whispered, "Miss, I feel that your cousin is in danger. Many girls here are not talking about marriage. Mr. Li will become a hot commodity. Do you need to worry about that woman Jiang Hanyun?" Shui Yunru tugged on her maid's ear. "Do you know what is going on with that gentleman? It was said by the mythical beast that the Nanjing city god sat down on. The little maid has heard about this. Directly retelling, it's the listening mastiff. It personally said that Mr. Li is a rare gentleman in the world. He seems to be absurd and uninhibited, and he is wild and unrestrained. In fact, he upholds his integrity, upholds his heart and his fair, stops his actions and rules his words. Listen to the sky." The mastiff checked his past and personal details and listened to his voice, and felt that Mr. Li's character was impeccable. Shui Yunru immediately felt nauseous, but when she thought that this was coming from Ting Tian Mastiff's mouth, she was filled with surprise and uncertainty. She thought to herself that she must not let her aunt hear this, otherwise her cousin would be in big trouble. While the girls next door were talking a lot, Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu, who were tied up in the Red Moon boat, were face to face, looking at each other with big eyes and small eyes. I suspect that this guy Li Xian was transferred to a new employer, or that he was taken over by some old monster. Peng Fulai's expression was dazed, and his little eyes were full of suspicion. Is he so powerful after mastering the martial arts? So fierce? The charm of martial arts can at best allow him to display the charm of his moves. What's more powerful is his cold power. Zhang Yu was a little sad. He felt that his position in the 3-person force was no longer guaranteed. I also suspect that he has changed people. It makes no sense. He has decided that after returning this time, he will focus more on martial arts and not let the former protected objects weigh on his head. It's time to get serious at this moment. Li Xian walked up to them, struck with a long knife, and cut the ropes around the two of them. Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu immediately jumped up, punched, kicked and stomped on Chui Hangan, who was lying on the ground. The latter immediately wailed, "Be merciful! Be merciful! Immortal Ban Ban, Pang Fu Lai, you actually hit me in the face! Stop! Stop! You have stepped on my balls. They are all gangsters on Nanjing Road, and we used to be together. I've had a few drinks, so I'll give you some face. Why didn't you give me face before?" Pang Fu Lai was so angry. "You are preparing for us, right? Let us learn how to bark like a dog, right? Come on, you can try to learn how to bark a few times first. It will make you, Mr. Pang, happy. We will make it less painful for you today." Crime. Chui Hangan thought for a moment, then raised his neck. "Woof! Woof! Woof! I'll go." Pang Fu Lai took a step back and was speechless for a while. "You really learned it, Chui Hangan. Where is your moral integrity?" Chui Hangan lifted the hand holding his head a little. "It's called a man who knows the current affairs and is a hero. If he can avoid a beating, why not call him?" Pang Fu Lai had no choice but to deal with this shameless guy. He kicked Chui Hangan hard a few more times and then turned to look at Li Xian. Pang Fu Lai's fat face was actually a little touched. "I really didn't expect you to come." Although Li Xian alone killed more than 200 people today, Pang Fu Lai knew that Li Xian still took a huge risk by coming alone. This guy has indeed made great progress recently, but Pang Fu Lai thought that if it were Zhang Taishan, he would not be so reckless as to think that he would be able to escape from the encirclement of more than 200 people. This is called two brothers in the same generation. If you are a brother, you have to stab at both sides. These guys are coming for me, how can you just sit back and ignore them? Li Xian patted Pang Fu Lai on the shoulder, and then shouted downstairs, "Brother, if you don't show up, these guys will freeze to death." Sure enough, the next moment, Li Yan's figure appeared on the dock. He glanced at Li Xian coldly, then flicked his sleeves, and a gentle force of fire spread out, helping the numerous humanoid ice sculptures on the scene to avoid suffocation. Pang Fu Lai couldn't help but choked up speechlessly. He thought he was so stupid, he really wanted to take back this feeling. Li Xian saw Pang Fu Lai's complicated mood and couldn't help but smile. "I do want to be a hero, but I have to think about your chastity, right? What if I can't defeat you and they break their promise and refuse to let you go? Someone has to tell us the truth, right? He will not practice martial arts for a few days and then think that he can be invincible." However, Li Xian himself was also surprised by today's battle. He actually solved it with his own strength. The backhand he pulled in was actually prepared for his opponent. Zhang Yu, who had been beating Chui Hangan hard, stopped at this time, but he was still unwilling to accept it. "Shenji, what are you going to do with these guys? Just forget it?" "Of course it's impossible to just forget it. We'll take them to the Zhuke Hall Yamen later." Li Xian thought for a moment. The charge is to attack the officials of the 6th Daosi Division, which is enough to imprison them for several months. Pang Fu Lai changed his mind and gave Li Xian a thumbs up. This is really a clever move. Most of the more than 200 people are members of the Beijing Camp Forbidden Army. As long as they are locked up for a day or two, Chui Hangan's father, the commander of the Yulin Right Guards of South Zhili, will probably explode. He remembered that the day after tomorrow was the day when the Nanjing 5th Army Commander-in-Chief reviewed the Beijing camp. Chui Hangan had always accepted beatings and scoldings before, but after hearing what Li Xian said, his face turned pale. "Li Xian, you are so vicious. I think you should kill me first." Of course, it was impossible for Li Xian to bring everyone back to Suzaku Hall. The key was that there were too many people and the cells of Suzaku Hall could not accommodate them. However, a group of dandies led by Chui Hangan were all thrown in by Li Xian. He had made up his mind, if these guys didn't shed their skin, they would never get out of the prison of Suzaku Hall. Li Xian thought that if he didn't beat these guys hard once and convince them, he would probably be in trouble in the future. After settling the second-generation officials and the second-generation rich, Li Xian brought Pang Fu Lai and Zhang Yu to Jiang Hanyun. "Sir, I'm here to report back to you. Both of my subordinates, Pang Fu Lai and Zhang Yu, have been brought back by me." "Already seen it." Jiang Hanyun calmly picked up an ironwood stick as thick as an arm from the table, and then blew on the tip of the stick. "Get out. I have something to say to them." Remember to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the doors and windows outside tightly. No one is allowed to enter the courtyard outside for the time being. I understand the humble position. Li Xian cupped his hands and backed away from Jiang Hanyun's apartment expressionlessly. It wasn't until he stepped out of the door that he looked at his two best friends with extremely sympathetic eyes. I don't know how the two of them have angered you, but for the sake of this being their first offender, I ask the captain to show mercy. Where did you get angry? First offense? Jiang Hanyun sneered, and waved her hand impatiently. Get out. There is no place for you to talk here. At this moment, Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu were both as pale as paper. They could guess what would happen next even with their heels. This made their teeth chatter, their legs shaking like chaff, and their eyes looking at Li Xian were full of begging. But to the disappointment of the two, Li Xian walked out ruthlessly, and then closed the door with a capone sound. Li Xian, who walked out of the door, shook his head with his hands behind his back and sighed, silently mourning for his two best friends in his heart. As brothers, I also want to help you, but I have no choice but to protect myself. There is nothing I can do. If I want to blame you, I can only blame you two for being too desperate. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he heard a canopy sound inside, followed by Peng Fulai's scream like a pig being killed. The level of misery made Li Xian couldn't help but tremble, and then he raised the level of cruelty of the female boss to another level in his mind. At this time, Li Qianqian happened to be walking towards him. She glanced at Li Xian, then her body shrank slightly, her eyes frightened. Master Yu, can you please stop smiling like that? It feels so scary. Really? Li Xian wiped his face suspiciously. How am I smiling? Obviously, it looks very perceptive. The way you want to laugh but try to hold it back makes you look very twisted, like a villain who has succeeded in his conspiracy. At this time, Zhang Yu's high-pitched screams rang out in the courtyard. Li Qianqian shuddered and suddenly realized, I see, my lord, are you bloating? No way. You must have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme it wrong. Li Xian looked slightly solemn and changed the subject directly. Is there any progress in the inspection of the fisherman with the surname 9? After he returned to Suzaku Hall just now, he noticed that everyone who stayed behind in Minjiudu was obviously happy. Yes, there is still a lot of progress. The idea you provided is correct, sir. Li Qianqian's expression perked up, and she whispered in Li Xian's ear, so far, it has been found that the children of 7 fishermen have been killed recently. He has been missing for several months and was taken away by monks. We are still looking for more clues. What's the situation like with these 7 families? Just as Li Xian was asking, the sound of awning came from the small courtyard again, and he saw Peng Fulai get out of the window from the corner of his eye. But as soon as his man came out halfway, he was pulled back again. He clung to the windowsill desperately, his eyes full of despair, and his face was covered with snot and tears. Li Xian glanced at him, then turned to Li Qianqian with a normal expression. Do you know the details? How long has it been since the child was taken away? And by whom? I'm not sure. Li Qianqian pointed to the yard with a pale face. Will they too be okay? After about a moment, the screams of Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu came to an end. When Jiang Hanyun opened the door and walked out, she still looked as delicate and weak as usual, delicate and frail. But what she said made people shudder. I really can't even hold on to a stick of incense without being beaten. After saying this, Jiang Hanyun glanced sideways at Li Xian again. Take your people away, and hope they can learn from it. The same goes for you, Li Xian. If they dare to slack off in martial arts, what will happen to them? It's your tomorrow. Your Majesty, please take note. Li Xian grunted, swallowed, and walked into Jiang Hanyun's apartment again. Then he saw Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu lying on the ground. Their eyes were dull, and they looked like their souls were gone. But strangely enough, neither of them had any scars on their bodies, as if the previous screams and fights had never happened. Li Xian was even more horrified, knowing that this was a very clever technique. It can cause extreme pain without leaving any obvious scars on the surface. This shows that if the female devil wants to beat him, she can do so in such a way that neither his parents can see a trace of it. He shook his head, then held one in each hand and pulled them out like dead dogs. It wasn't until Li Xian took them to the stable and put the two of them on the back of Long Ju that Zhang Yu regained some consciousness. He twitched his body, and then murmured incoherently, "Devil, really a devil, that woman is a devil." That bloody hand massacre was the reincarnation of the devil in hell. Immortal Ban Ban, this is the first time in my life that my old Peng has suffered so much. Peng Fu Lai also recovered his anger, and then expressed his sorrow and anger again. He looked at Li Xian with his eyes. "You Li Qianji, you actually betrayed us. How can you say that?" Li Xian definitely couldn't admit this crime. "The captain only asked me to take you over. How did I know that the captain wanted to beat you? I have also spoken for you. UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books www. Ukanshu. Net Peng Fu Lai didn't believe Li Xian's lies at all, not a single word. "Li Qianji, you can't guess it? Is it okay to remind me in advance? This is a bit unreasonable." Li Xian looked at the two of them with the same eyes angrily. "I'm still surprised. What on earth did you do to make the captain so angry? I also suffered." "Don't tell me, it's just because you drank wine yesterday and you were detained at the Red Moon boat?" Peng Fu Lai suddenly looked embarrassed. Of course, the reason why Jiang Hanyun attacked them was not just this. The key was that they had been absent from work for the past 2 days. Ludeosi adopts a rotating rest system, so when Li Xian takes a bath, the two of them still have to be on duty. But when Li Xian was here, they still took care of Lu Daosi's errands out of consideration for their best friend. But after Li Xian left, the two of them completely let themselves go. Peng Fu Lai was helpless and unconvinced. There are several second-generation ancestors living in Minjiudu. Why would Jiang Hanyun catch them and beat them? Could it be that he didn't send enough money to his superiors? "I shouldn't have entered your Mingyu capital." Zhang Yu was also very angry and looked regretful. Then he looked around. "Where are you going? Are you going to patrol the streets again? It's almost night." Li Xian thought that of course he had to patrol the streets. They had been stopped for 2 days. During this period, other groups have been doing the work for me. If this continues, my colleagues will have objections. But before he could speak, Ma Chenggong hurried in riding a ground dragon. "You guys will follow me later, all put on the ground dragon, take action." He looked excited, finally found the whereabouts of those bastards. The gathering speed in Mingyudu was very fast. In less than half a moment, more than 50 people gathered. Under the leadership of the commander Jiang Hanyun, brightly dressed and angry horses galloped out of the Suzaku Hall. At this time, Fire Crow Commander Lei Yun happened to be preparing to go out. He looked at this impressive group of people on the steps. He could not help but raise his sword eyebrows slightly and his eyes were stunned. "Where are you going with such a big fanfare? Do you know what happened? Something?" He was asking his assistant, a woman in her 20s who was wearing silver armor. There was also a hint of confusion in her words. "I don't know, the security over there is very tight right now, and all of us Firecrows have been captured. Everyone thinks of him as a thief. But I guess it has something to do with the Jiangjun Mountain blood sacrifice case. After being ridiculed by you, the captain, it is unlikely that Jiang Hanyun would be interested in anything else except this matter." She looked at her boss meaningfully, and said with a hint of ridicule, "Do you care? Do you want to go and have a look? Those evil cultivators are almost about to be arrested. Why are you still going to see them now? Are you going to be laughed at by Jiang Hanyun in turn?" Lei Yun burst into laughter and waved his sleeves carelessly. "I don't know about that woman Jiang Hanyun. The case is all handled by her fox. If she can find any useful clues this time, I will eat this stone lion in one bite. Lose." He pointed specifically at the stone lion that was 1 or 2 people tall next to him, with a confident look on his face. At this moment, an old man wearing Taoist robes with pale eyes suddenly appeared at the door of Suzaku Hall. "Eat the stone lion in one bite? I am also interested in watching such a heroic eating method. The key is still the stone." Lei Yun was stunned for a while, and then he quickly bowed and saluted the old man. "My subordinates, please see the manager. Get up, no need to be polite." The old man flicked his sleeves, and then asked, "Captain Lei, are you sure of today's actions?" "We are 80% or 90% sure, they will definitely not be able to escape. Lei Yun looked confident. The low-level people have been keeping an eye on them for a few days, and they will definitely be captured today. Then go ahead. The old man looked into the distance, with expectation hidden in his eyebrows. The Jiangjun mountain case must be settled as soon as possible, and one of the 3 major cases in Nanjing City must be solved first. You Fire Crow City, please don't let me down. Li Xian followed Ming Yudu and his party for more than 20 miles, and finally stopped in front of a small hill. Dushan Temple. Li Xian knew the name of this place without looking up the mountain. As a native of Nanjing, he was very familiar with this city. Due to its unique scenery, Dushan Temple was favored by the powerful scholar bureaucrats in Nanjing. When Li Xian was a child, he visited it twice with his elders. Behind Li Xian, Pang Fulai and Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at each other, and they were both surprised by the importance the female devil paid to Li Xian. Naturally, Li Xian's group was not the only one who followed Zhang Hanyun into the temple. A total of 6 groups of 24 people, including Si Qianhui, the captain of the Fumo command, broke into the Taoist temple in 2 directions, front and rear. But after entering, everyone's expressions were ashen. All dead? Pang Fulai looked at the dead bodies in front of the Sanqing Palace and couldn't help but look pale, which forces the blood sacrifice at Jiangjun Mountain. This is too cruel. In front of him, a total of 25 Taoists were sitting or lying on the futons in different postures. Li Xian didn't speak. He came to a corpse with eyes as deep as water. He first felt for the pulse, then looked at the man's eyes, and then there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He started with the deceased's hair again and observed carefully step by step. But Li Xian's inspection was only halfway through. In the distance, a young man wearing traveling clothes had already stood up from the pile of corpses. Sir, Captain, the deceased had no external injuries, and there was cyanosis in the mouth and nose. He should have died of poisoning. Judging from the body spots, the time of death it was about 3 to 4 hours, or even longer. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether these deceased committed suicide or were poisoned. The atmosphere in front of Sanqing Hall suddenly became colder, and everyone's breathing gradually became heavier. Zhang Hanyun's aura also became particularly cold, and the color in his eyes changed. What's going on? Zhang Yu looked around in confusion. Why does it feel like the atmosphere has suddenly changed? You shut up. Pang Fulai whispered a lesson, and his expression became extremely serious. Just watch from the side. What concerned everyone at this time was no longer the murder case that occurred in Dushan Temple, but the time of death of these people. Since it was within 3 to 4 hours, it meant that there was probably a traitor in their Mingyu capital. Are you sure it's within 4 hours? Zhang Hanyun looked at the soul with a wandering official position. Has the spell been tested? It has been tested. The soul's expression was determined. In addition, I have also used spiritualism, and I can only collect some soul fragments. At this time, Ma Chenggong also came over. Master Xiaowei, no bodies have been found elsewhere. Everyone in Dushan Temple is concentrated here. Our people are still searching to see if they can find any clues. But I don't think there is hope. Big, I've looked everywhere, and every room is very clean, and almost all the cabinets have signs of being turned over. He looked very depressed. The clues he had finally discovered were now cut off. Zhang Hanyun clenched her teeth and said nothing. Her eyes quickly focused on Li Xian. Seeing Li Xian's focused and meticulous look, Zhang Hanyun's eyes couldn't help but shine with a hint of expectation. Li Xian, did you see anything from the corpse? I'm not sure yet. Li Xian said with some hesitation. I don't know exactly how long the deceased died, but it was definitely not 3 to 4 hours ago. My current prediction is that it will be within half an hour, or maybe even not that long ago. How can it be? The soul with an official position couldn't help but laugh and said, how did you learn the method of autopsy? Did Lu Sanjie teach you? Ma Chenggong and others also had doubts in their eyes. This traveler's name is Su Gushan, and he is currently the most useful spirit widow in Mingyu City. Su Gushan walked up to Li Xian and looked at the corpse below. Judging from the body spots of the deceased, the time of death was clearly around 4 hours. I pressed the spots on the body, which only faded slightly, and removed the corpse after flipping over. The corpse spots did not disappear quickly, and no new corpse spots were generated. I just cast the spell, and their blood was already stale, and this corpse must be no exception. In addition, the temperature of the corpse is similar to that of the outside world. Sir Su, common sense is true, but there are many things wrong with this body. Li Xian shook his head. He knew that these were indeed the characteristics of corpse spots 8 hours after death, but he had found nothing else during the inspection just now. The phenomenon of corpse spots, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net, can be divided into an accumulation period and a diffusion period in the early stage. After death, blood sinks into the blood vessels in the lower parts of the body, causing the appearance of cadaveric spots. At this time, if you press the corpse spots with your fingers, the blood in the capillaries in the pressed area will flow to the surroundings, and the corpse spots will temporarily disappear. If you turn the corpse position, the original corpse spots will gradually become less obvious or even disappear, and when the corpse is new corpse spots reappeared in the lower parts of the body. This is the accumulation stage, which is usually the state of corpse stains within 2 to 4 hours after death. The diffusion period is the state of corpse spots 8 to 10 hours after death. At this time, the person's blood will spread outside the blood vessels. Whether it is pressed with fingers or turned over, the original corpse spots are not easy to disappear, which is consistent with the situation. Characteristics of this corpse. The problem is that the color of the corpse spots is wrong. It is brighter. Li Xian said while pointing to the back of the corpse, the normal color is purple-red. This is actually insufficient dissociation of oxyhemoglobin rigor mortis has appeared, but the facial muscles, mandible, toe joints, etc. of the deceased have no stiffness and contraction, or are very slight. Rigor mortis usually begins 10 minutes to 7 hours after death. Half of its development sequence is descending type and ascending type. The former starts from the masseter and cervical muscles, then the facial thighs, and then the trunk, upper and lower limbs. The latter starts from the lower limbs and gradually develops upward. The temperature of the corpses is actually not normal. If you look closely, you will find that the body temperature of these deceased people is actually lower than the outside world. The pupils are not completely dilated, and there is a blue sheen at the bottom. It is suspected to be the influence of some kind of toxin, and there is no expansion in the abdomen. Generally, 4 to 5 hours after death in summer, the person's abdomen will swell with decay. Therefore, the time of death of this person does not match the body spots. P.S. Thanks to Xiong Rouge, the first ally in this book. The key is Li Xian pressed the deceased's abdomen. The deceased's intestines and stomach are still moving. If you touch the deceased's eyes again, you will feel slight pressure. This is a super life reaction. A few hours after death, the intestines are still moving, and the intestinal movement inside this corpse is particularly obvious. Generally, the intraocular pressure of a normal person is between 14 and 21 millimeters of mercury. It can be reduced to 10 millimeters of mercury 10 minutes after death and to 7 millimeters of mercury 20 minutes until it disappears completely. So I judge that his death time was probably within half an hour, or even shorter. Li Xian looked up at Su Yojiao. I guess Su Yojiao didn't look at the body carefully just now. Su Gushan's face turned red. Then what about this corpse stain? This spell has also been verified. Li Xian also found this incredible. He had never seen a similar case in a book in his previous life, let alone come into contact with it. However, this world is a world where immortals and Buddhas appear, and it cannot be speculated by science. Fortunately, he had carefully studied some of Lu Sanjia's notes in the past few days. Su Yuyu, I guess this was caused by some kind of strange poison that dissolved the blood in the deceased's body and destroyed most of the tiny meridians in the deceased's body. These words are meant for people in this world. The so-called hemolysis is actually the rupture and dissolution of red blood cells, and the micromeridians refer to the capillaries of the deceased. This will cause the blood of the deceased to spread outside the blood vessels in a very short period of time, making the corpse spots difficult to fade away. In fact, besides this, there is more evidence to support his judgment, but it is difficult to explain. Speaking of which, I remember there was a strange poison that might have similar characteristics, and the bottom of the deceased's pupils, it's the blue corpse powder used for refining corpses. A very precious and extremely rare divine medicine for refining corpses. Su Gushan interrupted before Li Xian finished speaking. He looked towards Jiang Hanyun with a look of shame on his face. He bowed deeply and said, "My subordinate was not careful and made an oversight. If it was a medicine like blue corpse powder, the death time of the deceased might indeed be within half an hour." Zhang Yu couldn't help but open his mouth when he heard this, and touched Peng Fulai with his elbow. "Fulai, Shenji, he has really been replaced, right? This guy actually pushed back a real soul." Peng Fulai's expression was quite calm. He had spent more time with Li Xian these days and was exposed to more of Li Xian's magic. Then why do they want to confuse the time of death of these people? Ma Chenggong frowned, a little confused. What good does this do to them? This blue corpse powder can't be hidden from the real clever souls. Si Qianhui held her chin with her hand and said thoughtfully, "But the person who poisoned it may have used the blue corpse powder to confuse the public. It means, as far as I know, this medicine is extremely precious and worth tens of thousands of gold, much more expensive than ordinary poisons." Li Xian intervened here and pointed out a more critical point. "I just heard Captain Ma say that this Taoist temple has been cleaned up? Then I have reason to think that the murderer left Dushan Temple for a very short time. It's probably not easy to clean up the entire Taoist temple in half an hour. In this case, even if the murderer walks far away, the smell will probably not be completely dissipated." At this moment, everyone in front of the Sanqing Palace focused their attention on Li Xian. Their expressions were different, including curiosity, excitement, surprise, and surprise. At the same time, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since the death time was within half an hour, it was unlikely that there was an insider, at least not within Mingyu City. Jiang Hanyun's eyes also lit up, and she immediately waved her sleeve slightly. "Chalet. Do you remember the smell here?" Jiang Hanyun's spirit fox immediately came out of her sleeve. Li Xian keenly noticed that this little fox actually had an extra tail. It sniffed on the ground and nodded slightly towards Jiang Hanyun. "Very good." Jiang Hanyun threw a red pill directly into Linghu's mouth. "Be good. Go and search for me around here. Is there anyone with the same or similar smell to this place? Xianhui, take a few people with you and follow Chalet." She wasn't sure if it would be useful. After all, half a moment had passed since they arrived and when Li Xian said these words. In addition, although Dushan Temple is outside the city, it is actually surrounded by residential buildings, and the various smells are mixed, making it difficult for even her spirit fox to accurately identify it. Just because monks can restrain their breath, the smell on their bodies is much lighter than that of ordinary people. Their speed is also as fast as a galloping horse. It is even more difficult to identify the scent and track them at a speed faster than that of a galloping horse. After Jiang Hanyun gave the order, the four-tailed fox immediately turned into a white light and left, while Si Qianhui and a few people hurriedly followed. At this time, Li Xian raised his fist towards Jiang Hanyun again. "Sir, Colonel, I want to disembowel these corpses to see if I can find more clues." "Open." Jiang Hanyun waved her hand without any scruples. When it came to such a shocking case as the Jiangjun mountain blood sacrifice, it was no longer up to the family members of the corpse to make the decision. "Su Gushin, you go too, as fast as possible. I'll wait for your results." Ma Chenggong next to him couldn't help but let out a tsk, his lips twitching slightly. Knowing that his boss clearly trusted Li Xian more and more. But this is reasonable. Since Jiang Hanyun took office, many elderly people in Mingyu City have performed mediocrely. On the contrary, Li Xian, a playboy in the eyes of everyone, has repeatedly performed brilliantly, and is obviously more worthy of Jiang Hanyun's reliance. Li Xian didn't say anything, and immediately directed Peng Fulai and others to carry a corpse to an incense table nearby, and then used the tools in his craft box to disembowel the corpse. Ma Chenggong was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. "Sir, my subordinates will also search outside. I want to see if there is anything missing in this Taoist temple." His on-site inspection of the Taoist temple just now was just a quick glance and not detailed. Jiang Hanyun looked at Li Xian, who was dissecting the corpse with concentration, and nodded slightly. "Go and be careful. I estimate that people from the Fire Crow City will come later, so don't let them see the joke." Considering the need to gain time, Li Xian did not strictly follow the autopsy procedures. After breaking open the deceased's chest and removing the chest plate, he directly touched the deceased's heart. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly. The myocardium is contracting, the left ventricle has sufficient blood, and the time of death is indeed within half an hour. He could feel the rippling or peristaltic contractions of the deceased's atria, which was the myocardial contraction in the ultrasound reaction. In addition, the deceased's myocardium did not show any myocardial tonicity, which usually occurs about an hour after death and gradually pushes out the blood in the heart chambers, especially the left ventricle. Then, Li Xian cut open the deceased's esophagus and stomach. Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu subconsciously covered their mouths and noses at this moment, while Li Xian watched intently. This smell is indeed blue corpse powder. I suggest applying a talisman to purify it as soon as possible. These corpses are likely to undergo corpse transformation. The words came from Su Gushan, who was standing next to another incense table. He glanced at Li Xian with complex eyes. The food in the deceased's stomach remained intact, without any signs of digestion. It can be seen that the deceased died shortly after eating dinner. It could be within 3 moments. Zhang Hanyun found that Li Xian frowned and looked at the stomach of the deceased with a steady expression. She couldn't help but feel a little excited, showing a sense of expectation. Li Xian, what did you find? There is a discovery. Li Xian then walked to the body that Su Gushan broke open and looked carefully at the man's stomach. Then he said thoughtfully, the meat they eat doesn't look like fish, but more like a giant salamander or a snake? Let's go take a look at the kitchen. He suddenly took a step forward and walked straight towards the kitchen of the Taoist temple. Coincidentally, Ma Chenggong is also here in the kitchen. You are here at the right time, Mr. Xiaowei. Look here. These kitchen utensils and stoves can handle at least a few hundred people. These offal should be used to make fires to feed the children. There is a lot of food prepared here. Several stoves have signs of recent use, and I suspect they still have some living children in their hands. Li Xian walked directly to the vat containing kitchen waste and kicked it down. The disgusting and putrid smell suddenly filled the entire place, but Li Xian had a magic spell to cover his mouth and nose, which was even more effective than a mask. He bent down, picked out some strange bones inside, and then asked, "What kind of bones do you think these are? I've never seen them before." Most people present were at a loss and looked at each other. Only Peng Fulai spoke after hesitating for a while. "I recognize it. It should be a blood salamander, one of the young species of horned dragon. Don't you remember Qianji? We have eaten it several times." Li Xian's expression suddenly dawned. No wonder he looks familiar. Blood salamander? How many times have you eaten it? Ma Chenggong couldn't help but scolded, "You rich kids who deserve to be killed 1,000 times. Su Gushan fell into deep thought. The key is that blood salamanders can only be found in underground rivers and caves with excellent water quality. I remember that blood salamanders are very expensive, right? A blood salamander is worth more than 500 taels, and all the major restaurants in the city are collecting it." Peng Fulai squinted and said, "Ordinary people will sell blood salamanders to restaurants if they catch them. They are very luxurious and eat them directly." It fell off. "I see there are a lot of salamander bones here, at least 7 or more. What if you can't sell it and don't dare to sell it? None of the Taoists who died here had any cultivation." After Ma Chenggong said this, he raised his head excitedly and looked at everyone present. "As far as I know, there are only 2 underground rivers near Nanjing City, and there are only 3 caves, which can accommodate several people. There's even less room for hundreds of people. The clues that were originally broken are now reconnected." At this time, a demon-suppressing tour leader was a little surprised and said, "But we have investigated the 2 underground rivers and caves as soon as possible, and they are the top priority of our 6th Daosi Division search. But since they have so much energy, wouldn't it be easy for them to hide it from us? I remember that a few days ago, our Lu Dao Division assigned only 22 people to investigate the underground river. The rest were from Yingtianfu Yamen, Nanjing Criminal Department borrowed from Beijing Yingzhong. How reliable can such investigation results be? Don't forget that the previous murder cases between our Lidaosi Division and Jiangning County were caused by internal problems." Ma Chenggong looked at Zhang Hanyun, "Master Xiaowei, I think you can give it a try. Of course we have to find out what happened. Jiang Hanyun held the waste knife with cold eyes, but the search cannot be carried out with great fanfare. In order to avoid disturbing the situation, you still have to rely on my little thunder. Ma Chunggong, please call everyone into the Taoist temple now. From now on, entry and exit are strictly prohibited. No communication with the outside world. You, Ma Chunggong, will be personally responsible for this matter and keep a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme I on everyone. Li Xian thought that it was not without reason that his boss could be promoted to the position of captain. His IQ was on the line at the critical moment. The death time of these Taoist priests was certainly within half an hour. But this does not mean that all the people in Mingyu capital are reliable and trustworthy. What Jiang Hanyun is doing now is just in case. As for the search for the underground river, it was a relatively simple matter for Jiang Hanyun's four-tailed spirit fox. The food for the hundreds of people must be transported back and forth by someone, and there must be odors left along the way. The spirit fox only needs to follow the map to find it. Just about a stick of incense later, Si Qianwei walked in holding Jiang Hanyun's spirit fox. Master Xiaowei, I followed your Xiaolei and ran for about 7 miles, all the way to the Great Bowen Temple. Xiaolei stopped. It stayed in place for a long time without moving, until the subordinate received your recall talisman. Jiang Hanyun stretched out his hand and took the four-tailed fox. The latter let out a gentle cry, not knowing what he was talking about. Jiang Hanyun's willow eyebrows also frowned slightly. Lord Captain, Ma Chunggong asked curiously, did Ling Hu gain something? No. Jiang Hanyun shook her head, but it said it's not that it can't smell the smell, but that there are too many similar smells, and it's hard to distinguish them at the same time. Too many similar smells? Li Xian couldn't help but look slightly moved. On the other side of the Great Bowen Temple, that is, on the inner Qinhuai River, there were hundreds of brothels along the so-called 10 miles of Qinhuai. There are too many similar smells. Is she a brothel girl? But the most urgent task right now is to find the caves and underground rivers where the evil cultivators hide. Jiang Hanyun fed the spirit fox 2 more pills. When the spirit fox regained its energy, he sent the spirit fox away and turned into light again. The waiting time this time was expected to be long. After Li Xian carefully inspected the 2 corpses and found no more usable clues, he went to a room in the backyard of the Taoist temple alone and began to sit cross-legged in meditation while carrying Zhou Tian. This was because he expected that he would not be able to return home today, so he simply completed the homework of the Hunyuan celestial elephant technique here. After 5 rounds of Zhou Tian, Li Xian began to practice the family palm technique again. He has been like this lately, taking advantage of every opportunity to practice and not letting go of any free time. Li Xian originally had a lot of debts, which could not be made up with just one attack from the ancestor possessed by the gods. It wasn't until after midnight that someone called Li Xian over. He found that the four-tailed fox had suddenly returned to Jiang Hanyun's arms. Ma Chunggong and Si Qianwei next to them both had happy faces. Master Captain? Li Xian's eyes lit up. You reading www. Ukanshunet thought that this spirit fox must have gained something. Sit next to it. Ma Chunggong couldn't suppress his smile. Just wait here, we can't take it down this time with the strength of Mingyu City alone. Li Xian immediately found a seat in the corner and sat down without saying a word. He felt quite honored in his heart. There were only 6 people in Mingyu who were qualified to be called by Jiang Hanyun to wait in Sanqing Hall, including Ma Chunggong and Si Qianwei. About half a quarter of an hour later, 3 figures walked in from the outside. Surprisingly, the guards outside had no idea of their arrival. Jiang Hanyun and others were not surprised at all. They immediately stood up and saluted in the direction of the 3 of them. For those of low rank, please see the manager. Li Xian saluted with everyone, stood up, and then looked at the 3 people in front of him. He knew the 2 people behind them, Lei Yun, the commander of the Fire Crow capital, and his subordinate Ling Xuanyun, the demon-suppressing captain. What concerned him was the leader of the 3. He was an old man with white hair and a thin face. He was wearing a Taoist robe and looked like an immortal. But those eyes were pale, without pupils, and seemed to be blind. Li Xian was thinking that this was the demon-suppressing manager of their Suzaku Hall? Suddenly, he felt a powerful force of coldness entering his body. He looked back in shock and found that the female ghost in red had disappeared. Is this female ghost hiding in his body? The old man obviously didn't notice anything was wrong. His first words after arriving were, "Han-yun, is what you said true?" "Absolutely true." Jiang Han-yun cupped her hands with an extremely solemn expression. "We, Ming Yudu, not only found those evil cultivators, but also found traces of Shuewoya." Blood has no limit? The old man stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, "In other words, these two cases can actually be combined into one case?" Lei Yun interrupted here and asked, "Then where are they hiding?" He still can't believe that Jiang Hanyun and a group of crooked melons and split dates in Minjiudu were able to find the whereabouts of the group of murderers, and even brought with them Shuewoya, who was wanted by the 6th Dao Division all over the city. Jiang Hanyun was not as respectful and courteous to the demon-conquering manager as she was to this one. She raised the corners of her lips and asked angrily in a delicate female voice, "Hey, isn't this the madman Lei Xiaowei? I've heard about you guys before. The Fire Crow capital has identified the murderer of the Jiangjun Mountain blood sacrifice case, and we can capture him today, so may I ask how your Fire Crow capital gained?" Lei Yun looked disgusted and didn't want to answer at all. Lang Shuangyun behind him responded calmly, "We arrested the wrong person. Those people from the Ghost Hand sect who entered Nanjing City were indeed planning a major event related to their sect, but they had nothing to do with the Jiangjinshan case involved. This one actually betrayed his boss without any scruples. Speaking of which, Captain Lei of ours was very confident before. He said that if you guys could really gain something, he would swallow the stone lion at the entrance of Suzaku Hall." Lei Yun's face turned blue and he glared at his subordinate. "Sooner or later I will replace you." Swallowing a stone lion in one gulp, I also heard about it at that time. The old man chuckled lightly, and then said with a solemn expression, "Isn't this the time to talk about this? Han-yun, where are they?" "That underground river in Nanchang." Jiang Han-yun's eyes were slightly pleased. "The number of people is about 430, and most of them are children. I haven't grasped the specific situation yet. I'm worried about alarming them, so I ordered my spirit fox not to come near." The old man was stunned when he heard this, and then fell into deep thought. "Our 6th Daosi division searched there before, but we found nothing. I remember that Xin Shangdu was in charge at that time, right?" He then ignored the matter and said, "It was right not to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. These people have tried to cover up their whereabouts and have silenced them several times, which shows that they are vigilant and ferocious. But since there are still so many children, then this operation, you have to be more cautious." "But we don't have enough manpower now," Jiang Han-yun reminded. "I have fought against Shuewoya, and his magic power is actually better than mine. I suspect that this person has other accomplices. In addition, there is someone who is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Hanbao. The evil corpse of Bit. Hanba, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor in the past, turned into a drought monster, and the land she passed was thousands of miles away. It was an evil corpse that had transformed from yin to yang and reached the realm of heaven. Don't worry about that." When the old man said this, his expression moved slightly and he looked sideways outside the hall. "Here he comes." The person who came was a middle-aged man, wearing a hat and a cloak. He was also wearing Lideosi's unique demon-suppressing armor, but the color of the armor was golden, with a golden luster. Xiao Qianxiu has met the manager. He was obviously a resolute person. After saluting the old man, he directly asked about the case. "May I ask how the situation is here?" According to the message sent by the manager, the evil group has been found. "Xiu's whereabouts?" As soon as Li Xian heard the name, he knew it was his mother Lu's former childhood sweetheart. The person in front of him was Zhou Qianxiu, the third-ranked demon Fusionren who was the former deputy hall master of the White Tiger Hall and now the deputy hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, a great master who was said to be on the verge of reaching the threshold of heaven. Late at night, Shuewoya, who had finished his meditation practice, suddenly felt uneasy for some reason. The soul has countless thoughts that are ups and downs, and it is always difficult to calm down. As a monk with rich experience and experienced numerous storms and waves over the decades, Shuewoya only needed less than half a cup of tea to realize what was going on. The way to sincerity can be known in advance. This is a sentence from Book of Rights, Doctrine of the Mean. If a person reaches the state of sincerity, he can predict the future development trend of things. Xue Woya's spiritual thoughts are naturally far from the state of sincerity, but with his current level of cultivation, he can predict misfortunes and blessings to a certain extent. Xue Woya knew that his current mental state was outside his range of perception, and something bad for him must be happening. So he only pondered for a moment, then stood up suddenly and walked out of the semi-enclosed cave where he was. Gather the people together and let's get out of here. Guarding outside this cave is Xue Woya's disciple Xue Shaoqi. He looked at his master with a look of great astonishment. Master, are you worried about Dushan Temple? But there are no survivors there. It is said that the hands and tail were handled very cleanly. If there are no survivors, we may not be able to find out here. At this time, Xue Wuya's eyes looked forward again. It was a small piece of flat land next to the underground river, with more than 50 tents pitched along the river. Outside almost every tent, there was a monk wearing red robes sitting cross-legged. Let them pack up and prepare to leave. As for those children, Xue Wuya's eyes flashed with reluctance and pain. Throw them all into the river and get rid of them all. I guess I can't take them away. Xue Shaoqi said nothing, but he had just stood up and was about to walk to the other side of the river when he heard a cold snort from 5 steps away. I just woke up now, it's already too late. At this time, a palm covered with thick calluses and wrapped with black light, giving people a strong and vigorous feeling, suddenly poked out from the void and struck at Xue Wuya's chest and abdomen. Xue Wuya's expression changed drastically. He tried to avoid it at first, but then he realized that he couldn't avoid it no matter what. In his mind, that palm was like a huge mountain that was constantly expanding, filling the world and squeezing everything he had. He could only retreat half a foot in a hurry, and then a bloody sword light pierced out of his sleeve like a javelin and pierced directly into the palm of the hand. But the latter used his flesh and blood body to face the power of the weapon, but he had no intention of avoiding it. A moment later, as a dark luster dispersed, turning the surrounding stone layers into dust, the bloody sword was also blown away far away with a cry, and countless blood-colored threads continued to come from all sides. Spread out and fly out. The Great Extermination Palm. You are Qiu Qianqiu. Xue Wuya spit out a large amount of blood from his mouth, even mixed with internal organ fragments, but his figure also took advantage of the situation to retreat 100 feet, trying to get rid of Qiu Qianqiu's pursuit, but the latter followed him like a shadow, never leaving 5 steps away. And his second palm was already very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Xue Wuya. Xue Wuya sneered at this moment. Is it possible that you are the only one here today? At this time, Xue Wuya had retreated to a golden coffin placed on the side of the underground river. As Xue Wuya let out a loud roar, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net also let out a roar from within the golden coffin. The coffin lid shook violently and seemed to fly into the sky in the next moment. But at this moment, a white-haired old man appeared above the golden coffin. With a gentle step of his foot, he suppressed the turbulent golden coffin. There is no limit to the blood. Your blood sacrifice of 900 babies can be said to be the outrage of both humans and gods. The old man's face was cold. Countless threads stretched out from his fingers and wrapped around Xue Wuya's back. The latter's face turned pale as a sheet instantly, and his eyes were almost desperate. At this moment, Qiu Qianqiu's palm was already printed on his chest. Canopy. At the same time, Li Xian, who was waiting outside the underground river, looked at the rising mushroom cloud in front of him with extremely horrified eyes. And the next moment, a majestic shockwave swept across. At this time, Li Xian and Zhang Yu were okay, they could both stand motionless in place. Next to them, Li Qianqian and Peng Fulai slid back several feet before barely standing firm. Is this Qiu Qianqiu and Xue Wuya? Peng Fulai's expression was also extremely shocked. It's just the remaining strength of the fight. This is ridiculously strong. Those children in the dark river must be dead, right? No. Zhang Yu shook his head with admiration on his face. This is the greatness of that adult. He should guide the strength of both parties above the ground to ensure that the children in the underground river are safe and sound. Li Xian swallowed the saliva in his mouth and suppressed his shock. He thought that this power was probably not inferior to the US military's 300-ton TNT equivalent B-61-12 tactical nuclear bomb in the previous life. The force value in this world is really ridiculously strong. His ancestor Li Lexing froze 300 miles of the Huaihe River with a knife, which is indeed not a legend. The shock from the underground only lasted for about 3 minutes and then stopped. Li Xian and the other two had no chance to participate in the whole process. Their force is too weak, so they can only strike at the outside and prevent underground evil cultivators from escaping. However, the actions of Jiang Hanyun and others should have been very smooth. Soon after, the blood-stained Ma successfully escorted a group of children out. 325 in total, all unscathed. From Ma Chenggong's words, Li Xian also learned the story of this battle. There are 34 evil cultivators in total, and none of them are lower than the 5th level tower realm. Including Shui Wuya, who is at the 9th level tower realm, there are 4 cultivators who opened the 3rd door. This time they were all captured. In addition, there was a corpse king at the 10th level of the tower, who was suppressed by the manager. Ma Chenggong's expression was filled with admiration and admiration. Our new deputy hallmaster is really powerful. With just 2 palms, he blasted Shui Wuya until he was seriously injured and dying, and he also ensured that his palm power did not affect the surrounding 3 feet. His abilities are probably not inferior to those of the general manager. I heard that the higher-ups intend to let this person take over the position of Suzaku Hallmaster. If this happens, it will be a blessing for us. Li Xian thought to himself that Qiu Qianxiu was indeed powerful. The US military's tactical nuclear bombs could be fired or retracted, but Qiu Qianxiu could control them freely and use them repeatedly. This was a walking miniature nuclear bomb. No, a bomber with a bomb load of more than 1,000 bombs was used. To describe it more appropriately. Today, this person also made him deeply realize how huge the gap in force between himself and these top monks was. Li Xian didn't have the idea of acting like a real man. He just needed to have the power to protect himself in this world, and he also had to get rid of the threat to his life from the female ghost in red. However, according to Li Qianxian, if one day he no longer has to worry about the evil power of female ghosts, he will be almost at the level of Qiu Qianxiu. Next, Li Xian and others were instructed by Ma Chenggong to escort the children to Dushan Temple for resettlement. This Taoist temple is currently empty, has enough beds, and has all kinds of daily necessities in the kitchen and warehouse, making it suitable for housing these children. Although so many people have died in the temple and living here is a bit shabby, Lu Daosi can't find a better place at the moment. Moreover, there will be personnel from Lu Daosi stationed here in the next few days, so there is no need to worry about the evil spirits. What makes Li Xian distressed is that these rescued children are very well behaved, even so well behaved that it makes people feel heartbroken. They were like frightened deer waiting to be slaughtered, looking at the people of Lu Daosi with timid, guarded, yet willing eyes. No matter what Li Xian ordered, these children would obey obediently. When these children were given a bath and changed into clean clothes, Li Xian discovered that not only were they skinny, but they also had large bruises and pinholes on their bodies. This must have been done by drawing blood, which is a common method used by those evil cultivators. They use children as blood jars to sacrifice and refine evil magic weapons. Until no good blood can be drawn out, they will directly refine their souls. Ma Chenggong sighed softly and walked out the door. I'll go to Zhuke Hall and ask 2 doctors to come and take a look at them. Li Xian reminded from behind, ask them to bring some good medicine, don't worry about money. Then hire some chefs from outside to cook some delicious food for these children in the past few days to replenish their bodies. Ma Chenggong nodded and walked out without saying a word. He knew that although it would be extremely expensive, it would not require money from a poor man like him. The 4 people in Li Xian's group are all wealthy people who spend money without blinking an eye. Li Qianxian immediately glared at Zhang Yu. You think we want to? Do you know how many evil spirits there are in this world? Endless, countless. And how many people do we have in the 6th Dao Division? Only more than 40,000 in total. Even if they are all like Ma Duwei. If you are capable, you can be foolproof? Except for you 2nd-generation ancestors who are messing around, do you see any of us in the 6th Daosi Division who are free? Do you know that these days, the 6th Daosi Division has been busy trying to find the murderer of the blood sacrifice case? What happened? What qualifications do you, Zhang Yu, have to say these things? In the impressions of Zhang Yu and Peng Fulai, she had always been timid, but at this moment, the girl roared like a lioness, leaving Zhang Yu stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, aren't you also from the 6th Daosi Division? But what were you doing while we were patrolling the streets around the clock to investigate the case? You were joking with the girls in the brothel and drinking flower wine. Zhang Yu's old face couldn't help but turn red, and his lips were so tight that he couldn't speak. Peng Fulai also had a sly look on his face, looking around. Li Qianqian's words swept him in two. Li Xian's face was as cold as iron. Shut up. Li Qianqian was a little afraid of him for some reason. After hearing this, she immediately shrank and said no more. At this time, Li Xian glared at Zhang Yu coldly. Taishan, do you know that this year has not yet entered autumn? You reading www.ukanshu. Net 12 people in our Suzaku Hall have died? The former commander of Ming Yudu also died 2 months ago after fighting evil spirits. And Lama, he is usually very busy, and has never been home in the past 10 days since the incident. You are the one who enjoys a comfortable life relying on Lu Daosi. What qualifications do you have to make irresponsible remarks? Zhang Yu was speechless. He opened his mouth, and then punched the wall next to him, making a big hole in it. I just can't bear to see these children. I feel heartbroken, uncomfortable, and full of stomachache, of fire. Li Xian was a little surprised. Zhang Taishan has always been careless and heartless. Would wealthy second-generation officials like them care about the lives of children from poor families? Can you not stand the injustice in this world? We couldn't do anything about those who were already dead, but fortunately these children were rescued. Li Qianqian's impression of Zhang Yu has obviously changed, and her tone softened a lot. Actually, you don't have to be too sad. Things like this happen every year in Dajin, and there are quite a lot of them. The more you see it, she felt that there was something wrong with this kind of advice, so she quickly changed her voice and said, the captain has sent someone to notify the family members. Presumably, their parents will come to pick them up soon. Peng Fulai twitched the corners of his lips and sneered, pick them up? What if they are taken back? The ship is the coldest and wettest. Those who have injured their bodies like them may not survive. Even if they survive, the girl's length when you grow up and become a boat prostitute, a man also works hard all his life and is squeezed to death by the government. How is this different from living in hell? It is just living. Li Qianqian's face turned pale and she stopped talking. Li Xian couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. The atmosphere was dull after that, and it was not until early in the morning that the arrangement work came to an end. By the time Li Xian and others returned to the Zukatang Yamen, Peng Fulai and Li Qianqian were already exhausted. I won't be accompanying you anymore, I have to go back to sleep. Peng Fulai let out a big yawn. I really can't hold it anymore. I feel like fighting the girls for 10 rounds in the Qinhuai River is not so tiring. At this time, he looked at the door of Suzaku Hall in astonishment. Where are the stone lions here? Why is one missing? Li Xian was also surprised, but didn't think much about it. Now he just wants to clean up the aftermath and return home early. But then, he was called to the main hall of Suzaku Hall by Ma Chenggong. At this time, Zhang Hanyun and others were all present here. And when he stepped into the hall, several big guys inside all turned their attention to him. Suppressing demons and traveling with Li Xian? The white-haired old man sitting at the top glanced at Li Xian with his pale, pupilless eyes. He seemed to be very surprised. Very good, your cold power is worthy of being called even in the 4th level of the building. A leader, it is rare to be able to master both ice and thunder, and you are walking the same path as your ancestors. Li Xian gave a bitter smile and said humbly, I don't dare to be praised by the general manager. I am already 18 years old, but now I only have the cultivation level of a 3rd level building. How can I dare to be called a leader? Since you know you are lagging behind, just catch up. You are not inferior to others in talent, and your cold element true energy is indeed amazing. The old man smiled and then returned to the topic. Your boss told me that this time we were able to detect the Jiangjun Mountain blood sacrifice case and arrest Shuewoya. Li Xian, you are the one who takes the greatest credit and can be the first to do so. Li Xian still bowed slightly. it is the captain who praised me too much. The ability to solve this case is all due to the hard work of the brothers, and the subordinates only did their meager efforts. Meager strength? What you said is so embarrassing. You are so young, how can you talk like an old man? You are watertight. You should show off your vitality and momentum, which is better than mine. The white-haired old man shook his head and said disapprovingly, to make a long story short, I called you here this time to reward you for your merits. Zhang Hanyun said that you have made 5 achievements. One of them is that thunder meteorites were found at the Jiangjun mountain crime scene. Second, find out the origin of the 900 boys and girls. Third, find clues to where Shuewuya and others are hiding through autopsy. This is the key to solving these 2 major cases. Fourth, solve the wolf murder case. 5, discover traces of Shuewuya together with Zhang Hanyun. At this time, Li Xian's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by Lei Yun sitting next to him. The commander of the Fire Crow capital was holding a piece of food and chewing on it, making a clear and crisp sound from his mouth. Li Xian thought to himself, right? What this guy is eating seems to be a rock? Perhaps noticing Li Xian's gaze, Lei Yun glared back in displeasure, with an expression that seemed to say, what are you looking at? Lei Yun, spit and nail, do you have any objections to eating rocks? Li Xian then remembered that at Dushan Temple of Sanqing Temple, Lei Yun's subordinates mentioned that this guy once said, I will swallow the lion in one bite. Is he fulfilling his promise? No wonder the stone lion at the door has disappeared. It seems that this guy took it and ate it, but why didn't he swallow it in one gulp? By the way, is it okay to eat this stone? If this were an ordinary person, he would probably die immediately. Lei Yun clearly understood his expression. He snorted and tilted his head, took another bite of the stone in his hand, and then bit it with a click, click, click sound. It was too difficult to swallow the stone lion in one gulp. The best he could do was eat it slowly, which could not be considered as gaining weight by breaking his promise. At this time, the white-haired old man in the first place had already mentioned his reward for Li Xian. There are 5 achievements in total. I will remember your 6 major achievements and 3 minor achievements. I will also reward you with 3,000 taels of silver, 7 floors of the library in 8 days. Time limit, 2 6 Taoist yuan pills and 1 middle-grade magic weapon. Li Xian, are you convinced? My subordinates have no objections. Li Xian was extremely happy, and even felt that he deserved it. This reward is already very generous. Although the money given by the steward this time is a little less, the merit is enough. These great and small achievements can not only be exchanged for skills, magic weapons, elixirs, etc. from Ludeosi, but they are also qualifications, which can help him get promoted. As for the 6 paths human Yuan Dan and the middle-grade magic weapon, he was even more overjoyed. These were things that could directly enhance his strength. Especially for the former, Ludeosi's human Yuan Dan production is very small, so it rarely appears directly in the rewards. As for the 8 days on the 7th floor of the library, they were also extremely precious to him. And then there is my personal reward. The old man looked at Li Xian with burning eyes. 10 days ago, I made a promise to all the captains of the 6th Daosi division. If anyone can find the whereabouts of Shuewuya and the evil corpse, you can make a request to me. As long as it is within my ability and it is not too difficult, you can shu www.ukanshu.net I will not refuse. Li Xian's expression perked up and he was overjoyed. He had never heard of the promise made by the steward before. But then he thought of something again, and his expression began to struggle. After a full 2 minutes, Li Xian made up his mind. With a solemn expression, he bowed his hands to the old man. I would like to ask the manager to give those young children a chance, and the 6 Daosi will come forward to adopt them. Perhaps for these children, being able to return to their parents as soon as possible is the most important and happiest thing. But Li Xian knew that Peng Fulai's words were right, and that was just the beginning of another hell. And their Ludeosi is the only force in the world that can change the fate of these untouchables without caring about the laws of the court. As far as Li Xian knew, they did have the habit of adopting young children for training as a reserve manpower for Ludeosi, and Ludeosi was not short of this money. I can do this. The old man's eyes flashed, but are you sure? Li Xian, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Don't you rely on your own cultivation? If you ask me for help now, I even have a way to help you directly enter the 4th level. Li Xian was a little shaken for a moment, but when he thought of the children in Dushan Temple, he still shook his head slightly. A man once said what he said, it is hard to follow. This is my request, and I ask the manager to fulfill it. He knows how to practice the exercises himself, but he only has one chance to help these untouchables change their lives. Li Xian thought that this was the only thing he could do for these children. The old man first looked at Qiu Qianqiu next to him, and then laughed with great joy. Then it's settled, Li Xian, you have the heart of a bodhisattva, how can I not fulfill your mercy? When Li Xian came out of the lobby, he went directly to the backyard to cash in the reward first. The first was 2 6 Dao Ren Yuan pills. After Li Xian received these 2 pills from the alchemy room, he spent 2 small efforts to replace them with the 3rd Ren Yuan pill. This is a fixed share that he will have every year after he is promoted to the Demon Subduing Tour. He can exchange it for merit every year. There will be no more, unless it is exchanged for more meritorious deeds. 1 great power can be exchanged for 3, but this is not cost-effective. When Li Xian is promoted to captain, this great achievement can help him exchange for the Diyuan pill. The value of that thing is 50 times that of the Ren Yuan pill. In fact, under Ren Yuan Dan, there is also something like Qi Training Pill, which is also unique to Lu Daosi and can slightly increase a person's cultivation speed. But for Li Xian, this is also not a very cost-effective deal. Why exchange precious merits for something that can be bought with money? They sincerely believe that the Li family's Xiaoyang pill actually has similar effects to the Qilian Dan. After that, Li Xian went to the Tibetan artifact building, preparing to get the middle-grade magical weapon. The effects of low-grade magic weapons are weak, but at the mid-grade level, the effects are very obvious, enough to increase the strength of a martial artist at Li Xian's level by more than half a level. However, Li Xian even looked at 3 floors here and was not particularly satisfied. This is actually to be expected. There are so many people in Suzaku Hall, and there are more than 2,000 martial arts cultivators alone. If there were good magic weapons here, they would have been replaced long ago, and they would not have waited until now. Therefore, the monks of the 6th Daosi division usually go to the refining room to customize the artifacts that suit their needs after they have accumulated enough merits. The 12 spears used by Ma Qinggong are custom-made artifacts. However, this usually requires waiting for more than half a year or even a year. Li Xian could not wait that long, so he could only choose the best one from the Tibetan artifact building to use. Just when he reached the 6th floor of this building, Li Xian suddenly felt something strange. The female ghost in red behind him suddenly stretched out thousands of threads, blinding the magic in the building as if they were nothing, and stretched wildly towards the top of the building. Li Xian was immediately startled. The female ghost had not moved for several days. So many people had died in Dushan Temple before, and Li Xian had also used spiritualism, but he hadn't seen any movements from the female ghost, which made him somewhat relax his vigilance. He didn't expect that in such an important place as the Tsangchi building, this female ghost would suddenly do something like this to him. Fortunately, not only were the Dharma guards inside the artifact storage building not disturbed, but no one noticed the female ghost's unusual movements. Is there something on the upper floor? Li Xian simply tentatively asked the archangel who accompanied him to select the magic weapon. But when the question came out, Li Xian saw that the old man looked confused and didn't know what he meant. He hurriedly explained, is there anything in it that contains a lot of resentment? Of course Li Xian knew that the 7th floor above was where high-grade magical artifacts were stored. What he wanted to know was what attracted the blood-eyed girl behind him. Something with a lot of resentment or evil power? The old Dayankushi thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Master Yu Yu's cultivation is not high, but this spiritual awareness is really first class. Today there is indeed an evil object in this 7th floor. It is said that it is Xue Wuya's natal flying sword, which is the one we caught today. Because this object is extremely evil, it has accumulated a lot of resentment, it cannot be stored in the evidence room, so it can only be temporarily stored with us to suppress this device. Li Xian thought to himself, and sure enough, at this time, he had initially figured out the context of this female ghost. The only things that can interest her are resentment and evil power. The reason why the blood-eyed girl didn't react to the previous murder cases of Dushan Temple and Weishur was probably because the deceased in these two places did not have too strong resentment. Although there were many dead in the Dashangwan case, as many as 20 people in Jiangjun Mountain, the Dragon Cave under Panyan Lake, and today's Tibetan treasure building, Li Xian could guess what the female ghost extracted and absorbed even if he thought about it with his heels. This made him secretly have a headache and feel quite worried. Although there is no obvious evidence that the karma extracted by the female ghost is related to the increase in her power. After Jiangjun Mountain and Panyan Lake, the green spots on Li Xian's chest did not spread significantly. But recently, Li Xian really felt that the power of this female ghost's body was getting stronger and stronger. The most obvious phenomenon is that the thunder meteorite necklace on his body and the thunder method he practices every day can no longer completely prevent the invasion of evil. Although the green spots on Li Xian's chest spread relatively slowly, they accumulated day and night and became quite scary. The lost ground regained by the souls of the ancestors after the descending of Ishan has now been completely reverted to its old state, all lost. Li Xian had already made plans to go downstairs directly. He thought that he could not let the female ghost's power increase anymore, not to mention that things like resentment and evil power were not good things. Why did he suck so many of them here when he had nothing to do? But just when Li Xian started to think about it, the tens of thousands of threads that the female ghost in red was trying to reach upstairs retreated like a tide. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Accompanied by the treasury envoy, the search continued on this floor. What he finally fell in love with was a pair of red gold gloves. It was made of an unknown material. It had strong defensive power, was not afraid of swords, and could also breathe thunder and lightning. It was a very rare lightning magic weapon. That's it. Its name is Red Thunder Hand? Looking at the pair of gloves placed on the wooden shelf, Li Xian's eyes were a little confused. Just because the thunder method is the best of all methods, thunder magic weapons are also very rare. Li Xian didn't quite understand why such a treasure could be kept until now after entering the Tibetan treasure building a year ago. He thought it might be because there were too few people practicing the thunder method in the Six Paths division. This is indeed the most difficult type of essence to practice and get started with. Usually, out of 100 martial arts cultivators, less than one can practice the thunder method. In addition, it is even rarer to practice thunder element true yuan but work hard on the palms and fingers. However, although these gloves are very good, Li Xian himself is reluctant. This is his last resort. His Dongxian shocking divine finger has just started. Although I got the guidance from my ancestors, I mastered the martial arts of this fingering method in advance. But Li Xian knew that for a martial arts secret to be put into practical use, the minimum requirement is to form muscle memory and be able to use it instinctively. So if possible, he now wants a magic weapon knife, or an ice magic weapon. As long as the shape is not too weird, anything is fine. But in the entire artifact storage building, this was the only thing that caught his eye, and it could still be used. Sir Yu doesn't seem to like it very much? The library envoy saw Li Xian's thoughts in Yu phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net he sighed and unlocked the locker. Then he used his trembling hands to take out the red gold gloves with great caution and handed them into Li Xian's hands. Maybe this object is not to your liking, but I still ask you to treat it kindly. Most of the magical artifacts in this artifact collection building have their own stories, and so does this red thunder hand. It's the previous owner once held this weapon and killed 45 evil cultivators and 122 monsters in 9 years. A year ago in the Battle of Blood Rock Mountain in southern Xinjiang, this colleague of the 6th Daosi Division protected more than 1,000 civilians. He evacuated, cut off the rear alone, and died of exhaustion after fighting 7 monsters for an hour. It is said that before he died, this man dragged one of the monsters to death with him, so not only did his body turn into powder, but his soul also disappeared. At that time, this red thunder hand was also broken. It was this person's best friend. One of our 6 Daosi's weapon masters couldn't bear it and spent a lot of effort to repair it. Just because it was the only evidence of his friend's survival, Li Xian opened his eyes, then looked solemn, bowed slightly, and took the weapon into his hand solemnly. Senior, you can rest assured, I, Li Xian, will not let this weapon become dusty. As far as he knew, the mainland of the Jin dynasty was a time of peace. But in the northern and southern borders, there are still some deserted and barren places in the territory, where evil cultivators are actually rampant and demons are rampant. The war between the Six Paths Division and these demons has never stopped since 1,200 years ago, and these border areas are the main battlefields. The number of Six Paths demon subduers who die each year has never been less than 300. Li Xian considers himself to be life-loving, and he has absolutely no intention of committing suicide and treating death as home. Therefore, he also has special admiration for those people who are willing to risk their lives to protect the peace of the public. When Li Xian walked out of the storage building, he already had the pair of red thunder hands in his hands. Although Li Xian was disgusted with it before the exchange, after getting the item, Li Xian almost said the words "really fragrant." This glove fit extremely well against his skin and was very comfortable. After putting it on, there was no foreign body feeling at all. It was as if the glove was an inseparable part of his body. It can even change colors according to the owner's wishes, so there is no need to maintain the current rich gold. Li Xian tried to slash with his waist knife again, but he was not injured at all, not even a white mark was left. It must be mentioned here that the waist knife used by Li Xian was not the standard version of Lideosi, but a 100 refined sword that he found at home. It is extremely sharp and tough, and its lethality is comparable to that of a low-level magic weapon. But even this knife cannot damage this red thunder hand at all. He tried to use the Dongshan shocking divine finger again, and his hands instantly exploded with lightning, and the power generation was more than 5 times higher than before. Of course, this is because Li Xian has just practiced the thunder method not long ago, and he does not have much accumulated thunder power, so he has not achieved success. The key is that the thunder and lightning carried by the red thunder hand also has a certain suppressive effect on the evil spirit of the female ghost. And just as Li Xian was walking towards the outer courtyard in great joy, he saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. That was Zhang Hanyun, standing with a frown in front of the demon suppression tower dedicated to suppressing evil spirits. She was not as excited and high-spirited as she was after just solving a major case. Instead, she looked dazed and worried, as if she was thinking about something. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, then walked over. "Master Colonel." "Li Xian?" Zhang Hanyun came back to her senses immediately. She looked at Li Xian in surprise. "Why haven't you gone back yet? Didn't you tell me? We Mingyu don't need to be on duty for the past 3 days." This was the decision made by the Demon Lord, to give everyone in Mingyu City 3 days of rest. In recent days, everyone in Mingyu City has indeed been the most miserable and tired group of people in the 6th Daosi Division. "I came here to change magic weapons." Li Xian waved his shining golden gloves in front of Zhang Hanyun. "I see that you have been standing here for a long time, sir, but what are you worried about? What can I have on my mind?" Zhang Hanyun laughed very casually, and then moved his gaze to the door of the demon suppression tower. "It's just that the evil corpse gave me a feeling that something was not right, so I felt a little bit in my heart disturbed." "Something's wrong?" This time it was Li Xian's turn to be stunned for a while, and he asked in confusion, "May I ask what's wrong? It can't be fake, right?" Zhang Hanyun stared slightly. "That is indeed a corpse king, but Xiaolei told me that its smell is slightly different from the one we met before." Li Xian's first reaction after hearing this was disbelief. He wondered if this 4-tailed fox was mistaken. Could it be that there is a second corpse king in Nanjing City? But then he realized that this spirit fox couldn't lie, and its authority on smell was something he couldn't challenge. And for a case investigator, it is best to look at everything with suspicion and not let go of any possibility. In addition, the female ghost in red only appeared after he encountered Shui Woya. Judging from the reaction of the female ghost in Jianjun Mountain, it was obvious that this case was related to her. But the arrest of Shui Wuya and the evil corpse did not resolve the female ghost's obsession. In fact, Li Xian had always wanted to see Shui Wuya and the evil corpse with his own eyes, but until this person and his corpse were sealed in the demon suppression tower, he had no chance to see them. Then did the captain inform the manager? Li Xian instinctively cheered up. He realized that for him, this matter was not over yet. Le Chanxian said that to solve the problem of evil attacking one's body, the most effective way is to resolve the obsession of this wish-keeping spirit. I've said it before, but I can't produce any evidence. In the end, the manager just said that he would torture Shui Wuya and others about this matter. I also suggested waiting for a few more days to lift the martial law in the city, but the manager didn't agree. Zhang Hanyun frowned. I'm thinking, maybe it's Xiaolei who made a mistake. Xiaolei, who was lying on her shoulder, suddenly made a coo sound, as if protesting Zhang Hanyun's question. Li Xian fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, I had a question before. Yesterday, Xiaolei tracked the silenced person to the Qinhuai River. He said that there were too many people with similar smells, so he lost track of that person. I want to know, does the person with a similar smell here refer to the brothel girl over there? It should be, right? According to it, it is a female human. Zhang Hanyun said uncertainly, and then her eyes lit up. I almost forgot, there is another clue here. The criminals of the Shui Wuya case and the Jiangjun Mountain blood sacrifice case have not been fully apprehended yet. After Li Xian pondered, he said in a requesting tone, in addition, I also want to take a look at the underground river. Maybe I can find other clues. Underground river? Zhang Hanyun hesitated. It's better to wait for 2 more days. At that time, several evil cultivator remnant souls left, and our people were still looking for them to eliminate them. Your cultivation level is too weak, and you rashly entered Yuji Big Risk. Li Xian immediately gave up the idea. These evil practitioners were terrifying even if they lost their bodies. With my shallow cultivation, I might be in danger of being taken away from me. However, Zhang Hanyun was willing to continue pursuing this case, which was good news for him. While Li Xian and Zhang Hanyun were discussing, they were in the Tsunchi building not far away. The library envoy who guided Li Xian to select the magic weapon had already walked up to the 7th floor, and then looked at the center of the floor with a puzzled expression. It was a transparent crystal box, and inside was a flying sword suspended in the air. The crystal box itself is not only engraved with various mysterious arrays of runes, but its outer layer is also covered with various bright yellow runes. What surprised the library user was the sword itself. The color is different from before. The shocking evil energy that can kill tens of thousands of people in an instant has also disappeared for some reason. You actually gave him the Red Thunder hand? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the old library envoy. This was a man with broad shoulders and a broad back, with the appearance of a bear and a tiger. After he appeared, he looked at the crystal box in front of him in astonishment. Strange? Why did this sword become like this? I'm just wondering, in this half an hour, it's no different from an ordinary flying sword. The old official raised his white eyebrows slightly. You reading www.ukanshu.net, his eyes full of confusion. Is Zhou Qianqiu's great annihilation palm so powerful? It can refine Shui Wuya's blood for decades. The evil force was dispersed with one palm? The man with the posture of a bear and a tiger thought for a moment and shook his head indifferently. After all, he is the most promising person in our 6th Daosi division to aspire to the throne in recent years. It is not unusual to have such palm power. He then changed his tone. The Red Thunder Hand is an object that contains martial intent. Before Lu Liangyuan's death, his martial intent was sublimated and integrated into this artifact. The reason why the above placed this object the purpose of entering our Tibetan artifact building is to guide the younger generations and find suitable people in our Zhuke Hall to inherit Lu Liangyuan's strong martial spirit. You actually gave away such a precious thing like this? Did you know that now this Zhuke Hall is just like this? There are several outstanding juniors. This is the fate between them. The library official interrupted him before he could finish his words. Master, you know that with the characteristics of the Red Thunder Hand, there are many people below the 6th floor. People who are fearless, brave, and loyal cannot be ignored. Without such a character, they would not be able to see these Red Thunder Hands. Since Li Xian can see it, it is his destiny. Of course I know. The man's face was complicated, and he looked towards the direction outside the building, but I also know that Li Xian is the queen of Qingyi, a bastard, absurd, and dissolute young master. Such a person can inherit his good relationship. The divine will of martial arts? The old clerk couldn't help but laugh. He turned back and glanced at the man. Master, you can never just look at the surface. And even you and I, how can we really understand ourselves? Only a critical moment, only when there is a thin line between life and death can we see the true nature. I can only say that it is indeed fate between them. It is really a blessing for me, Six Daosi, to be able to win this weapon. After returning to Uncle Chingy's mansion, Li Xian originally wanted to go back to his room to catch up on his sleep. But as soon as he entered the house, he was informed by the housekeeper that there was a guest at home. And when he came to the lobby, his scalp felt tight. Just because the person sitting in the hall is none other than the newly appointed deputy head of the Suzaku Hall, Xiao Qianxiu, the real master of Fumo. Li Xian had the intention to exit directly, but the sharp-eyed Mrs. Liu had already spotted his figure, and was immediately overjoyed. Xianji, come over quickly to see the ceremony. This is your uncle, your mother's son, Mr. Qianxiu Qiu. Li Xian glanced at Li Qingji, who was calm, and wondered if the two would fight, and if he was affected, what would he do? As he walked over, he saluted Xiao Qianxiu, my nephew, pay homage to Uncle Shi. Xiao Qianxiu looked at him up and down, lingering on his hands for a moment, and then he said with admiration in his eyes, actually, I have met him once before in Juke Hall. You are a good boy, regardless of your temperament and ability. Excellent, worthy of being Shiyu's child. Li Xian couldn't help but blink, thinking that this person's name was very kind. Lu Shiyu, this was his mother's maiden name. Then Xiao Qianxiu changed his tone again. It's a pity that your father raised you crookedly in the past few years, which almost ruined your great talent. Fortunately, you were able to find your way back in the end. I am very happy for you. Li Chengji immediately broke a few beards and his eyes became cold. It was indeed a bit ridiculous in the past few years. My nephew always regrets it when he thinks about it. Li Xian laughed, but at that time, my nephew was young and frivolous, and he was confused. It had nothing to do with my father. You are quite protective of him. Instead of being angry, Xiao Qianxiu's eyes became more appreciative. He then took out a pair of boots and a small elixir bottle from his sleeves, and threw them to Li Xian. This is a meeting gift prepared for you by my uncle. I hope you like it. After Li Xian took it in his hands, his eyes lit up. These iron boots were obviously a low-grade magic weapon. He thought it was a good idea. He was almost ready with all the shiny armor, and now all that was missing was his head. As for the elixir bottle, Li Xian did not look at it as it was not suitable in front of guests, but given Xiao Qianxiu's status, it must not be ordinary. The atmosphere in the lobby was not bad. Although it was not very lively, it was full of interest and harmony. Xiao Qianxiu and Li Chengji were also talking and laughing, like a pair of old people who had been separated for many years. Friend. Li Xian first secretly laughed at himself for thinking too much, and then cheered up. Together with his brother Li Yan, he listened to his father's 3 stories about the past. It wasn't until the sky got dark that Mrs. Liu stood up with lingering thoughts. You guys chat first, I'll go and order the kitchen to prepare the food and wine. Qianxiu, Qingji, he heard that you were back, but he spent a lot of money to prepare Wutan for 20 years. Jiananshan. You have been there for many years. See you, I'm sure I'm going to have a good time tonight. Also, I asked the kitchen to prepare lion's head, salted duck, and gourd beauty's liver, all of which were your favorite dishes when you were young. When Mrs. Liu's figure disappeared from the back hall, Li Yan's figure immediately jumped to the corner like a rabbit. Before Li Xian could react, he found that his surroundings had turned into a bloody purgatory. On one side of him is Li Qingji's majestic cold power, and on the other side is Xiao Qianxiu's raging flames. In addition, he also contains a trace of destructive power. Li Xian thought, let me go. It turns out everything was an illusion before, and he didn't even notice it. Then he also dodged and retreated to Li Yan's side. Fortunately, both Li Qingji and Xiao Qianxiu controlled their strength so as not to hurt him, allowing Li Xian to evacuate from the battlefield safely. At this time, Li Qingji picked up the teacup and blew the tea leaves on the water nonchalantly. If you didn't stay well in Xizang, why did you come back? I have an order from above, so I dare not disobey it. Xiao Qianxiu sighed, his dark face full of regret. It's not that you people are useless, so that the demon atmosphere in Jiangnan has increased so much. Why should I go back here? Sadly? I've written down what you said, and I'll tell your manager when I get the chance. Li Qingji blew tea leaves again. Those who know etiquette should know that this is serving tea to thank guests. Xiao Qianqiu didn't care at all. I'm here to see Shiyu, not someone who has been dismissed from office and awaits investigation. To be honest, I really didn't expect that Shiyu still remembers my preferences. Li Qingji's face turned green. Shiyu is my wife, and her maiden name is not something that just anyone can call her. Are you afraid? Xiao Qianqiu looked at Li Qingji gloomily. Are you afraid that I will take Shiyu back? He didn't wait for Li Qingji to reply, and smiled coldly. You should be afraid. You are a bastard who takes advantage of others' danger and steals love with a knife. When I entrusted Shiyu to your care, is this how you repay your brother? Li Xian, who was standing in the corner now, looked at his elder brother with complaints. Why didn't you remind me? You yourself are weak in cultivation and short-sighted and don't know the direction of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine / phoneme. Are you blaming me instead? Li Yin said coldly. Can these two love rivals do anything good if they get together? When mother was here, they after more than 100 rounds of fighting under the table, is it okay for my mother to leave now? Li Xian was stunned for a moment, thinking that the martial arts skills of these two were really great. He just didn't notice it at the time and really thought that these two were brothers. Seeing that half of the lobby was getting colder and colder, and the temperature in the other half was getting higher and higher, Li Xian couldn't help but look at the roof worriedly. You reading www.ukanshu. Net he was worried that the lobby would collapse. At this time, Li Xian happened to hear the words I will entrust Shiyu to your care and thought that something was wrong with his old man. The so-called friend's wife should not be deceived. This is indeed against the moral principles of brothers. But then he heard Li Qingji's dissatisfied shouting, you have practiced boy kung fu yourself and you still blame me. Xiao Qianqiu, what's the point of this? Li Xian almost bit his tongue, and then looked at Xiao Qianqiu with extremely shocked eyes. The rumored boy skill that requires you to remain a virgin for 20 years? This is such a ruthless person, no wonder he has to reach the throne at the age of 50. At this time, Li Yin took out a stack of banknotes with a face value of 1,000 taels. Would you like to bet whether the two of them will fight directly? Li Xian thought about it carefully and took out the Han Jiaoju. I bet you can't. He guessed that Xiao Qianqiu would probably come to visit him in the future. As for his old man, he was as afraid of Mrs. Lu as a tiger. Li Yin was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then took the banknote back with great regret. Then why bet? It's boring. In less than a minute, Li Xian saw Mrs. Lu walking out of the back hall. He couldn't help but look at Li Yan in astonishment and disbelief, and gained a new understanding of the lower limit of his brother's character. This guy must have heard Lu's footsteps before. The spiritual sense and hearing of high-level martial arts practitioners are so good. Strangely enough, the moment before Mrs. Lu walked in, the lobby was still filled with ice and fire. But when Mrs. Lu walked in with a smile, the cold air and heat inside were gone. No matter the floor or the seats, there was no trace of the extreme temperature left. This huge hall is once again as harmonious as spring. Just when Li Xian returned to Uncle Chingy's mansion, two women in red dresses were walking along the underground river where Shui Wuya was captured. Their figures seemed to be both virtual and real, and they ignored all obstacles such as the soil and stone layers here. Along the way, those 6 paths demon slayers and Yingtian Fuyaman who were still searching for the river had no idea of their existence. Is this where Shui Wuya was captured? Finally, the two women stopped on the flat land on a riverbank, and the older one began to look around. She is about 30 years old, has a pair of impressive narrow phoenix eyes, wears a high hat on her head, and has an extremely luxurious look. After about 2 breaths, she landed on a deep pit. Those were the battle traces left by Xiao Qianqiu, which actually caused the entire soil within a 10-foot radius to directly vaporize. Xiao Qianqiu's great extermination palm has reached such a state? Shui Wuya was defeated unjustly. But I heard before that Dushan temple dealt with it very cleanly, leaving no traces of everyone's souls, so how did you find this place? This matter has not been investigated clearly by the disciples. This is a young-looking woman, about 20 years old, with a cinnabar mark in the center of her eyebrows. Her expression is frightening, but according to our insider, the general was discovered this time. The Mountain Blood Sacrifice case, the first effort to capture Shui Wuya, was recorded in the name of Li Xian. That is, the second son of the Chengyi family Li Xian? How could it be him? Xiang'er, you've made me curious. The older woman was stunned for a while, and then asked, speaking of which, why haven't you attacked him yet? Disciple can't find a suitable opportunity. The young woman called Xiang'er shook her head and said, for some reason, Li Qingji is very concerned about his safety. According to the information we inquired about, this person was a child of Li Xian when he was a child. He asked an expert to set a ban on him. From then on, no matter where Li Xian was, Li Qingji could sense the direction. Therefore, any action is meaningless unless the child is killed directly. Originally, we wanted to take advantage of Cui Hongshu's case and send him to Yingtianfu prison to slowly process it and remove the legal ban on this person. Unfortunately, we failed in the end. But now, Li Qingji has been dismissed from office and has been in the city. She remembered something and said apologetically, just a few days ago, Li Qingji took Li Xian to Poyan Lake and repaired the ban on Chen Han's tomb at the bottom of the lake. The disciples were worried about their lack of strength and worried about alerting the snake, so it was a small mistake, but he didn't show up to stop it. Chen Han's tomb cannot be entered by anyone other than a 7th grade official. The disciples guessed that Li Qingji borrowed Li Xian's help to repair it at that time. Just a few days ago, Li Xian was promoted to the rank of Demon Slayer. You were right not to stop him. Li Changqi's ability in the Yangtze River system is almost as high as the heavens. You are definitely not able to compete with him. The older woman nodded, and then said incredulously, I didn't expect that this dandy and dissolute second-generation ancestor would actually become a big problem for you and me. As long as the situation permits, the disciple will deal with this person as soon as possible. Xiang'er smiled bitterly and said, but the situation in Nanjing City is very bad now. Xiao Qianqiu is a general of the 6th Daosi Division. He has achieved outstanding results in the past 20 years. He is called the Pillar of the Western Heaven of the 6th Daosi Division and holds the golden beam across the sea. This is the arrival of this person will definitely give the Suzaku Hall a completely new look. On the other hand, we broke Shui Wuya's arm at the critical moment, and even the corpse king he refined fell into the hands of the enemy. But the older woman didn't take it seriously after hearing this. It's a pity that Shui Wuya was captured, but it's a blessing in disguise. Look, isn't the martial law in Nanjing City lifted? The 6th Daosi Division will also end the city-wide search. She smiled brightly and looked at the 2 demon-suppressing captains nearby who were holding compasses and walking along the river. For us, isn't this the best news? And if this plan succeeds, Xiao Qianqiu will, so what if he has the power to cover the sky? It was late at night when Xiao Qianqiu left Uncle Qingyi's mansion. Li Xian originally thought that Li Qingji would be very happy, but the 2 people hugged each other at the door, laughed and cried. Not only did they confide in each other, but they also sang loudly. This scene made both Li Xian and Li Yan look confused. However, it can be seen that these 2 people were indeed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme friends in their youth. After bidding farewell to Qiao Qianqiu, Li Xian hurried back to his bedroom and sat down cross-legged on the bed. It was already the end of Haishur, which was almost 11 o'clock in modern time. It would be too late if he didn't move Zhou Tian to do his homework. What's more, he still has 3 Ludaoreng Yuan Dan in his hand today, which makes Li Xian even more excited. But before entering meditation, Li Xian first took a look at the pill bottle given by Qiao Qianqiu, and then he raised his eyebrows slightly, overjoyed, thinking that today was really his lucky day. It was the 5 Thunder pill from the Tianchi mansion in Longhu Mountain. Its function was to increase the thunder essence. Li Xian thought to himself that Uncle Qiushi was really discerning, and he could see that he had already embarked on the path of practicing both ice and thunder. This is currently the most useful thing to him. Even if the thunder power that the 5 Thunder God pills can increase is not much, it is still very meaningful to him. Every increase in Li Xian's thunder power can help him fight against the Yin evil. Those boots are also very good. Although they are iron boots, they are called Flying Thunder. It can greatly reduce the user's weight and make the user's movement speed more agile. UU reading www.ukanshu.net. At the same time, it can also summon lightning to surround it and walk quickly with the help of thunder and lightning. This was obviously a gift specially prepared for him by Qiao Qianqiu, which showed his thoughtfulness. Li Xian took the 5 Thunder God pill that night. It was a completely different feeling from the 6 Paths Human Yuan pill. First of all, it is delicious and feels like candy in your mouth. After taking it, Li Xian felt numb all over his body, as if thunder and lightning were walking in his body. Even the soul was no exception. When Li Xian visualized it again, he easily visualized the Xinxiao destruction thunder with 10,000 volts and 100,000 kilowatt-hours, without any effort at all. He was extremely surprised, and then he increased the voltage to 15,000 volts and 200,000 kilowatt-hours, just as easily. It wasn't until Li Xian doubled this number that he felt a little overwhelmed. This time, Zhou Tian's transportation lasted for more than 30 rounds. It was not until the end of the hour that the power of the 5 Thunder God pills was finally exhausted. After finishing his meditation, Li Xian couldn't help but walked out of the room and used the Dongxian Jing finger in the small courtyard. Without the help of any magic weapon or external force, Li Xian saw traces of purple electricity wrapping around his body. Especially at the fingertips, a tiny thunderball suddenly condensed. This thunder element's true energy has increased more than 3 times. It is equivalent to his usual practice of more than 20 days. The key is that the green spot on his chest has shrunk a bit, regaining a lot of lost ground. Li Xian couldn't help but smacked his lips, missing the taste of the 5 Thunder pills. Unfortunately, pills like Longhu Mountain are rarely spread among the outside world, and even if ordinary people have money, they have no way to buy them. He then looked at another pill bottle containing the 6 Paths Human Yuan pill, and was already imagining how his cultivation had increased after taking these 3 pills. In the early morning, Li Xian asked his eldest follower Li Dala to carry a basket of cooked bone soup and follow him to the capital god temple near Jiming Temple in the north of the city. There are many city gods temples in Jilin, and Nanjing is the capital of the country, so the imperial court consecrated a capital city gods temple in the city, which was the first of the southern city gods and Jinling's other city gods temples. It had theoretical control over the city gods' temples south of the Yangtze River. Since the Chinese Ghost Festival is approaching on July 15, the incense in the capital city gods' temple is very strong. When Li Xian arrived, the place was already crowded with people. The Hungry Ghost Festival is the festival of the Qingshu Emperor, the Diguan among the 3 great emperors. The land gods are all under the jurisdiction of the Diguan, so it is customary for people to worship the city gods and the land in various places before the Hungry Ghost Festival. Li Xian spent all his strength and finally squeezed into the main hall to worship the city god. Then he came to a remote alley next to the city god's hall, in front of a shrine that was only half a person tall. The statue enshrined inside is a mastiff, and its name is General Ting Tian. The incense here is still very strong. After worshipping the city god, the believers of the city god will, as usual, burn some incense for the mythical beast that is said to be the most useful and beloved in front of the city god's throne. Li Xian first offered this person 3 pillars of incense that were as tall as 1 person, and then muttered something. "Brother Mastiff, Li Xian took the liberty to come to visit today, please take the time to see me." "I heard that, Brother Mastiff, you like to eat bone soup, Li Xian. I specially invited the chef of Sanweiju to make some for you. In fact, he had wanted to visit this Tian Mastiff even after the meeting at Zhuke Hall. It's just that I have been busy these days and have no time." However, Li Xian repeated it 3 times in a row, but he didn't see any reaction from the statue, and there was no movement around. Instead, it attracted sideways glances from the surrounding pilgrims. "Let the mythical beast in front of the city god see. Take a look. What is the background of this young man? His face is very big." After waiting for about 10 minutes, Li Xian couldn't help but shook his head slightly in disappointment. "Let's go back. What about these dragon bone soups?" Li Dalo mentioned a large basket in his hand. "How about putting it here? This thing is really tiring for him. It weighs more than 100 kilograms, and it is more than 10 miles from Uncle Chingy's mansion in the south of the city to here. Why are you putting it here? Of course you are taking it back to eat." Li Xian glared at his long follower. "It cost 200 taels of silver. The most authentic dragon bone soup in Sanweiju. Even if General Ting Tian doesn't like it, he can't do it. Wasted. Ordinary dragon bone soup is certainly not worth the price of 200 taels, even if it is made by a world-renowned chef. But the dragon bone in this soup comes from a horned crocodile. It is a crocodile with horns, and its body is similar to the Nile crocodile. Because it is a dragon descendant, it is a demon at birth, so it is a real dragon bone soup. There are still quite a lot of horned crocodiles in this world. In ancient times, there was no idea of animal protection. On the contrary, because of these monsters, many people were killed along the river, and there were shouts of beating and killing everywhere. Therefore, there are monks who specialize in hunting horned crocodiles and sell them to restaurants in major cities. One tail can be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 taels. Li Xian couldn't help feeling that the dragons in this world were quite undignified. They were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme ridden or eaten. Take it back? But Master God will be angry. Li Dala pouted, feeling that his young master was very uncouth, but then he sighed softly and walked out again with the basket in hand. But just as the two of them walked out of the city god's temple, they saw a mastiff flying in the air. Li Xian, you are so unreasonable. You have sent this bone soup to me, and you still want to take it back. It's so insincere, too unrestrained, too unworthy of a son of a man. Li Xian suddenly felt happy, thinking that the information provided by Lu Qianxian was indeed correct. This mastiff under the city god really couldn't resist the delicacy of dragon bone soup. He signaled Li Dalo to put down the basket, and Ting Tian mastiff unceremoniously lifted the lid off and took a sip first. Sure enough, it is made by the chef of Sanweiju. It is really delicious. Ting Tian mastiff's face showed a look of enjoyment. Is there any wine? Did you bring wine? This dragon bone soup does not contain wine, and it still lacks some flavor. Li Xian smiled and took out 2 porcelain bottles from his sleeves. They are both Wanglong Zui from Sanweiju. It is said that the output is limited. I spent more than 100 taels and could only buy 2 bottles. That's enough. Ting Tian mastiff was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and sucked a ball of wine from the porcelain bottle into his mouth. His expression became even more intoxicated. Master Mastiff, I never tire of fine food and fine food. This combination is just right. If you bring a big vat of ordinary rice wine, come on, I'm not used to it. It ate and drank like crazy, and quickly ate most of the bones in the dragon bone soup. Then this person looked at Li Xian with a stern expression and said with some embarrassment, I know why you are here, but I really can't help you with what you want to ask. Li Xian frowned and said in disbelief, how could it be possible? With all your abilities, brother Mastiff, you don't know the origin and whereabouts of the female ghost behind me? I know it, but I don't dare to say it. Ting Tian Mastiff's face turned bitter, and he twitched his tail. If I tell you, there will be endless troubles. Not only may my life not be saved, but my master will also be implicated. Endless disaster? Is it that serious? Li Xian inexplicably remembered a famous scene in Journey to the West, where the fighting Buddha fought with the 6-eared macaque, and together they got in front of Ksitigarbha Buddha and asked Ksitigarbha Buddha's mount to listen carefully to distinguish the true from the false. What I heard in the end was, although he has a name, he cannot be revealed to his face, nor can he be helped to capture him. He also said, if you say it to your face, you might be afraid of evil spirits and disturbing the palace. UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme a book www.ukanshu. Net makes the underworld uneasy, and in the end they can only let these two go to find Tathagata Buddha together. Could it be that this disaster is so big that even the city god cannot contain it? You really can't say anything? Then you can recommend someone to me who can say it, right? None of this. Do you think the origin of the person behind you is simple? How can he be like an emperor without experiencing extraordinary things? Ting Tian Mastiff shook his head decisively and said, actually, there are some people in Jinling City who are like this. People with magical powers. But are you sure you want to go find them? That's like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, and a meat bun will hit me, and there will be no return. Li Xian could only retreat and do the next best thing. Then Brother Mastiff can teach me a few ways to save my life? No. Perhaps because he was worried that Li Xian would fall out, Ting Tian Mastiff held the last bone in his mouth and said in a vague voice, I'm just a dog, don't think of me as a god. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh, that's all. I originally wanted to give you a golden body, Brother Mastiff, but now it seems that I can save this money. You guys only have this little bit of talent. Tingtian Mastiff glanced at Li Xian with disdain. Don't even think about using this trick. With my ability to listen carefully, I don't know how many people want to build a golden body for me. But I don't lack incense or a golden body. Disdain to pay attention. Li Xian thought that he was right. The ability of this Tingtian Mastiff was like a 24-hour surveillance camera covering the entire city. Anyone who meets this person will probably have to pay tribute. He can only bow his hands to Tingtian Mastiff with great regret. Li is concerned about his own life and is in a hurry. Please don't blame me if your words offend me. But just when he was about to leave, he heard the Tian Mastiff suddenly shout, "Wait a minute." When Li Xian turned around, he found that the Tingtian Mastiff was looking at a certain part of his body with burning eyes. Li Xian checked and found that Tingtian Mastiff was looking at his own hands. He shook his hand, and sure enough he heard the Tian Mastiff's eyes move accordingly. At this time, Tingtian Mastiff finally came to his senses. Where did this pair of gloves on you come from? Obtained from the artifact collection building of our Zhuke Hall. Li Xian asked curiously, is there anything weird about this magical artifact? I'm just wondering how it fell into your hands. Tingtian Mastiff looked puzzled and scratched his chin with his forelimb. Could it be that you, Li Xian, are really a gentleman? Li Xian couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Mastiff, you said the word gentleman yourself. This name has done me a lot of harm in recent days. Now when colleagues in Lideosi see him, the first thing they say will definitely be brother, a gentleman. It's also good that some female colleagues look at him in a normal way. Tingtian Mastiff still has the authority, and Li Xian, who has been certified by him, must be a true banded gentleman, who is as good as discussing and polishing. Hey! You are getting an advantage in being nice. I heard that when you were on duty these days, you flirted with women in your free time. Before that, who in Lideosi would pay attention to you? Tingtian Mastiff hummed in his mouth, you wait here, I will ask my master. Since you have this thing in your hand, maybe this matter can turn around. It wagged its tail, then flashed and entered the city god's temple. Li Xian waited for a full hour before he saw the figure of Tingtian Mastiff again. Master, please forgive me and say that it is impossible to get rid of the one behind you. He can't help you completely resolve the evil, and can only relieve it once or twice. This method can slow down the speed at which you are infected by the evil force by 20 to 30%. Li Xian, are you willing to accept it? Li Xian immediately looked solemn and suppressed the surprise in his heart. Of course I am willing. It's a pity that he didn't find a permanent cure, but with this temporary cure, he could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a little longer. How could Li Xian refuse? He thought that as long as he could catch up with the female ghost's cultivation speed, this temporary solution could also cure the root cause. But there are conditions. Tingtian Mastiff's eyes were fixed. The Ghost Festival is coming in a few days. You need to get here before the fourth quarter of the Ghost Festival. The master has something he needs you to do. At 4 o'clock in the hour, that is, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at dusk. Li Xian didn't think too much before he promised, yes, as long as it is within my ability, I will never refuse. However, Brother Mastiff, can you give me an advance payment? I guess Brother Mastiff doesn't want me to die before I go to the appointment. Drop it? I expected you to say that. Tingtian Mastiff opened his mouth and spat out a light red talisman. You can stick this talisman behind your back and it will protect you for 10 days, but only if you don't commit suicide yourself. Li Xian was overjoyed and took the talisman with both hands respectfully. There's one more thing. Hearing the Mastiff hesitated to speak, it shyly used its forelimbs to stir the weeds in front of it. Well, since you got your wish today, then the golden body you mentioned is no. Just when it said this, it heard Li Xian say with an expression of emotion, I know this. Brother Mastiff disdains the golden body and incense, but Li's heart must not be less. These 2 days are free. Li will go and donate this gold-shaped silver coin to the orphans, widows and disabled people in the city, so that they can also receive your kindness, General Tingtian. Tingtian Mastiff's face suddenly darkened, and he suddenly realized that he was still too naive, and that the talisman seemed to have been given too early. What does the life and death of the orphans, widows and disabled people in Jinling City have to do with it? What it wants is a golden body, a golden body. But just when it was about to say something, a powerful voice like a bell suddenly came from the ears of one person and one dog. Good. Ting Tian Mastiff's vision immediately went dark, and he almost fell from the air. Li Xian looked confused. He was not sure whether the voice came from the city god. God's mercy, he just wanted to make a joke with this mastiff brother. Li Xian thought he really had 3 days of rest, but he soon realized that he was overthinking it. The day after visiting the city god's temple, Li Xian was invited out of Chinese mansion by Zhang Hanyun. He was invited with a knife, so Lieutenant Zhang held the knife on his waist and stared at him for about a minute, and Li Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that Zhang Hanyun's murderous intent was becoming more and more abundant, and his neck might be chopped off by Zhang Hanyun at any time. Although he knew this was impossible, the pressure Zhang Hanyun put on him on the mental level was still too much for him to bear. Didn't the manager say that I can take a 3-day bath? Li Xian yawned, looking very dissatisfied. Let me go home and have a good sleep. This is what you said yourself, Captain. Why did you suddenly break your promise and gain weight? He had just gotten up early and practiced martial arts for 2 hours, and was about to take a nap. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Hanyun didn't look guilty at all. Her eyes were as sharp as blades. After I went back and thought about it the day before yesterday, I still can't let it go. I have to get to the bottom of this blood sacrifice case. Li Xian thought about what he had said to Zhang Hanyun the day before yesterday, and then cheered up. Then let's go to the Qinhuai River now. Sir, do you have any new clues? When it comes to his own life, Li Xian's attitude is different. Zhang Hanyun shook his head. Let's go to the underground river first. Didn't you say we wanted to take a look? It just so happened that the seal there was lifted today. This Li Xian hesitated, wondering if there was any use for him to go now. In terms of on-site investigation, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net he only has 7 orifices and 5 orifices, and he will never be stronger than those veteran detectives of Ludeosi. Before, he just wanted to rely on spiritualism and the female ghost in red behind him to see if he could gain anything. But now it has been 48 hours since Shui Wuya was captured the day before yesterday, and the remaining spirits of those evil cultivators may have been dispersed long ago, or have returned to the underworld. Rong Li Xian then thought of the environment of the underground river. The place was dark and full of yin energy, which was quite suitable for ghosts. Then let's take a walk. He then took out an earth dragon from the stable of Uncle Chingy's mansion and followed Zhang Hanyun out of the mansion. However, along the way, Li Xian's horse was very restless. It kept twisting its body, even sitting and shaking, and almost hit people, making Li Xian sweat profusely. Zhang Hanyun quickly saw the truth. You can't control your true energy? Why do you feel that your control of your true energy is getting worse and worse? The reason why the earth dragon was so irritable was because the thunder and cold power leaked out from Li Xian's body from time to time. Li Xian smiled bitterly and said, I am deeply concerned about this problem and am working hard on it. Zhang Hanyun fell into silence at this time. She knew that Li Xian was not trying hard enough, but that his true energy was growing too fast, almost explosively. People like Li Xian are extremely rare in this world. In the end, Zhang Hanyun could only shake her head. Anyway, take it easy. It's best to take the Lu Daoren Yuan Dan you exchanged after a period of time. Li Xian sighed secretly. The problem was that he had absolutely no room to relax at this time. If he doesn't increase his cultivation as soon as possible, how can he have the ability to fight against the Yin Evil's attack? When the two of them arrived at the underground river, Li Xian only took one look around and knew that with his own level, there was no way he could find any clues here. The Fire Crow capital, who was responsible for the follow-up cleanup of the scene, was very thorough. The surrounding area was as clean as if it had been washed. There was nothing except some traces of the battle. Li Xian still searched carefully everywhere, and then used spiritualism at intervals. Zhang Hanyun's 4-tailed fox was also sniffing everywhere, but not long after, the little fox shook its little tail and returned to its owner's arms. Zhang Hanyun looked at Li Xian with some disappointment. Xiaolei didn't smell anything useful. Li Xian, have you gained anything? At this time, Li Xian fell into another person's perspective. His spiritualism was unsuccessful, but the red thread of the female ghost in red exploded out again as he wished, penetrating into the soul fragments he had gathered together. Then another strange memory appeared in Li Xian's mind. This is a very abstract and strange memory. Li Xian can't see anything, but he can sense the surrounding water, cave walls, fish swimming in the water, and the shapes of various objects. If I had to describe it, radar might be the most appropriate description. Li Xian felt that he was using radar to collect information around him. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that in this memory, Li Xian saw two women in skirts strolling from the river on the right. One of them pointed in the air in the direction of Li Xian. This paragraph, the owner of the memory was knocked out of his mind in a burst of severe pain and turned into a remnant. Surprisingly, there were 3 demon-suppressing wanderers from the Fire Crow capital nearby who were holding compasses to explore along the river, but these 3 people ignored their existence. Li Xian thought to himself, could this be killing people to silence? No, it's killing souls and silencing mouths. The owner of this memory must have been in a state of soul at that time. In addition, the bodies of these 2 women are probably not entities, but exist as soul bodies. Just because he had just seen with his own eyes the 2 women passing through the stone layers lightly, this was something that even a person who had reached the pinnacle of Earth escape technique would have difficulty doing with flesh and blood. And if you want to cultivate an out-of-body nascent soul, you must at least be in the 9-layer tower realm, and may even have cultivated into the Yangshin. This was a clue, but Li Xian couldn't tell Zhang Hanyun directly. He couldn't explain what he saw to him. In addition, it is regrettable that Li Xian was not able to see their appearance clearly. When he tried hard to perceive, he could only see a blurry scene. Even the clothes and jewelry of the 2 women could not be clearly seen. Fortunately, other than that, he still gained something. Li Xian walked a few steps to the left, following a red thread protruding from the female ghost behind him, then leaned down and used the scabbard to turn over the soil below. Is there something down here? Zhang Hanyun took a step forward and came to Li Xian's side. How did you find it? She actually scanned this area just now and didn't find anything strange. But as a subordinate, she can always unexpectedly find some important clues that others have ignored. There are traces of tampering here. It may have been missed by people from the Fire Crow capital. In fact, there are no traces at all. This is why Li Xian chopped first and then excavated directly, because he really couldn't explain it. Yeah? Zhang Hanyun was dubious, but still helped. And when the 2 of them dug down to a depth of 5 feet, Zhang Hanyun's eyes lit up slightly. Her spirit fox also responded, moaning softly in her ear. Stay back. She scolded Li Xian and asked him to step back a foot away. Then she pressed down with both hands and pulled up again, and there was a large ball of soil, which she forcibly sucked out from the ground. At this moment, both of their eyes were attracted by a cyan package in the mud. Li Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, thinking that there really was something. He just experienced the memory of the deceased and found that the last thing the person paid attention to before dying was this direction. The key is that the female ghost in red stretched out a red silk thread directly and landed on top of the soil. As if she was afraid that he wouldn't notice it, the thread was extremely thick. Li Xian guessed that there might be something crucial to the deceased hidden here, but it turned out to be untrue. Zhang Hanyun reached out and took the package in her hand. She looked excited and said, "There is actually something. I was right to call you over." Li Xian was also a little proud when he heard this, although this was all the result of the guardian spirit behind him. After Zhang Hanyun praised it, he opened the package. The top layer of the package contained several volumes of exercises and visualization diagrams, as well as several pill bottles. After Zhang Hanyun looked at them one by one, he focused on the iron box at the bottom. She opened the lid of the box enthusiastically, but then the girl's eyes showed deep disappointment. Is this the thing? It was a silver hairpin, and there was nothing surprising about it. The carvings and handwork are very ordinary, and the craftsmanship is very mediocre. Only at the root of the bun, there is an inscription with the word Lu that may serve as a clue. But Li Xian's eyes were condensed. I seem to have seen this thing before? And more than once. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it came from the original owner of this body. Have you seen it? Zhang Hanyun asked urgently, Where have you seen it? Sir, let me think about it. Li Xian was trying hard to find the original memory. He spent at least 4 minutes, and then his eyes lit up. It's the Nanjing Jiaofang division. He looked at Zhang Hanyun with joy. The Jiaofang secretary will give girls a pair of silver hair and face when they comb their hair. There are 3 fixed styles, but somehow Li Xian found that Zhang Hanyun's face was a little dark. Have you met the head of the Jiaofang division more than once? Zhang Hanyun smiled softly, but her jade hands were making a clicking sound at this moment. Oh my, I really didn't realize it. Li Xian, you are quite romantic. It's obscene. Li Xian was already covered in cold sweat, but my subordinate has changed his mind now, and the prodigal son has turned back. Those are all things of the past 2/4 of an hour later. Li Xian, with a dark circle on his face, appeared with Zhang Hanyun at Dongshui Pass, the starting point of the inner Qinhuai River. While using homemade ice cubes to apply ice to himself, he complained dissatisfiedly, "Master Captain, are you being nosy? Is this a lynching of your subordinates? My previous life was indeed ridiculous." You reading www.ukanshu.net, but that is my subordinate's private life. As long as I don't miss official duties, what does it have to do with the captain? Although this was taking the blame for his predecessor, Li Xian still felt unwilling and unhappy. No one was willing to go out on the street with panda eyes. This woman didn't know what method she used. Although the force was not very strong, it even penetrated the defense of the Kuainiao luminous armor on his body. Also, don't slap someone in the face when you hit them. Even if you hit them in the face, you can still use the technology that leaves no traces. Li Xian felt something was wrong in the middle of speaking. Wasn't this encouraging the other party to beat him? Zhang Hanyun's response was to dance her little fist. "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful, I will beat you again." Her cheeks were slightly red at the moment. Li Xian was actually right. This really had nothing to do with her. There were so many people drinking wine and visiting brothels under her, but Zhang Hanyun never took it to heart except for the occasional slander. But when she heard what Li Xian said today, she felt uncomfortable inexplicably, and the anger in her heart rose up. She didn't know why. Could it be because of what Li Xian said to him that night at Duke Su's mansion? But she knew very clearly that it was Li Xian who was making fun of himself. Li Xian reluctantly gave in under the coercion of force. "Then I want to know, sir, do you have a clue here?" "I don't have a clue, but there is a stupid way. You can just follow it." After Zhang Hanyun glanced at Li Xian, she walked along the street on the bank of the inner Qinhuai River towards Shishui Pass. Her so-called stupid method is to let her 4-tailed fox sniff inside the brothels one by one. Li Xian was worried. Could this female devil want to take him to visit a brothel? The area was too wide before, and I was eager to find the underground river, so I didn't let Xiao Lei look for it carefully. But today, as long as that woman remains in the Qinhuai River, I will definitely give her nowhere to hide. Zhang Hanyun's expression was full of confidence and expectation. She also specially took a talisman and used it on the little fox. It was a spell that could greatly enhance the little thunder's spiritual sense. But not long after, Zhang Hanyun's face turned blue again. This was not because the fox was incompetent, but because the two of them were treated like VIPs every time they visited a house. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Li? I planned to rest here today. Why did I bring a woman here? Young Master Li, what's happened to you recently? You haven't been here for a long time. Sis I misses you so much that she goes crazy. Mr. Second Young Master, you are too ruthless. Han Yan has been thinking about nothing for you lately, so he is looking forward to making another appointment with you, Second Young Master, after dusk." Li Xian felt that Zhang Hanyun's gaze was almost cutting him into pieces. Before the sweat on his vest dried, it was soaked through again. "Everyone said that I was really ridiculous before, but now I have changed my mind and turned into a new person. Look, they didn't say that I had been here recently, right? Didn't you ask Xiao Lei to keep an eye on me? It can bear witness to me." Xiao Lei let out a chi, then turned his little head away and looked away. How could it possibly be staring at Li Xian all day long? Don't want to sleep? However, Zhang Hanyun's expression softened. "Don't let me know that you have been to a place like this in the future." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Hanyun's face turned red again. She wondered in what capacity did she say this. Why should she care whether he went to such a barricaded place? I definitely won't come. Li Xian raised his hand and vowed, I, Li Xuanru, set foot here again without any reason, and I will chop off my feet myself without you having to do anything. At this time, they happened to arrive in front of the 6th brothel along the river, Shuiyuju. As soon as the two of them stepped inside, they heard a voice full of surprise, is this Mr. Xian? Following a puff of fragrant phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, a woman in a green skirt rushed directly towards Li Xian's arms. Li Xian was already cursing in his heart, how many holes had he dug for himself? This guy is so young that he slept in hundreds of brothels along the entire Qinhuai River when he was only 18 years old? He hurriedly stepped aside to avoid the figure in the green dress. The latter turned out to be a woman with a voluptuous figure and as pretty as a flower. After she jumped into the air, she looked at Li Xian with an astonished expression. Young Master Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are you so shy all of a sudden? She swayed towards Li Xian again and tried to hold Li Xian's arm. Or are you saying, Mr. Oh my God, but now Feifei has no place in your heart? You vowed at that time that you would visit Feifei. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme girl, please respect yourself. I, Li Xian, have now reformed my evil ways. Li Xian forced the woman's hand away. His legs were already trembling. He felt that Jiang Hanyun's murderous intention was rising rapidly, far more than ever before. Return from evil? The woman in the green skirt was even more strange, but young Master Peng just booked a private room in our Shuiyue residence not long ago, and young Master Yu ordered the 3 most popular girls in our building for you individually, saying that he wanted to I'm here to celebrate your birthday, and I want to give you a surprise, a dragon and 3 phoenixes. Only when she said this did she realize that something was wrong. The atmosphere at the door of Shuiyu residence had become as cold as ice. A beautiful girl next to her was looking at Li Xian with cold and sharp eyes, as if she was studying how to use a knife to kill Li Xian cleanly. Li Xian's face turned pale under the oppression of murderous intent. Not only could he not speak clearly, but his voice was trembling. That was Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu's own decision. I did not agree. He thought to himself that he was really going to be tricked to death by Peng Fulai and the 2 men this time. It turned out that the biggest trick today was dug for him by his 2 best friends Zagon. Jiang Hanyun waved her sleeves expressionlessly and walked out the door. Seeing this, Li Xian hurriedly followed. Aren't you going to investigate this Shuiyuju? Xiao Lei said that woman is not here. Jiang Hanyun's voice was without warmth. You, Li Xian, are very good. After you changed your mind, you still played with 1 dragon and 3 phoenixes. I think I can explain this. Li Xian tried to prove his innocence, but at this time, he had already seen a black shadow in front of him. He was very familiar with this situation, it had only happened in the underground river. Li Xian's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Xian's eyes went dark, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. Okay, he thought, now it's symmetrical. But Jiang Hanyun's anger obviously hasn't been vented yet, and her second punch is already on the way. Just when Li Xian closed his eyes helplessly, he heard a scream in his ear. Jiang Hanyun, what are you doing? Jiang Hanyun's fist stopped immediately. She turned around in surprise, and then saw her mother Jiang standing 10 steps away, looking over here with hurt and angry eyes. Mother? Jiang Hanyun was stunned, her eyes puzzled. Why are you here? Oops. Mother, stop, you reading www.ukanshu.net. This is the street. But it was Jiang who strode over and grabbed Jiang Hanyun's ear with one hand. Her face was cold. I have told you that at this time, you should meet the young master of the Zhang family at Yuejiang Tower. Li Xian looked at Jiang Hanyun with a confused expression. It turned out that this person had skipped the date and sneaked out. He knew that Yuejiang Tower was a famous building in Nanjing. It was built under the Edict of Taizu of Jin Dynasty and was known as the most famous building in Jiangnan. This has been a dating site for celebrities in Nanjing for decades. I don't want to see that. Mr. Jiang Hanyun felt the pressure on her ears tightening. She rolled her eyes and saw Li Xian watching the excitement. Maybe she was in a hurry, so she pointed at Li Xian without thinking. He invited me here. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Jiang looking at him with a slightly fiery gaze. He secretly felt that it was funny, but his face was polite and courteous like a gentleman. Li Xian, a young student, has met Aunt Jiang. After the meeting at Duke Su's mansion a few days ago, I have always wanted to see Aunt Jiang again, and I don't want to do it today. I can have a good relationship for a while. It is indeed fate. I originally planned to go to De Bowen Temple today to seek a good match for Han Yun, but I met you just after I came out of the temple. Jiang looked a little surprised, but also cautious. So, is it really the little girl Han Yun you dated? De Bowen Temple is also located within the Qinhuai River, just nearby. Of course, Li Xian did not dare to make trouble for his boss at this time. Exactly. After a day's rest, Xiaoshang missed Han Yun so much that he felt that it was already 3 autumns. After hearing this, Mrs. Jiang immediately smiled, but then she saw the 2 dark circles on Li Xian's face, and her face turned green. Jiang Han Yun felt bad. She found that her mother's hand on her ear was a little harder. Is this another good thing you did? Jiang's voice also raised an octave. Master Li admires you, so he asked you to meet. Is this how you, Jiang Han Yun, treat others? How can you blame me? Jiang Han Yun felt that she had suffered a great injustice. It's obviously his fault. This guy, he when the words came to his lips, Jiang Han Yun stopped again. I feel like these dirty words about staying in a brothel and having 1 dragon and 3 phoenixes will only taint my mother's ears. Jiang just pretended that she couldn't tell, and sneered, I can't make it up, can I? I'll give you time, you make it up, you keep making it up. I still don't know who you Jiang Han Yun is? Let me talk to you, don't worry about whether it's good or bad. How many of you haven't been severely beaten by you? Mr. Li is such a noble character. The city god sits down as a mythical beast, but he has said it himself that he is a flawless gentleman. Jiang Han Yun couldn't help but make a sound in her heart. Her mother was a frequent visitor to major Buddhist temples in Nanjing, but the one she admired the most and believed to be the most effective was the city god. At this time, Li Xian couldn't stand it anymore, and he bowed to Jiang with a guilty conscience. Auntie, please listen to me, this is a street after all, please take care of Han Yun's face. Also, what I have suffered this time, the injury is indeed Li Xian's fault, and I have no complaints against Huan Yun. He was worried that Jiang Han Yun would settle the score later, which would be terrible. How miserable Jiang Han Yun is now, how miserable Li Xian will be in the future. She is indeed a child with excellent character. At this time, she is still speaking for her. Jiang couldn't help but sigh, and she seemed to be more satisfied with Li Xian. She patted Li Xian's shoulder affectionately. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation after she returns home in the evening. You don't have to be afraid, I will give you a way to protect yourself, and I will guarantee that this girl will not dare to attack you again. Li Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Jiang Han Yun, whose expression changed drastically, thinking that there is such a good thing? It was an unexpected surprise, a blessing in disguise. At this time, as Jiang beckoned, a woman who looked like a maid or a guard beside her took out a conch the size of 2 fists from her sleeve and handed it to Li Xian. This is the Bailey Sound conch refined by her father. It contains forbidden magic. After the sacrifice, it can be used within 100 miles of Nanjing City. In the future, if this girl wants to do anything violent, you can use your spiritual thoughts to activate this conch. It will definitely make her look good. At this time, Jiang Han Yun looked at Li Xian with an obvious threat. Her expression seemed to be saying, you will try this next? Li Xian smiled nonchalantly, and took the conch in his hand as if he was flattered. Auntie's love is beyond words. After putting away the conch, Li Xian raised his lips provocatively towards Jiang Han Yun. I took it, what do you dare to do? Violent woman, today we can be regarded as turned serfs and sing. In accordance with Jiang's proposal, which can also be said to be his decree, the 2 of them had to go shopping on this street. Jiang Han Yun held the sword in his hand all the way, with a livid face, exuding the aura of keeping strangers away. Li Xian grasped the conch in his hand with a focused expression, as if there was infinite beauty in this thing that attracted him. The sacrificial refining of this thing is very simple, just pour a trace of true energy into it. Not long after Li Xian got it, he had already refined it. How long are you going to look at this thing? Jiang Han Yun couldn't bear it anymore. It's been 2/4 of an hour. Li Xian squinted at Zhang Hanyun's hand holding the waist knife. You have held this knife for more than 2 seconds. When are you going to pull it out, Captain? Zhang Hanyun couldn't help but laugh with disdain. Do you really think that thing can protect you? If I really want to beat you, even the King of Heaven can't protect you. But at this moment, Zhang's fierce roar came from the conch, Zhang Hanyun. Who do you want to beat? If I can't do it, then your mother can? Zhang Hanyun's face turned pale, and most of her arrogance was gone. She looked helpless. I'm not beating anyone, I'm joking with Li Xian. Mother, don't make such a fuss. What are you doing? Eavesdropping. Others talk? Li Xian thought, let me go. Does this magic conch have the function of stimulating keywords? He clearly didn't activate the device just now, but the conch started running automatically. Zhang Hanyun's words should have been transferred directly to Zhang's side. He also noticed that Zhang Hanyun was looking over with cold eyes, and Li Xian innocently spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. When the forbidden law in the conch subsided, Li Xian shook his head. Why do some of the functions of this conch seem to be directed at you, the captain? It's quite strange to me. Why does Auntie have to force you to go on a blind date, forcing you to get married? As a modern person, Li Xian actually understands Zhang Hanyun quite well. A strong woman who has the ability to support herself, why does she have to find a man for herself? In his time, there were many women who remained single and liked to be free. What makes Li Xian strange is Zhang Hanyun's parents. As a family with a long tradition of subjugating demons, the Zhang family should not care too much about worldly opinions. If it were him, he really wouldn't be happy for a young cabbage like Zhang Hanyun to marry off and take advantage of other people's children. Zhang Hanyun, with a pretty face, glanced at Li Xian with a strange look, and then snorted, You are too busy with me. Whether I marry or not, what does it have to do with you? Then her expression became concentrated again, and she looked in a certain direction, with a bit of joy in her eyes. Xiao Lei said that he found the guy's location. The guy is still in the Qinhuai River. When the voice fell, Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net Zhang Hanyun's figure had already flashed 10 feet away. At this moment, she was like a flash of lightning. Her speed was extremely violent, making it difficult for people to catch her sight. Li Xian was soon left far away, and he could only use his own extreme speed to follow Zhang Hanyun's breath and keep shuttling through the houses. Fortunately, the distance was not far. About 20 feet later, Li Xian saw Zhang Hanyun again. This is the backyard of a brothel, with an area of 5 feet square. Zhang Hanyun is standing next to a well in the courtyard. Love Wanlu? Li Xian knew the Gulan area in Jinling City very well, and he knew where it was just by looking at it. There is indeed a reason for this guy's kidney deficiency. Then he saw Zhang Hanyun already jumping into the well. Sir, won't you wait? Li Xian asked urgently. I think we can call on some more people, there's no time. Zhang Hanyun's people have disappeared at the mouth of the well. She has noticed it and is likely to escape. Li Xian sighed secretly, knowing that this man was powerful with force, so he had nothing to fear. Without thinking, he took out a talisman, opened his hand and shook it, and the talisman turned into the shape of a paper crane and flew towards the Suzaku Hall. This is to notify the on-duty personnel of the 6th Daosi Division to follow up. If something unexpected happens, then this crane talisman is a call for help. Li Xian then jumped down. When he fell 2 feet, he found a hole in the well wall. Thunder and lightning immediately sprung up behind him, propelling his body into the cave. Then he saw a black figure inside, rushing towards him from the opposite side. Zhang Hanyun's voice also came from the depths of the cave. Li Xian, stop that little one. Li Xian looked stern, fixed his gaze on the black figure rushing towards him, and at the same time drew his sword and slashed furiously without hesitation. In this narrow place that was only 2 people wide, Li Xian couldn't use any complicated moves. Sincerely, the Li family's Cold Sky Sword was also a real battlefield martial arts. The moves were simple and sharp without any tricks. The 17 sword moves used in actual combat are all plain and simple. At this moment, the Zhoudua Hanjiang that Li Xian instinctively used was essentially a mediocre front-stepping slash. Only the way of moving the power in the body was different, and the path of moving the true energy was different from other martial arts. It can make Li Xian's sword power more domineering and his cold energy more abundant. With a sharp sound of Chang, Li Xian's figure suddenly retreated 3 feet, and was almost blown out of the hole by the man's sword. It turns out that I am only a small third-level building realm, with only this little cultivation, dare to stop me? It was a female voice, with a hint of sarcasm. She jumped forward, chasing after Li Xian like a shadow. But as soon as she took a step, a thin layer of ice covered her sword and her arm. This person's complexion also turned pale in an instant, and a cloud of white mist came out of his mouth. Li Xian was slightly amused. This sentence was very familiar to him. A certain magic cultivator had said this to him before in Jiangjun Mountain. At this time, he had absorbed all the real energy from the opponent, and then stepped hard on his feet. As if there were springs on his back, he quickly slid towards the opposite side. The reason for using slippers was because their feet and even the entire cave were covered with a layer of ice. At this moment, just the cold power leaked from Li Xian's body has turned this place into an ice cave. Only a moment later, a second crisp sound of clang sounded in the cave. This time, it was the woman in black's turn to stumble back. Li Xian's first blow caused the qi veins in her body to be almost frozen by the cold force that invaded her body, and she was no longer able to freely mobilize her true energy. Li Xian's second stab made the cold outside her body even more serious. The astonishing cold force that penetrated her had even frozen her internal organs. The muscles on the face of the woman in black have stiffened, and she cannot show any expression. She tried her best to take out a talisman from her sleeve and try to trigger it. But at this time, Li Xian's clear laughter rang out from across from her. So it's actually me who should say this. You are only a 4th level building, but you still dare to resist in front of me. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he rushed in front of the woman in black like lightning, and then with a bang sound, he stamped his palm on the woman's chest. And as Li Xian's cold essence poured in like a bursting tide, the woman turned into a humanoid ice sculpture in less than a second. 2 knives in 1 palm, perfect. This was the first time Li Xian had caught a murderer on his own. He clapped his hands proudly and began to admire his masterpiece. This woman was much stronger than the martial arts guards Zhang Jin and Cui Hangan, but she was still frozen within 2 or 3 encounters. According to the terminology of the game, it is a flash kill. This sense of accomplishment was overwhelming, and Li Xian suspected that he would become a martial arts idiot sooner or later, because the feeling of defeating the enemy was indeed intoxicating. At this time, the battle deep inside the cave has not ended yet, only bursts of powerful phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme are blowing out. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, then continued walking inside. He could vaguely see streaks of wild thunder flashing inside, as well as the power of fire that continued to be vented, burning the depths of the cave red. Zhang Hanyun is a cultivator of the thunder method, and is an extremely powerful thunder martial arts cultivator. As for the flame, you don't need to think about it to know that it is the power of Zhang Hanyun's opponent. This person's magic power is actually extremely powerful. The red fire almost burned the surrounding rock walls into lava. Li Xian estimated that this person's cultivation level had probably reached the 7th level and entered the 3rd gate of Yuanshan. Li Xian had just taken a few steps inside when he heard a sharp sound filled with endless anger and resentment. The evil demon of Ludeosi. I will meet you in my hometown of Vacuum. The woman couldn't finish her words, and Zhang Hanyun sneered at this moment. I'm just on guard against your move. If you want to commit suicide, you're in trouble. There was another boom in the cave, and Li Xian felt that the space around him first expanded rapidly, and then contracted again. When the airwave rushed past, he instinctively looked up, worried that the cave would collapse. Fortunately, the 2 suspects had repaired the hole very well, probably for waterproofing purposes. Not only are the surroundings surrounded by green stones several feet thick, but a special material is also used to seal the gaps in these blue stones. Therefore, there were only sporadic sand and dust rustling down above them, and the overall structure was still stable. Li Xian then walked inside with confidence. After 20 steps, he saw a stone room of about 35 square meters in front of him. The inside was in a mess, almost all living utensils had been destroyed, and only a stone bed remained. In the center of the stone room, lying a woman also dressed in black, Yu reading www.ukokanshu. And her face was golden purple, her orifices were bleeding, and she was obviously in a state of unconsciousness. However, the person is still breathing, and his chest is rising and falling slightly. Jang Han-yoon was standing next to a stone wall, looking thoughtfully at the words on the stone wall. When Li Xian walked in, Jang Han-yoon looked back at him with a hint of ridicule. It's just a small martial arts cultivator who caught the 4th level of the building. Are you so excited? Of course I'm excited. The smile on Li Xian's lips became even brighter, but people like you probably can't understand how I feel now. He then also looked at the stone wall. I heard that the Buddha was in the solitary garden of Savatthi state with 500 great monks. At that time, Ananda. What is this? Buddhist scriptures? The Sutra on Contemplating the Rebirth of Maitreya Bodhisattva by the Buddha is a Buddhist sutra and the fundamental sutra of the Maitreya and White Lotus sects. Next to it is the incomplete sutra of the rebirth of the Great and Little Mingwang. Jang Han-yoon withdrew her gaze and frowned slightly. These two women may be related to the Maitreya cult or the Ming cult. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a little scared. He knew that the rebellion of Jin Taizu was inextricably related to the Maitreya sect and the Ming sect. The Sutra of the Birth of the Great and Little Ming Kings was the basis for hundreds of years ago when the world was in rebellion and heroes from all walks of life rose up to drive out the Mongols. However, after Taizu founded the country, the Jin dynasty spared no effort to attack the Maitreya and Ming religions, so much so that the Book of the Birth of the Great and Little Ming Kings has been lost. Li Xian looked away from the stone wall in front of him and began to look around. At this moment, Jang Han-yoon suddenly pulled out half of his waist knife and looked at the entrance of the cave with some vigilance. It's me. Following this sound, Ma successfully walked in from the cave passage outside. He glanced around, then frowned slightly. It's actually a remnant of the Maitreya sect. How could it be you? Li Xian looked at Ma Chenggong, who came in very strangely. Don't you have a rest, Captain? I think it's rare for you to have free time. Ma Chenggong suddenly had complicated eyes, looking like he couldn't explain what he said. Jang Han-yoon explained the reason. His wife has to be on duty these days, so he simply stayed in Suzaku Hall. Li Xian's eyes were immediately filled with sympathy for Ma Chenggong. As someone who has experienced the modern workplace, he understands the difficulties and pain of success. At this time, Jang Han-yoon ordered again, Old Ma, go outside and record a confession, and bring all the people who may be involved in the case in Iwan Tower back to Zhuke Hall. Li Xian stays to investigate the scene and see if there are any other available clues. Ma Chenggong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his lips again. He knew that Li Xian had obviously stepped on him to get the upper hand. In Jang Han-yoon's eyes, this guy has clearly become the first choice for on-site investigation. However, Ma Chenggong still agreed generously and walked out without any delay. He is not a jealous person. He admires the abilities and potential that Li Xian has displayed in the past 10 days and is looking forward to it very much. The Shui Woya case that made everyone Mingyu proud 2 days ago was Li Xian's handiwork. In addition, because he was eager to help, he made a big mistake. He actually forgot to ask his subordinates to seal off the Iwan Tower outside. Just think about it and you will know that there are 2 remnants of the Maitreya cult hidden in this well. How can the people in Iwanlu not be involved? So he was eager to get out of the well at this moment, trying to make up for this omission. Li Xian carefully surveyed the stone chamber, searching almost inch by inch. Jang Han-yoon also released her 4-tailed spirit fox and searched the scene together. But everything here was completely destroyed by the thunder and fire between her and the woman in black. In the end, the 2 of them could only carry the 2 criminals and a group of suspects from Iwanlu back to Zhuke Hall. And just as they stepped into the main entrance, they were summoned to the main hall of Suzaku Hall, in front of the demon-suppressing manager. The Sutra of Maitreya's next rebirth and the Sutra of the Great and Small Mingwang's rebirth? The white-haired and blind old man in the hall fell into deep thought. In other words, this blood sacrifice case. It is possible that the Maitreya cult is behind the scenes? Jang Han-yoon sat on her knees in the hall and answered in an uncertain tone, this is what I saw at the scene. The truth depends on the outcome of the interrogation. At this time, Commander Lei Yun of the Fire Crow Command walked in with rapid strides. Master Manager, Shui Wuya has already been recruited. They are the remnants of the Maitreya sect. He glanced at Zhang Hanyun and Li Xian with cold and dissatisfied eyes. Then he continued to report, the person in charge is himself. It is said that he was preparing to worship Hanbao in Nanjing City. However, he encountered Jiang Xiaowei, who should never have been in Nanjing at that time, so his success failed. It seems that he has sensed the two people captured by Ming Yu. The old man sneered, almost getting angry. They are so brave to sacrifice the Han demon in Nanjing City. Send me my order to suppress this Shui Wuya to the lowest level of the demon suppression tower from now on. However, Zhang Hanyun thought about it and asked Lei Yun, the aura of the evil corpse I sensed before and after is different. Does Shui Wuya have an explanation? He can't tell clearly. Lei Yun replied coldly, but in the blood sacrifice not long ago, they injected some soaring snake blood into the evil corpse, so there may have been changes before and after. Zhang Hanyun was stunned, and then felt relieved. Li Xian frowned slightly, thinking that this made sense. The blood sacrifice case and the Shui Wuya case could now be said to have come to light. But he still couldn't figure out how the female ghost in red behind him was involved in this case. And what about the two women he saw in the underground river through the memory of the deceased? Even if their souls are out of body, there is no way they could be the two people captured today. The case has finally been concluded. All the culprits have been brought to justice, and the whole story has come to light. The old man in the hall looked at the two people below in a funny way. Ordinarily, I should be happy. You are so diligent, and you are actually busy with official duties even during your rest time, and you are working tirelessly to track down the criminal. But you are so diligent. I think there is really no need for you young people to focus all your time and energy on official duties. When you are busy, you should occasionally stop and take a look at the scenery along the way. Otherwise, when you get to my age, you will regret it sooner or later. Some scenery, that is you can only experience it at your age. Li Xian thought to himself that what the steward said was very reasonable. It would be great if he could be merciful and extend their vacation. Unfortunately, the white-haired old man just gave them another hit mark and kicked them out. When Zhang Hanyun said goodbye, he kindly reminded, just listen to what the manager said, but don't take it seriously. This damn old man, don't look at his beautiful words, but you still have to work overtime. Even though I work overtime, I don't see him being given extra time off. He wants us to work for him in the yamen every day. So I have a good rest in the rest of the time. Next is the Ghost Festival, and we are busy again. Li Xian thought to himself, isn't the Shui Wuya case over? Suzaku Hall will have a lot of free manpower. Do we still have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the hard life of 007? But when he thought back on his original memory, he found that Lu Daosi was busy for a while during the Ghost Festival last year. On the Ghost Festival, the Yin power is extremely strong, the gates of ghosts open wide, and ghosts roam at night. Zhang Hanyun explained the reason, something may not happen, but we have to take precautions. In the past, when wars broke out, countless evil spirits were left unchecked during the Ghost Festival, killing countless people. In recent years, the Yin power has become even stronger. Before, there have been frequent spiritual disasters in Jinling City in the past few days, so Li Xian already understood, so they still had to patrol the streets in Mingyu capital. Although Zhang Hanyun reminded Li Xian to get more rest, Li Xian still got up early the next day. This time it was not for practicing martial arts, but for the promise made to the city god the day before yesterday. He had to use the money he gave Tingtian Mastiff to repair his golden body and send warmth to the orphans, widows and disabled people in the city. Li Xian couldn't handle this matter alone, so he asked the housekeeper to exchange money for some rice and sewn cloth, and also prepared a team of servants for him. Uncle Chingy strongly supported this. He was greatly relieved after hearing about this incident 2 days ago, and specifically ordered the housekeeper to fully cooperate with the government. Li Xian's original plan was to set up a tent at the 4 gates of Nanjing to serve porridge for a few days, but his housekeeper stopped him. Useless second young master, I don't think many people will come to get porridge. Now the poor and beggars in the city have been fed by the purple butterfly witch and they have money. How can they come to eat porridge now that they have money just lying down? Besides, second young master, since the people you want to help are orphans, widows, old and young, it will be difficult for them to move around, and they won't be able to squeeze out those evil beggars. Li Xian thought it was right, he should deliver the things to his door. In the early morning, Li Xian and his group pushed more than 20 cars and pulled a lot of things out, and then started giving alms along the streets from Nanchang. The housekeeper's method of giving guidance is to first find the Li chief of each street in the Lijia system, 100 households or 1 Li, ask them to identify the residences of those orphans and widows, and then send them rice and clothes. Of course, it was impossible for Li Xian to visit them one by one, otherwise he would not be able to solve this matter even if he spent 5 or 6 days. Therefore, most of them have to be delivered by the servants of the Qingyi mansion. These are carefully selected by the housekeeper, who are diligent, reliable, and have clean hands and feet. Li Xian was personally responsible for only part of it, but the feedback from some of the people he sent warmth to was not very good, and could even be said to be disliked. 2a. You have the nerve to give away just this little thing? Put the things there. I won't send them away if I leave slowly. The material of this dress is average, a bit too big. Is it just these 20 kilograms of rice? It's still brown rice. Can't I give you money? What do I need these things for? They had just advanced to Nanchang, and Li Xian's personal attendant Li Dalu was already furious. These people, why don't you give them things? They are picky and dissatisfied with one thing and the other. Master, you are just spending your money to make yourself angry. If you had known better, you could have given me money directly. It would be simpler and less troublesome. Li Xian glanced at him coldly, and then continued to move forward. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, and keep up. We have to finish the street before noon. He initially had a coping attitude towards the errand ordered by the city god. But after giving alms to each house, his mood gradually became heavier and he became more and more serious. At this time, although the Jin dynasty was gradually recovering from its early decline under the governance of wise kings and wise ministers, the people at the bottom were still very poor. What's more, with the productivity of the ancient farming dynasty, even in the so-called prosperous times, the lives of the people were not necessarily easy. And those orphans, widows and disabled people who have no support and cannot make a living are living in hell. They had suffered a lot along the way, but those who made sarcastic comments and disliked things were only a minority. Moreover, the status of these people as disabled and widowed is actually questionable, as most of their family backgrounds are very good. The vast majority of people who really deserve relief know right from wrong, know what is good and what is good, and are even grateful to them. Therefore, when encountering those whose families are in extremely difficult circumstances, Li Xian will leave some more money in addition to the original gift. The money was not much, but it could slightly improve their situation. In Li Xian's previous life, his parents didn't care about anything except his daily living expenses. After college, I had to rely on myself and raise my own medicine expenses. Li Xian has tasted hardship and met many kind-hearted noble people. He is willing to lend a helping hand to others when he has spare time, and pass on the flames passed by the nobles to others. According to the address on the list given by the director here, the next person named Li Pei is an old man in his 50s who has difficulty walking. His family lives in the deepest part of this alley. But when Li Xian and the others came to the end of the alley, there were only 2 dilapidated thatched houses. When Li Xian and the others knocked on the door and walked in, even the aggrieved Li Dalu fell silent. Li Xian thought to himself that the idiom "a family with 4 walls and 4 walls" is probably referring to this situation, right? There was nothing in the room except a stove, a shabby wooden bed, and some pots and dishes. In addition to the lame pulley, there is also a 7-year-old girl in this family. Her face was dirty, but her eyes were bright and lively. She was hiding behind her grandma and looking at them with curious eyes. We are entrusted by the city god and General Tingtian to send these large quantities of brown rice and cloth to your house. Please accept it with your kindness, madam. When Li Dalu put down 20 kilograms of rice and 2 sets of clothes, the old man, who was only 50 years old and whose face was already covered with lines like knife carvings, burst into tears and prostrated himself to Li Xian and the others. This is really life-saving. The bitch Mrs. Li kowtows to the young master for saving his life. Sincere uncle's kindness, the bitch will repay it with a ring in her lifetime. After being pulled by Granny Li, the little girl knelt down obediently. Your Honor, thank you, sir. If you hadn't sent me these rice, we wouldn't have been able to cook. My mother-in-law even said she would send me to a brothel. At least we can take care of the food there, so we don't have to go hungry. This is the kindness of the city god in General Ting Tian. Madam, please don't make a mistake. Li Xian touched the bridge of his nose sheepishly. Granny Li actually recognized them as people from Qingyi's mansion and didn't like the city god. Account. Li Dallo asked with a puzzled expression, I heard that the purple butterfly goddess gave 3 taels of silver to every family here a while ago. How did your family end up like this? 3 taels of silver is enough to feed a well-off family for a month. That Lipa struggled to stand up, then hugged the little girl and said with a wry smile, My Lady of Heaven is extremely kind and virtuous. My family also got money, but unfortunately a group of evil beggars nearby found out about it and came right to the house and robbed it away. The little girl pouted and said, He also broke several bowls in our house. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became relieved. He suddenly understood the reason why his old housekeeper insisted on letting him exchange the money for grain and cloth, but refused to let him give more. But although Li Xian understood the reason, he still gave Li Dallo a wink before leaving. The latter understood immediately, took out an ingot of 5 taels of silver from his sleeve and placed it on the stove. Then he thought about it and took out a small money bag and placed it next to the silver ingot. The silver ingot belongs to his young master, and the money bag belongs to Li Dallo himself. There wasn't much money in it, just less than 2 taels. Speaking of this purple butterfly witch, she is really harmful to people. Coming out of the thatched house, Li Dallo could not help but ramble again, Young master, you probably don't know, but now there is a saying that this purple butterfly witch it supports at least half of the casinos and brothels in the city. What kind of statement is this? Why do you support half of the casinos and brothels in the city? Li Xian was really curious, but then he stopped talking and found that there was a group of people walking towards this side of the alley. The leader was a young man dressed in brocade clothes, with a handsome appearance and a graceful appearance. Behind them are a group of people dressed as coolies, each carrying some grain bags and bacon. For some reason, the Chuchin boy looked at them with eyes that were a little burning, but also seemed a little cold. Li Xian didn't pay much attention. He swerved to the left and prepared to give way. But by chance, the boy opposite him also moved to his right. Li Xian then stepped to the right without thinking, and the other party almost synchronized with him and stood in front of him. The next step is to go left, right, stay still, left, then left, then left, then right. The result is still 2 pairs facing each other, looking at each other. Li Xian couldn't help but blink, thinking that this situation was so familiar. He seemed to have experienced similar things recently. It's not all those scoundrels. Li Dallo replied from behind, most of the money given away by the purple butterfly demon girl fell into the hands of those scoundrels and evil beggars, and then those people spent it on gambling. The hotel and the woman's belly. If you ask me, this purple butterfly which may have good intentions, but she is too stupid. What she does is to cause chaos to the court. She raises a lot of idle men, but the real people in the city, the people who should be helped, are still the same as before, suffering from poverty and suffering. When he said this, Li Xian felt the gaze of the young master opposite him, as sharp as a knife. Li Xian finally thought of something and started to sweat all over his body. You again? The young master glanced at Li Xian, and then narrowed his eyes. It's amazing. I haven't even gone to look for you yet, but you have brought people to look for me. Li Xian sighed in great distress. If I say that all this is a misunderstanding or a coincidence, would Miss Zaidi believe it or not? But all he saw in the other person's eyes was sneer and ridicule. Li Xian thought to himself that this was really a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Everything today is also a coincidence. But Li Xian knew that it was useless to talk at this moment, so he could only silently press his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. Although he knew that he was no match, he would probably be stabbed to death after 2 or 3 blows. But as the saying goes, rabbits can bite when they are anxious. Li Xian thought that he still had to struggle hard. The young master opposite had a pair of daggers slipping out of his sleeves. They were the same pair that Li Xian had seen before. Even this person's clothes turned into a purple skirt in an instant. At the same time, a purple butterfly appeared on the back of her right hand, and her aura suddenly changed, becoming extremely fierce and fierce. Those eyes full of murderous intent just glanced at Li Xian, making the latter feel endless pressure. All the bones in his body were making crackling sounds, almost on the verge of shattering. At this time, Li Xian, who was struggling to resist the pressure of the opponent's momentum, was completely unaware. The female ghost in red behind him also seemed to have a reaction. At this moment, countless red threads suddenly exploded, covering the surrounding area for more than 300 feet. Dozens of streamers flew out, forming the shape of a pair of wings behind the female ghost. Majestic and brilliant. At this moment, there was also a click sound between the two, as if the glass was broken and divided into two worlds. UU reading www.ukanshu.net almost at the same time, in the 6th Daoshi Suzaku Hall. The blind old man with white hair walked into the cardinal's pavilion where the Jotian spiritual instrument was stored. You sensed the purple butterfly witch? Is it true or false? How is the situation? That should be the purple butterfly demon girl's chi. It's right in the east of the city. It was a strong man in his 30s, wearing the demon-suppressing silver armor of the 6th Daoshi division, with his hands clasped in his fists and a respectful look on his face. Purple butterfly is the best at hiding, and this woman's appearance is extremely difficult to detect. But this time, we are the first to detect it. Another source of inspiration is detected, and the purple butterfly demon girl is competing with it. Oh! To be able to make Zaidi go all out, this must be an extraordinary idea. The old man's pace seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact he was walking very fast. He soon arrived in front of the Jotian spirit detection instrument and walked towards Watch Within. In the center of this spiritual instrument is a map of Nanjing City. This map is huge, with a radius of 10 feet. The situation occurred precisely in the east of the city. Circles of purple and red spiritual light can be seen floating, curling, and rippling above the map. That should be a powerful Yin spirit. The man in silver armor stood behind the old man, frowning. Although his rank is not high, his power is extremely pure, extremely domineering, and he possesses boundless Yin evil. He is impressive. Imperial power. It can actually cover the surrounding area for nearly a mile with Yin evil, which is very dangerous. The old man suddenly frowned slightly, with a solemn look on his face. Then where are the 3 demon-suppressing lieutenants? We are all still in contact. The strong man in silver armor responded, but just now, Vice Teacher Chiu has gone there in person. Chiu Qianqiu? The old man suddenly looked relieved. Then it's okay. With him in charge, no big demon or evil below the throne of heaven will be in danger. In the east of the city, Li Xian, who thought that the day when he would enter the coffin was not far away, found that he had actually withstood the pressure of Zidai's thoughts. At this time, the ground between him and Zaidi continued to crack, revealing deep cracks. The frost and the purple flames were confronting each other above. There was a clear dividing line between them, and they were spreading to the buildings on both sides. But Li Xian couldn't be happy. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. It was one thing to fight with such momentum, but it was another thing to actually take action. What's more, besides this, Li Xian also felt the Yin numbness in his chest spreading again. This is also fatal. The only difference is that one is suspended and the other is executed immediately. But what was even more miserable was Li Dalu and the group of frightened coolies. The latter had fallen into coma one by one, while the former was covered in frost and was trying his best to resist the cold force. He is not much older than Li Xian, but he is already at the 4th level of cultivation. In addition to serving as the original bodyguard, he is also the latter's bodyguard in Gold Medal Fighter. But at this time, when the coldness of the female ghost in red overflowed, it was extremely difficult for Li Dalu to resist. Joyo Juhan? It seems that I still underestimated you. The purple butterfly demon goddess looked at Bo Bing in front of Li Xian with an extremely solemn expression, and then sneered, "Don't you want to catch me? Why don't you do it?" Li Xian was secretly wondering, I should ask this question, why doesn't this witch take action yet? He then realized something and looked around at the surrounding houses. Is this woman worried that once she takes action, she will lose control of her power and affect the innocent people around her? Li Xian felt that something was happening, and Gao Xian's heart suddenly fell back into his stomach. Then he sighed calmly on his face. I said, this is just a coincidence. If I wanted to arrest you, I would never choose this place. We won't bring just one person to this place. The purple butterfly demon girl was stunned for a moment, then her eyes hesitated, wondering if she had really made a mistake. But why would this person block her way again and again? Show off his ability to predict enemy planes first? If you're not here to block me, then what are you doing here? I'm here to deliver something like you. Li Xian pointed to the sack on Li Dalu's body next to him. You should have seen my carriage outside the alley. At this moment, the thatched house in the distance suddenly opened. The little girl named Yuana from Granny Li's family ran out in a hurry with a money bag. Master, my mother-in-law said that your elder brother Changshui lost his wallet. At this moment, both Zaidi and Li Xian changed their colors. The former hurriedly restrained the purple fire, while Li Xian couldn't think of anything. But at this moment, he saw a blood-red streamer swish and wrap up the unconscious little girl and send her to a safe distance in the distance. Seeing this scene, Zidai looked slightly relaxed at first, and then his pupils condensed, and there was more surprise in his eyes. It is really not easy for you to be able to photograph objects in the air to this extent. She sneered again at this time. So, are you stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements from your 6th Daosi division? It's a pity that your eyesight is still a little bit poor. How can I let you get what you want? Li Xianzhang looked confused when he saw the purple butterfly's figure transformed into thousands of butterflies flying away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is this a departure? Li Xian glanced around and found no sign of Zaidi. At this time, Li Dalu made a sound. His teeth chattered and he pointed forward with trembling fingers. That was just now, the purple butterfly witch? That's right. Li Xian's expression seemed to be calm, but in fact, he was still in a weak state after the disaster. He tried his best to hold on without showing any abnormality. It's Zaidi who you said is a little stupid. Li Dalu's face turned pale, thinking that this was terrible. The person who said bad things behind someone's back heard it. The key was that the person involved was a highly skilled demon who was ranked 7th on the 6th Daosi blacklist. Then why did she suddenly leave again? Also, who was confronting her just now? Just now, all his energy and mind were used to fight against the cold force and those two tyrannical thoughts, and he had no time to care about the surrounding situation. Although he finally pushed through, his whole body was still frozen and it was temporarily difficult to move. How do I know? Li Xian responded angrily. He was also wondering why the purple butterfly which left suddenly? This woman said that he had poor eyesight. Could it be that it was the same as last time? In fact, the real body had left long ago and all that remained was the illusion clone? He then ignored all this and immediately opened his clothes and glanced at his chest. Then I discovered that the miserable green patch had expanded to the size of my palm. The talisman given by the city god has also lost its luster. And just when he was worried about this, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Li Xian, why are you here? Li Xian was also surprised. He raised his eyebrows. Uncle Chiu sure? The figure in front of him, wearing a fire-colored cloak and a bamboo hat, was none other than Xiu Qianqiu. Li Xian already understood why Zaidi wanted to escape. It was because the boss of Lu Daosi was coming. The spirit detector detected the aura of the purple butterfly demon girl here. Xiu Qianqiu first glanced around with doubtful eyes, and then looked at Li Xian strangely. Since you are here, you must have seen her? I've seen her before. She was still in this position about 20 years ago. Li Xian answered truthfully, and then pointed at the pile of unconscious coolies next to him with his finger. Just now, the witch came with these people. Xiu Qianqiu didn't care about those coolies at all, and didn't ask Li Xian where the purple butterfly was fleeing to. He continued to ask, so, have you seen any Yin spirits nearby? Li Xian's heart tightened slightly. His face showed surprise at first, and then he asked blankly, the purple butterfly demon girl was indeed confronting someone just now. You reading www.ukanshu.net. Is that a Yin spirit? He was extremely lucky that at this moment he actually showed actor-level acting skills. Most of everyone present, including the little girl named Yuaner, fainted directly. The only one left, Li Dalu, seemed to be confused about the situation. This thrilling farce delayed Li Xian for at least half an hour. Later, many people from the 6th Daosi Division came to inquire about the situation. As the only witness, Li Xian was questioned many times. It's not like he didn't reveal his flaws, especially the traces left at the scene that were difficult to explain clearly. Those coolies also fell into coma after he met Zaidi. But the female ghost in red was indeed very smart, and none of the big bosses thought in his direction. Regarding the questions from his colleagues, Li Xian simply said that he did not know anything. He only said that he was crushed by the purple butterfly demon girl's divine thoughts and almost fainted. As for why there is nothing strange about his body, he has Kuei-Niao luminous armor on his body, which makes sense. It was not until half an hour later that Li Xian and others were released to continue the activity of sending warmth to the whole city. But Li Dalo next to him kept looking at Li Xian with suspicious eyes from time to time. Li Xian ignored him until he saw Li Dalo was hesitant to speak several times, and then he glared at Li Dalo. "Shut up! Don't ask. If you dare to reveal anything about today, I will encourage my mother to marry Xiao Tao to someone else. Xiao Tao is the maid in Lu's house. She is very pretty and Li Dalo likes her." Li Dalo's face turned pale as expected. After that, he honestly shut up and stopped talking. He deeply realized that the young master seemed to be a different person these days. But deep down, he is still as bad as before, very bad. In the evening, Li Xian asked someone to push the cart to Dushan Temple. The old housekeeper prepared so much that after they sent warmth to the whole city, there was still a lot left over. Li Xian simply took some of them with him and bought some children's wooden toys and sent them over with the meat. When he pushed the door open, he saw Le Chanxian, who was cleaning the front yard of the Taoist temple. The girl was surprised when she saw him, and then a glint appeared in her eyes. "Master Yu Yu is also here to take care of the children?" Li Xian thought for a while and nodded, "That's right." He had no such plan originally, he was just going to leave after delivering the things, but the girl in front of him looked at him so expectantly, so Li Xian just went along with it. Taking care of children is very troublesome, but the children of these 9 fishermen have become very well behaved after what happened. In addition, Li Xian worked as a volunteer a lot when he was in college, and he was much more skillful and efficient at doing things than Le Chanxian. After putting all the children to bed, Le Chanxian once again looked at Li Xian with that strange look. "As expected, you can't believe the rumors too much. Only after real contact did I know that Master Yu Yu is different from what I had in mind. You make a big difference." Li Xian could probably guess what he was like in Le Chanxian's mind before, but he still asked with a smile, "Can you tell me? What impression did I have in your mind before?" "Lazy, bastard, and lustful. When I was training in the hall, I heard that you hung out in brothels all day long. When you chatted with others, you always talked about women, saying which one was more fun and what postures." Le Chanxian's pretty face was a little red, and her words were hesitant. She felt ashamed to say these words. "My sister said that if you want me to stay away from you, it's best to stay away from you." She pointed at the gate and then at the Sanqing Hall. Li Xian thought to himself that no wonder Le Chanxian had such a reaction when he met her in the library, which made him think that he had done something extreme to the girl. "TSK. I am a flawless gentleman recognized by General Tingtian himself." Li Xian seemed dissatisfied, but when he saw Le Chanxian looking at him with a look of disbelief, he couldn't help laughing. "Actually, it's not bad. I was really a bastard before. Now that I think about it, I want to beat him severely. Give yourself a few slaps." Then he remembered something, took out a silver hairpin from his sleeve and handed it over. "By the way, I have one more thing to ask you. I originally wanted to wait until I get to work, but now is the time." That was the hairpin he and Zhang Hanyun found in the underground river. Although the Jiangjinshan blood sacrifice case has been concluded at this time, the owner of the hairpin may not be related to the blood sacrifice case. But after all, this matter was related to the female ghost in red. Li Xian himself also had a certain degree of obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he finally decided to investigate. So Li Xian went to Jiafangxi yesterday afternoon, but to his surprise, there was no official prostitute named Lu in Jiafangxi in the past 10 years. And all Li Xian can count on now is the humanoid Baidu Le Chanxian. By the time he finished washing the children's clothes, it was already midnight. Li Xian looked at the sky, gave up the idea of going back home, and just stayed in Dushan. The advantage of staying overnight is that his practice lessons will not be missed. This night, Li Xian was the same as the previous few days. He first used his 6 paths human yuan pill, and then moved Zhou Tian to practice inner yuan. It is worth mentioning that the reward Li Qingji promised to him when he bathed Long Jun in Dongting Lake also arrived 2 days ago. It is a 3 refined essence yuan dan, which comes from the northern Xuanjin Tao. Its effect is similar to that of the 6 paths human yuan dan. But Li Xian knew that he should take it easy. He got up and looked in the mirror, feeling that his eyes were like laser lights, burning. This is because he has taken too many tonic medicines. In the past few days, he has taken a total of 5 thunder pills and 6 Daoring yuan pills. His mother Lu also found some extra yang-enhancing pills for him. Drug. This caused his body to leak everywhere, and his true energy expanded, but he could not completely control it, so it spilled outside. In addition, there is a side effect. Li Xian has been in love these past few nights, daydreaming about the female ghost next to him, and has been working hard to seal the unicorn arm that he has practiced for 10 years. He suspected that the female ghost already had intelligence. If you really do this, you will probably be embarrassed. So when he got up early, Li Xian not only took a cold bath for himself, but also practiced 2 rounds of cold breath fierce palm. But then he looked at a rock frozen by his cold palm, and was stunned for a while. Li Xian felt that there was something else in his cold power, so much so that the internal structure of the rock was destroyed by his cold palm. This has never happened before. Speaking of which, Li Xian felt like this when he was practicing last night. His cold essence seemed no longer pure, but more domineering and colder. Master Yu, we will be late if we don't go to Yingmao. Le Chanxian, who was also staying overnight, came over and asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with this stone?" Then she seemed to notice something, her eyebrows narrowed slightly. "Is this yin evil?" It is very common to combine evil force with cold power. The cold element true energy of Qingyi Bofu also contains yin evil spirit, so that it can compete with all kinds of strange fire and thunder. Kola Chanxian recognized the evil spirit carried by Li Xian's palm, but it was extra powerful, domineering, and pure. I haven't taken the initiative to practice. This should be related to my guardian spirit. Li Xian responded thoughtfully, "Yesterday I encountered the purple butterfly witch. This guardian spirit may be a spontaneous protector, and the purple butterfly which the confrontation lasted for a while. At that time, the demon girl said it was Joyo Juhan." Joyo Juhan? Did she really say that? Le Chanxian was startled again, and then let out a breath with a complex expression. "Joyo Juhan, this is the product of the combination of the top Joyo Insha and cold power. Sir, your guardian spirit has only just been born, can actually master such a powerful cold power. I really don't know what kind of monster this is." She thought it would be nice if she could see, but then Le Chanxian laughed again. "I guess this is Master Yu's true energy interacting with your guardian spirit. This is a good thing, and also a good thing for Yu. Sir, your chance will sooner or later make your cold essence become the real 9 nether absolute cold. If you can finally get rid of its evil influence in the future." Yu reading www.yokinshu.net. Then it is just this cold, this power is enough to make you the top person in the world. Not to mention that your guardian spirit has only been born for a few days? This 9 nether cold will definitely evolve in the future. Li Xian sighed leisurely. "What you said is very beautiful, but I really don't know if I will survive until that time. But this is indeed a good thing." Li Xian is excited, proud, and itchy. On the way to Zhuke Hall, he thought that it would be great if Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu were also captured today, and he could show off his magical powers and test the power of this cold evil. Unfortunately, when Li Xian arrived at Zhuke Hall, he found that his 2 best friends had all come to work, and they arrived earlier than him. Then not long after Li Xian arrived at Zhuke Hall, he saw Jiang Hanyun's mother, Mrs. Jiang, walking into their small courtyard carrying a fragrant casserole. Ma Chenggong happened to be in their courtyard, assigning tasks to Li Xian's team. The man took a sniff and couldn't help being surprised. "This soup is so fragrant, I can smell the smell of tiger meat. How can this be so embarrassing? How dare you work? Auntie, for us roughnecks." But in the end, Mrs. Jiang slapped Ma Chenggong's hand away, and then put the casserole in front of Li Xian with a smile. Xianji, this is the tiger elixir soup that my aunt made specially for you. Eat it while it's hot. Your uncle killed a 100-year-old demon tiger in Zhenjiang yesterday, and he brought the elixir in tiger meat back. Xianji, you haven't been doing it lately. Are you practicing martial arts hard? I thought I would give you a supplement. When Han Yun was building the foundation and practicing martial arts, I didn't miss this. At this time, several people in the courtyard, including Peng Fulai, Zhang Yu, etc., were all stunned. What am I doing? Of course I'm here to apologize to you. Mrs. Jiang glanced sideways at Zhang Hanyun. You have a loud voice. It seems you have an opinion? Zhang Hanyun immediately lost her temper. She could only turn her gaze to Li Xian, her eyes as cold as a blade. Li Xian was originally going to refuse, but he has been able to catch up on his anger recently. If he drinks this bowl of tiger elixir soup, he is afraid of catching fire. But after his eyes turned around Mrs. Jiang and Zhang Hanyun, he picked up the spoon with a smile. The elders gave it to me, but I don't dare to say goodbye. The younger generation is more respectful than to obey. As soon as the first spoonful of soup entered his mouth, Li Xian narrowed his eyes with an expression of enjoyment. It's so delicious. I didn't expect that my aunt's cooking is so good, comparable to the chef of San Weiju. This junior is really in luck this time. Mrs. Jiang was happy when she heard the words, no, I have some experience in making soup, but there is still a gap between me and a real chef. If you like it, Xiao Xian, my aunt will cook it for you next time. Anyway, your uncle always cooks it for you from time to time. I will bring back some delicacies from the mountains and seas. Why can't we compare? Li Xian wolfed it down without losing elegance. I've eaten San Weiju a few times, and it just tastes like that. I have some skills as a chef, but how can I compare to my aunt's expertise? Zhang Hanyun couldn't stand it anymore. Her eyes were full of contempt. Li Xian, are you disgusting? Even if you want to please my mother, please have a certain bottom line, okay? A bowl of tiger pill soup. You said it was like a fairy delicacy. It's like jade food. To me, it's a delicacy. Li Xian said with a smile. He lifted up the casserole, poured the last soup base into his mouth, and then praised, it is indeed delicious, Captain. Don't you think, sir, I probably drink a lot of auntie's soup every day, so I'm used to it. Mrs. Jiang was originally very angry at Zhang Hanyun's words, but when Li Xian said this, her expression was as if she had drank a bowl of iced drink in the summer. The food committee of Xian Yuyu has passed, but Li Xian, you have its right to say that Hanyun and his daughter are not aware of their blessings when they are in the midst of blessings. They only need soup to drink, but in the end they find faults in all kinds of ways. Zhang Hanyun was speechless. She glanced at Ma Chenggong with blazing eyes. Xuanwu Street is also under the control of your team today. Eh? Ma Chenggong was shocked. With the addition of Xuanwu Street, their city patrol mission today had at least doubled. He wanted to protest, but Zhang Hanyun had already walked out with anger. At this time, Mrs. Jiang put the casserole into the basket with a smile. Captain Ma, right? Xiao Xian is not in good health recently. You must not let him get tired, you know? I will keep an eye on it. At this moment, Ma Chenggong was as speechless as if he had turned into a clay sculpture. He felt like crying but had no tears. Zhang Hanyun was his immediate boss, but he couldn't afford to offend Mrs. Jiang. Until Li Xian led everyone fully armed onto the street, Li Qianxian, Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu all looked at Li Xian with the eyes of worshipping a god. Qianji! Qianji! Peng Fulai shouted Li Xian twice, with a look of disbelief on his fat face. Do you know how I feel now? You can probably guess it. Li Xian was trying hard to control the mount on his crotch. It was getting harder and harder for him to ride a horse now, but he understood Peng Fulai's thoughts very well. Do you have such admiration for me? The river is endless? It's like the Yellow River overflowing and getting out of control. Peng Fulai was stunned for a moment, then nodded and praised. What a sentence! I wrote it down. This can probably describe my feelings. Zhang Yu asked curiously, I heard Mrs. Jiang call you Xiaoxian. Does this mean she thinks of you as her son-in-law? Are you really planning to discuss marriage with that female devil? We are talking. Li Xian said quietly, but when it comes to marriage, it is best for you to be consensual. In fact, He wanted to find a backer to avoid the clutches of the devil, and he had no intention of actively leaning towards the devil. But if such words were spoken, it would not only trample Jiang Hanyun's reputation into the mud, but also betray Mrs. Zhang's feelings. Really? Zhang Yu had a look of admiration on his face. After thinking about it carefully, he cupped his hands towards Li Xian with a complex tone. Brother, my admiration for you is like a torrential river, endless. When Zhang Yu thought that the female devil might become his younger brother and sister, his legs became weak and he felt that he could no longer be his friend. Peng Fulai sneered, what do you know? Qianji is calling Mrs. Zhang to control the female devil. Didn't you see that the captain is as afraid of her mother as a tiger? He thought he had seen through the truth. With Mrs. Zhang's protection, from now on, how can the female devil dare to touch Jian's finger? But why are you happy? Why are you gloating about others' misfortunes? Lu Qianqian looked at them in confusion and said with a worried expression, Master Xiaowei, she can't do anything to Li Yoshi, will she treat us as a punching bag? At this moment, both Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu felt as if they were struck by lightning. The former turned his neck stiffly. Li Xian, I will sever ties with you now. He thought that if he came to Jiang Hanyun to beg for mercy now, he should still have time to make amends. At this time, Lu Qianqian exclaimed again, Master Yu, your orifices are bleeding. Fine. Li Xian took out his handkerchief like a normal person, wiped his nose, and wiped his ears. I have taken too many tonics recently. This handkerchief was not enough, so he asked for another one from Peng Fulai. Somehow, Yu reading www.yokinshu.net he discovered for the first time that his best friend also had a pretty face. While Li Xian tried to suppress himself, he thought that this was the price for holding Aunt Zhang hostage to control the female devil. At this time, they saw a group of teenagers riding similarly coming from the opposite side. Li Xian is very familiar with the leaders of them. What a coincidence, it's Cui Hangan and Zhang Jinaba. Peng Fulai's eyes lit up, and then he smiled evilly and took the initiative to say hello. Hey, isn't this Cui Dianyi and Mr. Zhang from Beijing? Is he coming back from the Qinhuai River? How about it? The thing below is not broken. Bar? When Cui Hangan and his companions saw Li Xian and the others, their expressions were all disgusting, but they invariably looked around, not daring to look directly at Li Xian. They were thrown into the dark prison of Zhuke Hall by Li Xian and kept there for several days. They were not released one after another until 4 days ago. It was not easy after returning home, and all the elders were furious. Therefore, most of them now have lingering fears about Li Xian and are extremely afraid. So when Peng Fulai said these provocative words, no one in this group of dandies dared to answer. Even Cui Hangan looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. What is this guy talking about? Does it have anything to do with me? Only Zhang Jin was filled with anger. Fuck you, Ancestor Banban, so your things are broken. Peng Fulai, just wait, I will make you look good sooner or later. Previously at the Xuanwu Lake Pier, after he was thawed by Li Yan, he was also beaten violently by Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu, and was stepped on more than a dozen times. He was tougher than Cui Hangan and had higher cultivation, so he received more severe beatings. This was Zhang Jin's deepest hatred. Whenever he thought about it, he still felt a dull pain down there. It seems you are still not convinced? Peng Fulai sneered and looked at Zhang Jin with mocking eyes. Don't wait until later. If you want revenge, just come and we will accompany you. Zhang Jin was obviously very impulsive, but he looked at Li Xian, who was silent, and then at Zhang Yu, who raised his arm to reveal his explosive biceps. He couldn't help but swallowed with a grunt, and wisely cowered. The former is a fierce man who single-handedly defeated more than 100 soldiers from the Beijing camp and nearly 100 servants. He was not even a match for the martial arts cultivators from 2 4th-level buildings. As for Zhang Yu, he has always been famous in Nanjing for his fierce fighting power. But Zhang Jin was still unwilling to accept it after thinking about it. Don't be complacent. When the Ghost Festival is over, that person arrives in Nanjing City. I will definitely return everything you did to you exactly as it was. At this time, Li Xian discovered that among the group of knights opposite him, there was a pretty girl dressed in men's clothing. It turned out to be Shi Shuer, who had been on a blind date with him, and the second daughter of the left deputy capital censor Shi Ying's family. After seeing Li Xian, this person may have felt ashamed because he was found sleeping in the Qinhuai River overnight. Shi Shuai instinctively turned her head to avoid Li Xian's gaze. But then she turned her eyes back angrily and stared at Li Xian full of hatred. Li Xian was secretly cold and didn't bother to pay attention at all. This woman is really no ordinary trouble. He just went on a blind date and was hated by this woman without doing anything. He was just thinking about whether he should deal with this woman in advance before she caused trouble to him, when he felt movement from the female ghost in red behind him. That one? Who is it? So you still have to rely on people to support you, right? Peng Fulai dug his ears, his words full of sarcasm. At this time, he saw Li Xuanxiang holding his mount, holding his sword at the same time, and looking sharply ahead. What's going on? Peng Fulai was stunned. He immediately took out the demon mirror and looked forward. Is there anything going on? Zhang Yu directly turned on his spiritual vision. He was a martial artist at the 4th level of the building and already had the ability of spiritual vision. As long as he focused his true energy into his eyes, he could directly see the attributes of the ghosts. But after he glanced around, he saw nothing. There was nothing unusual about the street ahead. People were bustling and walking, and there were small vendors setting up stalls along the street. As the Ghost Festival is approaching, the whole city of Nanjing is very lively, and almost all the streets are full of people. I didn't find anything. Zhang Yu looked suspicious and said, Chenji, you must have phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals red /phoneme it wrong. Don't make a fuss. However, Li Qianxian knew that Li Xian had a guardian spirit with a talent that was so powerful that it reached the ceiling. There must be some situation that caused this. She cast the spell without hesitation, causing a beam of clear light to fall on Li Xian. At this moment, a huge spider with a body of 1 foot in diameter appeared in Li Xian's field of vision. Its carapace and spider hairs were purple, and its body was covered with human eyes. It was lying on the roof of a house in the distance, staring at them with all its eyes. Li Xian's breath suddenly suffocated. The reason why he was alert just now was because the numb and cold feeling in his chest suddenly became worse. He guessed that this might be a powerful evil spirit appearing around, but he didn't expect such a terrifying and disgusting existence. Little God's eyes. Peng Fulai was very surprised. Li Qianxian, are you in the 4th level of the building? Generally speaking, only those who practice martial arts at the 4th level can use this spell, and the effect is better than the spiritual vision of martial arts cultivators. No, I have a special physique and it is easier to cast spells than others. It's so big. Li Qianxian's delicate body was already trembling, just because she also used the little god's vision on herself. Taishan and I will meet the enemy, and you two will be responsible for evacuating the crowd. Li Xian took a deep breath, forced out the timidity in his heart, and at the same time slowly pulled out his waist knife. This is the eye-catching ghost. Li Qianxian reminded when he dismounted, most of them are transformed by blind people who are still resentful. They envy others for having eyes, so they blind people. Be careful, look at the number of its eyes, it is about to evolve. We have reached the peak of the 6th floor building. Its weaknesses are its fear of light, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, and especially sandstorm. I got it. Li Xian also got off the saddle, and together with Zhang Yu, he put on a posture of being immovable even if the enemy is immovable, but you, please be careful of commotion and crowding. But things went counterproductive. When Peng Fulai and the two began to evacuate, the whole street exploded into chaos. Not far away, Cui Hangan was still gloating and fanning the flames. Okay, God has finally opened his eyes. This is retribution. You are out of luck, you are finished. Folks, run away, don't listen to them. This is a 6-headed man. The evil ghosts in the Chonlu realm, these street patrols are all rookies from the 6th Daosi division. They used to hang out in brothels every day and had no skills. I, Cui Hangan, guarantee this with my character. Perhaps because he had determined that Li Xian and the others were going to show off their behavior, his whole body began to tremble again, his hands pressed on the reins, and his face was full of excitement. Zhang Jin next to him felt that something was a little wrong, but after thinking about it, he gave up his intention to dissuade him and watched with the same interest. Behind him, Shi Xuer's eyes brightened even more with expectation. At this time, everyone was screaming and swarming to both sides of the street. Reading www.ukanshu.net. Not only were the stalls on both sides pushed down, but also several people were pushed to the ground. Fortunately, Li Qianqian was sharp-eyed and rich, so he immediately hid a few small golden bell charms to prevent the fallen ones from being trampled to death. In just a moment, this half of the street was reduced to a mess, with a large number of overturned stalls and vegetable leaves on the ground. You cheat! When Peng Fulai came back, Li Xian complained helplessly, "You actually told them directly that there were evil ghosts at work? Have you never phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the 6 Paths Demon Exorcist Manual?" The so-called 6 Paths of Demon Slayer is an ancient version of a tactical manual, which describes in detail the methods and essentials of action for the 6 Paths Demon Slayers to deal with in various situations. I'll take a look when I get back. I'll know next time. Peng Fulai looked stern. This time it was indeed his fault. Also, due to lack of experience, I didn't think much about it at the time. It's the fault of those naughties. He's causing trouble for me. Peng Fulai glared hard at Cui Hangan and the group of second-generation ancestors who had retreated to a distance, laughing and watching the fun. But this is also his fault. If he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke, things like this wouldn't have happened. Li Qianqian looked at the dazzling ghost in confusion. Why can't you see it moving? When the crowd was in panic just now, it should have been the best time for the eye-catching ghost to take action. Most of the powerful ghosts and demons can absorb people's fear and strengthen themselves. But this eye-catching ghost was very quiet. He stayed on the roof and watched them quietly. It's Zaidi. Li Xian's eyes were complicated and he moved his gaze to the other side, where he saw a slim figure who was also standing on the roof. The woman had her face covered, but Li Xian still recognized her identity at a glance. Zaidi stood in a relaxed posture, but was always looking in the direction of the eye-catching ghost, who was looking at the woman with at least 3/4 of his eyes. Purple butterfly? Peng Fulai was a little surprised, but then he said with a bit of expectation and enthusiasm, "Will she take action directly to help us slay demons? Although this woman is hated by my father and others among the people, but her reputation is very good. People say she is chivalrous." But before he finished speaking, the purple butterfly demon girl had already floated into the air and retreated 10 feet away. She said in a faint voice, "Since Mr. Li Xian, who blocked my way twice, is here, then the little lady will not care about it. No business. Today I will just sit back and watch how the heroes of Lideosi slay demons." Li Xian couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. This woman actually even found out his name. She obviously wanted to take revenge on him, and it was definitely not just words. And just after the purple butterfly demon girl retreated, the dazzling ghost had already climbed down from the roof of the house on its spider legs. Then there were more than 80 beams of green light, shining towards them at the same time. Everyone is hiding behind me. Zhang Yu didn't know when he took out a huge shield that was 2 people high, and his whole body was like a mountain, blocking all the miserable green light. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned wildly. How can you expect others to do this kind of thing? Don't destroy your prestige, and increase the ambition of others. The 4 of us can handle a mere eye-catching ghost. Qianqian, give him something hard first. Li Qianqian had already cast a spell, and suddenly a ball of blazing light shone in front of them. It was like an enhanced version of the blinding grenade, causing all the eyes of the blinding ghost to narrow involuntarily. Peng Fulai also took action at the same time. He fired at least 30 hidden weapons of various shapes in an instant, and almost all of them were nailed to the body of the giant spider. His strength was slightly lacking, but these hidden weapons were all gold-plated and painted with talismans. In this world, gold and silver can ward off evil spirits. So the rich wear gold and silver not just to show off their wealth. The gold plating on these hidden weapons is not only extra thick, but also engraved with runes. Each one of them caused the eye-catching ghost to let out a huge wail, and even directly destroyed dozens of human eyes on the spider. However, this also completely angered the eye-catching ghost. It roared angrily, and then rushed toward Li Xian and the others like crazy. That huge body was like a hill pressing down from the front. Li Xian and others subconsciously wanted to spread out to both sides, preparing to avoid its sharp edge. But at this moment, they heard Zhang Yu's thunderous roar. Dodge what? With me, Zhang Taishan, here, it can't even think of taking a step beyond the thunder. I am invincible in the battle of Xingtian. You monster, you must die. Ha! At this moment, the three of them couldn't help but sigh, thinking that this guy is really reliable. His back view is as reassuring as a real Mount Tai. They finally have a more reliable person in their group. And the next moment, there was a roar of duong in front of them, and Zhang Yu's oops. How can this be? Exclamations. Then Li Xian saw Zhang Yu flying like a cloud in mist. Passed over them. Judging from the current curve, this guy might be thrown 20 feet away. Looking at the eyes again, although the attack of the eye-catching ghost was stopped, even its head was flattened by Zhang Yu's giant shield, and a huge wound was cut on the left side, but this huge spider, they were less than 3 feet away. The three people behind were stunned, their hairstyles were messy and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Peng Fulai's face suddenly turned pale. Oops. Last night, Lao Zhang slept with Miss Munching Yenmeng from Lanyue Tower, saying he wanted to avenge his shame. That guy must have had too many times and his legs are weak. Li Xian felt a tightness in his chest and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. But the dazzling ghost had already rushed in front of them, and Li Xian could even smell the disgusting smell in his nose. Le Chanshan fired a ball of white light again, and the hidden weapon in Peng Fulai's hand was like a rainstorm, but it was useless. The eye-catching ghost still followed the force of inertia and flew towards him like a mountain bearing down on top. Cui Hangan, who was in the distance, laughed like crazy. It's so funny. Oh, how is this possible? He was knocked away. Zhang Taishan, you are so funny. The companions around him also smiled. Although he didn't laugh like crazy like Cui Hangan, he still had a sarcastic look on his face and was full of anticipation for the next scene. Zhang Jin also couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. For clowns, how crazy can they be after today? This means that those who do evil will be punished by death. You all get out of the way. Li Xian sighed secretly, and took a step forward with numbness, preparing to use the Kuei-Niao luminous armor on his body to buy Le Chanshan and the others time to dodge. He thought that he would inevitably become a laughing stock this time and would be laughed at by Cui Hangan and others in the future. But just as this thought flashed through Li Xian's mind, he saw several bloody threads extending forward from his waist knife, connecting several parts of the dazzling ghost. Li Xian's thoughts at this moment were as fast as thunder and lightning. At this time, he looked at the things around him as if everything was frozen and slowed down at least 10 times. So much so that he had time to wondering what were these bloodshot eyes? I haven't seen anything strange about this dazzling ghost after connecting these bloody threads. However, as this eye-catching ghost moves, the trajectory of these bloody lines also changes. After Li Xian considered several possibilities, he suddenly became inspired and thought, could this be similar to the weakness insight in computer games? The reason why he had such a guess was that Li Xian's warrior instinct was driving him to do this again, giving him the urge to use the sword that seemed to be an opportunity that Zhang Yu and the three of them worked together to seize. The flaw revealed after being hit hard continuously. There is indeed a chance. However, he could only use the faster lightning method, and could not use the cold evil he had newly mastered. The most suitable move at this moment is the Thunderstorm 1,000 Miles move from the Phantom Heavenly Sword. Li Xian's hand holding the sword suddenly tightened. Opposite him, the ugly and ferocious body of the eye-catching ghost was getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision. He also smelled a pungent fishy smell in his nose. Taste. At this moment, Cui Hangan laughed crazily and felt a little uneasy. He thought that no one would die this time, right? I just wanted to see Li Xian's jokes, and it was best if I was made unable to take care of myself by this evil spirit. But if that guy gets angry because of this, it won't be fun. It's hard to say that Uncle Chingching's house won't be angry. Peng Fulai also turned pale and took half a step forward. No matter what, he could not sit back and watch Li Xian face this dangerous evil spirit alone. The purple butterfly witch on the roof quietly clasped a few stones in her sleeves. She was doubtful and hesitant. The doubt was due to Li Xian's clumsiness in this battle, which was completely different from the confrontation with her yesterday. For a short while, the great master who never fell behind. The hesitation is because Zaidi is thinking, should he save others? She determined that Li Xian's cultivation was extraordinary and he could kill the evil spirit with a snap of his fingers. But what if that guy continues to pretend? This person is obviously a strong person who can keep pace with her Zaidi, but he just disguises himself as this second-generation ancestor with a weak cultivation level. The behavior is too suspicious. There may be some reason or ulterior motives. In case this guy continues to pretend, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net, then the girl hiding behind him is innocent? These thoughts flashed through her mind, and then Zaidi saw a young woman among the second-generation ancestors take out a silver-white tube as thick as a brush from her sleeve, and quietly pointed it at Li Xian's back. Zaidi's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. She flicked her long sleeve, and a stone flew out silently. Now that she had taken action, Zaidi no longer hesitated, and the second stone was thrown out by her, going straight to the soul core of the eye-catching demon. But at this moment, Zaidi saw a bleak white sword light, which began to shine from Li Xian's waist, and then the majestic and dazzling thunderlight made everyone instinctively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme their eyes. After Li Xian took out the sword, he dismissed all hesitations and thoughts out of his mind, concentrated on controlling the long sword, and followed one of the threads with lightning flashing all over his body. He was not sure at all. He just thought that since he had the Kueino luminous armor, he would have the opportunity to try and make mistakes. And in this situation, what's the harm in taking a gamble? In the end, they were all knocked away by the spider, but the strength they endured was slightly different. But then Li Xian's sword light was so powerful that it easily broke through the layers of green spider silk spewed out by the spider, and then slashed into the body of this dazzling ghost with a ball of blazing white lightning. Then, like a piece of rotten wood, it kept moving forward, unstoppably splitting the body of this dazzling ghost into two. And at this moment, not only Peng Fulai and Liqianshan behind Li Xian were in a trance, looking at the eye-catching ghost that was cut in half with great astonishment. Cui Homan's laughter in the distance also stopped suddenly, like a rooster whose throat had been cut. Only the purple butterfly on the rooftop in the distance had a dull look, and seemed not surprised at all by the scene in front of him. When Li Xian stood firm, the huge spider disappeared into thin air, turning into traces of evil and miserable green light that quickly dispersed. At the same time, the sneering voice of the purple butterfly demon girl also reached his ears. This sword is quite sharp, but it is actually unsightly. Now I am curious, why does a person who has mastered the 9 nether cold be willing to be a ridiculous playboy in the eyes of the world, with a cultivation level of only 3 levels? What do you, Li Xian, mean by doing this? Li Xian immediately turned back and looked in the direction of the witch. But he looked at nothing. That graceful figure had already flown away and disappeared without a trace. Only the lingering sound lingered in his ears. Be careful in the future. I will always keep an eye on you. I don't care what you want to do, but if you dare to harm the people and harm others, I will definitely take your head. Li Xian secretly had a headache. This woman seemed to have deepened her misunderstanding of him, thinking that he was a master at hiding his strength. But it seems that because of this, he also saved his life. At the same time, Li Xian also felt that the numbness in his chest became more serious. The cost of this sword was not small, and the power of the female ghost in red obviously greatly increased his sword power. But at the same time, the evil spirit that invaded his body was so strong that even the talisman given by Master Cheng Huan could not withstand it. Amazing! Peng Fulai glanced at the remnant spirits lingering around, and then looked at Li Xian in disbelief. I killed this dazzling ghost with one sword. Is this the magic lightning heavenly sword? How long have you been practicing for? But I feel that you have reached the 5th level. Even martial arts practitioners who have practiced swordsmanship for more than 10 years may not be able to match you. Could it be that the person next to him is really a genius in martial arts training? Liqianshan was also impressed. She said with emotion, Master Yu is still reliable. I was scared just now and thought I would die. That sword was also very amazing. I am afraid it already has 30% of Zhang Xiaowei's charm. Zhang Hanyun is not only a thunder martial arts cultivator, but also an expert in swordsmanship. Liqianshan once saw Zhang Hanyun use a sword, so she was deeply impressed. The thickest thigh in this team is actually their Master Yu. Li Xin was worried about his longevity, but there was no expression on his face. So, you can work under my magic sword, Li Xin. I don't know how lucky you are. He flicked the sword and put it back into the sheath handsomely. Then he glanced sideways at the group of people who were riding their horses and trying to sneak away quietly. Cui Hong'an, stop. Follow me to Lu Dao later. See, please go away. If you dare to leave, it will be regarded as resisting arrest, and the crime will be increased. Why? Cui Hong'an looked back with a pale face. I didn't commit any crime. Li Xin, how dare you use public weapons for private purposes and avenge private matters? He wanted to slap himself in the mouth. Why couldn't he hold back just now? Was he so mean? He has obviously decided to stay in bed for a while. That's right. What's Brother Cui's crime this time? You, the 6th Daosi Division, can't arrest people for no reason. A group of Cui Hong'an's friends were also cheering, but Li Xin then sneered and glanced over, Roltang nonsense, interfering with the handling of the case and affecting the evacuation of the crowd. It is enough to lock him up for several months. Do you also want to interfere with official duties, accompany you? Will he come with me? Or just help him resist arrest out of brotherly loyalty? The group of people immediately fell silent and rode away dejectedly under Cui Hong'an's sad eyes. Shi Shuer speeded up her horse and galloped away towards South Street. She held the reins and riding crop tightly in one hand, the tips of her nails almost digging into her flesh. The other hand was bloody and she hid it in her sleeve. Zhang Jin's face was gloomy and he looked at Li Xin in surprise. He thought that this man's swordsmanship and martial arts were so powerful. Only then did he notice something strange about Shi Shuer. Shuer, what's wrong with your hand? Shi Shuer's lips turned blue due to pain, and her eyes were full of anger and hatred. The one who was beaten was the purple butterfly witch. Purple butterfly witch? Why is she beating you so hard? Zhang Jin was very surprised. I heard that this woman never hurts anyone without reason. How do I know? Or maybe she's Li Xin's mistress? It's not like you didn't see that woman just attacking Li Xin. Shi Shuer snorted, then swung her riding crop hard and galloped away from the alley. Zhang Jin hurriedly chased after him. Shuer, don't worry, at least half a month, I have a good brother who will go to Nanjing to play. He is a high disciple of the Chuanjin sect, a real master at this time. Li Xin looked at Zhang Yu, who was frowning and looking at a small silver tube the size of a writing brush in his hand. Li Xin couldn't help but asked curiously, what is that? Picked up on the ground, it's a kind of hidden weapon called innuendo. It's a very vicious thing. It's specially used to break the martial arts. It has no lethality in itself, so most of them are painted with poison. Some of them are exquisitely made, and even the traces are checked afterwards. Not coming out. Zhang Yu opened the small silver tube and saw an ice needle with a faint blue luster and the thickness of an ox hair inside. I saw it fell from Shi Shuer's body, and it was the hand of the purple butterfly witch. Peng Fulai's eyes suddenly became sharp. I must kill this woman. At the same time, he thought to himself that the purple butterfly demon girl and Li Xin were indeed having an affair. Li Xin took the ice needle in his hand and looked at it carefully, then narrowed his eyes. This is not a poison that seals one's throat upon seeing blood. Its function is to paralyze a person's body, but in the situation just now, it was very dangerous. That Shi Shuer, I'm afraid she wants him to die. Li Xin couldn't help but feel cold in his heart, thinking that he had really underestimated this woman. Let me handle this woman. Zhang Yu sneered and said, Zhenji and Lao Ping are both inconvenient now. After Li Xin thought about it, he did not refuse, but said in a cautious voice, just use conspiracy, don't get yourself into it. Nowadays, due to the assassination of the prince, the Qingyi mansion is being watched by officials from top to bottom. On Peng Fulai's side, Shi Shuer's father, Zhuofuto Censor Xiang, happened to be in charge of the Salt Patrol Censor. Understood. Zhang Yu said knowingly. If you want to use conspiracy, then start from the reputation. This is the best way to destroy a woman. That woman was so ignorant, it couldn't be easier for him to take action. This move can also bring his father along with him. What those officials need most is a good reputation. Li Xin looked at Zhang Yu with a smile at this time and said, this is the so-called, as long as Yu Zheng Taishan is here, it can't even think of taking a step beyond the realm of thunder? May I ask how many times did you and Miss Mang go to Wushan yesterday, you soft-footed shrimp? Zhang Yu's square face turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Accident. I made an appointment with Lao Peng yesterday and decided to change my mind from now on. The prodigal son turned back and decided to indulge for the last time at night. Who did you think you would encounter such a powerful evil spirit today? He fought hard 6 times last night, trying to achieve the great feat of 9 times in one night that he had boasted about before. In the end, even if the success is on the verge of failure, it is inevitable that the back will be sore and the feet will be weak. Peng Fulai also nodded and confirmed Zhang Yu's words. Taishan said that even the laziest bastard among the 3 of us knows how to work hard and make progress. The 2 of us can no longer indulge in such nonsense. I thought I was right. At this age, it's time to give up. Anyway, we have visited all the brothels in the Qinhuai River, and we are almost tired of it. Don't laugh. This time we are very determined. Even for you and Iwan Lu, all the birthday banquets booked have been cancelled. It's okay that he didn't say that he loved Wan Lu. When he talked about it, Li Xian couldn't help but turn blue, and there was a faint pain in his eyes. If it weren't for the 2 scammers in front of him, he wouldn't have had to borrow Mrs. Zhang's influence. From then on, he had an unclear relationship with the female devil Zhang Hanyun. You have to keep this account in a small notebook and look for opportunities later. We wanted to come with you last night, but you weren't at home. At this time, Peng Fulai asked curiously, Xiumu, where have you been for the past 3 days? I haven't seen you for 3 consecutive days? Sir, you won't fool around like you. The answer was actually Lu Qianqian. She snorted softly. I didn't know the first day, but the second day he and the captain investigated the case together and caught Shui Wu. 2 fishes slipped through the net in the Ye case. On the 3rd day, Lord Yu led people to give alms throughout the city, sending food and clothing to the lonely elderly and the disabled. In the evening, he also went to Dushan Temple to take care of those who were taught by Maitreya. A kid who was tricked. Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu were even more surprised after hearing this, looking at Li Xian with strange eyes. Going to Dushan Temple to take care of the children, this gave them a greater sense of surprise than when they saw Li Xian kill the eye-catching ghost with his sword. Just as they were talking, Ma Chenggong belatedly rushed to the rescue. Li Xian had already sent a call for help when he encountered the enemy, but it took less than half a moment for Ma Chenggong to arrive. There was also a 6th-level tower-level evil ghost over there. It was a very troublesome one, and it delayed a little time. After Ma Chenggong explained, he looked at Li Qianqian with some suspicion. Is this a dazzling ghost of the 6th level of the building here? He believed that the only one among the 4 whose words were credible was Li Qianqian. Ma Chenggong didn't doubt that they didn't have the ability to kill the eye-catching ghost. The combat prowess of any one of these 4 people could not be judged based on their cultivation level. Especially Li Xian and Zhang Yu, most of the 4th-level buildings are no match for them. But Ma Chenggong didn't believe that a few people could kill the eye-catching ghost in such a short period of time. In his opinion, this must be a fierce battle, and it is only reasonable that 1 or 2 people will be injured as a result. It is indeed the eye-catching ghost. Li Qianqian was very honest and answered accurately, it has 83 eyes. We worked together to hurt it, and then Li Xian killed it with a knife. Ma Chenggong didn't pay much attention. He thought that these 4 people must have used some powerful talisman. And with Zhang Yu, a human shield that could fight and carry, it was not impossible to get rid of the dazzling ghost in half a moment. Annoying. These 2nd-generation ancestors who don't regard money as money. In order to get rid of this eye-catching ghost, I probably spent thousands of taels of silver, and even selling the complete eye-catching ghost on the black market would not even cost that much. Okay. Even with the Suzaku Hall's spiritual instrument, you can't fake it. I'll take this Cui Hong in back for you too. You reading www.ukokanshu. Net Ma Chenggong was the happiest to Cui Hangan, because Li Xian had once again generated income for their Mingyu capital. This guy brought so many dandies back to Suzaku Hall before, and made them collect a fine of more than 100,000 taels. Next, Ma Chenggong took out the booklet from his sleeve and recorded it according to Li Qianqian's words, but I really didn't expect that you guys were all peaceful these days. They are the evil spirits of the 6th-level tower realm. Li Qianqian knew the reason. It was due to the shock of Li Xian's guardian spirit in the past few days. Able to prevent ghosts below the 6th level from appearing, this newly born wish-keeping spirit was stronger than she had thought before. Pang Fulai frowned and said with a puzzled expression, "What exactly is going on this year? I heard that yesterday alone, more than 30 ghosts above the 4th level of the tower appeared in Nanjing City. In previous years, during the Ghost Festival, are they all so lively? How do I know? There were all kinds of monsters and ghosts a while ago, but these days it's all ghosts and evil spirits." Ma Chenggong said angrily, "Anyway, in the 10 years since I joined the 6th Daosi division, this is the first time that the ghosts, and snake gods in this city are so arrogant. Presumptuous. And you asked the wrong person," he pointed at Le Qianqian, "you have a genuine Dr. Demon here." Le Qianqian frowned. This year is the anniversary of the founding of the Jin dynasty, and this year's Ghost Festival falls on the Yin day of the Yin year. Logically speaking, these evil spirits should not be so arrogant. Li Xian inexplicably remembered his father Li Qingji's move to strengthen the seal of the tomb of Chen Han soldiers in Poyan Lake in advance, and also remembered the Tian Mastiff's invitation to him to go to the capital god's temple on the evening of the Ghost Festival. Could it be related to this? He thought this situation didn't look good. He could feel the coming rain with his heels. After the horse successfully left, the street finally returned to normal. The people who had evacuated before gradually returned, and then Li Xian and the 4 of them were forced to receive a bunch of gifts: cucumbers, tomatoes, water spinach, more than 10 kilograms of pork, umbrellas, bamboo horses, etc. It's a mess, everything. Perhaps it was because there was not much damage to the items on site, but the people on this street were very grateful to them. The one who received the most gifts was Le Qianqian. Her little golden bell charm saved the lives of several people. Peng Fulai's expression was complicated. They are all worthless things that are of no use at all, but why do I feel so good? I'm really happy. Zhang Yu also rubbed his chin. It's a completely different feeling than visiting a brothel and listening to music in the past. Li Xian didn't care at all and gave away these gifts one by one along the way. The 4 of them continued to patrol the streets, and no more ghosts were encountered until the shift ended in the evening. The intimidating power of the female ghost in red is still very strong, and the evil spirits under the 6th floor building do not dare to approach this street when they patrol the street. This can be seen from the flow of people on the road from Erta Bridge to Confucius Street. The bustling and lively area here is only inferior to the areas in Suzaku Hall where the demon-suppressing captains are personally in charge. These ordinary people have eyes and can vote with their feet. By this time, even Ma Chenggong was surprised. When the work was handed over, he was very surprised. It doesn't make sense. Today, I killed 5 evil spirits with my own hands. Are they all blind? Can't they see that you are the worst in cultivation? Group. The reason why he felt relieved to let Li Xian and the others form a team to patrol the streets was, firstly, because these guys were rich people who were not short of money. They had all kinds of magic weapons and talismans in their hands, and their combat power was pretty good. Secondly, because the 2 heads the road from the bridge to Confucius Street was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the area under his and Jiang Hanyun's direct jurisdiction. He and his superiors could provide reinforcements at any time to ensure safety. But the actual situation was very different from what he imagined. In the past, most places in Nanjing were relatively peaceful, with only 1 or 2 out-of-character ghosts haunting each street all day long. However, recent frequent incidents in the city have highlighted Li Xian's jurisdiction. Except for the eye-catching ghost early in the morning, the street that Li Xian and the 4 were responsible for turned out to be the calmest and safest area in the entire east city of Nanjing. Don't you even think about it? These evil ghosts were naturally scared away by my magic sword Li Xian. Li Xian told the truth, but Ma Chenggong didn't believe it. Instead, he reached out and touched his forehead to see if he had a fever or was drunk. After returning to the uncle's house that night, Li Xian just took a few bites at dinner and then went to the backyard to practice his sword skills. In particular, the move Thunderstorm 1,000 miles in the Phantom Heavenly Sword was also the one used to kill the eye-catching ghost today. Li Xian felt that he had opened the door to the power of martial arts at that time. The so-called military force, in short, means that when facing the enemy, you use the surrounding environment, and even all the factors in the world that are beneficial to you, and incorporate them into your own moves. This is a very broad concept. Although it is one of the thresholds in the early stages of martial arts cultivation, it is said that it can also be used in the realm of heaven, and it has many levels. At the moment of killing the eye-catching ghost, Li Xian not only discerned his opponent's weaknesses, he also instinctively used everything he could use at the time. The surrounding terrain, changes in spiritual energy, rich water vapor, the sharpness of the waist knife itself, the height difference between the two sides and other factors, these have become his power. It's strange that the martial arts moves he has practiced most skillfully are naturally the cold heavenly sword and cold breath fierce palm, but in the end, he first made a breakthrough in the Huangdian heavenly sword and came into contact with the potential power. In the inner academy grounds, which is 100 feet in diameter, Li Xian uses his sword to control thunder, constantly shuttling back and forth. His posture is a bit like the Raikiri in the Naruto animation. The method he adopted was from point to point. He first practiced the move 1,000 Miles of Thunder until he was able to use his force freely, then expanded it to other moves of Phantom Lightning Heavenly Sword, and then Chilling Heavenly Sword. And the palm finger method. While patrolling the streets during the day, Li Xian had already used his hands instead of knives and spent a long time thinking about it carefully. At night, he used real swords and guns to prove his thoughts one by one. It is worth mentioning that Li Sungqi has been watching from the side, with a pleased look on his face and a look of surprise in his eyes from time to time. Until his eldest son Li Yan arrived. "Dad, are you too bored with your free time? You can watch him with gusto even though he only has the skills of a three-legged cat?" He glanced at Li Xian intently and found that the latter had put the knife in his chest, seeming to be meditating on something. "Your brother's progress is much faster than yours back then. As long as his enthusiasm for practicing martial arts does not leak out, sooner or later the martial arts master of the Jin dynasty will have his place." When Li Qingji said this, his expression changed. "Xianer, you can't do it behind closed doors like this. Yener happens to be here, let him give you some tricks, so you can master it more clearly." "Ha ha. Is he still asking for help?" Li Yan walked up to Li Xian with some disbelief and continued to look at the latter up and down. "Even if he is possessed by the ancestor, it will not reach this level. Do you understand the martial arts mastery? Can you control your body smoothly? True Yuan? Yener, go get the weapons." Li Qingji reminded him, stroking his beard. "Unnecessary." At this time, Li Yan rolled his eyes and smiled kindly. "Brother, how about we set up a lottery to increase your enthusiasm?" He took out a stack of banknotes worth 1,000 taels of silver and shook them. "I bet on your piece of Hanjiajue. As long as you can hurt a corner of my clothes or a little hair today, these banknotes will be yours." "Got it." Li Xian couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He knew his own level. As long as Li Yan was serious, 10 of him would not be able to hurt the opponent's hair. Li Xian was secretly surprised at the same time. His brother seemed to be very concerned about this piece of Han Jiaoju. He didn't know why. "I don't use my right hand, I only use 10% of my strength." Li Yan continued to persuade. "In addition to normal blocking, you reading www.ukanshu. Net promises not to fight back, and there is no time limit. Father. Since you are making good progress, you must be making progress, have some confidence in yourself, little brother." Li Xian shook his head and said, "You can't fight back anyway. What difference does it make if you use your right hand or not? It's almost the same if you don't use your right foot." Li Yan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "That's okay, I'll just have one foot." Li Xian was stunned and looked at the opposite side suspiciously. "Are you serious?" Seeing Li Yan's nonchalant expression, he turned to his father and said, "Dad, please seal my brother's feet to prevent him from cheating." Li Qingji looked at Li Xian and then at Li Yan. He hesitated to speak. Finally, he sighed and walked over. He first pointed at Li Yan's thigh and then patted Li Yan's chest. "I'll try it first." Li Yan limped away, jumping left and right, and then curled his lips. "It's quite unaccustomed, but I can handle you enough. Come on." He pointed his finger at Li Xian with a contemptuous look. "Let me see if you have made any progress in your martial arts in the past few days." Now that his brother has agreed to the bet, there is no need to support this guy with nice words. Li Xian took a deep breath to make his mind as calm as ice. All I can think about is 10,000 taels of silver, 10,000 taels of silver, 10,000 taels of silver. Thousands of taels of silver. In an instant, an overwhelming desire to win arose in his chest, and Li Xian's whole body also had a faint sense of murderous aura. A person's spirit, fighting spirit, and confidence can also be included in the category of power. But at this moment, in Li Xian's eyes, Li Yan has turned into a pile of shining silver referred to as a silverman. Li Xian felt that his fighting spirit had reached its peak in an instant. As time went by, Li Yan's eyes gradually became weird. He felt that Li Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Li Yanjiang was wondering, right? Could it be that this guy actually mastered the sword power? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw a ball of lightning flashing all over Li Xian's body, and then he was already in front of him with a knife. Thunderstorm thousands of miles away. At this moment, Li Yan felt cold hairs all over his body and his scalp was numb. He instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but when he was using his true energy to jump, he realized that he could no longer use his right foot. Caught off guard, Li Yan could only barely move himself a few feet to the left, but could not completely avoid Li Xian's thunderstorm sword light. He used his palm instead of the sword, and struck Li Xian on the back of the sword at the last moment, barely avoiding the danger of being cut in the waist. But with only 10% of his strength and true energy, he could only block Li Xian's sword. At this time, Li Yan's body had fallen into an unbalanced state in mid-air. And his brother did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme up to his expectations. The blade turned into a cold heavenly sword. Taking advantage of him being unable to exert his strength in mid-air, he directly slashed at him with the Suimu Tianhan's sword. Canopy. Li Yan, who had sharp eyesight and quick hands, still blocked it. His reaction ability was far beyond that of Li Xian. But it was useless, a wave of cold power penetrated into the body, and there was also a tyrannical evil force contained in it. Under the temptation of 10,000 taels of silver, Li Xian's sword actually pushed open the door of the sword's power, exerting his cold power to at least 250%. Even though Li Yan was well prepared, he was unable to completely resist. The cold force that invaded almost froze his lungs and 5 internal organs. Then Li Xian abandoned his sword and used his palm to slap Li Yan hard on the chest. The latter tried his best to mobilize his fire energy with difficulty. He also slapped out with one palm to palm with Li Xian. Then there was a click, and a thin layer of ice spread upwards along Li Yan's palm. Li Xian was not having a good time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, his whole body started to catch fire. Li Yan's firepower was astonishing. Even when he was hit repeatedly, he almost burned with only 1/10 of his true energy. However, he quickly extinguished the flames on his body, and while Li Yan was unable to move, he forcibly pulled off a strand of his hair. Hey! Why are you pulling my hair there? Li Yan regained his breath in an instant and resolved the cold power on his body. He covered his head in pain, feeling that his handsome bangs had been destroyed by Li Xian. Li Xian shook the strand of hair in front of the other party's eyes with disdain. There is more than one hair, where is your money? Of course I will keep my word. Li Yan hesitantly put his hand into his sleeve, shaking for a long time but unable to take it out. Li Qingji on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Be happy. You made this bet by yourself, and you dug this hole by yourself. We, the men of the Li family, have to smooth the hole with tears in our eyes. Li Yan replied unwillingly to Li Qingji, why didn't you tell me that he has mastered the power of the sword? I asked you to use the weapon to teach him moves. Li Qingji said sarcastically, hasn't he understood the power of the sword? Why should I ask you to teach him moves? You are stupid and you blame me? Li Yan turned pale and took out a piece of the banknote. Li Qingji reached out and grabbed it, but pulled hard several times before he took out the banknote. After the interview, he sighed and handed the banknotes to Li Xian. Don't blame Yenner for not asking for money. I understand him. It's not easy for a married man to have some private money. Li Xian felt embarrassed when he heard what he said. But he still put the banknote into his sleeve decisively, thinking that this time he finally recovered from the bleeding. When he gave away rice grains and common clothes, he originally planned to spend only 1,500 taels of silver to finish the work, which was the same price for the golden body of the Ting Tian Mastiff. But he couldn't restrain his sympathy. Yesterday he spent a total of 3,700 taels, which made him so heartbroken that he could hardly sleep. Although his mother Lu always gave him pocket money from time to time, these days he also received a lot of silver rewards from Ludeosi. But for the sake of personal safety, he recently bought more than a dozen mid-level spiritual talismans produced by Tianshi Mansion. In fact, he didn't have much savings in his pocket. In short, even the landlord's family doesn't have any food left. Dad, what are you talking about? It's just 1,000 taels, so it doesn't matter. Li Yan's expression returned to kindness, and he held down the waste knife with a smile. Don't you need some help? Let's continue. Li Xin blinked, then put the knife in his hand back into the sheath, and yawned at the same time. What time of day is it? Why do you still practice martial arts? I have to go back to my room to practice. He thought to himself that he was stupid for letting Li Yan give him tricks at this time. Wouldn't he be looking for a beating on his own? In short, in the short term, you must not do anything with this guy until he forgets the pain of losing 10,000 taels of silver. The corners of Li Yan's lips suddenly twitched slightly, and Li Qingji nodded. Forget it, from the few moves you just used, it can be seen that you have a firm grasp of the situation. By the way, Li Qingji's expression turned solemn. Xianer, when did you cultivate the cold evil? Li Yan's eyes also narrowed slightly. If it weren't for the power of the cold evil, Li Xian wouldn't be able to freeze him this time, who was fully on guard. Not only does this guy have the evil force integrated into the cold essence, but he is also very pure and domineering. I don't know what kind he is. In just these 2 days, I have been able to cultivate it as soon as I wanted to. Li Xian waved his hand, looking casual and unconcerned. Anyway, neither Li Qingji nor the others could see the female ghost, and he didn't bother to explain the reason. Li Yan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Is this cold evil so easy to cultivate? It took him a year and a half to visualize an evil force called Han Yuan In Sha and integrate it into his true essence. My son is really a genius. Li Qingji didn't know what to say, but he was still mostly surprised. Since you have cultivated into Hansha, your control over the true energy must be solved in the near future. My father has been thinking about it for a long time recently. But I have come up with a way to help you resolve it. What can I do? Li Xian's eyes lit up and he looked at Li Qingji expectantly. You reading www.ukanshu.net. This is indeed his biggest headache these days. Li Qingji smiled and asked without answering, Xianer, do you know the I Jin Jing? Is it the Shaolin I Jin Jing? Does our family have the inheritance of the I Jin Jing? Li Xian thought to himself, Shaolin I Jin Jing is so famous. It is as thunderous as the thunder. Does Jin Yong's martial arts have the most magical skills in this world? The I Jin Jing is an undisclosed secret of Shaolin. How could it be in my family? Li Qingji shook his head and said, but there are people in our family who have learned the skyscraper wheel, which is a type of body poison yoga. It is similar to the I Jin Jing. The Jin Jing system originates from the same origin, which is the method of body and muscle refining passed down by Shindu Buddha. Legend has it that Zhu Feilin, the ancestor of the White Horse Temple, brought it to the central plains from the Shindu country. It was Kasayapa, a Brahmin named Shindu. The top-level yoga technique taught secretly by his family. The effect may be a little worse than the I Jin Jing, but it's not that bad. Li Xian knew that the I Jin Jing and yoga were both transmitted by the body poison Buddha. It is said that the newly revised version of the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon has also changed the I Jin Jing into the yoga technique Shinzu Jing. Then he saw Li Qingji waving from a distance. You came just in time, I'll leave it to you for the rest. Li Xian couldn't help being slightly stunned, and also looked sideways in the direction where Li Qingji was waving, and then saw his mother's maid, Long Yuro, walking towards him. Her expression was cold, and her tone was also cold. Sir, the skyscraper wheel is my family's secret method. I can't teach it to the second young master, I can only help him practice it. In addition, when practicing this method, it requires a lot of precious medicinal oil. That's enough. Li Qingji didn't care at all, the effect is about the same, it just makes you tired. As for the medicinal oil, you don't need to worry about it. Uncle Chingy's house is not short of this money. Li Xian secretly wondered, since this skyscraper wheel cannot be taught, how should he practice it? Li Xian soon learned how Lang Yuro helped him practice the skyscraper spin. In a room specially prepared by Li Qingji, Li Xian took off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of trousers' ancient underwear. He pointed to his lower body. Do you want to take off this one too? Lang Yuro rolled her eyes at him, then turned her back. Master, please apply the medicated oil on the side first. It must cover every part of the body as evenly as possible. Li Xian quickly applied the medicinal oil, and then followed Lang Yuro's instructions and lay down on the carpet. He had already expected what would happen next, which would be a beautiful yoga instructor personally helping him practice yoga. Sure enough, the next moment, Lang Yuro used her delicate hands to grab Li Xian's arms and thighs. Remember, don't resist the whole process, and don't use your skills. I will guide your true energy to circulate. Practice the skyscraper spin. If your true energy goes astray during this period, the consequences will be serious. You may not be able to get out of bed within a few days. When she said this, she suddenly lifted Li Xian's arms and thighs. Li Xian asked himself that his muscles and bones in this life were much stronger and more flexible than in his previous life, but at this time, following Lang Yuro's movements, he still couldn't help but let out an ouch and let out a harsh scream. Later, Li Xian spent the whole process of practicing the skyscraper spin while screaming. No, no. You hurt me. Can you not be so rough? Ah. It's almost swollen down there. Let go. If you let go there, someone will die. It's really going to happen. Ouch, it feels so good after I let go. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. You really make me want to die now. No, don't come here. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. Mastiff, it feels so comfortable. Is it over now? You can do it again. I feel like I can do it again. After several rounds of the Ferris wheel were over, both of them changed their clothes and walked out of the room. Almost all the pedestrians passing by looked at them with strange eyes. Lang Yuro's face, as cold as ice, was also slightly flushed at this time. Can you please stop shouting like this next time? Others will misunderstand her. Li Xian said with a sly expression, I couldn't help myself and couldn't control it. I'll try my best next time. However, the effect of the big wheel is still very powerful. This yoga technique passed down from the White Horse Temple, the ancestral home of Buddhism, can not only help him adapt to his sudden increase in strength and true energy, but also temper his strength and increase his strength. The flexibility of the body can be said to serve many purposes. But this is indeed a very big burden for Lang Yuro. After these rounds, her whole body was covered in fragrant sweat. Li Xian also learned from this that the maid beside his mother turned out to be a master of the 7th level tower realm, with a very strong family inheritance. I don't know why, but she actually bent down and became a maid next to Mrs. Liu. And that night, the effect of Li Xian's weekly transportation was at least 10% higher than that of the previous days. Relying on Master Cheng Huang's talisman, the green spot on his chest rarely expanded at all. On the second day of practicing swordsmanship, Li Xian finally regained some of his skill, instead of feeling like his true energy was leaking from all sides, like there were holes all over his body. This was the case for the next few days. When Li Xian returned from patrolling the streets every day, Lang Yuro would help him practice the skyscraper spin 3 to 5 times. In his free time, he spent most of his free time studying the power of martial arts. Until the day of the Ghost Festival comes in the past few days, I have checked all available information, including all the criminal officials who were dismissed from their posts and imprisoned by the Imperial Court in the past 20 years, and even all the cases and files related to the Jiaofeng Division and the brothel women from the government and the 6th Daosi Division. But none of them involve an official prostitute named Liu, and there is no possibility that she even exists. Early in the morning, Li Qianqian yawned and followed Li Xian with a slightly tired look. Jia Fengxi has not adopted any children named Liu, and no official named Liu has been criticized by the court in the past 10 years. Did you stay up late last night? Li Xian frowned slightly and interrupted Li Qianqian. I didn't ask you to check like this. He didn't care much about the silver hairpin in the first place, but Li Qianqian helped in such a physically damaging way, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I'm used to it. I used to stay up late. It has nothing to do with the matter entrusted by adults. Li Qianxian smiled coquettishly, and then continued, I found out that 25 years ago, there were 3 official prostitutes named Lu in the Jiaofang division, but it was a long time ago. This is very strange, look at your hairpin. The style indeed only appeared 9 years ago. The color of the silver hairpin has not turned black, and it should be within 3 to 5 years. Li Xian thought that this was similar to what he found in the Jiaofang division, and it was normal. Baidu is not omnipotent. What's more, the ancient household registration system was too rough, too crude, and full of loopholes. Forget it if you can't find it. This matter ends here. He did let go of the matter. Now that the Shuewoya case and the Jiangjun mountain blood sacrifice case have been revealed, and most of the murderers have been arrested, Li Xian believes that there is no need to be too persistent. And this is just a relic of one of the evil cultivators, so it is not a very important clue. What really deserves attention are the 2 women who appeared in the underground river after Shuewoya was arrested. But the remnants of the Mithraea sector spread all over the country. In addition to Shuewoya, it is said that there are dozens of monks who have stepped into the 3rd gate. 2 women among them are quite ordinary. Thank you for your hard work this time. Li Xian looked at his subordinate apologetically. He had known that Li Qianxian would be so tired, and would never have asked her rashly. How about you find a place to sleep first? I will call you if necessary. Li Qianxian nodded, then lay directly on Di Xinglong's back and fell asleep soundly. Not only did she sleep soundly, she even brought a thin blanket. As soon as Li Xian saw this person's sleeping position, he knew he was a veteran. He was actually used to sleeping on the back of the dragon. I don't know what kind of family Li Qianxian comes from, but a bright and youthful girl has mastered this strange skill. He shook his head, and then rode his horse in front of Li Qianxian to prevent the girl's mount from being hit. This is because the street they patrol has been a lot more lively in the past 2 days. Especially today, it is even more crowded. This is all thanks to the female ghost in red. Until the Ghost Festival, the street they were responsible for was still the safest and calmest area in the entire Nanjing city. However, the 4 of them have also contributed. It is not that they have not encountered evil spirits in the past few days, but they have all killed them neatly. When 4 rich people who don't care about money work together, their fighting power is still very impressive. Even the 6th level evil spirits are no match. But when the 4 of them rode together on the streets of Confucius Street, the crowd in front of them spontaneously moved aside. Hey! Isn't this Li Yuzhu? Is he starting to patrol the streets? Your team is still reliable. Lian Youjiao's team is in trouble every night. The alarm goes off several times a night, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. Li Yuzhu is a nobleman. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net after the sincerity uncle, he is so noble that even monsters dare not invade him. There has been chaos everywhere in Nanjing recently, but our street is very peaceful during the day. Gentlemen, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I've prepared some soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a bowl of flat food dumplings for you. Dr. Lo likes to eat this. The people around here are already very familiar with them. Wherever their team passed, people greeted them, praised them everywhere, and many people gave them food. So now Peng Fu Lai and Zhang you don't eat breakfast before going to work. The restaurants and snack bars on this street can feed them well. Zhang Yu sat on the horse, looking triumphantly at the crowd in front of him, occasionally raising his hands and clasping his fists in all directions. He has a sense of accomplishment, feeling that his empty life is leaving him, and his life seems to have a purpose again. Only Peng Fu Lai was worried. He glanced around with his eyes. I just feel more and more weak. With so many people gathered here today, nothing will happen, right? It's just because nowadays, apart from Jiming Temple, Inner Qinhuai River, Tianhou Palace, etc., this is the most lively place in Nanjing. But Jiming Temple is the largest Buddhist temple in the south of the Yangtze River, and Tianhou Temple is an important place for Taoism, with Buddhist and Taoist masters sitting in charge. On the inner side of the Qinhuai River, there were at least 5 demons subduing captains suppressing Qinhuai, which was 10 miles away. But here, they only have 4 rookies with some money. Do you think the people above are all idiots? Don't you know the key points of prevention and deployment? Captain Jiang is right next door to us. As soon as Li Xian said this, his eyes were slightly stern, and then he glanced at Ping Fu Lai with a knife-like gaze. Fuck you, Ping Fu Lai, you have a crow's mouth. You really get what you say. He had already sensed another ghost coming ahead. That's a birth ghost. If phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme appears in the delivery room and causes women to die in childbirth. After Li Qianqian was awakened, she immediately used the little god's vision on herself, and then her expression changed slightly. They were all transformed by evil men who had no children in their lives. They were jealous of others being able to carry on the family line, so they blocked it. It can give birth to a child. Its ability is to cause severe pain in the abdomen, and to defile a person's soul and magic weapon. When it reaches the 6th level of the tower, it can also command 12 ghost babies. Speaking of this, Li Qianqian couldn't help but narrowed her eyes. The birth ghost of the 6th level tower realm means that since its birth, it has killed more than 40 pregnant women and their babies. And this was what made her feel unbelievable. How could such a ferocious evil spirit appear in the city of Nanjing under the constant crackdowns of Ludeosi over the years? Unless these evil spirits come from the underworld, but with the city god sitting in charge, it stands to reason that these things would never appear in the human world, even during the ghost festival when the Yin power is strong. Ghost producing? I remember that its weakness is that it is afraid of light and thunder. Li Xian searched for the memory of ghost birth in his mind. At the same time, he jumped on the saddle and reached the highest roof nearby with an unusually agile and elegant posture. He could not do such a handsome move before. But Lang Yuro's yoga classes not only made him more comfortable in controlling his true energy, but also made his body more flexible. It is also afraid of all silver objects. Li Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but it doesn't matter if we leave this birth ghost alone. Its target will only be pregnant women who are about to give birth. As long as it is not angered, it will directly cause death. Now that we have met, we can't ignore it. Lao Pang. Yuan Shanqian organized the evacuation of the crowd. As Li Xian spoke, he glanced at the street below. Li Qianqian's little divine vision allowed him to see the 12 ghost babies that had sneaked into the belly of the pregnant woman. If this ghost is left alone today, it will indeed not affect the safety of this street. But in 3 to 5 months at most, 12 more pregnant women will die in childbirth in Nanjing. If he doesn't see them, he doesn't have the ability to get rid of them. But now that Li Xian has not only seen it with his own eyes, but also has some confidence in his own force, how can he sit idly by and ignore it? As a time traveler, if you can sit back and watch in this situation, you will have wasted the country's 9-year compulsory education, and you have been dreaming of martial arts for more than 10 years. How can you have the face to be a keyboard warrior? Clear. Pang Fu Lai has already started doing it. With his previous experience, he did a good job this time. Only a moment later, all the people began to evacuate to both sides in an orderly manner. There was no panic or stampede throughout the whole process. This was because the people here were already familiar with Li Xian and the others and had a certain sense of trust. Secondly, because Pang Fu Lai's methods were effective, he and Li Qianqian found them first. Several policemen who were also patrolling the streets recruited 2 nearby jia heads, the jia system in Dajin, where every 10 households are 1 jia to help. This seemed like a waste of time, but it was actually more efficient. In less than 3 minutes, half of the street had been cleared. At this time, Zhang Yu also jumped to the roof, raised his head and looked upward. We have to lure it down first before taking action. The birth ghost was suspended in the air, 20 feet above the ground, which made him feel troubled. Land galloping is not Zhang's specialty. With his current cultivation level, he can jump up to 3 feet. In addition, leaving the ground also means that he will give up his greatest advantage. Use the talisman, be careful not to scare it away. The corners of Li Xian's lips twitched, feeling a little painful. This is a 6-story ghost. Without an intermediate or above talisman, there is no way to hurt it. But this also means that the 4 of them really used their wealth to protect the peace of the public, spending thousands of taels of silver. At the same time, Li Xian glanced at a certain direction not far away with doubtful eyes. He thought to himself that if such a big birthing ghost appeared, the female devil wouldn't take action? Is this trust in them, disdain for this ghost, or does it have other motives? At the same time, more than 100 feet away from Li Xian and the others, Si Qianhui tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Master Xiaowei. That's a ghost birth. Perhaps because she is a woman, she particularly hates this evil spirit. If she didn't still have some respect and scruples for her boss Zhang Hanyun, she would rush over now and kill the ghost directly. Such filthy and disgusting things should not exist in this world. Li Xian and the others have already started taking action. Zhang Hanyun fiddled with the ends of her hair with her fingers, and looked into the distance with a hint of meaning in her eyes. In the past 5 days, Li Xian's group has killed 3 evil spirits from the 6th floor. Time has passed. Within a quarter of an hour, I never relied on superiors for assistance. Sister Qianhui, are you worried about them? Normal people wouldn't be relieved, right? Si Qianhui shook her head and asked, then her expression suddenly changed slightly. Hanyun, do you want to see how they fight? I want to see how they kill evil spirits. You reading www.ukanshu.net. Although they are rich people who are not short of money, they also have magic weapons and talismans. But 4 rookies can actually solve the 6 levels. The evil spirits in the building were all within a quarter of an hour, which I feel is too exaggerated. If it weren't for the spiritual measuring instrument in our hall, which has confirmed their results, I would not be able to believe it. Zhang Hanyun's face showed a bit of interest and expectation. Sister Qianhui, don't you want to see how they remove spirits? She turned her head again and solemnly promised, don't worry, Sister Qianhui, I will never let that birth ghost escape, nor will I let it hurt innocent people. Si Qianhui naturally trusted Zhang Hanyun's promise. Although her boss is not very old, he is currently the most formidable one among all the demon-suppressing lieutenants in Suzaku Hall, and may also be the most powerful among all the lieutenants in the history of Suzaku Hall. She took a long breath and suppressed her murderous thoughts. To be honest, I am really puzzled. How did they do it? That Zhang Yu is quite talented. Although he is only on the 4th floor, he has the Xingtian bloodline and is stronger than some 5th-level monks. But his Xingxianba battle technique is in the early stages of defending the strong and attacking the weak, so it should be impossible to win. In this group, it's not just Zhang Yu. I'm even more optimistic about Li Xian. Zhang Hanyun thought of the amazing cold power that Li Xian possessed, and the luster in his eyes shone slightly, but it stands to reason that he may not have the strength to kill the evil spirits of the 6th floor he has already started. At this moment, the sky they were looking at suddenly flashed with bright light, and a dazzling purple thunder suddenly struck the body of the ghost. At the same time, dozens of red fireballs rose into the sky, causing the evil spirit to start burning all over. This also angered the ghost, and it suddenly swooped down to the ground wrapped in flames. The purple thunder that Zhang Hanyun and his 2 men saw was the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder sent by Li Xian. This talisman from Tianchi Mansion is worth 1,200 taels of silver, but its power is still amazing. Especially after being activated by his thunder essence, the power increased slightly. 1/10 of the body of the born ghost was directly split apart by this beam of thunder, and the red Yuan divine fire fired by Peng Fu Lai with a talisman made the born ghost's entire body and body burn. The 4 people below were all startled, fearing that the evil spirit would be scared away by them. However, perhaps because of their weak cultivation, the born ghost did not feel any threat. This evil spirit, which was originally hanging high in the sky, was still lured down as they wished. At this time, Peng Fu Lai continued to fire hidden weapons, bombarding the 12 ghost babies around him. Those silver-crossing hidden weapons made the ghost babies scream in panic, and even a slight brush could cause them to ignite silver fire, seriously injuring their souls. It's a pity that Peng Fu Lai's speed of throwing hidden weapons is still a bit slow. There are many ghost babies and their speed is very fast. He can only force these ghosts to not get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. Li Xian suspected that Peng Fu Lai had a Qiankuan bag on him, and hidden weapons such as willow leaf darts and flying nails flew out of his sleeves endlessly. In addition, this guy's cultivation level unexpectedly broke through to the realm of the 3rd level building at some point, which made Li Xian feel a sense of urgency. These 2 best friends of the original body are actually very talented. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, looked calm and blocked again and again. He held a shield in one hand and a halberd in the other, blocking the attack of the Ghostborn without leakage. This evil spirit suddenly protruded dozens of pale green bone claws like baby arms from its body. With a momentum that could cover the sky and the sun, it continuously grabbed bunches of shocking sparks on his giant shield, and there were also shadows. The green poisonous fire kept seeping in. But Zhang Yeye focused on defense and never just defended. The giant shield in his hand was phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme pushed or bumped, or he was smashed with the body of the shield, or struck sideways with the edge of the shield. As long as the short halberd in his hand was not released, every slash would definitely make the Ghostborn scream fiercely, yelling, leaving scars behind. The body of the birthing ghost actually swelled to 2 feet, and nearly 40 ghost claws were unable to cross the thunder pool. Thanks to Zhang Yuemi's airtight protection, both Li Xian and Li Qianxian were able to stand still and gain momentum. Just 20 breaths later, Li Qianxian, who had been closing her eyes to form a seal to accumulate spirit, suddenly opened her eyes. That's it. At this moment, the big sun in the sky seemed to be pulled directly phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals claws close slash phoneme to them, emitting powerful light and heat, making Li Xian and the 4 of them feel that their whole bodies were about to burn. This ball of fierce light then turned into a blazing white 3-legged crow, flapped its wings, and plunged into the body of the ghost producing. Its lethality to the latter was even more terrifying. At least 1/7 of the evil spirit's body was burned and evaporated in an instant. The Ghostborn suddenly became extremely furious, and countless black threads burst out from its body and struck in the direction of Li Qianxian. But at this moment, Li Xian had already drawn his sword. Phantom lightning sword thunderstormed thousands of miles. As a ball of dazzling lightning flashed, Li Xian, armed with a knife, almost flashed in front of the ghost after an explosion. Then his sword moved forward with an indomitable force, breaking into the body of the ghost and shattering its body in an instant. Immediately afterwards, countless lightning spread and exploded, covering the surrounding 5 feet, smashing all the remaining spirits of the ghost into dregs. And it lasted for 5 full breaths, not giving the birth ghost any chance to reunite. Sword power. On the roof more than 100 feet away, Si Qianhui was stunned for a moment, with a look of shock in his eyes. You have actually touched the power of the sword? And it is the power of the thunder sword. This guy Li Xian, his talent is also high. Is this the end? Zhang Hanyun was also shocked. Her bright, charming, and spring-colored eyes were stunned for a while, and then she suddenly realized, no wonder, I told you why they were able to quickly eliminate the evil spirits and ghosts in the 6th floor. Also, in just a few days, Li Xian's thunder elemental essence became more powerful, and his control over his own essence was also greatly improved. Although that guy's cultivation was weak, his instantaneous explosive power and lethality were so powerful that they surpassed some monks in the 5th floor. Although it cannot last long, it is enough to cause fatal damage to the evil spirits in the 6th floor. It's not just this Li Xian. Si Qianhui looked at the other 3 with some admiration. They are also very strong and cooperate very well. If not for this, Li Xian would not have the chance to kill with one strike. Ma! I made the right move by successfully beating them together. This team has boundless potential in the future. Sister Qianhui, you are exaggerating. Zhang Hanyun puffed up her cheeks. I can only say that they are 4 pretty good weaklings. They are still good. Si Qianhui couldn't help but laugh and said, that's right, you are naturally incomparable to Hanyun. At the same age, you have no rivals among the demon-subduing school captains. At this time, Zhang Hanyun stepped lightly on the tiles below, and the whole person disappeared in place. Let's go to other places. It seems that the road from Confucius Street to Urta Bridge is the least we need to worry about. Si Qianhui was no longer nostalgic. She knew from the abilities of these 4 people that Li Xian and the others could handle it as long as there were not 2 or more 6-story evil spirits. As for the level below the 6th level building, for some unknown reason, in the area patrolled by Li Xian's team, there have never been any monsters below the level of the 6th level building. After this beheading, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read slash phoneme www. Ukanshu. Netma success didn't even appear. The subsequent steps were handled by Lu Qianqian alone, mainly to kill the remaining souls of the ghost producing to prevent this filthy thing from gathering souls and regenerating. Later, as the evacuated crowd returned, there were shouts of gratitude and compliments from all sides. Thank you so much, Sir Lu Daosi, for helping us conquer demons. Thank you for your hard work, for adults. You can come to our Mingyue building later for a glass of water and wine. Our Mingyue building will sweep the beds for you. Today we personally see your majesty, we are truly lucky. Brother, you are so awesome. Li Shen and Zhang Yu both clasped their fists in all directions proudly, saying humbly, where is it, and don't take it seriously, but they were extremely happy in their hearts. At this time, there was a child about 6 years old who ran to Li Qianqian and gave Li Qianqian a kiss. Li Shen immediately gave her a death stare and didn't give up until he found out that it was a girl. Among the four, only Peng Fulai was still worried. My eyelids are still twitching, I always feel like something will happen today. Shut up. 3. Not only Li Xian and Zhang Yu glared at him, but even Li Qianqian's beautiful eyes contained murderous intent. Unfortunately, things went against expectations. In the evening, when Li Xian was looking forward to getting off work, several demon fuming captains from the Ludao division rode on the ground dragons and galloped through their street. The general manager has ordered that the entire city of Nanjing is under curfew today. All Ludao divisions have a curfew. The department staff will continue to be on duty at night. Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu immediately looked at each other. There was a curfew in the city during the Ghost Festival. What kind of joke was this? Li Xian frowned slightly. He had made an agreement with Tingtian Mastiff to go to the capital god's temple after classes ended on the Ghost Festival. But in the current situation, he can't just leave his post without permission? This is the Ghost Festival. When the demon-subduing captains who were delivering the order rode away, Peng Fulai murmured in surprise, curfew for the Hungry Ghost Festival? Are we still trying to whitewash peace? How angry should your majesty and the princes of the court be? You still have the nerve to say that? Zhang Yu crossed his arms and glared at Peng Fulai with round eyes. Crozue, are you satisfied now? You got it right again. Immortal Ban Ban, I have an appointment today. Together with Miss Meng, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered his mouth with his big hands. Li Xin took out a long breath and pressed the knife on his waist. I don't know why, I really want to hit someone. Li Qianqian also lowered her head and touched her index fingers. I promised those children in Dushan Temple that I would go over and make dumplings for them tonight. The crow's mouth is so hateful, I really want to beat him. Peng Fulai glanced at Li Qianqian in disbelief, and then called out to Tianxiu, how can I be called a crow's mouth? Do you understand that I am predicting? In the Confucian classics, it is called the way of sincerity, which can be known beforehand. As a wise man, he can predict the development direction of affairs through clues. Haven't you seen so many evil spirits popping up in Nanjing today? There are more than 200 of them, twice as many as yesterday. How can this be done at night? At this time, Ma Chenggong also rode over with a hurried expression. You all know the order from the manager, right? The city is closed tonight, the whole city is under curfew, and it is said that the 8-door divine water array in the city will be activated, just in case something unexpected happens. You can take charge of the Confucius Street side at night, and Lieutenant Liang will take over the Erta Bridge side. 8-gate divine water formation? Li Xian was confused for a moment. Ma Tuer, what is going on? How do I know? It seems that something big happened in the underworld of this city, but I don't know the specific situation, but looking at today's situation, I know it's serious. Ma Chenggong shook his head, and then delivered several bottles of elixirs, talismans, and 4 small gourds painted with cinnabar to the hands of the 4 of them respectively. These are supplies temporarily issued by Suzaku Hall, just in case. You may not like elixirs and talismans, but this gourd must be used. Remember to use it after killing the demons. Also, if the situation is dangerous and you need to call for help, you can use these fireworks directly. Suppressing spirit gourd? This was not the first time Peng Fulai had seen this thing, but it was the first time he had direct contact with it. He held it in his hand and played with it curiously. As the name suggests, this thing is used to suppress evil spirits. Of course, the evil spirits will not just run in and be suppressed. They must be beaten until they are dying and have no strength to resist. Only then can they be put into the spirit-suppressing gourd. Ludeosi rarely used this thing because it was very troublesome to refine the soul-suppressing gourd, and its service life was also very short. Besides, since the evil spirit is already dying, wouldn't it be better to just kill it? Why do you have to put it away and suppress it? However, they have an advantage. When the monks have no time to clear out the residual spirits of the demons and monsters, they can use the soul-suppressing gourd to collect them first and deal with them later. There is no need to spend extra energy to purify the residual spirits during fierce battles. You all know how to use it, right? Ma Qinggong quickly thought that 2 of the 4 people here had never experienced formal training courses. He couldn't help but rub his forehead with a headache. If you don't know how, you can let Li Qianqian teach you. He reminded him solemnly, tonight is probably going to be a big battle, and the spiritual instrument in the Suzaku Hall will probably be too busy, so this thing will also be used for merit calculation. Your merits tonight will be, it depends on how many evil spirits are in this pot. Naturally, if this street can always be peaceful and nothing happens, the 6th Daosi Division will also remember your great contribution. Ma Qinggong also wanted to distribute supplies to several other groups under his command. After explaining clearly, he rode away. Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu immediately asked Li Qianqian for advice on how to use the spirit-suppressing gourd. They really didn't know how to use it. The soul-calming gourd is not a legal weapon, and is different from the talisman. The method of using it is completely different. Li Xian next to him didn't seem to care, but he was actually listening with his ears pricked up. There was no way my predecessor didn't pay attention to the lectures during the training. He frowned at the same time and looked hesitantly in the direction of the city god's temple. It is best not to break an agreement with the gods. But Li Xian was worried that if he left his post without permission, something might happen to the street he was responsible for patrolling. This is something that will happen with a high probability. After all, the reason why this street is generally peaceful is due to the intimidation of the female ghost in red behind him. Li Yojiu is worried about the jurisdiction you are responsible for? Just when Li Xian was in a dilemma, the voice of Tian Mastiff suddenly sounded in his mind. Li Xian was stunned and looked around, but he did not find the Ting Tian Mastiff. I'm at the city god's temple in the capital, and I'm talking to you through the method of spiritual knowledge. Tian Mastiff's voice contained urging, Master Yu, please leave as soon as possible. You must rush to the capital god's temple before it gets dark, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. As for your jurisdiction, Master Yu, we will naturally send someone to take care of it. I can guarantee that there will be no accidents on Confucius Street tonight. Li Xian moved slightly, but his expression was still hesitant. After all, this is an absence from duty. What if the higher-ups blame it? He did not forget that his boss was the devil Zhang Hanyun. Your boss, the city god, will also explain it on your behalf. Ting Tian Mastiff's tone was urgent, and he continued to urge, the things on my side are really very urgent. Anyway, please come as soon as possible. If you don't come, it will be too late. Li Xian looked up at the sky and found that there was indeed only the last ray of sunshine left on the horizon. You guys are watching here. I have something very important to do now, so I have to go. If asked by the superiors, just say that I am going to the capital city god's temple on the orders of the city god. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. If you encounter an enemy, you can directly ask for help from above, don't force it. Li Xian did not hesitate. He hurriedly explained a few words to Peng Fulai and the other 3, then mounted a dragon colt next to him and hurried away in the direction of the capital city god's temple. What is he going to do? Zhang Yu looked at Li Xian's back with a puzzled expression. Going to the capital city god's temple on the order of the city god? Is it true? Is this deceptive? He thought that only fools would believe such nonsense. The city god was a dignified god. How could he be related to Li Xian? Peng Fulai also smiled with disdain in his eyes. It's probably true that I went to the capital city god's temple, but I don't know which girl I made an appointment with. The Oban Dharma ceremony over at Jiming Temple is bustling. He thought that his best friend was too ungrateful. Even if he had to find an excuse to miss work, he had to find someone decent. Isn't this fooling people? I thought he was really different from before. At this moment, there was no warmth in Zhang Yu's eyes. Why doesn't he look at what time this is? He would not be so angry on any other occasion, but the safety of more than 900 households in this area of Confucius Street now depends on this group of people. Peng Fulai said with a ferocious smile with some expectation, the captain's stick will teach him how to behave. He thinks that with Mrs. John's protection, everything will be safe? He enjoyed watching us lively last time. Among the three, only Lu Qianxian still trusted Li Xian without a doubt. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head slightly. Master Yu should really have something important, and he is probably involved with the city god. He doesn't have you. It's so unbearable to think about. She was thinking of Tingtian Mastiff. Li Xian went to Tingtian Mastiff for help to solve the problem of the guardian spirit. This was something that could be expected. Then there was a reason why the city god wanted Li Xian to do his bidding. It wasn't until the last cloud of sunset on the horizon dissipated that Li Xian arrived at Jilun Mountain where the capital god's temple was located. Due to the curfew, people who had gathered at Jiming Temple to participate in the Bon Dharma ceremony began to evacuate and return, leaving crowds of people everywhere along the street. Li Xian was afraid of hurting others and did not dare to gallop, so he wasted some time. But when Li Xian set foot on Jilun Mountain, he heard a familiar child's voice. Mother-in-law, that seems to be the young master who gave us rice. Li Xian looked sideways, and then he spotted Granny Li and the little girl named Yuaner. He thought to himself, what a coincidence, and rode over. Are you here to attend the temple fair? Li Xian still cares about these two people who actually saved his life. In particular, Poli's character made him respect her very much. If you want to return to the young master, it coincides with Zhang Yuan. I will bring you honor to burn incense to fulfill your wish. Poli's expression was extremely grateful. If Li Xian hadn't dismounted her horse in time to support her, she would have almost fallen to the ground, but in fact, Yuaner and I both know that you, master, are our bodhisattva. If it weren't for your kind charity, master, the only option for a bitch is to throw herself into the river. Yuaner said innocently, we also prayed for your blessings and peace in front of the Buddha. Li Xian smiled bitterly and said, what you said is too harsh. Besides, I also said that this is actually the grace of the city god. Time was running out, so Li Xian wuxia chatted with them. He glanced at Granny Li's legs and feet, and then looked around. I'll arrange a carriage for you and take you back. It won't be peaceful in the city later, it's better to go home early, it's best to stay at home and not come out today. He was still somewhat popular in Nanjing, and he soon found a family of nobles whom he knew well, and asked someone to bring the grandparents back to Dongcheng. But when they were saying goodbye, Yuaner ran over again and handed a bamboo card to Li Xian. This is the Buddha card that Yuaner carved for his brother. Yuaner also begged the old man to bless him in front of the Buddha. Poli in the back looked embarrassed. The Buddha statue on the bamboo sign was crooked and looked more like a monster. When the master of Jiming Temple consecrates the artifacts, he also charges money, starting at least 10 taels. Li Xian was very happy. He touched Yuaner's head lovingly, took out a few pieces of mung bean cake from his sleeve and put them in Yuaner's hand. It was given to him when he was patrolling the streets, and he had no place to deal with it. After that, he continued to ride up the mountain, and in just a moment, he arrived in front of the capital city god temple. Although the Ulambana Dharma ceremony in Jiming Temple could no longer be held at this time, the monks' chanting was still loud and could be heard for miles. The inside and outside of the temple are also filled with lanterns, which are brilliant and brilliant. The capital god's temple, which was only 100 feet away, was in a completely opposite situation. There were no pilgrims to be seen here, and the atmosphere was extremely gloomy and solemn. Tingtian Mastiff, who had been waiting for him for a long time, stood on top of the stone lion in front of the city god's temple and looked at him impatiently. You came too late, why are you taking so long? There was a mixture of dissatisfaction and relief in its tone. Li Xian turned back and glanced at the western sky. I met acquaintances on the way. I can't feel at ease unless I arrange them well. Fortunately, it's not completely dark yet. But if you delay your time and miss the master's important event, even if the grandfather and grandson you met return home smoothly, they may not be safe tonight. Tingtian Mastiff snorted, then jumped directly onto Li Xian's shoulders. with an extremely serious expression, "Go in, let's go to the main hall of the city god." "Follow the direction I pointed. Don't be careless." Li Xian thought to himself, "Isn't it the capital city god's temple? It's not like I've never been here before, it's like talking about a dragon's pond and a tiger's den." He didn't think much and just stepped in. What Li Xian didn't know at this time was that about 30 feet away from the temple gate, there was a middle-aged man in a green shirt, his eyes shining slightly as he watched his back gradually disappearing in front of the capital city god's temple. He then flicked his sleeves, and a magic weapon in the shape of a conch flew out into the air. "Lord, our chance has come." "What chance?" This was a woman's voice. She was confused at first, but then her tone suddenly rose. "Is it Li Xian you are following? I saw him enter the capital god's temple. He was brought in by the Tian Mastiff himself." The middle-aged man in Qingshan's eyes showed excitement. "Isn't this an excellent opportunity? No matter how arrogant the sincere man is, he still takes care of it. Not within the underworld." After Li Xian stepped into the temple gate, he discovered that everything inside the capital city god's temple was distorted. The straight ones became curved, the curved ones were twisted into twists, and the round ones were simply made into rings within one another. There are even some places where it's upside down and it's hard to tell the left and right. This is a feeling that is difficult to describe, as if the whole person has entered a kaleidoscope of strange things. He realized that if he hadn't listened to the Tian Mastiff's guidance, he might not have been able to find the main hall of the city god's temple. "How is this going?" Li Xian's eyes showed deep surprise. "Let's just say at first, I will only do what I can do." The situation inside the capital city god's temple was not good at first sight, and he was not interested in losing his life for other people's affairs. Master Cheng Huang always keeps his word, how could he bother to lie to you? Hearing the Tian Mastiff snort, there was a little dissatisfaction in his words. "Stop, we have arrived." Li Xian raised his eyes and looked around, but could not find the golden body of the city god. At this time, Ting Tian Mastiff slapped him on the forehead, and then he felt that the world was spinning and his body was sinking rapidly. When he recovered, Li Xian found that he had entered a dark, lightless, and extremely strange world. He felt light and airy, as if his whole body had lost weight. There was no light at all around him, but at this moment, the female ghost in red behind him was emitting a crimson light, like a headlight of 100,000 lumens, illuminating the surrounding area clearly. Li Xian also used this to recognize that the place he was in was a solemn hall, and outside the hall was a group of palaces. But for some reason, these simple-looking buildings still gave him a somewhat unreal feeling. "As if I was dreaming, sure enough, he looks like an emperor." Ting Tian Mastiff raised his head and looked at the red-clothed female ghost with admiration. "It can't appear in the mortal world, but after entering the underworld, its power is as powerful as the abyss and the sea, and its imperial power is as powerful as the sea. Prison, covering all things, swallowing mountains and rivers with its breath, should be the master of all vehicles." Li Xian glanced at the female ghost behind him, and then looked at Ting Tian Mastiff in confusion. Is this guy saying that his guardian spirit has the power of an emperor? But apart from the fact that this female ghost could shine, he really didn't see anything else unusual about her. Ting Tian Mastiff shook his head. "You are a mortal. You cannot be seen by a mortal body. Even many ghosts and gods cannot see it. I have special magical powers, so I know that she is unusual." "You too." This was a girl's voice, as loud as an oriole out of the valley, and filled with ears. "Can I ask, what are you looking at?" At this time, Li Xian realized that there was someone beside him. He turned around and looked over, and found that she was a beautiful girl in her 28th year, with phoenix eyebrows and bright eyes, a delicate nose, and skin as white as snow. At first glance, he felt that she was a human fairy who had walked out of a brocade painting. It also looks like a goddess carved from ivory. However, Li Xian looked wary and took 3 steps back. Who is this? He felt that this girl was almost too beautiful to be human. The girl frowned and glanced at him, looking at him with a captivating look. Then she turned her gaze to Ting Tian Mastiff with confusion. "There is obviously nothing where you are looking, so why are you talking to me without telling me? Also, how could it be him? You didn't tell me beforehand that you were with me. My partner will be the second son of the Chengqing family. As far as I know, he is only a 3rd-level martial arts cultivator?" Only then did Li Xian realize that the girl didn't seem to hear what Tian Mastiff said, nor could she see his female ghost in red. He thought that this female ghost's impaired vision could be so terrifying? She is obviously like a big light bulb with 100,000 lumens now. After listening to Tian Mastiff's answer, he introduced Li Xian. This is Shui Yunru, the direct descendant of the outer sect of Tianzhi Mansion. This matter requires the two of you to work together. She will serve as your assistant later to help you. Li Xian was even more surprised, and looked at the girl up and down, thinking, is this Shui Yunru? The noble sons and nobles of the whole city of Nanjing are flocking to the goddess they dream of? He has admired his name for a long time, but he has never been able to see it with his own eyes. Now after meeting each other, I know that the rumors are true. This girl Shui actually has the best looks on par with Zhang Hanyun. Shui Yunru paused on the spot, with no intention of moving. After Ting Tian Mastiff looked back, he didn't care at all. Miss Shui, don't forget the vow you have made. It's okay if you don't want to go, but don't ever think about what I promised. Also, even though Li Xian is weak in cultivation now, in this hell, he is much more important than you. This time, he was the main one, so there was a reason. The master couldn't let him down for no reason. Him? Shui Yunru looked at Li Xian again, eyes full of suspicion and distrust. She had no ill feelings toward Li Xian, but she had a little appreciation for him. Especially some of the things Li Xian had done recently made Shui Yunru look at this playboy with admiration. But this time things were too dangerous, and Shui Yunru couldn't rest assured. Look what I do. Li Xian blinked. Actually, I'm also very curious. I am a martial arts cultivator from the 3rd floor. How can I help Master Cheng Huang? Shui Yunru couldn't help but laugh. After hesitating for a moment, she followed up unwillingly, let me make it clear first, I don't necessarily have to ask for help from His Highness the City God. If there is danger, I will withdraw at any time. Then you and I see the same thing as heroes, and that's what I told it. Li Xian glanced around as he walked, and then asked curiously, Brother Mastiff, did you just say that this is the underworld? In other words, is this the so-called underworld? The underworld is in Fengdu. This is just the underworld of Nanjing City. Under the rule of our city god, it can also be said to be hell, the underworld, and the underworld. Ting Tian Mastiff explained casually, these are two places, and they are connected with each other. Although it is possible to get through if there is no connection, it is very troublesome. Isn't this all the underworld? Li Xian said with some confusion, also, is your master so poor that he can't even light a lamp? He found many lamps and stone lamps on the road he just walked. There were clearly wicks and lamp oil inside, but they were not lit. Ordinarily, this would not happen. The city god of Nanjing City was granted the title of capital god by Taizu, and the existence of Qingtian Jiangguasamen Shenfuming Lingling was the only one among all the city gods in the Jin dynasty who was granted the title of king. During his lifetime, this city god was not only the ruler of the southern half of the Yangtze River, he was also extremely powerful and was known as the Little Overlord like Sun Tzu. Even though he has achieved a lot, he still has to surpass Sun Tzu. Therefore, this man is not only very popular in Nanjing City, but also has considerable influence in the entire Jiangnan region. There is a reason for not lighting the lamps. I will talk about this later. Ting Tian Mastiff said with a hint of helplessness, the world of the underworld is created by people, so the more people gather in one city in one place, the wider the local underworld will be. But Nanjing is so far away from Fengdu, and there are so many wilderness areas along the way, how can they be connected together? Emperor Fengdu was canonized by successive emperors. In theory, he was in charge of all the underworld, but in fact he could only influence Shu. Those who are above Fengdu include Emperor Dongyue, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of Buddhism, and the King of Hell. My master doesn't look down on them. Li Xian understood and thought of these city gods and emperors as warlords demarcating territories for self-government. As for the netherworld being created by humans, I don't know why. Is it human alaya consciousness? He asked directly, but Ting Tian Mastiff shook his head, how do I know the reason? Anyway, this is the fact. The hell under the world is all pieced together. Also, why do you have so many questions? Li entered the underworld for the first time, so he was naturally curious. Li Xian thought to himself that this was Hades, the underworld. For a successor who grew up under the red flag and was influenced by materialism since childhood, of course there are questions and curiosity everywhere. He admitted that he was now Grandma Lu who had just entered Grandview Garden and had seen the world. Also, Einstein has been asking why since he was a child, and he finally grew up to be a great scientist. At this moment, Li Xian was suffocated. He saw an open palace door in front of him, and in the doorway of the palace door, there was a figure 3 times the height of an ordinary person, standing with his back to them and his hands behind his back. He was unusually tall, but he was wearing a flowing white robe of a scholar, and he was holding a huge guandao in his right hand. Although this person is simply standing there, his momentum is as majestic and thick as a mountain, with unparalleled majesty. Li Xian just glanced at this person and felt that his soul was frozen, and he could hardly move any thoughts in his mind. It wasn't until a chill came from his back that his thoughts returned to normal. Li Xuanzong thought, could this be the city god? But I heard Ting Tian Mastiff next to me say respectfully, young general has met the Lord Judge. Oh my god. The burly scribe turned his head and glanced at them, and then his eyes narrowed. Are they the 2 mortals that His Highness mentioned? Exactly. Ting Tian Mastiff still replied respectfully, the young general has summoned them to the underworld on the order of the master. I got it. The burly scribe nodded lightly and turned around, you guys go first, Brother Guo and I will follow. Be careful on the road, these monsters and ghosts are getting more and more noisy now. Ting Tian Mastiff nodded again before leading Li Xian and the others forward. After walking out of the palace gate, Li Xian asked again, is this Judge Wu? It's Judge One. Ting Tian Mastiff corrected, who stipulates that only warriors can wield the Daguando? Have you never seen his statue in the city god's temple? Li Xian really didn't notice that the last time he went to the capital city god's temple was to look for the Tian Mastiff. Besides, who would want to see what the civil and military judges accompanying the sacrifice look like? Shui Yunru looked back at the stalwart figure with admiration. That's Zhang Yan, the judge below the Nanjing city god's seat. In the past, Emperor Taizong was in trouble, so that there were endless wars between the north and the south of the Jin dynasty, and he had no time to look outside. At that time, the man stationed in Xuanfu, with the weak brigade of less than 3,000 people resisted the Mongol army moving south alone, and was eventually captured and died unyieldingly. Privately, I think that among the ministers who have sacrificed their lives since the founding of the Jin dynasty, this person is the most honest. Yu reading www.Wukanshu. Net his integrity is better than that of Fang Xiaoru. When you are alive, you will be China, when you die, you will be in the Jin dynasty, if you die, you will be the most important person. A ruler is light, given the majestic spirit, it turns into thunder, given the spirit, it turns into the sun and stars. His majestic spirit leaps out on the paper. And the military judge Guo Liangchen is also a man of great integrity. Li Xian then turned back with a solemn expression and took a serious look at Judge Na Wan. It's a pity that his cultivation is limited, and his eyes feel stinging at just one glance, and he can't see Judge Na Wan's face clearly. He shook his head and continued to look ahead, and then the surprise in his eyes became more intense. This is the street house in your underworld? It looks so fake and magical. Li Xian saw many houses that looked like trees, some looked like twisted mushrooms, and some looked like boats. In short, they were all kinds of weird shapes. However, without exception, there are a large number of Taoist talismans on their outsides. Then Li Xian also felt that there was a cold eyesight from Dawson in these houses, watching him. Can the things in the underworld be real? Aren't the houses you burned when you worshipped your ancestors all made of paper? Ting Tian Mastiff sneered, and then said with serious eyes, those are not only houses, but also prisons. Don't go there. Take care of them. Li Xian's attention has actually been diverted. He saw dozens of rows of huge wooden piles in front of him, with grotesque ghosts nailed to them. He even saw mountains of swords and seas of fire in the distance, as well as bloody stone mills and boiling oil pots. Li Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a while, and murmured, so the 18 levels of hell and the 18 kinds of torture mentioned in the book are true? The picture in front of him was very much like the description of hell in the book. The 18 levels of hell are only found in Fengdu and Mount Tai. Listening to Taiyan Mastiff's explanation, Buddhism also has the 18 mud plows and the infinite hell, which are similar things. They are used to crush evil spirits and eliminate bad karma. Our conditions here are limited, so we make do with the simplest things. But where do the ghosts of normal people phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live/phoneme after they die? Li Xian had noticed that outside the palace complex, there were almost all prisons and execution grounds, which puzzled him. Tingtian Mastiff also looked at him strangely. Of course it dies after death. You monks have to practice to the third gate and condense the nascent soul, so that you can leave the body and travel as a divine soul, not to mention the ghosts of ordinary people? Don't be deceived by the things written by ordinary people based on their imagination. This underworld is actually a prison, used to imprison those ghosts and evil spirits with deep obsessions, so it is also called hell, underworld prison. Of course, there are some people who are born with powerful souls. Even if their obsession is not deep, they can maintain their souls after death. These people will be recruited by the master to serve as night-wandering gods and ghost messengers. After hearing this, Li Xian felt a little unable to accept it. What about reincarnation? What about reincarnation? What about Mengpa soup? Reincarnation and transcendence are the concepts that only Buddhism has. But their believers must first be reborn in bliss, and those who can achieve it are inherently powerful. According to Buddhism, they are people with good roots. As for transcendence, that means you can be exempted from torture in the underworld. Be careful at this time. Taiyan Mastiff suddenly issued a warning, and it looked ahead warily. Li Xian then saw two giant hands, half an acre in size, suddenly protruding from the darkness and nothingness, tearing open a huge crack in the street in front of him. Then a huge head poked out of the crack and looked around with its single eye. Soon its eyes locked onto Li Xian's figure, and two ghostly fires shone in its pupils. Li Xian could still maintain his composure. What is this? Cyclops? Ogre? Monsters in Western games have come to the Eastern world? Is that torn crack a portal? Ogre? You mean the giant ogre? Shui Yunro glanced at Li Xian doubtfully. Then you made a mistake. This is a mountain spirit contaminated by evil spirits. As they were talking, the crack was getting bigger and bigger, and a huge giant 30 feet tall squeezed in. He stepped on the ground and with one lift, destroyed the nearby houses. Then Li Xian saw dozens of evil spirits of different shapes running out of the damaged house. They all twisted their bodies immediately and disappeared into the netherworld. Some of those who didn't escape in time were locked in place by black hook locks shot down from the air one after another. At this time, the giant had already arrived in front of Li Xian. His single eye was burning with ghostly fire, and his huge palm grabbed it directly from the sky. Li Xian's scalp was numb. He held the sword in his hand and was about to dodge with the divine thunder undefinable technique when he heard a thunderous roar in the distance. How dare you act so arrogantly, evildoer? It was a tall and sturdy figure, swept by the black phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win-win/phoneme. After it arrived, its body expanded and stretched until it was the same length as the mountain spirit. And with one swing of the axe, half of the mountain spirit's arm was cut off. Looking at the appearance of this giant, it is clear that he is a divine general named Li Xin who was worshipped on the site of the city god in the capital city god's temple. Li Xian felt slightly relieved, but he still backed away for a while, and then he thought, could this be the source of the evil spirits in Nanjing City these days? He still asked as he thought of it, and Tingtian Mastiff smiled bitterly and said, what else? Most of these evil spirits come from the troubled times and the previous imperial court. They were sealed and imprisoned here, and they have not been able to be purified and eradicated. Li Xian didn't understand again and thought, why bother? Wouldn't it be enough to just cut it off? Can you keep them and eat them? But this time there was no need to ask, he found the answer from his memory. That is the content recorded in the 6 Paths of Magic book, and it is one of the few memories the original person has of this book. The reason why these evil spirits are not killed is related to what Buddhism calls karma. It is the evil and filthy air condensed by the resentment, greed, jealousy and other filthy evil thoughts of all living beings in the world. It is also the source of power for many evil spirits and ghosts, and is the root of their birth. Therefore, the evil spirits in the world are closely related to karma from the moment they are born. Every time they are stronger, the karma they carry becomes more. It is easy to kill these evil spirits, but the difficult thing is to eliminate the karma. They will not just disappear, but will promote the emergence of new evil spirits and demons after they disperse. Therefore, detention and sealing are the best methods. Although the karma in this world is increasing day by day, there is still a certain limit after all, which seems to be closely related to the size of the population. The logic of the six dynasty in the underworld is that as long as the evil spirits that have accumulated a lot of karma are imprisoned, the karma that causes harm to the world will also be reduced. Therefore, there are 18 levels of hell in the underworld, and the six dynasty also built 4 large monster-suppressing towers in the southeast, northwest, and northwest. The upper echelons of Ludeosi also encourage members to capture the soul as much as possible when exterminating spirits, rather than directly exterminating them. But this can actually be done. The risk factor of subduing evil spirits is completely different from directly killing them. For example, Li Xian and his team asked them to seal those powerful evil spirits from the 6th floor. Isn't this embarrassing them? If they can kill it, it's a very good result. As for where the karma is dispersed and what consequences it will cause, they have no control over it. Tingtian Mastiff said with complaint at this time, "So, everyone in the world respects you six dynasty for killing demons, but they don't know that the hardest thing is really our master and the many city gods in this world." Land. How many evil spirits and ghosts have been imprisoned in the 4 demon-suppressing towers of your 6th dynasty division? Half of them are belonging to demons. When Li Xian heard this, countless slippery tentacles suddenly appeared from underneath him, reaching towards him. Fortunately, Officer Li Xian felt quick, and immediately stepped on his feet, leaping into the air 20 feet high, throwing away the pursuit of those tentacles. Li Xian found that in this netherworld, his physical quality, true energy and abilities seemed to be greatly amplified. If he were in the mortal world, he could only jump up to 2 feet on the spot. Looking below him, it was an evil spirit similar in shape to a nautilus, extending dozens of tentacles and continuing to pursue him. Li Xian's mind moved slightly, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Then he took action without hesitation. He unsheathed his sword instantly, and with the power of ice, reading www.ukanshu.net suddenly slashed at one of the tentacles that was pursuing it. Canopy. With a sound like a beating of leather, a sheet of ice mist exploded, and Li Xian's whole body was blown away like a cannonball. However, one of the tentacles of the nautilus was also frozen by his knife. The extreme cold power spread quickly, causing the nautilus to freeze in a thin layer of ice. Shuaiyunru, who also flew into the air, looked at him in great surprise, seeming a little surprised by Li Xian's tyrannical cold power. "It's only been a few days since we last met, and this guy's cold power has improved to this point again? It seems that there is still a cold evil?" Then she stretched out her hand forward, and in an instant, a blue-purple thunder dragon emerged from her palm and entered the nautilus body when the thin ice around it broke. As the lightning flashed, half of the monster's body was immediately blown apart. Then came the flames. The green-purple fire grew from the body of the nautilus, from the inside out, burning the evil spirit into a torch in an instant, so that the latter could not even make a miserable howl. TSK TSK. The thunder in the palm hand is full of thunder and fire. She is indeed that niece, the most outstanding direct descendant of the outer sect of the Tiancher mansion in recent years. Although Tingtian Mastiff sighed in admiration, he didn't even look at Shuaiyunru. His attention was more on Li Xian. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and your cold power has actually improved again. Was that a cold evil just now?" And it is a cold evil that is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Joyo Juhan. When was it cultivated? That nautilus is an evil spirit at the 6th level of the building. If Li Xian hadn't frozen the evil spirit for a short time with the knife just now, Shuaiyunru would never have been able to kill him so easily even if his cultivation level was as high as the 6th level. Hit and kill. Li Xian looked at the waste knife in his hand in disbelief, thinking that the cold power he possessed had such a strong effect in this underworld? Why does my power increase so much in this underworld? Li Xian didn't understand, so he asked, with a strange look in his eyes, also, don't you have the ability to listen to the truth and know everything? Do you still know when I became a cold evil? How can I use the method of listening? Without anyone's support, how dare I listen to all things? I don't even dare to do it with you. If I really knew everything, I would have been skinned and cooked long ago. Eaten the dog meat hot pot. Tingtian Mastiff couldn't hear the temptation in this guy's language. It curled its lips disdainfully. As for your previous question, where do you think this is? This is the underworld. It is the territory of the ghosts. You are in this underworld. The reason why your power becomes stronger is of course because your soul is stronger. Although your quality is still average, your quantity is about 9 times that of ordinary people. It is really confusing how you can exist in this world. Such a weird thing? Tingtian Mastiff didn't bother to ask Li Xian why he could cultivate into Yin Sha. Li Xian didn't answer, couldn't it guess it? It raised its head and looked up at the female ghost in red behind Li Xian. Its tail waggled wildly, its eyes were shining, and it looked like it wanted to kneel down and lick it. You are worthy of being an emperor. At this time, cultivation of Jiuyo Juhan. With this kind of magical power, even if you are only in the realm of the 3rd floor, you can still crush many evil spirits in the 6th floor in this underworld. Shui Yunru obviously couldn't hear their words. Her eyes were very curious, but she was limited to her oath and did not ask. There was only a little helplessness on her fragile little face. You too, can you continue to move forward? Tingtian Mastiff then took his eyes away from the female ghost in red and sighed. I really don't know what kind of luck you have, Li Xian, to be able to get married to this adult. If you are trapped by those who are trapped in 10, the Dashio of the 2nd level realm knows this, and I'm afraid they would like to kill you right now. With the help of this adult, even the least talented among them can reach the throne within 3 to 5 years. This was the second person after Li Qianqian to say this to Li Xian. Li Xian's expression also condensed slightly. Thank you. How could he not know that Tian Mastiff asked Shui Yunru to swear an oath first, and then cast a spell to cover it up so that she could not see or hear, just to help him conceal the existence of the female ghost in red? Of course, this is what the Tian Mastiff should do, but it also shows that the city god has no intention of coveting his guardian spirit. Then Li Xian sighed again and said, but if Brother Mastiff can help me get rid of this person, or give me some more advice on how to resolve the evil, then I will be even more grateful. The guardian spirit of an emperor is very good, but Li Xian thinks his life is more important. Nowadays, everyone knows that having money but no life to spend it is the most tragic thing in the world. You got an advantage and still behaved, but do you know how much forbearance and sacrifice this adult has made for you? As for resolving the evil, I wish I could know that I am no longer a dog now. Listening to Tian Mastiff talking, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Get out of the way. At this moment, a ball of green liquid suddenly sprayed in front of them. Li Xian was startled and moved away at the last moment. Then when he looked back, he saw that a large piece of liquid had corroded where it landed. Then there was another burly giant about 4 feet tall holding an iron mace, and 4 figures in black clothes and black armor came through the air, and fought fiercely with a miserable green giant frog that jumped in from the crack. The former is another divine general enshrined in the capital city god's temple, and the 4 wearing black clothes and armor are night wandering gods. I don't know what kind of monster that giant frog is. It looks like a bullfrog, but if you look carefully, you will find that the hairs on its body are actually human fingers. Ghost. Li Xian's scalp was numb and his heart was still frightened. The so-called demon ghost is a combination of demon and ghost. It has the strengths and magical powers of both, and is very scary. This bullfrog was a 7th level demon ghost, and its strength was far inferior to that of the Nautilus that he and Shui Yunru had just killed together. If his reaction was a little slower just now, it might turn into pus. This made Li Xian feel horrified. He felt that there was danger and danger everywhere in the underworld. He thought that if he knew how to leave this underworld, he might just run away. He now extremely doubted whether what the city god asked him to do was within his ability. Brother Mastiff, what's going on in this underworld now? Monsters are attacking the city? Li Xian pressed his sword on his waist and asked with confused eyes. This is related to the so-called Jin Wujiazi's first birthday, and the cloudy day in the Yin year. Shui Yunru, who was next to her, also pricked up her ears at this moment. As long as the female ghost in red wasn't involved, she seemed to be able to hear what the two of them said. Tingtian Mastiff shook his head and said, "It has something to do with it, but it's more than that. The most important reason is Dasheng Pass, and there is a large tomb from 300 years ago." "Do you know the area and shape of this Nanjing underworld?" Li Xian was completely unaware of this, while Shui Yunru pondered and said, "I know a little bit. It is said that when the Jin dynasty was founded, the underworld of Nanjing was only 15 miles from east to west and 20 miles from north to south. But in the past 300 years, the population of Nanjing has become increasingly dense. Nanjing's underworld is also vast. In addition to Jinling Fuqing, the surrounding underworld has expanded for more than 300 miles, including many surrounding towns. It also included Dasheng Pass, which is 50 miles away to the west of us, and the tombs of the Chen Han soldiers further to the west. It is because of this that trouble occurred." Tingtian Mastiff turned his head and looked at Li Xian, who had confused eyes. "I'm not talking about the one in Poyan Lake, but the tomb next to Dasheng Pass. In the past, Taizu of Jin used a trick to lure Han King Chen Liang to send nearly 100 troops. One went down the river and set up an ambush. In the end, Chen Han was defeated miserably in front of Dasheng Pass, and nearly 300,000 soldiers were buried here. After 2 years, Chen Han recovered his strength and fought against Taizu in Poyang. Therefore, in terms of fierceness, the tombs of Chen and Han soldiers at Dasheng Pass are even better than Poyan Lake." At this time, Tingtian Mastiff had brought Li Xian to a huge city gate. Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net. The shape of the city gate and city wall are similar to those of Nanjing City, but they also give people a sense of illusion. Li Xian didn't take a closer look. He was more interested in listening to what the Tian Mastiff said. "But what's the problem with the tomb of General Chen Han in Dasheng Pass? The problem is huge. Now even half of the cemetery has fallen into the underworld, between the Yin and Yang realms. Originally, the underworld of Jinling was a circle of its own, isolated from the Yang world. Only the underworld of our underworld could enter and exit at will. But now, the place where Jinling underworld is connected to the Yang world, there is another tomb of Chen Han soldiers between the Yin and Yang worlds. Originally this tomb was banned and suppressed by the imperial court, but there was no problem. But not long ago, listening to Tian Mastiff talking, he walked to the city gate and touched his toes on the city gate, causing the huge wooden door to open with a creaking sound. For some unknown reason, countless demons and monsters that were originally wandering in the suburbs have recently come to this underworld. I don't know who was driving them. They have become an army of demons and are besieging the city with ulterior motives." It said for a moment, "Didn't you ask me earlier why the master didn't light candles in front of his palace? The reason is to suppress the underworld, and we have no extra power to waste. Now the whole underworld is leaking, and even my master is stretched thin." Li Xian looked out through the crack in the door, then turned pale and took a breath of cold air. 3,000 feet outside the door, there were rows of monsters of various terrifying shapes standing. At a glance, there was no end in sight. In this bright and peaceful world, there are so many ghosts and monsters? He asked himself if he was bold, even audacious. But at this time, Li Xian couldn't help but tremble in his teeth. "Brother Mastiff, what the city god wants me to do shouldn't be outside this city, right? If not?" Tingtian Mastiff looked back at Li Xian. "Master, what he means is for you to leave the city and go to the west." Before it finished speaking, Li Xian clasped his fists with both hands and cupped his hands towards Tingtian Mastiff. "Brother Mastiff, I feel that I can't handle this. We will see you again later, each of you will take care of it." While speaking, Li Xian began to spread his true energy, twisting the left side of his waist and the right side of his waist. He had just carefully observed those evil spirits to see how they escaped from this world. Now he was copying cats and tigers and acting according to the law. Li Xian thought that it was a joke to let a small third-level martial arts cultivator leave the city under such circumstances. Any big boss in the demon army over there can crush him to death. He is not Chanshan Zhaozilon who enters and exits 7 times in the army. Shui Yunru couldn't help but burst into laughter and smiled. "It's useless for you to twist like this. Those evil spirits were able to escape from the underworld because there were people outside who helped. Tingtian Mastiff looked very helpless. Listen to what I have to say first. Of course, there will be escorts, and our civil and military judges will accompany them. Do I still know that with your cultivation level? Going out now will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to death? So I specially invited this Miss Shui. She has a magic weapon that can take you from the Joyoming River to bypass these monster armies outside the city, and go to the tomb of Chen Han via the Dasheng Pass 50 miles away. I see, you should have spoken clearly earlier. Li Xian put his heart back in his stomach, but there was suspicion in his eyes. So, do you think these monsters came from the Chen Han tomb? But there is no one from the imperial court at the Chen Han tomb tube? Originally, the guards of Dasheng Pass would offer sacrifices every year and be responsible for repairing the ban. The Nanjing Ministry of Rites would also send senior officials to supervise. But recently, due to the theft of the armory at Dasheng Pass, the deputy commander-in-chief of Dasheng Pass has been jailed. The commander-in-chief of the army has also been suspended pending investigation, and the Minister of Rites in Nanjing has been vacant for 3 months. Normally, the Ministry of Rites in Nanjing and the Qingtian supervisor would not forget this matter, but now no one pays attention to it. Therefore, my father admires your father very much, saying that the contemporary Uncle Chang is worthy of being the Queen of Ihan Magic Sword Li Lexing. Even when he was suspended for inspection, he never forgot his official duties. If the officials of the Jin dynasty were as loyal and dedicated as your father, why would there be so much trouble? After listening to the Tian Mastiff sigh, his eyes became extremely solemn. Besides, the problem is not only Chen Han's tomb, but also Dasheng Pass, I mean this one in the underworld. In the past, Renzong was in order to prevent Chen Han's 300,000 Yin troops from causing rebellion, and to prevent the Yin and Yang worlds from opening up. I once issued an order to my master, asking us to provide cooperation to strengthen and lengthen the city wall of the Yinshur Dasheng Pass, and seal Chen Han's tomb in the Nanjing is 300 miles away. So theoretically speaking, as long as the seal of Chen Han tomb is intact and as long as the Dasheng Pass is still there, those demons should not be able to get in. We suspect that not only the Dasheng Pass has fallen into the hands of demons, but the Dasheng Pass city god may unexpected things happen too. Shui Yunru was shocked. I remember that the city god of Dasheng Pass was Yuan Zhou? How is that possible? That was the previous generation of Nanjing city god. Seeing Li Xin's doubtful expression, she explained a few words for the latter. At the beginning of the founding of the Jin dynasty, the city god of this city was not His Highness King Mingling, but someone else. He was also a famous figure, whose surname was Yuan and whose name was Zhou, was a famous minister in the former Yuan dynasty. After his death, he was canonized as Jinling city god by the Mongol emperor. This person's political ability is still very powerful, and he is also honest. However, the people of Jinling are not convinced by him, and Taizu also hates him for surrendering to Mengwu. As a second minister, his integrity is lacking. So after the founding of the People's Republic of China, His Royal Highness Prince Mingling, whose ancestral home was in Wu County, was designated as the city god of Nanjing. However, during the reign of Renzong, this man was canonized by the court as the Chenghuang of Dashengwen. Therefore, this man's divine power is extremely powerful, far exceeding that of ordinary county gods. That's the weird part. Tingtian Mastiff looked at the two of them. Master, he wants you to go over there and take a look. If there is a problem with Dasheng Pass in that tomb, the hundreds of thousands of Yin troops sealed there will be very scary, and even more so. The terrible consequence is that the two realms of Yin and Yang are opened up. From then on, the living and the dead, as well as many demons, can enter and exit the Yin and Yang realms from the tomb of Chen Han soldiers. This is a scene that only occurs in troubled times. I'm afraid it's more than just a look, right? Shui Yunru sneered, with doubt in her words. Besides, I still don't understand why you have to take him there with you. I know you don't like me asking more questions, but if you don't even understand the basic situation, why should you accompany him on the adventure? You guessed it right. If the situation there is bad, I still need you to send this scroll to the tomb of General Chen Han. As Tingtian Mastiff spoke, he jumped into the city gate building on the wall, and then pointed to a scroll placed in the center of the building. As for the reason, Miss Shui, you can try to get this object. Shui Yunru didn't hesitate and immediately stretched out her hand to grab it. Then her face changed slightly, showing a look of shock and surprise. This scroll was only 5 feet long, and it didn't look like it was made of anything heavy. However, Shui Yunru felt that it weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and she couldn't lift it even with all her strength. Ting Tian Mastiff looked like he had expected it. Can't you pick it up? Let Li Xian try again. How could it be such a light thing? Li Xian reached out to take it strangely, and found that it was indeed very easy. It was a little heavier than he expected, but it was nothing compared to his current strength. It's so light. How can it be impossible to pick it up? Li Xian put the scroll in his hand and threw it, then opened it again. I found that inside was a song of righteousness written in big characters like dancing dragons and phoenixes. There is righteousness in the heaven and earth, and they are mixed and endowed with manifolds. Below are the rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. To others, it is called Hauran, which is so abundant that it blocks the sky. The imperial road should be Qingyi, Hanha Tumingting. When the time comes, we can see each other and draw pictures one by one. In Qi Taishir bamboo slips, in Jin Dynasty Donghu's pen. This is a poem that Li Xian is very familiar with. The world he lives in called Dajin has many similarities with his hometown. This song of righteousness and the person who composed this poem are both one of them. Li Xian was puzzled. Just put this scroll in front of the tomb of General Chen Han? Is this useful? Of course it works. This was written by Duke Wenzhong before he died. Shui Yunru looked at the scroll with shocked eyes. I have said before that during the Yuan dynasty, the people of Jinling were not convinced by the Yuanzhou who was canonized by Emperor Mengwu. At that time, many people were privately offering sacrifices to Duke Wenzhong, believing that he is the real Jinling city god. Therefore, Lieutenant Wenzhong, who was made a god after his death, actually participated in the construction of the tomb of Chen Han soldiers in front of Dasheng Pass. The divine power seal there is said to have been left by Duke Lieutenant Wenzhong. Tingtian Mastiff nodded and said, back then, Duke Wenzhongliu was canonized as the city god of Beiping by Taizu, but Yu Kanshu www.Ukanshu. Net kept this song of righteousness in Nanjing in case of a great victory over Guanqian one day. The rebellion of the Yin army caused harm to the people of Jinling who worshipped him. But only those who have a righteous heart and are as indomitable, persevering and fearless as Lord Wenzhonglia can afford this song of righteousness. Li Xian couldn't help but point at himself, his eyes confused. He admits that he is righteous, but where does this fearlessness come from? Isn't this Tian Mastiff a mistake? Shui Yunru didn't listen to them at all. She was looking at Li Xian with astonishment in her eyes. She was looking at Li Xian in disbelief, the famous dandy and libertine in Jinling City. He was not a Confucian scholar, and his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level, but he could actually do it. I can afford the original song of righteousness written by Lieutenant Wenzhong. She thought she must be dreaming or hallucinating. Shui Yunru also inexplicably remembered the words her maid once said to her. I only heard from Tian Mastiff that Mr. Li is a rare gentleman in the world. He seems to be absurd, unruly, and dissolute. In fact, we should hold our bodies upright, uphold justice in our hearts, stop our actions, and regulate our words. After listening to Tian Mastiff's extensive investigation into his past and personal details, and listening to his voice, he felt that Mr. Li's character was impeccable. Could it be that the Tian Mastiff was serious when he said these words? Is this guy who hangs out in brothels, eats, drinks, whores, and gambles, really a flawless gentleman who upholds integrity and serves justice? Tingtian Mastiff smiled slightly proudly and said, there are less than 1,000 people in Jinling City who can afford this song of righteousness. And this Lord Yu is currently the most suitable candidate, and the one you have entered. The key to the tomb of Chen Han soldiers. His ancestor Li Lexing not only presided over the construction of Dasheng Pass, but was also the one who laid the foundation for the tomb of Chen Han soldiers. In addition, he has other talents that can minimize the risks of your trip. After explaining the reason, Tingtian Mastiff said with a slightly proud smile, there are less than 1,000 people in Jinling City who can afford this song of righteousness. And this Lord Yu is currently the most suitable. The candidate is also the key for you to enter the tomb of the Chen and Han soldiers. His ancestor Li Lexing not only presided over the construction of Dasheng Pass, but was also the one who built the foundation of the tomb of the Chen and Han soldiers. In addition, he has other talents that can allow you to come here. The risk of the operation is minimized. Just as it said this, two burly figures 3 feet tall suddenly stepped onto the tower. Li Xian glanced at these two people, and then immediately looked away. The one among the two wearing a scribe's robe and holding a guandao was the judge they had met not long ago. The other man was wearing full body armor, with a pair of battle axes on his back and a large gun in his hand. This should be the military judge Guo Lianchen in front of the city god's throne. It's getting late, Ting Tian, can you explain the reason clearly? Judge Wen's voice was as solemn as before. It's almost done, we will leave next. After listening to the Taiya Mastiff's respectful response, he pointed to the two 3-finger-high lifelike statues next to him and said to Li Xian, the two judges will hide in these statues later and escort us to Chunhan in front of the soldiers' tombs. This person then summoned 2 purple gold talismans from the bell on his chest and sent them to the two of them. This is the yin-yang boundary-breaking talisman written by my master. If you encounter danger on the way, you can use this talisman. Not only does it contain the master's divine power, it can protect you for a moment. It can also help you escape from the underworld quickly no matter when and where you are. At this moment, none of the people on the city wall knew that there were 2 majestic figures deep in the palace in the city, watching their every move through the method of mirror reflection. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have been unbelievable that such a character could actually hold up when Zhong Ligong's Song of Righteousness. The person speaking at this time was a figure wearing a scarlet robe. He was sitting cross-legged on one side of the chessboard with his knees bent. Opposite him, there was a figure with 9 crowns and 9 jade crowns, wearing a royal crown. That was the capital god of Nanjing. His body was 7 feet high. In this not-so-spacious house, he exerted an extremely great pressure on people. Is there anything strange about this? As the saying goes, every dog-slaughtering person who is righteous is a scholar, and a person who is unfaithful is a scholar. Who stipulates that a person who is upright, persevering and fearless must be a scholar and gentleman who behaves in a disciplined manner and is sanctimonious? The city god calmly placed a piece on the chessboard. Di Chang, it's your turn. The red-robed Taoist's mind was obviously not on chess. Then what will your highness do next? I'm afraid I won't be able to break this game with just these people. I will do nothing. I will be trapped in the isolated city from now on. The crown on the head of the city god shook, and he pointed at the image next to him. This is the winning hand that I use, and I can decide the outcome with just one move. One sun to decide the outcome? The red-robed Taoist was stunned, and his expression became even more incredible. Your Highness, are you serious? Are you pinning all your hopes on those 2 mortals who have not opened the 3rd door? So in this round, we are probably bound to lose. He wondered what was the difference between these 2 people? He can place great hopes on His Highness. I said something wrong. It should be said that except for them, I can't do anything now. They are really good at it. They have quietly laid out this net for decades, and moved my net within it. No. Du Chenghuan laughed, showing his white and fine teeth. This child is nothing more than seeking survival from death. So you and I can just wait for the result. A moment later, Li Xian and his party were already sailing in the 9 Netherworld River. This is not a real river, but a current formed by the infinite power of ghosts. It is said to be part of the Yellow Spring, and it is also the main branch. Ordinary people who come into contact with this river will die in an instant. Even those who are cultivators cannot last long. However, Shui Yunru, as a direct descendant of the outer sect of the Tianshi mansion and a powerful niece, had 2 magic weapons in her hands that they could use on this trip. One is the Shen Ming Zhiyang shuttle, which is said to be able to travel through the realms of Yin and Yang, the 9 netherworlds and 10 lands, and can also sail in the 9 netherworlds river. The other is the Yin Yuan umbrella, which only needs to be opened and covered over the head, which allows them to restrain their aura and not be noticed by demons and gods, and can also simulate the aura of evil spirits. As for Li Xian, in addition to transporting Song of Righteousness, he also has a function, which can command the Yin spirits, ghosts, and gods. Ting Tian Mastiff gave him a small red square seal. The words on the seal were blurred, but Li Xian somehow possessed this ability. He has personally tried it, and he can make the evil spirits in the 4th and 5th floors obey his orders with just one glance. However, the maximum number is 15 or 6, any more will not work. So when Li Xian and the others emerged from the Nine Netherworld River on Li Xian Mingjiang shuttle, they disguised themselves as a very unique but very common evil spirit, the Virgin Spirit. This is usually a person who remained a virgin until death, resented this fact, and inflicted this pain on others. They usually appear in pairs, and men and women are attracted to each other. Li Xian had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme through the demon book before and saw the description of the Virgin Spirit. We know that virgin spirits are not only common, but also very powerful. Especially those who have maintained their virginity for more than 20 years during their lifetime are extremely powerful. He was still filled with emotion at the time. The resentment of this single dog was indeed extraordinary. It was a very powerful force both in ancient times and in modern times. But I didn't expect that I would play the role of a virgin spirit soon. Shui Yunru held an umbrella and held Li Xian's arm with a red face. This is because a pair of virgin spirits will be very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other. They want to unite a man and a woman and get rid of their virginity, but they can never do it. This is their greatest pain and obsession. But Tingtian Mastiff, who was lying on Li Xian's shoulder, was very dissatisfied. Can you please come closer and be more enthusiastic? Do you look like virgins like this? You will be found out like this. A real virgin is eager to be with you. The other person blends into his own body. Seeing that neither of them responded, it said in a very sincere tone, "You two, I know you are in a difficult situation, but the lives of millions of people in Jinling City are involved. You two must be cautious before arriving. Nothing can go wrong before that tomb." Li Xian thought that he was right. If something went wrong with the tomb of Chen Han soldiers in Dasheng Pass, the people of Jinling City would probably suffer heavy casualties. For the safety of the people of Jinling, as a six-path demon slayer, I must sacrifice myself at this time. He then took the initiative to reach out his hand, directly hugged Shui Yunru's waist, and pulled the latter closer. Shui Yunru's face was as red as blood. She looked up at Li Xian with some dissatisfaction and instinctively felt a sense of rejection and resistance. But when I thought about listening to the Tian Mastiff, I thought about the Song of Righteousness, so I endured it again. She thought that she was probably overthinking it. With Li Xian's character, he would not have any obscene thoughts in this situation. Li Xian, you have a nosebleed. In fact, it was a state of bleeding from the 7 orifices, and bloodshot eyes and nose were all overflowing from Li Xian's eyes. It's normal. Recently, I've taken 3 pills of Lu Daoren Yuan Dan alone, as well as various other tonics. Li Xian took out his handkerchief and wiped it nonchalantly, and then asked Tingtian Mastiff, "Brother Mastiff, is there any way to help me calm down?" Tingtian Mastiff knew what was going on. You reading www.ukanshu. Netta coughed. You can use your family's cold breath lipome, which should be the 147th style. Don't use a boxing frame, just circulate the true energy. Li Xian thought for a while, and then used it according to the method. As expected, he found that he had calmed down both above and below. The 147th posture of cold breathing lipome was originally a body refining boxing stance, but I didn't expect that this movement's true energy movement method could have such power. After that, they walked all the way to the west and encountered many scattered monsters and ghosts along the way, but no one suspected them. This made Tingtian Mastiff even more worried. Dasheng Pass was originally the gateway to the inner 300 miles around Jinling, but now countless demons, and mandrills have been put in. It can be seen that something has probably happened to this past city. On the contrary, it was Li Xian who gathered more than 10 evil spirits with 4th and 5th level building cultivation levels along the way, and created the scene of being the big virgin spirit of the 7th level building level. They walked ashore when they came ashore, but when they reached the halfway point, they were already riding in a big red sedan chair, which was actually a kind of evil spirit, called the killing sedan chair. They harmed customers when they were alive, and after death they formed a group of 4 or 5 and merged into a soft sedan. Usually, the sedan chair is placed at the city gate or at the dock to lure newcomers and strangers to ride on it, and then take their lives and money. Sitting on it, Li Xian felt eerie and very uncomfortable. But the Tian Mastiff insists on doing this. It thinks that if it wants to disguise, it must be more presentable. So when they came to Dashing Pass, Li Xian was sitting upright in the middle of the red sedan chair. Shui Yunru was like a little bird, leaning on him with a blushing face like daughter. Li Xian already felt that he could not suppress the 147th style of cold breath fierce poem. He couldn't help but secretly sigh, his sacrifice was really great. The Dashing Pass in the underworld is similar to the Dashing Pass in the Yang world, except that the city wall is wider and longer, and the overall shape is in the shape of a back, with only 2 gates. The east gate faces the 300 miles of into surrounding Jinling, while the west gate faces the direction of the tombs of Chen and Han soldiers. Like other buildings in the underworld, this Guanqing is full of illusion and unreality, like a scene in a dream. When Li Xian arrived in front of the east gate of Dashangwan in the red sedan chair, there was a group of strange monsters and monsters waiting to pass. The interrogation here is actually very strict. There are more than a dozen demons and ghosts guarding the gate of Guanqing, strictly identifying the demons and ghosts coming in and out. At the gate of the city, there is a 6-foot-tall demon ghost in the shape of a boy, sitting on a master's chair with a big horse and a golden sword. Judging from its shape, it should be a multi-eyed boy with a 7th-level cultivation. The boy-like face has 14 eyes, all bulging open, and he is watching every evil spirit and demon that comes in and out attentively. Li Xian was a little worried, but it was impossible to take a detour, and there was no secret passage here. Only through Dashang Pass can they go to the tomb of Chen Han soldiers located in the west of Guanqing. There was no way to pass through the city wall. Shui Yunru took a look. Every 300 feet on the wall, there was a 7th-story demon sitting there. This situation also made Ting Tian Mastiff even more worried. You can only go through the city gate. Be careful and don't give away any clues. When Tian Mastiff said this, Li Xian was already commanding his subordinates and arrogantly drove away all the monsters and monsters waiting in line in front. These evil creatures are very vicious to mortals, but when Li Xian glared at them, they backed away obediently and showed no dissatisfaction at all. Of course, Li Xian would not think that this was his own ability. Whether it was controlling these evil spirits or maintaining the momentum of this big virgin spirit, it was probably thanks to the female ghost in red behind him. He could clearly see that there were thousands of bloodshot threads connecting the small scarlet seal and the female ghost in red. No smell of strangers. This is one of the subordinates of the multi-eyed boy. It has a human face but looks like a dog. It is sniffing around their big red sedan chair. According to the records in the demon canon, this should be a human-faced dog, which is a typical demon ghost. After death, the human and dog souls merge into one body, and also combine with part of the dog's body. There is a virgin spirit from the 7th-level tower realm, a virgin spirit from the 6th-layer tower realm, and 12 miscellaneous ghosts, but where did you come from? How come I haven't heard of such a powerful virgin spirit? Pass? You care where I come from? There are so many virgin spirits in this world, have you heard of them all? Li Xian's disguised appearance is that of a handsome young man. He was shaking the folding fan in his hand and said unhappily, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." It's coming, it's coming. My lord, please wait. There is an order from above and we must conduct a detailed investigation. The human-faced dog sniffed for a while, then waved its paw. Let it go, it should be no problem. Li Xian suddenly felt relaxed. He also felt that Shui Yunru, who had been hugging his waist and leaning on him, relaxed a little. But just when they were about to enter the city gate, the multi-eyed boy who had been silent all this time suddenly said, "Stop." He stepped over, and the 14 eyes on his face scanned Li Xian and the others carefully. Perhaps because he didn't see anything wrong, the 14 eyes of the multi-eyed boy finally fell on Li Xian and Shui Yunru. There was a hint of suspicion in its words. There's no problem with your spiritual power, and you don't have the vitality of a living person, but your temperament doesn't look like a virgin spirit. Li Xian couldn't help but get angry. He secretly vomited in his heart. Could this single person's temperament be seen from the surface? What's more, Li Xian is a genuine single dog, okay? He's 25 years old, so what's so different about him? He immediately squinted his eyes and looked at the multi-eyed boy in front of him with dissatisfaction. The temperament of a virgin spirit? Tell me, how are we different? It's just a very strange feeling. The multi-eyed boy rubbed his chin with his hand and fell into deep thought. maybe it's not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough. Li Xian felt Shui Yunru's arms tighten again, and the pair of protruding objects on the girl's chest began to exert great pressure on him. So soft and elastic, Li Xian could hardly keep his mind, and all kinds of charming thoughts began to arise in his heart. After all, Li Xian still remembered that they were being interrogated by a ferocious demon, and he calmed down. Tell me clearly, why are we not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough? Which of your eyes sees that we are not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough? I saw it with all 14 eyes. The multi-eyed boy pointed at his head, his expression not empty at all. You guys just aren't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough. You just don't have the same temperament. He pointed not far away at the same time. Look at the pair of virgin spirits over there, and look at you. Li Xian glanced sideways at his finger. Then there was a moment of silence, and there was indeed a pair of virgin spirits walking towards this side. This pair of evil spirits are not only intertwined with each other, like conjoined twins. They looked at each other affectionately, and from time to time they would put their heads together and exchange body fluids with each other. Shui Yunru also took a look, and then her face was flushed, and she was extremely shy. Her eyes were hesitant, wondering if she should imitate this virgin spirit and get closer to Li Xian. But their current situation was the limit of what she could do, and Li Xian took advantage of her. If today's events were known to outsiders, Shui Yunru's reputation would be completely ruined, and she would never be able to see anyone again. She had already felt the movement of Li Xian's arm, and just when Shui Yunru was thinking that if Li Xian asked for a kiss from her, reading www.ukanshu.net, then should she slap him in the face? When she was about to slap her, she found that Li Xian suddenly became angry and pushed her aside with force. Shui Yunru looked back in shock, only to see Li Xian's eyes flashing coldly as he stared at the two virgin spirits. At the same time, she heard the latter's thin words reaching her ears, "Help me." The next moment, the two virgin spirits looked blank and completely fell into Li Xian's control. Immediately afterwards, their bodies expanded like balloons, and then the canopy exploded with a bang. At this time, Shui Yunru also quietly took action, causing a cold light to fall, covering all the remains of the two virgin spirits after their self-destruction. In just a moment, these remaining spirits were all frozen into ice and fell to the ground one after another. Han Sha. This is the great spirit that controls the cold evil. What a powerful soul. It can control the same kind of people on the fourth floor to self-destruct. How can this big virgin spirit be so vicious? The evil spirits and demons around him, as long as they were intelligent, all showed fear at this moment. They regarded Li Xian as a god of plague and instinctively moved away. The 14 eyes of the multi-eyed boy also showed a look of astonishment. At this time, Li Xian looked at it with no warmth in his eyes, and asked forcefully, "What about now? Do you still think we are not like virgin spirits?" The multi-eyed boy wanted to say something, but he choked under Li Xuan's cold gaze. It blinked, and then waved its hand. "Let it go. I respectfully send this gentleman into the city." Li Xian raised the corners of his lips slightly, and secretly gave himself a thumbs up. The plan worked. This multi-eyed boy was indeed as described in the book, extremely timid and cowardly. After entering Guancheng, the redness on Shui Yunru's face lingered for a long time. She thought, why didn't she think of it? The multi-eyed boy has a timid temperament and is known to bully the weak and fear the strong. The more they obeyed its will, the more arrogant it became, but if it pushed back forcefully, the multi-eyed boy would definitely not dare to make a mistake. I was really dizzy. I was still thinking about what I would do if Li Xian took advantage of the situation to get closer to her. I clearly judge a gentleman with a villain's heart, and I am very shameless. Li Xian didn't seem to notice anything strange about Shui Yunru. He controlled a group of subordinates and headed straight for the west gate of Dasheng Pass. The tomb of Chen Han's soldiers is just outside the west gate of Dasheng Pass. But after arriving, the situation here made Li Xian frown for a while. The door was obviously closed tightly, and there were dozens of powerful demons stationed near the city gate. The city walls are also heavily guarded. There is no way this will pass, really. Tingtian mastiffs seem to have expected this situation. It listened for a while, then jumped off Li Xian's shoulder and walked to the street on the other side. If you find anything, follow me. He took Li Xian and the two of them as they turned around on the street, and within a moment they came to an inconspicuous little hut. After they broke in, the two figures inside were startled at first, and then they knelt on the ground and bowed heavily to Ting Tian Mastiff. Wang Shang, Zhu Meng, see General Ting Tian. These are actually two night-wandering gods wearing armor. Both of their bodies are in turmoil. They are obviously in a state of extreme excitement, so that their bodies cannot maintain stability. General Ting Tian, you are here at the right time. Please tell me, Your Highness, the Lord of the city, please help me save my master's life. Tonight, my master is afraid of losing his life. Li Xian and Shui Yunru couldn't help but look at each other. They had expected that there would be a problem at Dasheng Pass, but the seriousness of the situation was a bit beyond their imagination. Ting Tian Mastiff frowned. What happened in the Great Victory Pass? Why are the city full of monsters and ghosts? How about the city gods, civil and military judges, and so many divine generals in your Great Victory Pass? Come back to General Ting Tian. 10 days ago, the civil and military judge was seriously injured by a mysterious scribe who invaded Dasheng Pass. Now he is sealed and cannot escape. The god general named Wang Sheng smiled bitterly and said, my master is the same. After he was captured, he is now detained in the underground prison of our Dashengwen city god's mansion. Ting Tian Mastiff was very puzzled after hearing this. Then why do you think his life is at risk? He defeated Guan Shanghuan, but he was canonized by the imperial court and has millions of people's faith. Who can kill him? It's the Taishan Mansion Junji. This is another night-wandering god named Zhu Meng. He clasped his hands in his fists and replied with a cold expression, the demon brought by the mysterious scribe has set up Taishan Mansion in the dungeon of the city god's mansion. Junji. Not only must we unblock the tomb of Chen Han soldiers outside the pass, and use this tomb to open up the world of Yin and Yang, but we must also resurrect the 300,000 Yin troops. It is said that the sacrifices are my master and the two judges Wen and Wu, as well as tens of thousands of residents of Dashengwen and Yangjie. And the time when they launched the Taishan Palace monarch sacrifice was on the night of the Zhongyuan dynasty, when the Yin year was Yin and the day was Yin. It was also the 5th anniversary of the founding of the Jin dynasty. At this moment, the faces of Li Xian and Shui Yunru were as green as water. Just when Li Xian and his party successfully entered the pass, a woman wearing purple clothes with a little cinnabar on her eyebrows stepped into the Dasheng Pass of Hades. She stood in the air, glanced around, and then dodged and landed in front of a study room in the Chenghuang mansion in Dashengwen. When he entered, he saw a middle-aged scribe standing in front of a writing desk, writing ink on a picture scroll. He raised his head in surprise. Tonight is a crucial night for you in Oris Hill, but you still have time to come here? Of course there is a reason to come. The purple-clothed woman's eyes suddenly showed a hint of excitement. There is an unexpected big fish caught in the net. Li Xian is the second son of Uncle Chingy. Let's keep an eye on him. Someone told me that this man entered the capital city god's temple not long ago, and he was probably taken into the underworld. What does this mean? Why did His Highness the city god of Nanjing recruit a dandy into the underworld? The middle-aged scribe was very surprised, but he then surmised the reason. Li Lexing, the first generation of sincerity? Is he going to use Li Lexing's bloodline to send his people to the tomb of the Chen Han soldiers? There was a smile on the lips of the woman in purple. I guess so, but this is our chance. Li Xian has been under Uncle Chingy's nose before, leaving me helpless. But now that Li Xian has entered the underworld, I can't help this uncle. In that case, it was an unexpected surprise. The middle-aged scribe nodded, but then asked, but what kind of person is Uncle Chingy? Are you sure that by catching this Li Xian, you reading www.ukanshu.net can hold him hostage? Even if Uncle Chingy treats his second son again, no matter how important love is, he must be able to understand the importance of family and country. We know him better than you do, and of course we know his temperament. The woman in purple smiled coldly. We have never planned to hold him hostage, but as long as we are sincere, we can do business for this missing second son. Being slightly distracted and relaxing our focus on the navy and water transportation will be of great help to us. She looked at the middle-aged scribe with a stern look in her eyes. This matter still depends on your excellency. We are now standing in the same boat, sharing the same boat through thick and thin, and success or failure is related. This Li Xian is very important to what we are planning, so please, no matter what, you must find this Li Xian. I should do my best. The middle-aged scribe nodded and was about to say something. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He glanced out the window, and then he laughed. His Royal Highness, the city god, seems to be unable to hold himself back. After hearing the words, the woman in purple changed her mind and her expression became clear. Has his people come to Dashang Pass? It is true that a few rats have entered the city. They should be the city god, a subordinate of His Highness King Mingling. The middle-aged scribe laughed and said, and then put the finishing touch on the picture scroll on the desk. He doesn't know how fully prepared I have been for today. Everything in this city is now a piece of cake. Not even a single piece of wood can hide from my discernment. Also, the Li Xian you want me to find may be among them. He waved his sleeves slightly, and a portrait made of manna appeared next to him. If Li Xian were here, he would recognize that the handsome young man in this portrait with a peerless blue face is himself. After looking at it, the woman in purple became energetic and her eyes burned brightly. That's the person. Where did Li Xian go? When Jiang Hanyun rode to Confucius Street, her little face suddenly turned green. That guy, where did he go to fool around again? I originally thought that this libertine had really changed his past and become a future pillar of their 6th Daosi division. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Li Xian would cause such trouble for her. Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu looked at each other, and then replied bravely. He said he was in a hurry and would come back after going to the toilet. Although he really wanted to see Li Xian get beaten by Jiang Hanyun, as that guy's best friend, Peng Fulai instinctively protected Li Xian. He planned to send a talisman to Li Xian later to ask him to return as soon as possible, otherwise it would not be the fellow Taoist who died, but the poor Taoist. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qianshan clasped her fists on her chest and saluted Jiang Hanyun. Master Xiaowei, Li Yoxiu went to the capital city god's temple and said that the city god called him over if there was something urgent. Before she finished speaking, several people behind Jiang Hanyun burst into laughter, while Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu rubbed their foreheads helplessly. This girl is really too upright. It's also Li Xian's fault, he can think of such ridiculous excuses. On errands for the city god? Lei Yun, the commander of Firecrow City who was patrolling with Jiang Hanyun, said loudly, Captain Jiang, your subordinates are very impressive. This relationship is simply unparalleled. If there really is such a thing. There is really nothing we can do about this matter, and we will have to rely on him in the future. Jiang Hanyun's face became even more ugly. She pointed at Peng Fulai and Zhang Yu with the riding crop in her hand. I don't care what method you use. Within 2 seconds, I want to see his person. Tell me Li Xian, if he still wants to see the sun tomorrow, then come back quickly. She thought she couldn't bear it anymore this time and had to give Li Xian a beating. Then Jiang Hanyun hesitated again. Since Li Xian left his post without permission, should the Confucius Temple send more manpower? It shouldn't be necessary. This is Lei Yun's assistant, Lang Shuanyun, the demon-suppressing captain of Firecrow City. She said with some doubts, since nightfall, this Confucius Street is the most peaceful. No one has appeared. An evil spirit. This place is also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Captain Ma's jurisdiction, and he can take care of this place at any time. When she said this, Peng Fulai and the others felt strange. Indeed, there was not a single evil spirit on their side. But Captain Liang and his group who took over Urta Bridge had already eliminated the 3 evil spirits after nightfall. Indeed, so Jiang Hanyun was puzzled by this, and then she felt something in her heart and looked at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Lei Yun, I felt like the moonlight was a little darker just now. Could this be my illusion? At this time, Lei Yun also looked at the sky with astonishment and surprise. It is indeed a little darker. I also saw that the moon in the sky seemed to have been bitten. I saw it too. Lang Shuanyun calmly made a judgment. It should be a lunar eclipse, but I don't know how severe it will be. If it is a total lunar eclipse, I guess our city god will be very sad tonight. Jiang Hanyun thought that it was not just the underworld that was in trouble now. At the same time, outside Dashing Pass, in front of the tomb of Chen Han soldiers built on the mountain, a group of fully armed soldiers, numbering 100 people, and 4 Taoists in purple robes, led by 2 blue-robed civil servants, hurriedly walked into the long corridor inside the tomb. The 4 Taoists were all worried, and the soldiers carrying the 3 animal sacrifices followed suit. The 2 green-robed civil servants in front were arguing fiercely while walking quickly. The official who was at the top and was wearing a 5th-grade white pheasant uniform was sternly accusing, "Are all your Qintian prisons useless? There are so many magic cultivators and 2 so-called masters of calculation. Today there is a partial lunar eclipse. Can't even figure it out? Can you blame us? The Datong calendar formulated during the reign of Taizu has long been inaccurate. Our family supervisor has written several times to revise the calendar, but your Ministry of Rites has rejected it. Recently, the 9 Dragons Sky Observation Instrument on the observatory has also been rejected by others. Used hands and feet. We have no choice. Since the resignation of the great-uncle, the position of minister has been vacant until now. The Nanjing Ministry of Rites is also short of nearly 40% of its staff. The department is now in a mess. Who can take care of this matter? And you, the Qintian supervisor, know the situation here, but if you don't remind me, your heart will be punished." The civil servant surnamed Zhuan was obviously irritated, and he was filled with anger. "Li Changshan. If by chance nothing happens this time, that's it. If something happens, I will definitely write a book for you. But no matter what happens, I will write a letter to impeach your Nanjing Ministry of Rites. I didn't remind you that I have sent 7 documents to your Ministry of Rites this month. I even came to your door not long ago." Li Changshan, a civil servant from Qintian prison, spoke coldly, but at this moment, his expression suddenly changed and he waved his big hand. "Stop it all." The civil servant surnamed Zhuang immediately stopped and looked forward, and then his face turned pale. I saw in front of them, you reading a book. Ukanshu. The square tiles that were supposed to be made of bluestone were actually covered with a blood-colored luster. The runes carved on the square bricks are mostly incomplete and blurred. At this time, a dark phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blue. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme was not very strong, but it blew out all the oil lamps and torches in the cave at full speed. It made everyone in the cave feel their hearts skip a beat. Something's not right. It might be too late. Li Changshan's eyes were solemn, and he made a magic formula with one hand. This caused a ball of fire to appear beside him, illuminating the surroundings again. But the situation in front of him was even more horrifying. In front of them, the abyss turned into a deep, dark, invisible abyss, and there seemed to be bloody hands reaching out. At the same time, there was a sound of clicking in their ears. Cracks spread from a distance, stretching to their feet. "Go back and don't mess up. Whoever dares to move without permission will be beheaded by me." Li Changshan gave a sharp shout, temporarily stopping the commotion among the soldiers in the rear camp. The man then let out another long breath and said with a cold look, "Zhuang Yuanwai Lang, we're afraid we won't be able to get in. Return to the city quickly and go to Uncle Chingy's mansion for help." "Uncle Chingy's mansion?"